This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1, Necromancers Have No Future. Blackstone Town City Hall. Wu Hung. Behind the desk full of documents, the middle-aged woman with a serious face glanced at the information, and then looked at the young man opposite. Wu Hung nodded. Yes. Professional necromancer? The woman frowned slightly. Her eyes were full of doubts. Without waiting for the other party to answer, she continued, although the kingdom allows the existence of necromancers, no city will welcome a necromancer to appear in the city. As soon as these words came out, the originally noisy hall instantly quieted down. Everyone looked over here, their eyes full of strangeness and curiosity. They seemed to not understand why someone would choose a career like a necromancer at this time. Wu Hung still said, "Thank you for the reminder, Ms. Moira. I will abide by the laws and order of the kingdom and Blackstone Town." The middle-aged woman looked at his expression carefully. But she didn't say much. She took out a few documents from the drawer, handed them over and said, "Read these carefully. And then sign your name. Undead Restriction Act, Undead Dependence Reporting Process, Corpse and Bones Protection Act, Dark Magic Experiment Application Instructions, Human Experiment." After taking the documents and seeing the name and content, Wu Hang's eyes widened a little. The Kingdom of Yeko allows the existence of necromancers, but has been increasing the restrictions and laws on necromancers year by year. These include private transformation of skeletons, corpses and other undead creatures is not allowed. Corpse experiments and necromancy experiments are not allowed. Theft and corpse experiments are all serious crimes here. A necromancer who cannot transform undead soldiers and is not allowed to conduct magic research. His future can be imagined. Not to mention whether he has a future in academia. He is basically useless in combat. That's why, when everyone heard about the necromancer, they all showed a very surprised expression. Wu Hung had known something before, but he never thought it would be more strict than he imagined. He read it carefully, signed his name one by one, and handed it back. After the middle-aged woman checked it carefully, she said, "Okay, after the process is completed, remember the contents of these bills. I don't want to see you on the gallows next time. Remember your instructions." Wu Hung stood up and saluted, then walked out. Walking out of the hall, I could still hear people talking about me behind me. Everyone was puzzled by the young man with black hair and black eyes who chose to be a necromancer. Walking out of the hall, I ignored the people talking behind me. I didn't know what the necromancer had done to be treated like this. For a profession, so many restrictions were made. This basically cut off the development of this profession. Just like what Ms. Moira said, choosing a necromancer is like putting a shackle on yourself. Without being able to summon undead creatures, and without being able to experiment with magic, there is basically no future for him. But Wu Hung still chose this profession. Not only because it was the only magic profession he could get into, but more importantly, he believed that the necromancer could have a better development in his hands. Walking out of the city hall, with a thought, a transparent panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Hung. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 1, 10/300. Attributes, Strength 9. Agility 11. Constitution 12. Intelligence 14. Perception 10. Charisma 12. Skills, Bone Art. After changing his profession, Wu Hung had this panel, with professions, attributes, skills, and the panel in the online game. It is basically the same. You can see your physical condition more intuitively. I left the central area and entered a blacksmith shop in the commercial street. As soon as I stepped into the door, I smelled the smell of linseed oil. "Boss, I'm here to pick up the weapons I ordered this morning," Wu Hung said to the counter. The middle-aged boss put down the iron sword he was wiping, looked up. "Oh, it's you. It's all over there." A total of 7 silver coins. Wu Hung confirmed the weapons he bought. An iron sword, a short spear. They were all selected in the morning. He picked out 7 silver coins and placed them on the counter in front of the boss. "What happened this morning?" The boss put away the silver coins and asked casually. Wu Hung came to buy weapons in the morning, and was taken away by the guards in the city just after he had chosen them. The boss thought he had committed a crime, but he came back before noon and there was no change. "I just came to Blackstone Town, and they asked me to register at the city hall. I just came and I don't understand the process." "Registration? This also requires registration?" The boss frowned. "I have never heard of such a saying. There are quite a few outsiders in Blackstone Town. If they all need to register, The town hall will be busier than the market. They asked my name, told me to follow the rules, etc., which made me quite nervous. Wu Hung smiled and scratched his head. Ha ha. Those guys are just idle. They take care of everything, whether useful or not. It's good that nothing happened. The boss also laughed and said comfortingly. Wu Hung smiled and nodded. After wrapping up the weapon, he said hello to the boss and left the store directly. I didn't continue to wander around. I left the commercial street and the crowd and headed for the residential area in the northern part of the city. I walked through the dark alley and arrived at my rental place. The room was not big, with a living room and a bedroom. There were no other furnishings except for the table, chairs and wooden bed. The layout was rather simple. I put my backpack and weapons aside and took the bread on the table to fill my stomach. I thought about the attitude of Black Rock Town towards the Necromancer. It felt like a criminal on bail, and his behavior would be watched by all sides. In the city, you should try to keep a low profile and slowly improve yourself. He stuffed the remaining bread into his mouth. He stood up again, picked up the iron sword and iron spear with one hand, took off the bronze key hanging around his neck with the other hand, came to the bedroom door, and gently turned it. As the door opened, a light curtain appeared inside the door. At the other end, it was not the familiar bedroom, but a picture like a reflection in a mirror. Wu Hung took a deep breath, walked directly into the picture, and appeared on the other side. The moment my senses were restored, a rotten and stinking smell filled the air. The familiar desk and wooden bed, monitor and speakers. A beast-like roar came from outside the window. I'm back, a familiar yet strange modern world. I came to the window and looked out. Zombies gathered downstairs. Under their torn clothes, you could see their exposed bones and open internal organs, pushing and bumping against each other, wandering aimlessly. Among them, you could also see some familiar figures. Sure enough, it's still like this. Chapter 2, Home is Gone. About half a month ago, Wu Hung got an ancient bronze key. As long as you insert the key into any door, it will open the passage to another world. This reminded Wu Hung of a novel he had read before, where the protagonist traveled through different worlds with his own thoughts. It's just that his was a little behind, and he needed a key to open the door manually. But it didn't matter, as long as he could get through, the method was not important. The initial location of another world was a remote village. Poor and backward, the villagers are also very xenophobic. Wu Hung found a passing convoy. After half a month's journey, he arrived at the nearest city, Blackstone Town. Just when he was about to use the key to resell items from both worlds and achieve financial freedom. The world has completely changed. The modern world in his impression disappeared. All he saw were groups of wandering zombies, and the sound of banging on doors came from the corridor. Wu Hung was dumbfounded. He had only traveled for half a month, and was just ready to make a fortune. Home is gone. Watching the city he lives in become like this, his heart is shrouded in an indescribable gloom. He doesn't know the reason for this, but it is conceivable that, if he was not traveling in another world, when the zombies broke out, he would have become one of the zombies. It is said that electricity can be stored, even if it stops generating electricity. It can last for several months, but the electricity is out here, and I dare not drink water. Fortunately, there is Blackstone Town, which can satisfy his living and eating needs. After pulling the curtains tightly again, Wu Hung took the prepared weapons and walked out of the bedroom. There weren't many items in the living room. Most of them were taken to Black Rock Town to exchange for money. And in this situation, they were basically useless. In the corner, a pale skeleton warrior stood. This was the zombie hanging in the iron basket outside the window when he returned last time. After Wu Hung killed him, he tried to summon him. He had one more undead summon. Skeleton Warrior. Level 10/100. Attributes: Constitution 10. Strength 12. Agility 8. Features: Hollow Skeleton. There are two forms of summoning by the bone art. One is the summoning of the original corpse. The form and attributes of the summoned creature are largely affected by the original body. In other words, the stronger the corpse was when it was alive, the stronger the skeleton it summoned would be. The other is the summoning of bones. Collecting scattered broken bones, reaching a certain number, can also summon skeleton soldiers. Take it. Wu Hung handed him the iron sword in his hand. The sound of bones rubbing against each other sounded, and the skeleton warrior on standby raised his stiff arm and grabbed the iron sword handed over. He just kept holding the sword, waiting for the next order. Wu Hung also picked up another short spear and held it in his hand. trying to swing it a few times. After thinking for a while, he found a pot cover in the kitchen and wrapped it around his arm to serve as a shield. He made the final preparations. He came to the entrance door and put his ear close to it. He could faintly hear the sound of footsteps and the friction of the ground. It sounded like there were not many zombies in the stairwell. If there were only one or two, it should not be a problem to deal with them. As long as one can be killed, the number of skeleton warriors will increase. Even if there is danger, as long as I am not infected, I can retreat. The advantage is in me, so it is not a big problem. After thinking it over, there is no hesitation. Let the skeleton warriors come to the door. Take a deep breath and open the door directly. As the door is opened little by little, a stronger and more unpleasant stench hits me. My throat is itchy, and I subconsciously want to cough dryly. But I am afraid of attracting zombies, so I hold it back. After opening all the doors, you can see the walls of the corridor stained with blood and scratches, the dark red muddy ground. The scene is as shocking as a horror movie. Luckily, I didn't encounter zombies as soon as I went out. Go out, Wu Hung ordered in a low voice. The skeleton warrior carried the iron sword, obeyed the order and walked out. Wu Hung half closed the door and followed behind. As soon as he walked out, he saw a zombie at the corner below the stairs. Hearing the sound, turning his head and looking up. The hair was covered with blood scabs and knots, the skin was grayish-white, and was covered with blue-black blood vessels. The mouth was wide open, the teeth were black in a jagged shape. It was the old lady who lived on the second floor. Wu Hung knew her. She had said before that she would introduce someone to him. It seemed that he could not wait any longer. A man and a skeleton suddenly appeared, making the zombies slightly stunned. Then, they roared in anger and rushed upstairs. Kill him! Wu Hung was nervous and gave the order decisively. He had to face the zombies. This was the first step to move on. The skeleton warrior immediately rushed up with a sword. The zombies rushed up with a fierce momentum. The skeleton warrior stood above, looking down from above, and chopped down with the iron sword in his hand. Puff! The sound of the sword piercing flesh was heard, and the iron sword chopped heavily on the zombie's shoulder. The zombie felt no pain, but his body sank, and his feet tripped on the steps, and his upper body went directly under the skeleton's crotch. It bared its teeth and claws, and bit Wu Hang's crotch behind him. The attack that would cut off his descendants frightened him, and made him retreat quickly. He pulled away, looked down at his lower body, and confirmed that he was not attacked, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. The zombie under the skeleton's crotch still roared non-stop. Puff! The skeleton warrior stabbed with the second sword, and the iron sword pierced through the zombie's body. Wu Hung held the short spear and stabbed towards the eye socket. Ta! The zombie waved his arms, and the short spear deflected and hit the forehead. The skin and flesh cracked, but the skull was not pierced. The zombie began to struggle more violently, climbed up directly, and almost knocked the skeleton over. Then, the skeleton and the zombie, the two of them tangled together, and rolled down the stairs. Wu Hung held the iron spear tightly, intending to cooperate with the skeleton to kill it. Suddenly, there was a sound of hurried running from upstairs, and another zombie, with rotten flesh and blood, ran down quickly. Seeing Wu Hung, he jumped down directly, and rushed down across the steps. Shit! A tense sense of crisis rose from his heart. Wu Hung had no time to analyze any strategy. He raised the shield on his left arm diagonally, and rushed forward. With a bang, the zombie fell from midair, and black blood splashed everywhere. Wu Hang's body retreated, and also hit the wall behind him. The zombie rolled down the stairs. Wu Hung gritted his teeth and stood up, and stabbed the rolling zombie with the iron spear in his hand, and his already rotten body showed strong resilience. Stabbing into the body, it was like stabbing into soft leather. After several spear stabs, the zombie did not suffer any fatal injuries. The zombie quickly got up and attacked again. Wu Hung blocked with his shield and stabbed the zombie's chest and abdomen with a short spear in his hand. This is difficult. If he is scratched or bitten, he will be finished. He glanced at the half-open door behind him, while considering whether to retreat first. The prompt appeared in his ear. Gain experience plus 10. Summon skeleton warrior experience plus 5. He looked down with his peripheral vision. The battle at the corner was over. The skeleton warrior used the advantage of his weapon to smash the zombie's head and killed it. Come up. Kill this target. The skeleton warrior quickly stepped forward and blocked Wu Hang's body. With the iron sword in his hand, he chopped at the zombie again. The fighting style of skeletons and zombies was very similar. There was basically no defensive action. They just attacked each other. All offensive actions. After getting rid of the entangled zombie, Wu Hung quickly retreated to the corner downstairs and released the bone art to the zombie that had just died. Necromancer magic wrapped the corpse. The flesh of the zombie melted like hot wax, and a human skeleton stood up with both hands. Go attack. Wu Hung pointed to the location of the battle upstairs. The skeleton warrior who had just stood up, after receiving the order, rushed up with bare hands. Wu Hung shook his arm, relieved the pain from the collision just now. The pot lid in his hand had been twisted and deformed, but fortunately, this simple shield blocked the zombie's attack at the critical moment. Zombies are not about how powerful they are. The most troublesome thing is the toxins in their bodies. If they are bitten or scratched, they would really die unjustly. The battle above continued. Two skeletons blocked the zombies in a corner, one with a sword, the other with a fist, and their attacks fell like raindrops. Black blood and mincemeat splattered everywhere. Finally, while the zombies were roaring and tearing in anger, they were pierced through the neck by a sword, and their bodies stopped resisting and collapsed. Gain experience plus 10. Summon skeleton warrior experience plus 5. Experience increased again. Just like the previous games. That's why he chose the Necromancer. Blackstone Town didn't allow him to experiment with magic summon undead creatures. But he had this world. He could completely rely on the zombies in this world, upgrade his level, accumulate strength. As long as he had strength, Blackstone Town's restrictions on necromancers would be solved naturally. Use the bone slave technique. Swish, the flesh and blood fell off, and the third skeleton warrior stood up again. Before he could do anything, two more zombies came up slowly from downstairs. At the same time, they raised their heads and looked upwards. Attack! Chapter 3, Accumulating Forces. The three skeletons turned their skulls stiffly, and their empty eye sockets looked at the target. After discovering the zombies, they ran down the stairs and killed them. Two bare-handed skeletons, one entangled with another, and the sword-wielding skeleton stood on the side and swung the iron sword in his hand at the zombies. Wu Hung also stepped forward and used his shield to block the claws and the splattered blood. The short spear in his hand, through the hollow skeleton, randomly stabbed the zombie's body. One by one, he kept stabbing. The reason why he chose a short spear was that it was the only choice after trying. It is very difficult to draw bow, and the accuracy of the arrow requires a long time of practice. Frequent bow shooting and keeping accuracy are not something that ordinary people can do. The sword is the most common weapon in Blackstone Town. But when trying, he almost cut his own neck. He still listened to the advice of the blacksmith shop owner and chose a short spear. Stabbing and whipping can also have good lethality. As a beginner, it is still relatively easy to get started and will not hurt yourself. Soon, the two zombies that were attracted were killed by the joint efforts and fell to the ground in a bloody mess, looking miserable. Wu Hung actually knew all these zombies. They were all neighbors living in the same corridor. But now they have become enemies. He released the bone-using technique, and the two skeleton warriors stood up again. Seeing that no zombies were rushing up, he thought for a while and gave an order. Come back with me. He turned around and returned to the room with the skeleton. The security door was closed, and Wu Hung sat on a chair to recover his strength. Even though the main battles were fought by the skeleton warriors, the highly tense spirit and the consumed physical strength made him feel tired. In terms of attributes, his strength was not his strength and power. But now, he could only use ordinary melee attacks. After a short rest, Wu Hung entered the kitchen and found a kitchen knife, a fruit knife and a hammer. He gave them to three of the skeletons. There was one left. He couldn't find anything to use, so he used a mop as a temporary weapon. In fact, the kitchen knife is a good choice. It can completely replace the main weapon of the skeleton warrior. When I have money in the future, I will consider buying iron swords from Blackstone Town to equip the skeletons. After resting for a while, Wu Hung stood up again, preparing for the next battle. Back to the cold corridor, there was a sticky feeling of blood and flesh under his feet. You guys walk in front of me. Wu Hung pointed at three skeletons. The three in front, the two in the back, protected him in the middle, and walked downstairs together. The door of a room on the second floor was open. I took the skeleton in to take a look, and found no zombies. The owner of the house was the zombie that was killed just now. I went to the kitchen and found two kitchen knives, and replaced the mop and fruit knife. I continued to walk to the first floor. I carefully looked around the corner. The green staircase door was a bit damaged, but it was still closed, blocking the outside and the inside of the staircase. I could vaguely hear the sound of scratching the door panel. Luckily, the door was closed, otherwise, if the zombies outside rushed in, it would be difficult to fight. Command the skeleton warriors to pile up some sundries at the door and completely seal the staircase door. Anyway, the possibility of using it in the future is unlikely. After everything is sealed, Wu Hung starts his next plan. He comes to the door of the first resident, takes out the bronze key, and gently twists it. The door is slightly opened. A pale white light curtain is revealed in the gap. When the door lock is opened, Wu Hung pulls out the key, waits for a few seconds, and disappears along with the light curtain of another world. What was displayed was the living room of the room on the first floor. It was a little dark in the living room, but no zombies were seen. Bang! Bang! After entering the living room, there was a sound of violent hammering on the bedroom door. After a few hits, the fragile door broke. 2 zombies in pajamas stumbled out. Attack! Wu Hung ordered again. The scattered zombies were no longer a threat. Instead, they became experience packs. They could increase experience and the number of skeleton warriors. Crash! The skeleton warriors rushed forward, surrounding the zombies in the middle, raising and dropping the kitchen knives in their hands. The scene was somewhat cruel, but also somewhat relaxing. The zombies did not even show any attack, and were hacked to death in the living room. Wu Hung walked up, released the bone control technique, and the 2 skeleton warriors stood up again. After confirming that there was no danger here, Wu Hung went to the kitchen first. He found 2 more kitchen knives in the kitchen, distributed them to the skeleton warriors, who had just stood up. Then, he began to rummage through boxes and cabinets everywhere, looking for some useful items for himself. There was no other way. Life in Blackstone Town also required money. If the world had not become like this, he could have made a fortune more easily. There was rice and flour stored, and there were also well-preserved pickles in the refrigerator. But with Blackstone Town, food was not too important. After closing the refrigerator, he continued to search in the bedroom closet. He took out a few clothes that looked very high-end. Then, there were cash, bank cards, house deeds, and some paper deposit slips. In the dressing table, he found a few gold jewelry for women. Cash and bank cards are useless now, but gold jewelry is still valuable. Before leaving, his eyes fell on the ornaments at the door. On the shoe cabinet at the door, there was a jade cabbage. The base was wooden, and the top was a transparent cabbage shape. The length was about 30 centimeters, which was not small. Wu Hung looked at it, held it in his arms, and went out. Then, he took the skeleton warrior and continued to the next room. He lived in an old community, with a total of 6 floors, and 3 households on each floor. Wu Hung led the skeletons to open the doors one by one, kill the zombies inside, and loot useful items. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wu Hung led the skeletons to sweep the rooms of the entire unit building. The not-so-spacious living room was already full of skeleton warriors, holding kitchen knives and fruit knives. They were neatly arranged, making the entire living room eerie. After counting, there were 17 skeleton warriors in total. The number of skeleton warriors was less than expected, but it was not bad. At least today's operation went smoothly. Among the skeletons, the one with the highest experience is the sword-wielding skeleton. Relying on the advantage of his weapon, he has reached 55 points, which is still a little short of upgrading. If tomorrow goes as smoothly as today, reaching level 2 will not be a problem. In today's battle, he also figured out the rules for skeletons to gain experience. Except for Wu Hung, who can share the experience of all skeletons. The rest of the experience is calculated according to the last knife. In other words, whoever cuts the last knife will get the credit. It is not shared equally among all skeletons. My own experience also reached half. If everything goes well, I can also upgrade. Everything is developing in a good direction. After sorting out the spoils, ordering all the skeletons to stay where they are, I put on my backpack and returned to Blackstone Town through the boundary gate. Deer Antler Shop, a famous chain store in Blackstone Town. The pattern is similar to the pattern of deer antlers. I heard that the store is spread across all human cities, has a certain influence, and its reputation has always been good. Beautiful, very beautiful. The fat boss behind the counter, holding the jade cabbage and looking at it carefully. After a few subconscious compliments, he carefully placed it on the counter and continued to ask, "What material is this?" "It's not jade, and there are no traces of carving. It doesn't look like a natural material. Wu Hung was surprised by the sharpness of the other party's eyes. Although it is called jade cabbage, it is not real jade, but a one-time resin molding ornament. It has nothing to do with jade or anything like that. Fat jade, which is basically not seen in your place, is characterized by lightness, toughness, and rich colors. Wu Hung made up a random story. This world is not the Middle Ages on Earth, and its development level is not backward. There is glass, various exquisite handicrafts, food, and salt. However, synthetic materials such as resin and plastic have never appeared here. Instead, they have become rare things. The shop owner took a closer look and said directly, "The Deerhorn Chamber of Commerce never lowers the price. Your item is good, but it is obviously an item formed by a mold at one time. It is better in appearance and special materials. If you are willing to sell it, I can give you 30 silver coins." There are 4 types of common currencies: copper cents, copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. Although gold coins are the top currency, they are rarely seen among civilians. Silver coins can solve most of the transactions. Therefore, the purchasing power of silver coins is very high. In Wu Heng's understanding of currency, silver coins here are equivalent to 100 yuan bills. Too low. Wu Heng pretended to be dissatisfied and shook his head. "What is your psychological price?" 100, asking for a sky-high price. If they don't agree, you can lower it. If you say it's too low, and the other party agrees directly, you will feel uncomfortable. Of course, the price cannot be too outrageous. Just about right. I'm afraid this price is hard to accept. So, 40 silver coins is the highest price I can offer. The boss gave a price. Wu Heng thought about it. The jade cabbage was useless to him, and there was no other place to sell it, so it was useless to him. He nodded and agreed. Okay. Chapter 4, the door is not closed. Walking out of the shop, there is a heavy bag of money in the backpack. If it is not the end of the world, Wu Heng can go to the gold shop to exchange gold and silver, and spend it directly in this world. Not to say that he is rich enough to rival a country, it should be no problem to buy a few maids from other worlds. Someone in the tavern also mentioned the profession of druid. You can transform into various forms, to satisfy your partner's novelty. What a pity, it is too late to say anything now. He did not sell gold jewelry in the shop. It's not that the store won't accept it, but they're afraid of getting in trouble. It's enough to exchange for money. If you really take out the gold jewelry, it will only attract some special attention. Without strength, you are just a fat sheep in the eyes of others. What we need to do now is to upgrade and accumulate troops. Walk along the road to the blacksmith shop area. There is no restriction on weapons in Blackstone Town, but swords cannot be unsheathed in the city, and bows and crossbows cannot be exposed outside. Here you are. What are you buying today? The owner of the weapons store greeted. Do you have a smaller shield? Here we have one. The boss took off a small silver round shield and placed it on the counter. Wu Heng took it in his hand and tried it. It felt quite heavy. If used for a long time, or in high-intensity combat, it would be a burden on him. Do you have a lighter one? The boss looked at him, and took out another shield from below. It's for children to train. The surface is iron sheet, and the inside is treated hardwood. The outside is silver iron sheet, and the inside is dark wood. I took it in my hand, and tested the weight. This one is not bad. And the zombies attack by grabbing, pulling, tearing and biting. This one is basically enough. When my attributes are higher, I will try a heavier shield. Let's take this one. 75 coppers. This price is not cheap. Iron sheet wrapped in a layer of wood is worth this much money. But in this weapon shop, it is really the cheapest. I clicked 75 coppers, picked up the shield and walked out of the shop. Along the way, I stopped at a protective gear store and bought a set of leather armor. They are all hard leather protective gear, simple craftsmanship, and have a sour smell of leather. He did not choose to buy armor for the skeleton warriors. First, the number of skeletons will continue to increase. If all of them were this kind of equipment, given the current situation, they simply cannot afford it. The second point is to keep a low profile as much as possible. The treatment of necromancers here is not friendly, and it is not a bad thing to attract less attention. As long as he is alive, and has a bronze key, then the source of soldiers and the level are not a problem. After buying the armor, before leaving, his eyes fell on the wooden human-shaped wooden frame in the corner. It is used to display protective gear. The one in front of me is a bit worn out, and obviously it was discarded. "Boss, is this wooden frame discarded?" Wu Hung asked. The boss looked up and said, "It was replaced. If you need it, it's 2 copper coins. He originally wanted to help you throw it away, and then take it away. But the other party obviously saw his intention and directly quoted the price." Wu Hung didn't say much, took out 2 copper coins, and left directly with the human-shaped wooden frame. This kind of thing is not valuable. The characteristic is that it is a human figure of the same height, and the position of the head and body can be distinguished. After having dinner outside, Wu Hung returned to his residence. He did not return to the modern world, but stayed in this world. The environment of the end of the world is no longer suitable for living. At least here, he does not have to breathe the rotten air. Standing in the not-so-spacious living room, he picked up a short spear and a shield, and began to practice stabbing movements against a human-shaped wooden target. Aiming at the head, he kept repeating. He had not received orthodox training, but being familiar with these movements would definitely not be a bad thing. The next day, I had a simple breakfast. I put on my protective gear, and opened the door to the zombie world. The air was still filled with the stench of decay, and the roar of zombies could be heard from outside the window from time to time. I put away the bronze key, and went directly to the living room. 17 skeleton warriors, holding kitchen knives and daggers, stood upright in the living room. Everything was ready. Wu Hung directly ordered, "Follow me out." The zombies in the corridor had been cleared, but the smell was still strong. Wu Hung took the skeletons, first went downstairs to check the staircase door, and after confirming that it was still closed, he went upstairs. Arriving at the top floor, on the 6th floor, in front of him was an iron door leading to the rooftop platform. His idea was simple. From the rooftop platform, he would go to the corridor of the next unit to continue clearing out zombies, and continue to accumulate the number of skeleton warriors. Rushing out and confronting the zombies wandering outside head-on was obviously not realistic and irrational. Going to the rooftop was the safest way. He used the bronze key to open the iron door, and took the skeleton to the rooftop. The rooftop floor was filled with many miscellaneous items, and the most conspicuous one was an iron cage made of iron mesh. In the rusty iron cage, you can still see dead pigeons. The community was coordinating the private construction of pigeon cages before, but it seems to be useless. There are iron nets, steel bars, and cement prepared on the side. They should still want to continue to expand. Roar! Suddenly, from behind the pigeon cage, there was a roar of zombies. 3 zombies bypassed the iron cage from both sides and rushed towards this side, with their fangs and claws bared. There are still zombies on the roof? It just so happens that the skeleton warrior will be upgraded soon. Looking at the zombies rushing over, he gave the order, "Attack!" Swish! 17 skeleton warriors, holding kitchen knives, rushed forward and knocked down 3 zombies head-on. The kitchen knives fell like raindrops. The bang-bang of chopping meat resounded through the roof. Faced with the siege of many skeleton warriors, the 3 zombies had no strength to fight back. Like live fish on the chopping board, they could only keep trying to get up and get chopped down again. Wu Hung stood behind, with no intention of intervening, just waiting for the battle to end, so that he could summon the skeletons. Suddenly, there was a sound of dragging on the ground behind him. Looking back, he saw another zombie with a sprained ankle, dragging his ankle, approaching this side. When he found Wu Hung looking back, the zombie roared, limped, and quickened his pace. Damn! There was actually another zombie trying to launch a sneak attack. He glanced at the skeleton not far behind him. After confirming that he could mobilize the skeleton in time, he wanted to try to fight the zombie in front of him alone. He tightened the iron spear in his hand, and rushed towards the zombie in small steps, calculating the distance between them in his mind. When the gap was 2 meters, he stepped forward with his left leg, and thrust the iron spear in his hand diagonally upward. Puff! The spearhead instantly penetrated the zombie's collarbone, and came out from the back. It was off. He wanted to stab the zombie's mouth, but the zombie's limp made the iron spear deviate. Although it hit the target, the position did not cause fatal damage. The zombie's forward force made Wu Hung retreat several steps. The rotten body continued to move forward along the spear shaft, and stretched out its shriveled gray arms to grab Wu Hung's face. With a round shield in front of him, he stepped back and put away his spear, sweeping across his leg bones. Bang! Snap! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and the other leg broke. The zombie lost its balance and fell to the side. The set of movements was done smoothly, and the effect was very obvious. The zombie lost its balance and fell to the ground. Wu Hung stepped forward and stepped on his back, and stabbed out with the iron spear. Each time, he aimed at the back of the zombie's head, but the zombie struggled violently and fought back. It was not as simple as a fixed target. In the violent struggle, the zombie stood up again, and Wu Hung stepped back, ensuring his own safety, and began to circle with the zombie. At this time, the battle on the side had ended. The 3 zombies were beaten by the skeleton warriors and turned into minced meat. No need to give orders. The skeleton warriors came over and surrounded the zombies chasing Wu Hung. The kitchen knives kept falling. The zombies couldn't raise their heads. Wu Hung stood aside and swung the iron spear lightly. Zombies are strong and fearless. Not to mention the elderly. Even the young people nowadays. Most of them lack exercise. When facing zombies head-on, it is really difficult to deal with them. Gain experience plus 10. Summon skeleton warrior experience plus 5. Experience prompt appears. The last zombie is also killed. Use the clothes on the zombie. Wipe the blood off the iron spear. Release the bone art one after another. For skeletons, stand up one after another. Join the ranks of the skeleton warriors. Now there are 21 skeletons. Find 4 iron bars on the spot, and give them to the 4 skeletons. After what happened just now, Wu Hung took the skeleton soldiers, and checked the rooftop platform again, confirming that there were no zombies in some hidden locations. Only then did he come to the iron gate leading to the second staircase. There were many bricks and debris piled in front of the door, which should be the piles of several zombies that had just been killed. I just don't know how they turned into zombies after they had already fled to the roof. He commanded the skeleton warriors to move all the debris away. The iron gate was opened, and there was still a strong stench. There were bloodstains on the ground, but there were no zombies. They should be downstairs. Wu Hung said softly, "Let's go down." The skeleton warriors entered the corridor, and Wu Hung followed behind. The only one who reached level 2 was also kept by his side to protect him. The goal this time was still clear. First, check whether the door on the first floor was closed tightly, and then search the rooms one by one for items. Trample, tread, tread. The skeleton's feet stepped on the corridor, and dense footsteps sounded. Although the sound was not loud, it was unusually obvious in the empty and quiet corridor. Roar! 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 The roars of zombies sounded downstairs, followed by the sound of hurried running. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and 6 zombies poked their heads out from the corner. Seeing the skeletons coming down the stairs, they all roared ferociously and excitedly. Kill them! Wu Hung also gave the order directly. Clang! Kitchen knives were raised and rushed towards the zombies below. The more than 10 skeletons walking in front of them had a strong impact. They pushed back the zombies that rushed up and rolled down another floor along the stairs. Then, kitchen knives kept falling. Trample, trample, trample. However, before these zombies were killed, several more zombies rushed up. There were more than 10 zombies, pushing and shoving. And downstairs, there were more footsteps. Wu Hang's heart tightened. It was over. The staircase door was not closed. Chapter 5, Upgraded. Trample, tramp, tramp. The dense footsteps rang in the corridor. Considering the number of people living in a unit, it is impossible for so many zombies to appear, unless all the residents live in the corridor. But this is obviously impossible. The only explanation is that the door of the unit building was not closed, and the zombies outside entered the corridor. Damn! Wu Hung cursed his bad luck, actually encountered such a thing. He turned around and wanted to retreat to the rooftop with the skeleton warriors. Just as he turned around, his steps stopped again. The corridor was narrow, and the skeleton warriors in his hands might have an advantage. Moreover, he would have to clean up this place sooner or later, and the next corridor might not be free of danger. Even if it really didn't work, he could retreat to the roof and block the iron door. After a quick thought, he felt that he could give it a try. More zombies with gray skin and hideous faces rushed up and pushed each other. Wu Hung no longer hesitated and decisively ordered, "Attack!" The skeleton warriors began to charge downwards. Crack! The kitchen knife cut into the top of the head, and the zombie fell to the ground. In the back, more zombies also rushed over at the same time, grabbing, tearing, biting, using all the ways they could attack, trying to tear the target in front into pieces. The skeleton warriors kept waving their weapons, slashing at the zombies that rushed over. The corridor was narrow, and at most 2 or 3 zombies could attack side by side. In the pushing and crowding, some zombies squeezed off the guardrail, or were stepped on, and could not raise their heads. The roars, grabbing, slashing, and bone-breaking sounds of zombies echoed in the corridor. If I have a chance, I must learn more ranged skills. Wu Hung stood behind the skeleton, stabbing the short spear downwards, muttering, "This close combat is too tiring." During the battle, a large number of zombies died, and many were trampled to death by the zombies behind them. The scene was very chaotic. The number of skeleton warriors was also decreasing rapidly. This made Wu Hung feel a little distressed. After all, under his watch, skeletons were constantly torn into pieces. Wu Hung also stopped the energy-consuming spear thrusts and began to release the bone suppression technique. One skeleton after another stood up at the battle site between the two sides. No need to issue orders, waving fists, rushing towards the zombies. The battle became more intense, up and down, like two waves of ants colliding with each other, pushing and tearing each other, non-stop attacking each other. Wu Hung followed behind, and sweat began to appear on his forehead. In the previous battle, he had time to rest and recover his condition. But this time was different. The high intensity and uninterrupted use of the bone art made him feel stressed. His whole body was soaked in sweat as if he had kidney deficiency, and his brain was also tingling. I had heard people mention this in the tavern in Blackrock Town. The frequent casting of spells by mages was especially exhausting. Excessive physical exertion would only damage your muscles, which could be restored after a period of rest. Mental exhaustion, in severe cases, could lead to dementia, or even direct vegetative state. Your level has been raised to level 2, intelligence +1, physique +1, and a small increase in mental strength. At this time, the reminder sounded in my ears. Upgraded. Just when Wu Hung felt that he was about to reach his limit, a prompt suddenly appeared. In an instant, the tingling sensation in his brain was slightly relieved. It's time to fight. The skeleton team was on the 3rd floor at this time. As long as they reached the 1st floor and closed the door, they would be fine. He continued to give orders. Attack with all their strength. Crash! The skeleton warriors rushed forward like crazy, with kitchen knives in their hands, and the barehanded skeletons pushed the zombies backwards. Wu Hung, with several skeletons around him, quickly ran back to the roof. He glanced at the building materials, pointed at a piece of blue iron sheet, and said, "Lift this." The skeleton warrior picked up the iron sheet and walked to the edge of the roof. Under Wu Hang's command, he threw it down. Bang! The iron sheet fell to the ground, making a loud noise. Like a signal, all the zombies around ran over like crazy. They trampled on the blue iron sheet. Wu Hung quickly returned to the corridor, and there were indeed fewer zombies crowded below. Quick! Kill them! The skeleton warriors continued to charge down, and the battle became more and more intense. They attacked all the way to the door. They let a few skeletons rush out of the door to attract the attention of the zombies, and completely close the iron door at the staircase. Bang! 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 The zombies pounded the iron door hard, and there was a huge hammering sound. They killed the remaining zombies in the corridor, and let the skeletons bring in a lot of debris to block the staircase door again. Fortunately, the zombies were obviously not very intelligent. After pounding the iron door for a while, they found that there was no movement inside, so they slowly dispersed and were attracted by other sounds. No more destruction of the miserable green door. Wu Hung sat in a house, gasping for breath with his hand on his forehead. The situation just now was indeed a bit dangerous. Looking back, he was still a little scared. Fortunately, the stair door was still blocked, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. After a short rest, he felt a little better. The corridor was full of corpses and broken bones. He did not intend to release the bone service technique. Anyway, the door was blocked, and it would not be too late to come back and summon it tomorrow when the condition was better. Stepping over the corpses, he began to lead the remaining skeleton warriors to clear the zombies in the houses one by one, and to search for spoils. In the room on the 3rd floor, Wu Hung held a black motorcycle helmet and looked at it carefully. The owner of the room should be a motorcycle enthusiast. You can see many things related to motorcycles, and some outdoor supplies. Climbing ropes, portable lighting, there are quite a few types. What interested him most was the sturdy helmet in his hand. The fully covered structure, with a transparent plastic windshield on the front, can prevent blood from splashing into the eyes and mouth when fighting zombies. The material should be a composite material, very strong, and the weight is within the tolerance range. I took off my leather hat and tried the helmet instead. It felt good, but a little stuffy. But for safety, I could bear it. I put the leather helmet on the iron sword skeleton warrior. I packed up everything I could use and took it away. And then I continued to search in the next room. Dusk. Back to Blackstone Town, after a simple meal, I went to bed to rest. I had consumed too much mental energy today, so I stopped the short spear training for a day. The next day, at noon. Zombie world. In the morning, Wu Hung transformed all the corpses in the staircase of Unit 2 yesterday into skeleton warriors. He took several hours to transform and rest at the same time. At this time, a large number of skeletons stood on the roof. He was holding a kitchen knife and a hammer, and he was still quite imposing. I counted them. There are 52 skeleton warriors in total. It's less than I expected. I killed so many zombies yesterday, but these are the only ones after transformation. Among them, the sword-wielding skeleton has been upgraded to level 2. Attributes, Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 8. Strength has increased a little, no other changes. It feels no different from not upgrading at all. But being able to upgrade a little is better than having nothing. I just hope that as the level goes up, the attributes will accumulate. According to normal experience points, there should be more reaching level 2, but skeletons are constantly dying during the battle. Most of the remaining skeletons were summoned from the ground in the morning. And their experience is 0. The improvement of these skeletons is really a difficult thing to deal with. And it needs to be planned carefully. At least cultivate a few high-level ones first. After distributing kitchen knives to the newly joined skeletons, Wu Hung opened his own attributes again. Name, Wu Hung. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 2, 550/900. Attributes, Strength 9. Agility 11. Constitution 13. Intelligence 15. Perception 10. Charm 12. Skills. Bone Art. He also upgraded himself to level 2. And his constitution and intelligence were improved. Better than the skeletons, but not much better. It has indeed improved, but it seems that it has not improved. The effect is basically not noticeable. Sitting aside, waiting for the mental and physical strength to recover. Standing up again, putting on the motorcycle helmet, and pulling down the mask, issued a dull command. Follow me. Clatter. More than 50 skeletons moved, following him. Arrived in front of the third iron door. Took out the bronze key and gently opened it. The cold and rotten smell penetrated the mask and drilled into the nose. The stairwell was unusually quiet, and there were several broken corpses on the ground. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Wu Hung frowned. The zombies are dead? How can zombies be killed? Are there survivors? Chapter 6, Habits Before Death. Are there any survivors? Seeing the broken body of the zombie in the stairwell, this thought flashed through his mind instantly. But after careful observation, he quickly denied it. The zombie's death did not look like they were made by humans, but more like they were torn into pieces by some monster. On the entrance door on one side, there were still claw marks that scratched the paint. It was as if there was another beast or monster in the corridor. Bad luck. Wu Hung cursed again. The corridor door was not closed yesterday, and today there is an unknown monster again. After a long time, my unit is the safest. Dang, dang, dang. Suddenly, the handrail of the stairs vibrated violently. The sound quickly spread throughout the corridor. It was as if something was knocking on the handrail of the stairs downstairs. Wu Hung felt nervous again. He tightened his weapon and whispered, "Let's go down." Wu Hung walked in the middle, and walked downstairs together. Walked downstairs together. The sound of the skeleton's feet hitting the ground was covered by the violent impact of the iron railing. No enemies were attracted. Continuing down, there were several more broken, torn zombie limbs everywhere. Wu Hung did not release the bone controlling technique, but planned to see what was below first. He went all the way to the 4th floor platform, and could hear the object hitting the iron railings below. He rearranged the positions of the skeletons, and came to the slow-moving platform, looking down to the 3rd floor. A mottled golden lion zombie, holding the iron railings with its front limbs, was swinging its waist wildly. It was like a beast in heat, venting its excess energy against the iron railings. What's going on? Animals can also be infected? And, how could there be a lion in the corridor? As if it had noticed, when Wu Hung looked down in surprise. The lion, which was swinging vigorously, also stopped moving, turned its head, and looked in this direction. The shrunken lips revealed sharp fangs, and mincemeat hung at the corners of its mouth. This is not a lion at all. It is the teddy raised by the owner of this building. It's just that its size has increased several times, and with a yellow coat of fur, it is not much different from a lion. He's already a zombie. But he still can't get rid of the habit of swinging his waist everywhere. Woo, roar. Zombie Teddy roared and ran straight up. After seeing that it was Teddy, the tension in his heart was reduced a lot. Seeing that Zombie Teddy was about to rush over, Wu Hung took 2 steps back and ordered, "Kill it." Clang. Skeleton soldiers raised their knives and rushed forward. Zombie Teddy rushed forward 2 steps, kicked his feet suddenly, jumped up, stepped on the wall to gain momentum, and directly jumped over the skeletons rushing forward below. In 1 step, he landed on the corner platform. The dog's paws waved, and several skeletons blocking the front were knocked away. It opened its huge mouth, clamped the skull of a skeleton, and swung it wildly. The strong body rushed across the platform, knocking down a group of skeleton warriors, and rolling down the steps. Then, Teddy suddenly raised his head, and looked at Wu Hung behind him. He jumped up again, and rushed over directly. Wu Hang's face changed, and he raised the round shield in his hand diagonally upwards. The next second, he felt a huge force hitting the shield, and his body flew backwards uncontrollably. It hit the wall behind it, and then rolled down the stairs one by one, with its helmet clattering against the steps. Zombie Teddy wanted to chase again, but an iron sword chopped down on his head, stopping Teddy's movement. At the same time, the skeletons around him also responded in time. 4 or 5 skeletons pounced directly on Teddy's back, hugging its body tightly, and more of them wielded kitchen knives and chopped down. They didn't care what part of the body was. They chopped randomly, and hair and flesh kept falling. Teddy, like a lion, began to struggle hard, like a glutinous rice dumpling covered with bones, bumping around. Wu Hung stood up quickly, adjusting his helmet. He stretched out his hand, and immediately separated several skeletons, and placed them in front of him again. Bang, crash, Zombie Teddy slammed into the wall beside him, and the violent collision caused the skeletons hanging on his body to scatter. Then, he jumped up again, and his target was still Wu Hung. Damn it! Wu Hung cursed, and dodged quickly to the side, while taking a bow step, and lowered his body to accumulate strength to thrust out the iron spear. The short spear training still played a certain role. The iron spear hit Teddy's chest from the side, and the spear blade sank into the rotten body. At the same time, a force was transmitted to the wrist, and the iron spear slipped out of his hand. Teddy landed lightly, and the iron spear still pierced his chest, and then stuck on the ground. With a puff, it pierced through his chest and penetrated from his left forelimb. Dark red sticky blood flowed along the wound. Wu Hung jumped back a whole step and continued, "Don't stop. Go up and kill it." The skeleton warriors rushed forward again. The damaged body could not cause fatal damage to the zombie Teddy, but the iron spear that penetrated from the chest to the forelimb still affected Teddy's movements. The left forelimb could not support the body, and the movement was limping. Teddy's movement slowed down, but the attack of the skeleton warrior became more fierce. He kept besieging and attacking, and his body was covered with knife wounds. When the whole body was submerged by the skeletons, the sound of chopping meat became one, and the system prompt appeared immediately. Gain experience plus 42. Summon skeleton warrior. Experience plus 20. Wu Hung opened the mask, ignoring the stinking air, and breathed deeply. He never thought that a Teddy would change into what he is now. Gene mutation. Or atavism. It's written like this in the novel, but he doesn't know if it's either of these two. Anyway, Teddy turned into a lion. He was trapped in the corridor. Otherwise, if he ran out with such a big body, he would be crazy everywhere. I don't know how many species would be in trouble. Zombie Teddy's combat power is definitely higher than that of ordinary zombies. He can run rampant in the skeleton group, which is definitely not low in power. The most terrifying thing is that he has shown a certain intelligence. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept trying to pounce on him. If zombies all have intelligence, are they still zombies? Are they new intelligent creatures? He couldn't figure it out, but that kind of result is not a good thing for him. This battle also reminded him, in addition to accumulating the number of skeletons, he also needs to improve himself. Otherwise he will be killed. And no matter how many skeletons he has, it will be useless. After taking a breath, he stepped forward and pulled out the iron spear that pierced Teddy. Release bone service technique. A large beast skeleton, still quite exciting. The summoned creature exceeds the summoner's ability, instability factors increase. As the bone serving technique was released, a prompt also appeared immediately. Wu Heng had no time to react, and felt his mental power being rapidly drawn out. This made Wu Heng's face change. Ordinary corpses, but stood up in an instant. The zombie Teddy in front of him required more mental power, and the unstable factors in the prompt made him a little worried. Don't summon it, and then attack me. That would be really bad luck. Soon, the Teddy corpse in front of me changed. The flesh and blood melted like hot wax, and a dog-shaped skeleton slowly stood up. The pale bones became thicker, and in the empty eye sockets, there was a strange blue ghost fire. Skeleton Hound, Level 5. Chapter 7, Skeleton Dog Skeleton Hound. Level 5, 0/1500. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 16, Perception 5, Intelligence 5, Charm 4. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul Fire. Basic Soul Fire. This undead unit, possessing Basic Soul Fire, can understand and execute relatively simple commands. It is just a skeleton. It is no longer possible to tell that this is a teddy bear, especially since its size is close to that of a lion. The attributes of the skeleton dog, strength and agility, are higher. On the contrary, it seems that the physique is a little low. In terms of characteristics, a basic soul fire has been added. The description explains that it allows the skeleton to have soul fire, and can understand and execute simple commands. This point is actually quite good. Although the skeleton warrior is easy to use, it is too rigid. You have to watch from the side to execute commands, and it is difficult to understand more complex commands. Now that you have soul fire, you can understand more commands. I just don't know how this soul fire is produced. Special undead? Or do you have to reach a certain level to have one? I can't figure it out. So I can only put it aside. After checking the properties, I was about to lead the skeleton soldiers to search the room. But my eyes suddenly fell on the meat on the ground. Brain? At the place where the head of the corpse was originally, there was a milky white meat substance left. The reason why I found it at a glance was that it was particularly obvious in the meat. Under the blessing of the bone-serving technique, the flesh and blood of the summoned creature melted like hot wax. Whether it was skin or internal organs, it was the same. But this special meat still retains a good texture, which can be seen at a glance. Does Teddy have a tumor? He picked out the meat with an iron spear, picked it up, and held it in his hand to examine it. It was the size of a bead, and the texture was somewhat elastic, just like holding a piece of jelly. What is it? Clang, 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 clang. Just as Wu Heng was studying the meat in his hand, the iron railing began to shake again, and he was so scared that his body trembled. He looked up and saw the skeleton Teddy, holding the stair railing with his front legs, and began to swing his hips wildly. The hip hit the iron railing, making a clanging sound. While the sound echoed throughout the corridor, there was also the sound of zombies banging on the door outside. Damn! Wu Heng felt speechless. You skeleton, you don't even have that thing. Why would you still make such a move? Stop! Wu Heng said immediately. Skeleton Teddy subconsciously swung his waist twice again, then looked up. In the empty eye sockets, you could see the flickering soul fire. Stay where you are. Wu Heng ordered again. Skeleton Teddy squatted on the spot, no longer making strange movements. After being interrupted, he no longer planned to continue the research. He put the meat into a plastic bag and walked downstairs with the skeletons. After confirming that the door was closed, there was no risk of opening it. He began to turn the zombies killed by Zombie Teddy in the corridor into skeletons, and then searched every house. Whatever he could use, or could be sold in Black Rock Town, he put them into his backpack and took them out together. After finishing the work, he walked out of the corridor and returned to Blackstone Town. After returning to Blackstone Town, Wu Heng went directly to the antler shop. The boss was very enthusiastic. It seemed that he made a lot of money from the resin he sold to him last time. Mr. Wu Heng, do you have anything to sell today? The boss smiled and looked expectant. I'm here to buy some things. The boss smiled and continued to ask, what do you need? Is there any medicine to treat injuries? Wu Heng asked. I didn't feel much during the battle, but after it was over, I felt pain all over my body. Although there were no obvious wounds, there were purple marks on my shoulders and arms. Yes. The boss bent down, took out 2 glass medicine bottles from the counter, and said, depending on what kind of injury you have, the medicine you need is different. Wu Heng rolled up his sleeves and let the other party take a look. This kind of injury is caused by a fall. Then a small amount of medicine will work. The boss continued. Okay, how much is it? 1 silver 30 copper. Pharmacy is very advanced in this world. Even if I haven't used it, I have heard of it. Wu Heng paid the money and took the medicine. Micro-healing medicine, description, a potion that can heal injuries. Without much hesitation, he raised his head and drank it. After the medicine went into his stomach, I felt a warm feeling flowing to all parts of my body. The pain in my body was relieved. It worked right after I drank it. It was really amazing. After buying a few more bottles of healing potions and mental potions from the boss, suddenly, I thought of killing zombies and the pieces of meat that fell. I opened my backpack and took a look and frowned slightly. Deformed corpse core, description, energy crystal of deformed creatures, can improve one's physical fitness and has a chance of being contaminated by toxins. The attributes have been revealed. There was no change in the zombie world, but the attributes were revealed when I came here. My assistant prompts, it should be related to this other world. Only when there is a connection with this world will the corresponding prompt appear. Just like the attributes of the body and the attributes of the skeleton. It also appeared after becoming a necromancer. Although it is a guess, it should be accurate. Any questions? The bottle of the potion is still relatively solid, and it is generally not so easy to break. The boss saw his head stuck in the backpack and said. Wu Heng raised his head and continued to ask, Boss, I want to ask you something. I have a friend who has obtained the meat of a creature. I feel that this meat has some effects on changing the physique, but I am afraid it is poisonous. What should I do? You are talking about biological materials, right? The materials decomposed from the creature are a kind of raw materials for alchemical potions. I don't recommend your friend to study it by himself. It's better to send it to the alchemist for identification. If you are not sure, you can also go to the professional association to issue a commission. Although it costs some money, the key is safety, the boss said while cleaning up the counter. A kind of alchemical material? Publish a commission. Wu Heng thought about it and felt that this suggestion was good. Seeing that many customers came into the store, Wu Heng did not stay any longer. He said hello and left the store. Standing at the door and thinking for a while, he walked towards the central area. The professional association was established about 500 years ago. At first, it was just an action base established by a group of closely related adventurers, as a place for cooperative adventures and exchanging information. But as time went by, the reputation and influence accumulated by the adventurer base has long spread all over the world, covering all races and kingdoms. As the number of members increases, the influence grows. The adventurer base is officially renamed, called the Professional Association. Branches are established in various places, providing help to professionals and also supervising them. Wu Heng's Necromancer job transfer book was obtained through the association. The professional hall is very spacious and magnificent. Many professionals gather here. There are strong men with well-developed muscles and shiny skin, and warriors wearing silver armor and carrying giant swords. Or, there are female archers with slim figures wearing tight leather armor. It was like entering a large cosplay scene. But unfortunately, the leather armor worn by the female professionals was very tight. And there was no bikini-style armor. Not sexy at all. Wu Heng muttered. In front was the counter, where the teller handled various problems of the professionals. There was also a display board on the side, on which some bounty commissions were posted, including bounties for wanted criminals, hunting of Warcraft beasts, and gathering intelligence. Completing the published commissions can get coins and props as rewards. Coins are normal rewards, and item rewards are not just items. They can also be skill books, notes of sages, magic items or weapons and armor. The professional association is spread across all races, with terrifying materials and resources. What you need is not lacking here. Wu Heng just took a look and was not interested in these. Catching wanted criminals, hunting monsters. There is no safe thing. As a rookie who just changed his job, he can't participate at all. When he came to the counter, the female teller smiled. Sir, what can I do for you? I want to issue a commission. Chapter 8, has anyone testified for you? After completing identity verification. The Professional Association, after all, is an organization formed by adventurers. Verifying identity is also to confirm whether you are a registered person, so that you can avoid being unable to find you after the subsequent commission is completed. After confirmation, the teller continued to ask, Sir, what type of commission do you need to issue? I have a material. I need to ask the alchemist to analyze it. If it is poisonous, I need to make an antidote. Wu Heng said directly. Okay. Sir. Have you brought the materials? Yes. Wu Hung opened his backpack and took out a piece of the corpse core. The staff took out a glass container and put it in. Your commission involves the production of potions. It will not be released to the public. The association will designate an alchemist to analyze it. At the same time, the safety of the potion will be ensured. Okay. This is not bad. It is safer to have the association monitor it. It is hard to say whether the antidote produced by an alchemist from outside will work. The deposit is 5 silver coins. When you come to pick up the medicine, the balance will be settled according to the difficulty of the medicine and the value of the materials. 5 silver coins are just the deposit. It's really easy to make money as a pharmacist. When can I get the result? Within 5 days, it will be delivered to you. Wu Hung nodded, paid the money, and completed the registration of the commission. It would be the best result if the professional association could complete the analysis and produce the medicine. Otherwise, I would not dare to use this thing in my hands, and it might become smelly after a long time. After completing the commission, Wu Hung walked out of the professional association and headed towards the crowded area. The crowded area. It was the civilian area where Wu Hung lived, located in the northern part of Blackstone Town. The stone brick-pointed roof houses filled the entire block. The oval wooden windows were open. Clothes and quilts were hung on ropes to dry. The houses were densely packed. The buildings were extremely crowded. The main road paved with gravel slabs was only 3 or 4 meters wide. Each family piled some things at the door, making the road even narrower. A large number of civilians lived here, supporting most of the bottom jobs in the city. After returning to my residence, I made myself a bowl of noodles and added 2 sausages. These were all found today. The original owner had not had time to eat them before he turned into a zombie. I simply brought them all back in large and small packages, regardless of whether they are healthy or not. They taste really good. After finishing dinner, I checked my body. The bruises on my body have basically subsided, and I don't feel any pain. The medicine in this world is really magical. After feeling that there was nothing serious, I started my daily training before going to bed, until he was sweating profusely, washed himself, and went to bed to rest. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Hung went directly to the zombie world. Just as he reached the top of the building, he heard a series of clattering sounds. Among the 63 skeleton warriors on standby, the skeleton dog was holding one of them with its front paws and swinging its hips wildly. Ordinary skeleton warriors had no wisdom and staggered for a while, but still remained on standby. The bones in their bodies were almost broken by the shaking. Damn! How did I get into this? Wu Hung was speechless. Skeleton dog. Stop! If you keep hitting them, one of them will definitely break a bone. Upon hearing the order, the skeleton dog immediately stopped and ran over to sit on the side. No more. Don't hold other skeletons and swing your hips. Do you hear me? The skeleton dog tilted its head, looking like it didn't understand. I didn't bother to tell it these things. After reconfirming the status of the skeleton warriors, I ordered, "Follow me." Amid the sound of bones rubbing against each other, all the skeleton warriors on standby took action, following him, and walked to one side. The building where Wu Hung lived was close to the edge of the community, and there were 5 units in the whole building. The first 3 units had been cleaned up, and there were 2 units left. He opened the iron door leading to the corridor, and the cold and rotten smell hit him in the face. He looked into the corridor. There were no zombies on the 6th floor. Forward. Wu Hung gave the order directly. Crash! The skeleton warriors stepped directly into the corridor. The white bones of the feet stomped on the ground, intensively and crisply. Roar! The zombies roared downstairs. Following that, the sound of running was heard, and a female zombie wearing only purple lace underwear rushed up. Opening her hideous mouth, she let out a deafening roar. The female zombie had a good figure. She had a broad mind, and a very pleasing waist and hip curve. However, the grayish-white skin was covered with black bloodshot, and the drooping right eyeball destroyed the original beauty. It looked extremely hideous and terrifying. Without waiting for Wu Hung to observe more, the skeleton dog jumped over the skeleton in front of it, and threw the female zombie to the ground. The cloth that was already hanging on the shoulders fell off, revealing more skin. The skeleton dog bit the zombie's neck directly, and began to tear it apart frantically. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The female zombie was pressed to the ground and struggled hard, constantly tearing the skeleton dog with both hands. But in terms of strength, it was far behind. No matter how she resisted, she couldn't break free. The attributes of the skeleton dog, actually, they are not that exaggerated. but they still show a fighting power that exceeds that of ordinary zombies. At least in a 1v1 situation, they have an overwhelming advantage. Soon, the female zombie stopped struggling, and the system prompt sounded. Gain experience +8. Summon skeleton hound experience +1. The target was killed, and the system prompt appeared. Wu Hung is now level 2, and the experience of killing zombies has dropped from 10 points to 8 points. This is also easy to understand. After all, the higher the level, the less experience you can get from the same enemy. But understanding is understanding, but it is not good news. As experience decreases, you need to kill more zombies to level up. Another experience is added to the skeleton dog. The level 5 skeleton dog adds 1 point. It is lower than him. Tap, tap, tap. The skeleton dog just hugged the waist of the corpse out of habit, and then there was a dense running sound from downstairs. 3 more zombies running up. Looking at the skeleton team, the zombies roared angrily. Wu Hung pointed his finger. Skeleton warriors attack. Kill all targets. The skeleton warriors on standby immediately took action. Holding kitchen knives, they killed the zombies that rushed over. Several skeleton warriors in the front row were knocked to the ground by the zombies. More kitchen knives fell directly on the zombies' bodies. They fell like raindrops, chopping the zombies so hard that they couldn't stand up, until they turned into a pool of mud. The battle was over, and Wu Hung and the skeleton warriors gained experience. After releasing the bone-serving technique and transforming 3 corpses into skeletons, he continued to command the skeleton warriors to move downstairs. The descent was smooth, and no other zombies were encountered. From the doors on both sides of the corridor, hammering and scratching sounds were heard from time to time, proving that there were still zombies inside. He went straight to the first floor and confirmed the closed door. Then he took out the bronze key and began to open the doors one by one, clearing the zombies and looting the spoils. For the skeleton team at this time, the zombies in the room could no longer pose a threat. The house cleaning worked, no accidents happened. They were just some ordinary zombies. Everything went smoothly. This kind of battle is what he wanted to see most. No pressure, under safe conditions, experience, and the number of skeleton warriors increased. Returning to the roof, counted the number of skeletons. The total number was 77 skeleton warriors, among which the sword-wielding skeleton reached level 2, the rest were still level 1 skeletons, and a level 5 skeleton dog. After counting the number, after giving the newcomers kitchen knives, then returned to Blackstone Town. Eat, train, sleep. The next day, Wu Hung finished washing up, and was ready to go out for breakfast. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw several patrol guards in standard armor questioning nearby residents. Patrol guards, that is, the law enforcers of Blackstone Town, wearing leather armor, with iron swords on their waists. Seeing Wu Hung open the door and walk out, 2 of them walked over directly, with a cold voice. Wu Hung. Wu Hung frowned and nodded. Where were you last night? I stayed in my room at night, and didn't go out. Did anyone testify for you? Chapter 9. Survivor. Does anyone testify for you? Witness? I don't even know what happened. I still need a witness. After thinking for a while, I still said, the owner of this house should be able to testify for me. I still dragged the landlord into the water. After all, I don't know many people here. I can't think of anyone else except the landlord. Before nightfall, what were you doing? The guard continued to ask. Exercise in the room. Have you seen any strange people recently? No. The guard leaned over, looked into the room, and said, we need to search your residence. Wu Hung also looked back, feeling that there was nothing in the room, so he stepped aside. Okay. The leading guard looked sideways, and the other guard behind him walked in directly, and began to check around. The room was not big, and there were not many things in it. The special things were all placed with the zombies, and Wu Hung was not worried about finding anything. He retracted his gaze, looked at the guard who was accompanying him outside the door, and asked, what happened? The guard's eyes did not change, and he answered casually, a body was found in the crowded area last night, and the means were cruel and vicious. Someone died. No wonder. The way to solve the case in the crowded area is relatively simple. The traces at the scene, the logic of the party's words, and the testimony of nearby residents can all be used as evidence for judgment. But as long as it is done in secret, it is still difficult to solve the case. Similarly, as long as there is evidence pointing to you, even if you did not do it, it is difficult to prove yourself. If you are arrested and shot, you will have no place to complain. As for Wu Hung, He is a necromancer, and is a key target in the city. If something like this happens nearby, he must be questioned. Others just ask questions. But he has to go into the house and search the room. No clues? Wu Heng continued to ask. In addition to some potentially dangerous people, it is possible that wanted criminals have entered the city. The guard glanced at him. What are you saying? At this time, the guard who searched the room also came out, slightly shook his head, indicating that he had found nothing. The guard at the door did not stay any longer, and said, "If you have any clues, you can provide them to us, and there will be a certain reward." Okay. He agreed verbally, but did not take it to heart. With these two moves, I was out of breath after beating a zombie. How could I fight a murderer? In this world, I might not even be able to beat a woman. The guard did not say much, and continued to go to the next house to inquire about the situation and told them to be careful. Wu Heng locked the door and went to a nearby tavern for dinner. After dinner, he went directly to the zombie world. Wu Heng led the skeleton warriors to the iron door of the last unit. After opening the iron door, there was still a cold and strong stench. As soon as he stepped into the iron gate, he heard the sound of roaring and running downstairs. 3 zombies stumbled up. Seeing the skeleton army appear, they roared excitedly. Attack! Wu Heng pointed the iron spear in his hand forward and ordered. Crash! Skeleton warriors rushed towards the zombies, swinging the kitchen knife in their hands, and the sound of chopping meat was heard. Soon, the zombies died under the kitchen knife. Gain experience +8. Summon skeleton warrior experience +5. Your level is increased to level 3. Intelligence +1. Charm +1. And mental strength is slightly increased. The moment the third zombie fell, Wu Heng's level was increased to level 3. The increased intelligence and charm in the attributes. It seems that it is not a random increase, otherwise one of them would not be fixed on intelligence. But the specific logic of the increase is not yet understood. When he came to the corpse, he released the bone service technique, and the 3 skeletons stood up and joined the team. Forward! Wu Heng ordered again, and the skeleton team began to walk down. There were not many zombies in the corridor, and there was not much pressure for the current skeleton warriors. He cleared all the way to the first floor, and after confirming that the door of the building was closed, he began to open the door from house to house with the skeletons, clearing the zombies and looting the spoils. The cleaning of the last unit was easier than the previous ones. There were no deformed zombie dogs, and the door of the unit was closed. It took only half a day to clean up the entire corridor. A single zombie could be easily killed by a skeleton dog, and if there were more zombies, it would not be too difficult for the skeleton warriors to rush in. Wu Heng also had a little more confidence in his heart. It seemed that the zombies were not that difficult to deal with. However, after the entire building was cleaned up, no survivors were found. This made him wonder if the zombie outbreak could be spread through the air, or in some special way. And he was the only one left in the world. Perhaps Teddy, who had retained his hobbies, was the only fellow villager. Walking out of the corridor, the skeleton warriors began to carry the spoils. Wu Heng stood on the roof, giving orders casually while thinking about the next plan. The zombies in the entire building had been cleared. If he wanted to continue killing zombies to gain experience, he had to go out. There were about 50 or 60 zombies gathered downstairs. The number didn't seem large. But once the fight started, zombies from all directions would be attracted, making the battle more difficult. If things went wrong, these skeletons would be lost, and you would be in danger. In addition to rushing out directly, there was another way. From the side of the roof, build a ladder between the 2 floors, go to the roof of the next building, and then continue to clean up one unit at a time. This would be safer. Standing on the edge and taking a look. The distance between the buildings is about 5 or 6 meters. Find a long enough wooden board, or order a long enough iron ladder in Blackstone Town, and you can get through. Although the height is a bit dangerous, it is much more reliable than rushing out to confront the zombies head-on. The only thing I can't be sure of is whether the rigid skeleton warriors can walk over smoothly. The 6th floor is enough to smash them to pieces. Thinking in my heart, I went downstairs to find a climbing rope, intending to throw it over to measure the distance between the buildings. Just as he was swinging the rope and preparing to throw it over, bang, boom, bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions came from the road to the west. He looked up in the direction of the sound. He saw a bus full of wasteland style, violently knocking away the zombies and damaged vehicles in front of it. It was moving forward while colliding all the way, on both sides of the bus. Solid iron plates were welded, and the windows were iron bars as thick as thumbs. From the gaps in the iron bars, he could see iron pipes protruding, piercing the climbing zombies. Behind the bus, there were a large number of zombies. There were more and more zombies, attracted by the sound of the collision, rushing out from the communities on both sides, joining the team chasing the bus. The number was increasing, just like the zombie tide in the movie. A huge crowd. Even if you just watch from a distance, you can feel the fear and suffocation brought by the zombies. Chow. Wu Hung immediately asked the skeletons to stop any movement and stay away from the edge. He stared at the bus that broke through everything. Survivors. There are also survivors who are planning to rush out. Chapter 10, the equipment exploded. Survivors. Definitely survivors. This world, not everyone has been turned into zombies. There are still survivors. The bus in the distance, like a Hollywood blockbuster, speeds on the road, and the zombies in front are knocked out or crushed into pulp one by one. The cars and obstacles blocking the road are also violently knocked away, and continue to move forward. The number of zombies behind the bus is increasing, but they still cannot catch up with the bus with their legs, and are left far behind. At this speed, if nothing unexpected happens, the bus may really rush out. As long as it enters the main road, it will be halfway successful. The road over there is wider, and the number of zombies is not as dense as in the community. Wu Hung stared at the situation on the street, his eyes moving with the bus. Just when the bus drove to the intersection and began to slow down and turn slightly, suddenly, with a crash, the floor-to-ceiling glass of the roadside shop shattered, and a dark red, huge figure rushed straight towards the bus that was slowing down and turning in the flying broken glass. Boom! The huge zombies hit the body of the bus, and the bus began to sway from side to side, shaking violently. It lost control, and with a bang, it hit the electric pole on the side of the road. The bus stopped, and a puff of black smoke rose. Before the people inside could react, the zombies from all directions instantly submerged the bus. Through the gaps where the zombies were crowded, you could see the iron pipes stabbing out in panic. The survivors inside were still trying to resist, but the number of zombies they attracted along the way was too large, and they kept pouring in like a flood. Judging from the current situation, even if the bus can start again, it will be difficult to rush out. Wu Hung watched from the roof. He was anxious, but he had no ability to save them in this situation. If he took the risk, it would only add to the zombies' meal. After a slight sigh, his attention was focused on the giant monster that could knock over the bus. It was a humanoid creature, probably more than 3 meters tall, with dark red skin, exaggeratedly strong upper limbs, and muscles bulging like tumors, full of explosive power. What the hell is that? Zombie Teddy changed from an ordinary size to the size of a lion, and the zombie in front of him was obviously deformed, and his fighting power had reached a terrifying level. The physical body hit the bus. This kind of power was simply terrifying. The giant zombie, who was a little dizzy, staggered towards the bus. He casually threw away the zombie in front of him, swung his fist, and hit the body of the bus heavily. Bang, bang, bang. With the heavy hammer blows, the guard plate was dented, and the iron bars on the window fell off. As the gap got bigger and bigger, zombies instantly rushed into the carriage and began to frantically eat flesh and blood. The chaos did not last too long. After only 3 or 2 minutes, the shaking in the bus stopped. The zombies were like wild monsters that had lost their target. They became quiet again and scattered in all directions. The bus in the center had collapsed and deformed at this time, and the body of the bus was full of broken limbs. From the beginning to the end, Wu Hung did not see how many survivors there were, nor what they looked like. The giant mutant zombie also walked to one side, entered the roadside shop again, and disappeared. Wu Hung just watched, and felt a little more crisis about his situation. Both the zombie tide and the giant mutant zombie made him feel stressed. With the number of skeletons, it would be a dead end if he met these two. It's better to keep a low profile. When the number of skeletons reaches a certain scale, you won't be afraid, he muttered, watching the zombies disperse bit by bit. Huh? Suddenly, a zombie wandering aimlessly attracted his attention. The zombie was wearing a blue shirt. Nothing special about it. Wu Hang's attention was on his belt. The black belt was connected to a black connecting rope, and the other end was a black pistol, hanging on his calf. Zombies are delivering weapons? In the battle with zombies, he could rely on the skeleton warriors, as long as he didn't take risks. it wouldn't be a big problem. But in a professional Blackstone town, he would encounter any unexpected situation. Still lacks a certain self-protection ability. If I get this weapon, it can enhance my own safety. Pulling the trigger is much easier than shooting a bow. I have to find a way to get it. After muttering, Wu Heng began to think about how to get it. It is obviously not realistic to rush out directly. It is best to use some method to get him here alone. After thinking for a while, Wu Heng looked at the climbing rope in his hand. It should be possible to try. On the road, a rope, hanging from the sky to the ground. After catching the zombie, it suddenly tightened and dragged it to one side. The sudden pulling force made the zombie look around in panic, and let out a roar. It seemed that it couldn't figure out why it was moving, and still moved to one side uncontrollably. In the panic struggle, the zombie was pulled up along the outer wall of the building, little by little. Wu Heng stood on the roof, directing the skeleton warriors to change the pulling direction, avoiding the balcony and the external iron railings, to avoid accidents halfway, which would result in all the previous efforts being wasted. There were 2 skeleton pigeons on the side. Their bodies were white skeletons, but their wings were covered with a layer of flesh. They could maintain their original flying ability. The lasso that was put on the target zombie was also done by these 2 skeleton pigeons. He didn't have the ability to lasso the target from such a long distance, even with the skeleton pigeon throwing the lasso from the air. It took more than 20 attempts to succeed this time. So during the dragging process, they were very careful and serious. They were afraid that it would fall off halfway. Finally, the struggling zombie was pulled to the rooftop. Before it could get up and attack, countless kitchen knives fell. It was chopped into a corpse. Wu Heng squatted down, pulled off the corpse's pants, and took what he wanted in his hand. Pistols are not unfamiliar. They are very common in movies and TV shows. Moreover, he had played a game called Gun Simulator before, and studied assembly and use. He is considered a cloud shooter. So, although it was the first time he got a pistol, he was not unfamiliar with operating it. After removing the magazine, there were still 9 bullets in it. After carefully searching the body, no extra bullets were found. I don't know if he only brought this magazine, or if he lost it. The pistol was in good condition, without too much wear and tear. Wu Heng took it in his hand, tried to load and aim, but was reluctant to waste bullets and shoot. After practicing the action of drawing the gun and aiming a few times, he put it away directly. Today's harvest is really good. After transforming the corpse into a skeleton warrior, after packing up, he prepared to return to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng went to the blacksmith shop and asked about ordering the iron ladder. But it turned out that his idea was a little too naive. Not to mention whether the iron ladder could be put on the other side, the production period would also take half a month. The blacksmith boss also gave a suggestion. Use wood that is strong enough to bear the weight to replace the iron ladder, or to make it simpler, use ropes to connect the 2 sides, and then climb over. Wu Heng listened, and just nodded in agreement, without saying much. As for the planks, such a long plank is not easy to get. Even if it is such a long distance, it is easy to collapse the waist when carrying a heavy load. As for the idea of ropes, people can pass through, but skeleton warriors cannot. So both methods are not feasible. After leaving the blacksmith shop, I went to the tavern to eat. I watched a few strong men arm wrestling for a while, and when I came back, it was a little dark. There were not many pedestrians on the road. When I walked into the alley where I lived, 2 figures followed me in. As soon as I followed in, I saw Wu Heng standing there waiting for them to follow in. "Boy, you are alert," said one of them. The 2 did not show any nervousness at all because they were discovered by Wu Heng. "What's the matter?" Wu Heng asked. When he came out of the tavern, he felt someone following him. He thought it was the guards watching him. But the 2 people in front of him were obviously not guards. "Boy, I'm a little short of money. I want to borrow a few things from you." After the voice fell, the leader did not waste any more words, and rushed out like a cheetah, running towards him quickly. On the way, he put his arms behind his waist, and 2 short blades appeared in his hands. The blades reflected the silver moonlight, cold and dazzling. Wu Heng quickly glanced at the second person. The other person, still standing at the entrance of the alley, leaning against the wall, carefully looking around. They were on guard. They were 2 experienced robbers. These 2 were very confident, thinking that one person was enough to deal with them. Seeing the enemy approaching quickly, Wu Heng stood in place, staring at the target. When the distance was only 3 or 4 meters, Bang! A deafening gunshot sounded, and the bullet instantly hit the man's waist and abdomen. The forward momentum suddenly stopped, and the piercing pain made his body shake slightly. What the hell? You? He just uttered the first word. Bang! 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 Then, 3 more gunshots sounded. The chest, abdomen, and shoulders were hit one after another. The body retreated 2 steps under the impact of the bullets, and fell to the ground, and the piercing pain made him unable to make any other movements. I thought she was weak and had no ability, but I didn't expect to hit a wall. Help! The man turned around, looking at his companion who was on guard. Bang! The gunshot sounded, and the bullet penetrated his eye socket. Experience gained plus 64. The system prompt appeared, proving that this person was dead. Then, Wu Heng raised the muzzle of the gun horizontally, aiming at the other person, who was running quickly. The man at the alley suddenly stopped, looking at the weapon in the other person's hand with vigilance. He glanced at his companion who was lying on the ground and had no life left, and backed away little by little, until he retreated to the alley. He looked at Wu Heng with a sinister look, and turned around and fled from here. There were noisy noises all around, and the neighbors were startled by the gunshots. Wu Heng glanced at the corpse at his feet. It was wrapped in thick leather armor and cloak, and not much blood was seeping out. He picked up the fallen weapon, wrapped the corpse with the cloak, and dragged it into the room. Not long after, bang, 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 the door was knocked. The landlord's voice came. Wu Heng, are you in the room? Did you hear the loud noise just now? Wu Heng opened the door and said, I heard it. I don't know who is so unethical to make such a big noise at night. The landlord looked at him unhappily, and then glanced sideways into the room. Said, I'm glad you're okay. It's not safe recently. Lock the door at night. Okay. The landlord left. Wu Heng continued to practice spear as usual, and there was a sound of stabbing the wooden target. Outside, there were noisy discussions from time to time, and guards came to ask questions. The next day, the sky was slightly bright, and Wu Heng went to the zombie world. It seemed to have rained last night. The skeleton warriors were covered with crystal raindrops. It washed away the dirt on the skeleton. Wu Heng asked the skeleton to carry the corpse sent last night to the roof. Then he began to strip the equipment from the other party. Chapter 11, Wanted Criminal. The body was stripped naked, and the spoils were placed aside. Leather armor and leather boots, 2 short blades, 2 grenades, 2 bottles of healing potion, a receipt with a ferocious snake head printed on it, and a purse filled with silver and copper coins. When he saw the grenade, Wu Heng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the grenade first. Poisonous smoke bomb. Description: after release, it can produce a large amount of poisonous smoke. Damn, a smoke bomb. Fortunately, I fired decisively. Otherwise, I would have let him use this thing. Even if it was not an explosion, the consequences would be very troublesome. I carefully put the grenade aside, and looked at the leather armor and boots next to me. The leather armor was brown, with exquisite vines and curly grass patterns on the surface. The chest, waist and abdomen were all double-layered. Both the style and workmanship were very good, and it was several levels higher than the one Wu Heng bought himself. The only drawback was that it was hit by bullets and had several holes. Even the leather armor from the magic world cannot stop bullets. Wu Heng picked it up and measured it against his body shape, and it was a good fit, just right for him. It didn't matter if there were bullet holes. He could just go to a leather goods store and have it fixed. Even if he didn't have to fix it, it didn't matter. The main enemy he faced was zombies, and it would be enough to resist grabbing and biting, and a few bullet holes wouldn't affect anything. He put the leather armor aside, and took out 2 short blades. The scabbard was black leather, the blade was silver white, and the handle was wrapped with circles of leather strips. Nice workmanship. Wu Heng played with him. These 2 weapons are very good. If they were placed in a weapon shop, they would be of medium to high quality. It would definitely be worth dozens of silver. Are all the robbers so rich? After all this time, the poor ones are ordinary people. Right? In addition to the potion and coins, there is also the receipt with the snake head. The reason why it is called a receipt is that it has a number on it, and a similar anti-counterfeiting pattern. It is estimated that it was robbed or stolen from somewhere. After collecting several kinds of spoils, I felt quite satisfied. No matter what, I would not accompany him. After checking the spoils, I planned to release the bone-making technique to transform the corpse into a skeleton. However, when I set my eyes on the appearance of the corpse, my hands paused slightly. under the beard that was wet by the rain. I could see a scar as knotty as a centipede. I seem to have seen this person somewhere. Especially this scar. Why does he look so familiar? I haven't seen many people in Blackstone Town. And even fewer left an impression. Neighbor nearby, the owner of the shop I often visit. Or where have I seen him before? I couldn't figure it out, so I ordered the skeleton to collect all the spoils. After checking the surroundings, I walked downstairs. Professional hall. Wu Hung looked at the reward on the notice board, and his eyes widened slightly. Wanted criminal, Bassin, reward amount 120 silver coins, 1 lower-level item. The portrait is very similar to the one he killed. Especially the scar on the lower lip, like a centipede, the position and style are basically the same. Without the beard, it can be basically determined that he is the wanted criminal posted on the list. However, he couldn't figure it out. How could he, an honest necromancer, be targeted by a wanted criminal? If he hadn't got a pistol, the person lying on the ground might be him. Most importantly, one of the other party escaped. He scanned the wanted criminal list again, and found no one who looked like the other person. Either he was not on the list, or he was disguised. Is he targeting me? If I kill this man today, the escaped desperado might want to take revenge on me. If he were in the zombie world, he would not be afraid of these wanted criminals. With so many skeleton warriors, he could scare them to death. But in this world, it's hard to say. This matter should be reported to the authorities, and Blackrock Town should search the crowded area. Before, I thought of hiding the body first because I was afraid of being misunderstood. As a necromancer, it is difficult to prove whether someone robbed me, or I wanted to harm him without providing effective evidence. Now the other party is a wanted criminal, anyone can hunt him down, and they don't need to take any responsibility. Handing over the body, and completing the commission is the best choice. After thinking it through, Wu Hung went directly to the counter. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The staff asked with a smile. Wu Hung took out the reward he had just taken off, and said, This criminal, I was killed by me yesterday, what should I do with him? Sir, you mean to kill this wanted criminal, not to provide clues? The young female teller asked back with some disbelief. The wanted criminals, who are on the list of the Professionals Association, are not something that ordinary people can deal with. Each city receives intelligence or news, and organizes guards to round up and capture them, killing them personally. And a clean-shaven young man is somewhat rare. Wu Hung nodded. Well, what should we do next? Please wait, we need to arrange someone to check the body, and after confirmation, you will be rewarded. The staff member said immediately. Okay, I'll take you there. Soon, a 5-man team with the association's badge came, without any communication, just followed him to his residence. The corpse was dragged to this world by Wu Hung in advance. He was wearing a linen gown, which was better than being naked. The people from the Professional Association verified the identity of the corpse. After confirming the identity, they wrapped the corpse and left. They returned directly to the Professional Association. And, after returning to the professional hall, Wu Hung filled out the record of the incident under the guidance of the staff. It included whether to actively investigate the target or passively counterattack. The process was not complicated, and it could be selected. Write down what you want to write down, if you don't want to write it down, or if it doesn't exist. Just leave it blank. There are no complicated steps. Sir, the bounty includes a lower-level prop reward. What do you need? The staff continued to ask. What does it include? Weapons and equipment, or rare materials, notebooks and the like, depending on what you need. Props are just a general summary. Except for currency, all other rewards are counted as props. It was just divided into levels. And the lower level was obviously not a high-level reward. Do you have a skill book for the mage? I'll check it for you. The staff took out a page and began to search. Soon he said, Yes. Sir, there are 2 skill books corresponding to the lower-level rewards, Dancing Lights and Acid Splash. Can I take a look and choose? Please wait, I'll get it for you. The staff said, and walked to the corridor on the side. Wu Hung still sat there waiting silently. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. The staff did not come, but a team of patrol guards from Blackstone Town came towards him. Looking at the aggressive appearance of the other party, he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. The heavy leather boots stepped on the floor, and walked straight to Wu Hung. After a serious look, he said, Wu Hung, the necromancer, killed a wanted criminal with a bounty last night. Yes, Wu Hung replied. Then come with us. After that, 2 guards came out from behind, and were about to grab his arm and Take him away by force. Chapter 12, Professional Deacon. Wu Heng frowned, stepped back and asked, "Can I know the reason?" "Special profession, someone died, and I suspect you have a closer relationship with the wanted criminal." The guard spoke, listing several unreasonable reasons. "According to you, the wanted criminal wants to kill me, and I can't fight back?" Wu Heng asked back. The captain of the guards had a cold look in his eyes, and several people behind him also put their hands on the iron swords at their waists. Wu Heng's face also became serious. Is this place unreasonable? But he had no intention of resisting. If he fought with the guards now, he would really be convicted of a crime. Even if he killed the wanted criminal, attacking the guards would be a new piece of evidence. Just as the guards were about to take him away, the staff member who had just left came back quickly. He frowned and glanced at the aggressive guards, and said to Wu Heng, "Mr. Wu Heng, the deacon wants to see you." "Deacon? The deacon of the professional association?" Wu Heng did not answer, but glanced at the guards in front of him. The staff member continued, "Gentlemen, please wait here for a while. This professional association is not as simple as it seems." An ordinary front desk staff member spoke to the guard with confidence. The guard frowned, but still made way. Wu Heng followed the staff member, walked towards the corridor she came from, went up the stairs on one side to the second floor, stopped in front of a door, and said softly, "Sir, Mr. Wu Heng is here. Let him in." Pushing the door open, in the room full of bookshelves and documents, sat a man in a formal suit with gray hair. He may not be that old, but he looks like he is still recovering from a serious illness. The staff member who led the way stepped forward, whispered a few words in his ear, and then left. The man set his eyes on Wu Heng. "My name is Yazid, and I am the deacon stationed in Blackstone Town. It's an honor to meet you, Deacon Yazid. No need to be so formal. Sit down and talk. That's your bounty. You can only choose one skill." The man behaved very elegantly, like a nobleman. On the table, there was a leather purse, and 2 old curl books. After Wu Heng sat down, his eyes fell on the books. Dancing lights, description, you can create floating light sources. Luminescence? What's the use of this? In the zombie world, he found several flashlights, all of which had residual power. They were not used at the moment. Acid splash, description, release acid balls, causing strong acid damage to the target. Sulfuric acid splash? The magic in this world is not the same as imagined. Fireball, how about lightning? I choose this. Wu Heng put away the purse and the acid splash. The man nodded and said in a casual tone, "I heard that before I called you here something happened?" "Well, the guards wanted to take me to investigate, on the grounds of fighting privately." "Haha, every place doesn't like necromancers, this is normal." The man smiled and poured 2 cups of tea, and handed one to him. Wu Heng was not in the mood to drink tea and chat with him, and asked directly, "What does Deacon Yaz want to see me for?" The man took the teacup on the table and took a sip, and said slowly, "Do you want to change your situation?" "What do you mean?" Wu Heng looked at him curiously. "I can give you a suggestion. You don't have to worry about others causing trouble for you. And you have certain rights." This sentence made Wu Heng's heart move. Necromancers are helpful to the zombie world, but they are a burden in Blackstone Town. If there is a solution, he is willing to listen to it. "What suggestions do you have?" The man smiled and said, "The professional association accepts any professional with a clean record, and will be a solid backing. Join the professional association? I have registered as a member of the professional association." According to the information he received, the professionals association is more like a mercenary registration office. By issuing some tasks and rewards, it maintains the normal operation of the entire association. I am talking about the standing members of the association, not the registered members. You can understand it as the working staff of the association. In most forces and cities around the world, they will have legal identities and some privileges. Hearing the other party's words, Wu Heng's eyes lit up. If this is the case, then becoming a member of the Professionals Association is a good choice. But then, he suppressed his excitement and asked, "What do I need to do?" "Complete some tasks issued by the association headquarters, which may be to explore the location or collect intelligence," the man explained patiently. Wu Heng hesitated. "I don't like taking risks. And it was also a fluke that I killed the fugitive. I don't have any strength at all." "Don't worry. Most of the association's tasks are to assist local guards, and we don't encourage your dangerous behavior of arresting fugitives alone." The man looked up at him and continued, Of course, the association can provide a lot of benefits. Intelligence, knowledge, magic props, or money, connections. In short, this position is not available to everyone. So, in fact, the benefits of professional associations are really good. The most important thing is to get out of the situation of being a necromancer, and no longer be like a prisoner. Why did you choose me? He didn't think he was the man of destiny. If he was, the world wouldn't have ended before he could resell the items. The man continued to explain. The branch association can recruit talents on its own. In addition to common combatants, people with special abilities and rare professions are also included. Of course, they must have a clean identity and no criminal record. I was added because of the necromancer? Necromancers are completely rare here, and there are even fewer without criminal records. This professional association is really weird. Blackstone Town hates it so much. But he actually wants to recruit himself. He thought about it quickly in his mind. It seems that joining will not have much impact on him, but more benefits. There is no reason to refuse. He has a normal identity and can make better use of Blackstone Town to improve himself, without so many worries. After thinking it through, Wu Heng smiled. Thank you, Mr. Yaz, for your trust. Can I join the professional association here? The man smiled and nodded, opened the drawer, and took out a form. Fill in your information, and I will give you a reply in about 3 or 4 days. Wu Heng nodded, and read the content carefully. Then he filled in his own information and handed it back. The man took the document, took a rough look at it, and put it in the drawer, and stood up and said, Let's go, I'll take you to see the body first. Corpse? Chapter 13, Level 7 Skeleton. Corpse? The deacon picked up the dark cane beside the table, and said as he walked, The wanted criminal you killed committed serious crimes in several cities. This time, he came to Blackstone Town. I didn't expect him to die in your hands. The appointment letter from the headquarters will be slower, but we can give you some benefits first, such as a legal skeleton. After hearing this, Wu Heng's heart moved. Can I have the undead summoned now? Not now, but I can let you summon it first. After all, in this kind of weather, it's not easy to store corpses. If you want to take it out, you need to be officially appointed. That is, let him summon it first, and wait for the official appointment to come down, then he can hand over the skeleton to him. It seems that the professional association still has a lot of influence in various places. He was sure that the higher-ups would agree to his joining. And he could also own a skeleton. Yeah. Wu Heng nodded, and continued, Another accomplice ran away last night. The guards of Blackstone Town will search the crowded area. But you have to be careful. Okay. The two walked out together, went down the stairs, and entered a space underground. In the cold room, there were several iron beds, and on one of them lay the body of the wanted criminal he had killed. It should be that the identity was reconfirmed. The clothes on the body had been stripped off, and it was parked there naked. Let's transform. The deacon was leaning on a wooden stick, standing at the door. Wu Heng did not say much, and stepped forward to release the bone-serving technique. The ability of the summoned creature, which far exceeds the ability of the summoner, instability factors increase. The system prompt appeared, and his own mental power began to drain rapidly. At the same time, the flesh of the corpse began to fall off, revealing the bones underneath. Soon the transformation was over, and the thick-boned skeleton slowly sat up. In a pair of empty eye sockets, a faint blue soul flame flickered. Skeleton Thief, Level 7, a Level 7 skeleton, and his name changed. No longer a unified skeleton warrior, but a skeleton thief. This should be related to his occupation in his previous life. Having soul fire also means having a basic soul, just like the transformed Teddy. The skeleton got off the iron bed, and his empty eye sockets glanced at the two people present, and then walked to Wu Heng's side. The deacon stood aside, and said, You are indeed very talented. You can't take the skeleton away now, so as not to cause trouble. I understand. Wu Heng directly ordered the skeleton thief. Stay here, and obey Mr. Yaz's orders. The faint blue soul fire flickered, and the skeleton's head nodded lightly, and retreated to the side, standing in the corner like a sculpture. The deacon smiled and said, Let's go. Let's go out first. The temperature here is not suitable for staying for a long time. Wu Heng nodded and followed him out of the cellar. Okay. That's it for today. I'll let someone notify you when the appointment letter comes. The deacon paused slightly and continued. By the way, the guards in the hall have left. I will also arrange someone to explain things to the city hall. Thank you. Wu Heng thanked him. Returning to the hall, the guards were gone. All this feels a little unreal. Killing a wanted criminal, how come such a series of things happened? But for now, the professional association is helpful to me. If I can really achieve what the deacon said, I can really change my current situation. And whether it is good or bad to become a professional, it is hard to say clearly. I can only take it one step at a time. It was already afternoon when I returned to the crowded area. After having a good meal in the tavern, I walked towards my residence. Returning to my residence, I took out the exchange skill book. Acid Splash, description, releases an acid ball, causing strong acid damage to the target. Although it is somewhat different from the imagined wizard skills, it is not a big problem. Splashing sulfuric acid seems to cause high damage, and it is also somewhat insulting. I opened the book and started reading. The book is not thick, but there is a lot of content inside. It is densely written with text, and some principle diagrams. In fact, after contact, the principle of magic is not that profound. A spell can be understood as an independent effect transformation. The caster can reshape the energy around it, and then materialize it in a specific way. If you can complete this step, you can already release the corresponding spell. But the difficulty is that all this is done in a short moment. In the real battlefield, you don't have time to chant for 3 to 5 minutes to prepare. Wu Hung carefully read it from the beginning. And when he turned to the last page, a prompt appeared. Unlock skill, Acid Splash. When the prompt appeared, Wu Hung also breathed a sigh of relief. Just like the occupation book, reading it from beginning to end will unlock the corresponding ability. Otherwise, if he really learns to analyze, it will take too much time and energy to learn a skill. Name, Wu Hung. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 3, 94/2700. Attributes, Strength 9, Agility 11, Constitution 13, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charm 13. Skills, Bone Art, Acid Splash. After checking the eye attribute column, the skill item has indeed added Acid Splash. In addition, his own level has reached level 3, and the attributes have also been greatly improved. He closed the book and headed straight to the zombie world. The zombie world. The skeleton team stood upright on the roof, like a line of terracotta warriors. They were all bare bones now. If they all wore armor and helmets, and took up formal weapons, they would look almost the same as the terracotta warriors. At least this upright look was exactly the same. The skeleton dog ran over from the back of the skeleton team, crouched on the ground and looked up at him, and its bone tail kept swinging, rubbing against the ground. Wu Hung touched its skull dog head, then walked to the edge of the roof and looked down. It should be because of the survivors yesterday that the zombies in the community were attracted by the bus and rushed out to chase the bus. There were only 5 or 6 zombies left downstairs, wandering around casually, looking at the zombies. He planned to try the effect of the skill. He condensed the acid splash and released it at one of them. The dark green ball of acid flew down from the roof and hit the zombie's feet with a bang. Although it didn't hit, it was still possible to see that the acid-covered area had a corrosive effect. But the effect only lasted for a few seconds before disappearing. Roar! The zombie was startled by the sudden attack, and its back slightly bent, roaring around. But it didn't notice the man and the skeleton dog poking their heads out from the roof. The effect is average, Wu Hung muttered. But he didn't think about trying his skills anymore. He put on the wanted criminal's armor, the original slightly inferior one, on the sword-wielding skeleton. Follow me. With a wave of his hand, the skeletons behind him immediately moved and followed him into the corridor. Squeak! The tightly closed corridor door opened, with a tooth-grinding sound of opening and closing. The wandering zombies immediately turned their heads and looked towards the corridor, while roaring, rushing towards the corridor. Just as they entered the corridor, countless kitchen knives fell down and chopped them directly to the ground. Chapter 14, Appointment Letter. 5 or 6 zombies crowded and pushed into the corridor. But what greeted them were kitchen knives falling down. The fierce zombies were instantly chopped to the ground and never got up again. The corridor door was closed again, isolating from the outside world. Wu Hung walked down from behind the skeletons and began to release the bone-serving technique, and 6 skeletons stood up. He found kitchen knives for the skeletons and looked at the sky. It was already dusk. Joining a profession and learning skills today occupied the daytime. Going out to kill zombies again is a bit risky, so let's wait until tomorrow. Return to Blackstone Town, eat, practice spear, sleep. The next day, Wu Hung got up early. Life without video games made him energetic. After breakfast, he went directly to the career hall. In the morning, there were not many people here. Wu Hung came to the counter and asked, "Help me see, is the commission posted?" "Sir, please show me the commission receipt." Take out the receipt and hand it over. The staff starts to check the progress according to the number on it. The commission has been completed. You need to pay another 15 silver and 32 copper. It's finally done. But the price is ridiculously high. 15 silver. Enough to buy 3 ordinary iron swords. But there is no hesitation. I paid the balance immediately. The potion and a test receipt were handed over. Special antidote, description, a potion made for fixed toxins. I put away the antidote and quickly returned to my residence. Zombie world. I came to the roof and took out the potion and the paper to check. Wu Hung did not understand the alchemy of this world. However, the efficacy of alchemy potions still had many magical aspects. Even in the modern world with advanced technology, it was difficult for the produced drugs to achieve the effect of immediate effect. If the modern world had not become like this, opening a pharmaceutical company would definitely make a lot of money. In addition to the potion, there was also a paper sheet given. On the paper sheet, there were the results of the corpse core test and the materials for the medicine. These were all the requirements Wu Hung put forward in the commission. During the test, neurotoxins, corpse poison and other toxic substances were mentioned. As for the use of corpse cores, the suggestion given was alchemical materials, and there was no mention of direct consumption. The materials for the antidote had complicated names, and none of them were familiar. After a rough look, he put them away. He took out the remaining corpse core and put the antidote aside. This corpse core has been in his hands for a few days, and fortunately it didn't smell. Otherwise, his money would have been wasted. After disinfecting with white wine, he did not hesitate, and swallowed it directly with his head tilted back. At first, he did not feel anything. Constitution +2. Strength +1. Agility +2. The system prompt appeared instantly. Before Wu Hung could be happy, a burning sensation spread from his abdomen to his whole body. Purple blood vessels began to appear on his arms and neck. And at the same time, the burning sensation turned into a piercing pain. Shit! It's poisonous indeed. Bo! He opened the antidote and poured it directly into his stomach in one breath. After drinking the liquid medicine, the pain was relieved, and the purple blood vessels on his body began to disappear little by little. Finally, they disappeared. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Wu Hung lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Huh? Fortunately, I customized the antidote. Otherwise, I might have killed myself. After the pain completely disappeared and his mind was clear, he felt an unconcealable joy in his heart. 5 attributes were added. According to the upgrade, it was 2.5 levels. Attributes: Strength 10, Agility 13, Constitution 15, Intelligence 16, Perception 10, Charm 13. Although the attribute points were added to Constitution, Strength and Agility, the attributes can be directly reflected in the physical state, and any high one is good. Intelligence is not the only thing that is useful to mages. After a while of being happy, I calmed myself down, took out the potion formula and checked it again. Is it true? As long as I continue to absorb corpse cores, I can still improve my attributes. If this conjecture is correct, then my attributes will be improved indefinitely. Even if the attribute increase brought by the upgrade is not high, I can also improve my attributes through corpse cores. The two can complement each other. After resting for a while, I felt that there was no abnormality in my body. He continued to stand up and commanded the skeletons to start the leveling action today. After one night, 3 more zombies wandered around the cleaned-up downstairs. He didn't know where they came from. He opened the staircase door and gave the order, "Attack!" The next second, a group of skeletons, like a long dragon, rushed out of the corridor and pounced on the zombies outside. The zombies were knocked to the ground by the crowded skeletons. Before they could raise their heads, countless kitchen knives and hammers fell on them, smashing them into a pool of mud. The movement here also attracted the attention of the zombies downstairs. They rushed over from the open corridor and behind the building. "Attack!" Wu Hung also walked out of the corridor and gave a loud order. The skeleton warriors raised their kitchen knives in unison and rushed towards the zombies that rushed over. The roars and chopping sounds were continuous. Bang, 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 bang. The glass of the building in front shattered one after another, and zombies fell from the broken windows upstairs. The tall ones were smashed into pulp, and the shorter ones broke their lower limbs and crawled forward. So many? Zombies rushed out from various places, and then pounced on the skeleton camp. Although it was still within the skeleton's tolerance range, compared to the number estimated from the roof, it was also much more. The skeleton dog, from time to time, jumped out of the skeleton camp, pounced on one or two zombies, bit their necks and shook their heads wildly. When the zombies surrounded them, they immediately jumped back behind the skeletons, and did not forget to swing their waists at the skeletons. The meaning of mockery and provocation was very strong. Wu Hung stood behind the skeletons, observing the situation on the scene, while releasing the bone-serving technique to replenish the number of lost skeletons. There were fewer and fewer, and finally only a few scattered ones were left, and the zombies that broke their legs after jumping off the building still insisted on crawling towards this side. Go, kill those paralyzed ones. Wu Hung ordered the skeleton dog. The skeleton dog swung its tail, and directly jumped out of the skeleton group, killing the zombies crawling on the ground one by one. Soon, there were about 30 or 40 zombie corpses piled up downstairs. Let the skeletons collect all the corpses, and pile them into a small hill. Wu Hung began to release the bone-serving technique. Summon a few, rest for a while, to avoid excessive mental exhaustion. He didn't want to feel the stirring of brains again. The sky gradually darkened again. He looked at the remaining bodies that had not been transformed, and gave up the idea of transforming overnight. He couldn't drift, he had to stay alive and develop. Returning to Blackstone Town, Wu Hung had dinner in the tavern. On the way, he also heard some information from the drinkers. What about which brothel was offering discounts, and the blacksmith shop had a price increase because of insufficient ore. This is the most effective way for him to understand the world. Asking others, sometimes it will attract attention. Listening to others bragging, you can also get a lot of useful information. After eating and drinking, started walking towards the residence. I was quite satisfied. The luck has changed. Good things have happened one after another in the past 2 days. It feels like my luck has exploded. Everything has become smooth, and the future is promising. We must stay alive, improve the attributes, and increase the number of skeletons, Wu Hung emphasized. He walked quickly towards his residence. However, just after turning into the alley where he lived, his steps suddenly stopped. He quickly retreated outside the alley and opened his gun holster. At the door of his house, there were 3 figures standing. One was a man and one was a woman, and the other was wrapped in a black cloak, and it was hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Is the wanted criminal here to take revenge? It's not even dark yet. Wu Hung looked alert. The 3 people in the alley also noticed the movement here, and one of them said, "Wu Hung? What's up, guys? The appointment letter from the headquarters has come down, and the deacon asked me to bring it to you, as well as your skeleton." As he said that, one of them pulled down the hood of the figure behind him, revealing a skeleton warrior with soul fire burning in his eyes. A tiny mark on the mandible proved that it was the wanted criminal Wu Hung had killed. "Sorry. Please come in." Wu Hung apologized, and walked forward to open the door, and invited the 2 to come in. In addition to his own skeleton, there were 2 people in total. A man and a woman. The man was probably in his 40s, with brown hair slicked back, a serious and resolute face, a silver-white armor, and a long sword hanging from his waist. On the right chest of the silver armor, there was the emblem of the professional association. The other person was a young woman, with long golden hair, 3-dimensional and delicate facial features, a tall figure, brown leather armor on the upper body, and slim leather trousers on the lower body, and long and straight legs, giving people a sense of shrewdness and competence. As soon as they entered the room, a pair of eyes kept looking around. "Please sit down." Wu Hung motioned for the 2 to sit down, unscrewed a bottle of iced black tea, and poured a cup for each of them. After he sat down, the man took out some things. He placed them on the wooden table one by one, and said, "My name is Otluk, the captain of the 4th team stationed in Blackstone Town, and this is member Kavina." The woman nodded. "Well, good afternoon, both of you." The middle-aged captain placed the items in his hand on the table one by one, and said, "This is the appointment letter of the association and the armor and protective gear issued. Keep them carefully. The armor is just a welfare reward, and it is not mandatory to wear it. There are also armor rewards, which is really good." The other party continued, "According to the assignment of the Blackstone Town Professional Association, you will be a member of the 4th team in the future." Wu Hung understood why these 2 people came here. It turned out that the teams had been divided. "Okay. Is there only 3 people in our team? Wu Heng asked curiously. The professional team is between 3 and 5 people. Our team is newly added. There are only 3 of us at present. The professional team is mainly responsible for professional rescue and assisting local guards. The number of people will not be as large as the patrol team. If there are too many people, it will cause local resistance. The captain continued, and we have a mission tomorrow. We will set off early in the morning and gather at the West City Gate. Don't be late then. Wu Heng was stunned. So soon? Chapter 15, Professional Team. When Wu Heng heard that they were going to leave the city tomorrow, his face changed instantly. Isn't it said that the professional association is just a job for a bunch of people? Why do we have to go out of the city to do a mission on the first day? Captain, there is a mission so soon? Wu Heng asked. He was 100% unwilling to go out. You can level up by beating zombies, but going out of the city will face many dangers. Seeing Wu Heng's appearance, the captain also smiled and said, Our team has just been established. Naturally, it is not a difficult task. This time we are going out just to help Blackstone Town investigate some things, don't worry. Speaking of this, he felt a little relieved. After all, they have already joined the association. So it is not easy to say that they will not go. Okay, Captain. I understand. The captain nodded. Well, this is our team's first activity, don't be late. After that, he stood up and left with the long-legged beauty team member. Wu Heng stood at the door, watched the 2 leave the alley, and then closed the door again. Outside the alley, the silver-armored captain who left quickly asked, How do you feel about the new team members? It's the first time I met them. I feel okay, not the annoying kind. After answering, the blonde beauty asked curiously, Is he really a necromancer? You saw it too, the skeleton is his. The room is too empty, there is a wooden target for training in the corner, it doesn't look like a mage, nor a necromancer. Karina continued. Every mage is a scholar. Not to mention any academic achievements, at least he should have a few books or experimental equipment. The room just now didn't have these things, and it was even a little shabby. Living in a crowded area is not the same as those mages with inheritance. Yeah, that's right. The 2 walked out of the intersection, and were about to leave. The captain did not forget to say, Don't be late tomorrow morning. Okay, Captain. After seeing the 2 off, Wu Heng closed the door tightly. He picked up the items that had just been delivered and examined them. The first one was the appointment letter, which read Special Envoy of the Professional Association. The remaining small words acknowledged his professional identity and that he was stationed in Blackstone Town, Yek Kingdom. In addition to the appointment letter, there was also a dark brown leather armor and a crest in it. The captain of the 4th team and the beautiful woman just now both wore this crest, which was also used to represent their identities. The appointment letter and crest were put aside. Pick up the new armor and examine it. Dark brown leather armor with fine patterns, with metal clips on the chest and shoulders, playing a key role in protection. It feels a certain weight in the hand, heavier than ordinary leather armor, but it is within the tolerable range. In this world, weapons are important, but a good defensive armor is equally important. The armor provided by the Professional Association, in terms of workmanship and defense, is better than the 2 pieces in my hands. Now, I have 3 pieces of leather armor. After checking the things delivered, his eyes fell on the skeleton next to him again. Skeleton Thief. Level 7, 0/14,000. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 20, Intelligence 10, Perception 10, Charisma 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Features: Ambidextrous, Trap Sense, Intuitive Dodge. Abilities: Sneak Attack, Lock Picking, Intermediate, Disarming Trap, Intermediate, Dual Wielding Proficiency, Intermediate, Short Blade Proficiency, Intermediate, Light Armor Proficiency, Intermediate. Ambidextrous. Can flexibly use offhand weapons, use grenades, scrolls, and items more flexibly and quickly. Trap Sense. Good at detecting and finding traps set in advance. Intuitive Dodge. Can detect and avoid danger with intuition. As expected of someone who has been on the wanted list, this attribute is the most common one he has seen so far. It is much stronger than myself and the skeleton dog. I took a rough look. In terms of attributes, agility and strength are relatively high, which is in line with the profession of thief. And among the following abilities, there are Sneak Attack and Lock Picking, which also verifies this point. They are all niche specialties. But the ability of Lock Picking is not very useful in my hands. So far, I have not seen a lock that my bronze key cannot open. I didn't see any powerful skills, but I felt that the useful one was trap sense, which can detect traps set in advance. Another point is that the intelligence of this skeleton has reached 10 points. It is no different from a normal person. He took out his original leather armor and 2 short blades and said, "Put on the leather armor and pick up the weapons." After hearing the order, the skeleton thief took off his black cloak, put on the leather armor, and hung the 2 short blades on his waist again. This won't work. Even if he put on the leather armor, there were still many places where the bones were exposed. When I go to participate in the mission tomorrow, I will definitely bring the skeleton with me. The bones are exposed outside. In a human city like Blackrock Town, it is easy to cause panic and trouble. Think about it, still from the zombie world, the clothes and pants and leather boots that were picked up before him, another full-cover motorcycle helmet took it over. Put it all. Skeleton thieves put all clothes, after wearing a helmet, the whole person, the wrapped is unprepared. Good. Wu Hung is still very satisfied. Think about it, continue, you still call you the original name Basin, do you understand? Skeleton thief nodded. Really use it? Busan, wait for the corner. Skeleton thieves walk aside, like sculpture. Stand upright there, enter the standby state. After finishing all the work, Wu Hung walked to the wooden target nearby and started today's short spear training. After the first set of training, he took a break. His eyes fell on the skeleton thief, who was looking at him with empty eyes. Come! Practice with me. The skeleton thief walked down and drew out 2 shining double blades from his waist. You use a wooden stick. Wu Hung found 2 short sticks and gave them to it. If he gave himself a knife during practice, it would be a joke. 1 person and 1 bone began to practice. Until late at night, Wu Hung asked the skeleton thief to guard the door, and he went to bed to rest. Boom! Wu Hung never thought that the means of transportation for the mission would be a train. It seems inaccurate to call it a train. The way to generate power should not be combustion, because there is no chimney like the old train. But the appearance and rails are not much different from the train. What is it wearing? The long-legged female teammate Kavina pointed to the skeleton thief beside her. The matte black helmet on his head still caught her attention. Helmet! Wu Hung explained. I know it's a helmet. But why is it like this? Who designed it? Kalina continued to ask. I don't know. Is there any problem? Chapter 16 Mine. In a world where professionals exist, strange helmets are not uncommon. There are helmets with horns on the top of the head, those with long and thin bird feathers, and even helmets made of animal skulls. But it seems that this is the first time I have seen a helmet made into a ball. Let me see it, Kavina said. Take off the helmet. The skeleton thief Basan took off the helmet and handed it to him, and Wu Hung handed it to Kavina. After taking off the helmet, it was not the skull that was exposed, but a layer of bandit's headgear. Only the empty eye sockets could reveal the identity of the skeleton. Kavina began to check the helmet, while Wu Hung looked at Oddluck beside him and asked softly, Captain, where are we going? Captain Oddluck was a burly man, wearing metal armor, sitting in a seat that occupied the space of 2 people. He glanced at the guards of Black Rock Town opposite, and continued, Black Rock Town received a tip-off that a villager in the mining village disappeared, and the investigators sent out had no news either, and neither the people nor the information came back. Damn. It doesn't sound safe. Then our mission is to investigate this village? Investigating the village is the mission of these guards. Our mission is to confirm whether the mine owner is in any danger. He is an important member of the association. Then we will work with the guards to investigate the mining village. 2 missions, actually 1 mission. Confirm whether the mine owner is still alive. If he is dead, collect the body. If he is alive, ask if he is affected. The second is to assist the Black Rock City guards in investigating the mining village. Although assistance is not the main mission, if there is any danger, it is inevitable that there will be a fight. Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. Kavina leaned closer to her and said softly, the leader of the Black Rock City, Praman, is a level 11 warrior. The curly-haired man sitting in the 3rd seat is an investigator. He looked at the seat in front of him as he spoke. The leader named Praman was a serious-looking man, with a very strong body. The exposed arm was probably as thick as someone's thigh. There was a long sword beside him, and the curly-haired investigator had slightly dark skin and short brown curly hair, like instant noodles. The rest of the people were all dressed as city guards. 2 were equipped with shields and swords. 2 were only equipped with one-handed swords, but they had crossbows. The captain said, the mission is not difficult, follow the process and complete it, and return safely. Okay. Kavina leaned back lazily, her long legs crossed together, and her arm touched him again. Tell me, how did you choose the Necromancer? By chance, I feel that the Necromancer is also a mage. Afternoon. The investigation team came to a manor. The mine owner Akito received the team that suddenly arrived in the side hall. Akito is a middle-aged man of medium build and well-dressed. After a simple greeting, the commander Praman went straight to the point. We received news that a large number of people disappeared in the mining village. Do you have any clues about this matter? Akito rubbed his brows and said softly. I am also worried about this matter. There were more than 200 miners in the village, and suddenly they disappeared. There was no one left. When did you find out that people in the village were missing? Praman continued to ask. At the beginning of the month. I remember it very clearly. It was the time to hand over the ore. When the team arrived, we found that the village was empty, and there was no one. I had to pay a large sum of money. Akito's face was full of worry. Before us? Have other investigation teams come here? Praman narrowed his eyes, and stared at the other party and asked. Akito lowered his head and said. They came here. It was a 3-person team. They asked similar questions and then left. Did something happen? Any other information? Tell me everything you know. Akito crossed his hands and placed them on the long table in front of him. He lowered his head and thought for a while. And said, I asked the guards to check the village. The supplies and even the property inside are still there. It can be confirmed that they did not leave. And there are no signs of fighting. The mining village? How far is it from here? Not far. It takes half a day to ride on horseback. The two asked and answered, checking the situation. The curly-haired investigator stood aside, recording the conversation with a pen and paper. But it was obvious that the mine owner didn't know much about the situation. He only knew that the miners in the village were missing, and he planned to get a result as soon as possible, so as not to delay his making money. As for the previous missing investigation team, he didn't provide any effective information. Okay. I got it. Prepare horses and carriages for us. Praman stood up and said at the same time. The mine owner immediately said, I have someone prepare a dinner. Rest for a night. I will send a few people over tomorrow morning. No need. Prepare the carriage. Akito didn't insist anymore, and ordered his men to prepare horses and carriages. The investigation team boarded the carriage and headed towards the mining village. After leaving the manor, 4 horses escorted the carriage and headed to the mining village according to the map. Even eating and drinking were solved in the carriage. It seems that Praman intends to come up with a result today. The road was bumpy all the way, and it was already dusk. Commander, we can see a village ahead. The voice of the guard came from outside the carriage. Well, close to the village. The carriage continued to move forward, and when it felt that it was almost reaching the village, it began to feel violent bumps. Outside, the guards cried out. The horses are out of control. Damn it. What's going on? The horses are crazy. Jump off quickly. Pulling open the curtain of the carriage. The guards on horseback were seen crashing directly into the trees on the roadside. Bang! The dull sound of the collision was like a sandbag hitting the ground. The guard driving the carriage was also trying his best to control the horses. But it was obviously not very effective. The carriage was getting faster and faster, and it went from bumping to shaking from side to side. Jump off the carriage, Oddluck said. However, before everyone could make the next move, the carriage rushed straight into the village, knocked over the obstacles on the road, and crashed into the wall of the village house. The carriage flipped over on the open ground. Bang! Captain Oddluck kicked open the top door, and several people and a skeleton climbed out of the carriage, after shaking his head to make himself more sober. The horse pulling the carriage had been killed, with brains and blood all over the ground, and its neck twisted into a strange shape under the huge impact. Commander, outside the village, the guards who fell off their horses walked in with weapons in hand. There were still many people, but 2 of them were limping, obviously injured. After they got together again, they began to take medicine. The gate of the village was open, and there was no one inside. The whole village was empty and quiet. It was like a long-abandoned village. Someone, Kavina said. Everyone looked in the direction of her gaze, and saw a large group of people standing in the dim corner. Everyone was stunned. The information in the intelligence and the mine owner's information were all about missing people. How could someone appear? Were they attracted by the crash? Who? Come out! The guard shouted. Tap, tap, tap. As soon as the voice fell, the figures in the dark began to approach. Out of the shadows, there were twisted faces, like mad patients. Then, they rushed towards the crowd with their fangs and claws bared. Commander, the information is wrong. They may have lost their minds. A guard said softly. The commander was calm and indifferent. His face did not change. Stop them from getting closer. Yes. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A series of crossbow arrows were shot out, piercing the legs of the enemies rushing towards them. Many figures fell to the ground. They are villagers here, but they behave like undead species. The investigator said. Undead species? The commander's eyes scanned Wu Hung, who was standing beside him. Let one in, the commander ordered. The guards opened a path, and a mad miner instantly broke through the defense line and rushed to the back. Rushing to the front, the commander grabbed the miner's neck with one hand. He lifted him up. No matter how crazy he struggled, he could not escape the other party's control. Necromancer, come and take a look, he said to Wu Hung, who was behind. Chapter 17, Mining Village. Several people looked at him. Wu Hung was also stunned. Then he realized that they were talking to him. Looking at the miner who behaved like a zombie, Wu Hung was speechless. Although he was a necromancer, he was limited to releasing skills. He was not a real scholar, so he would never read these things. But since the other party said so, he could only go forward to check the miner's situation. The miner looked crazy, with saliva hanging from the corner of his mouth. Like crazy. He wanted to attack the people in front of him. His pupils were still focused, and his skin was not in the state of a zombie. He took off his gloves and put them on the skin of the other person's neck. He could feel the temperature of the human body, and there was no smell of a necromancer. Rather than a zombie, he looked more like a patient with rabies. He was violent, crazy, and like a wild beast. The difference from a zombie was that his body still had life characteristics. Not a dead soul, but more like a mad soul, Wu Hung said, and added, it doesn't rule out other methods of the dead soul. Even though he had seen few dead soul creatures, he could be sure that the miner in front of him was not a soldier transformed by dead soul magic. Then, the curly-haired investigator also stepped forward to conduct an inspection. He came to a similar conclusion. Praman nodded, threw the crazy miners aside, and said, tie up all the living ones. Don't let them affect the subsequent investigation. Yes, the guard replied. Search for some hemp ropes and rags in the village, and began to tie up the miners. More than 20 crazy miners. Nearly half of them died in the previous contact, and the rest were also injured. With such injuries, even if he wakes up later, he will be disabled. But it is better than being killed by the guards directly. Soon, the miner was tied up tightly and thrown into a wooden house. After the investigation team confirmed that there was no other danger, they continued to walk into the village. The whole village was empty. Desolate and desolate. Along the way, you can see wooden barrels of end, clothes drying on the roadside. The guard team formed a formation and chatted quietly as they walked. The professional team followed. Kavanagh whispered, this is not as simple as the disappearance of the population. Intelligence obtained by Haishi Town, and the information provided by the mining owner, all villagers disappeared. If you can't live, you can't see the corpse. But they come here. What I saw was another situation. The mad miners rushed out. It is completely different from missing. Two possibilities. Intelligence changes over time. The missing person returned to the village again. Some reason made these villagers start crazy. The second is to hide the real situation. Wu Hung analyzed. You say it? Kavina said. I mean, if it's the second one, then our situation may be dangerous. The voice was not loud, but the surroundings were unusually quiet. When the others heard this, their faces changed and they looked at each other. If it was the second one, then it meant that this mission itself was a conspiracy, and their investigation team might have fallen into the enemy's trap. Thinking of the first wave of missing investigation teams, it was even more worrying. These two situations are not difficult to understand. After a brief explanation, everyone figured it out. After everyone realized what was going on, they felt a little uneasy. After a moment of silence, the curly-haired investigator retorted, the mine owner has no reason to lie. The mine is his source of income. He is more anxious than anyone else if something happens here. He has no reason to deceive us. And if he deceives the investigation team, he will have to bear serious consequences. That's right. It's indeed right. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he agreed with the other party's statement. Blindly guessing something now will only make things more complicated. The team moved along the road. The village was bigger than expected. Houses were intertwined, forming a series of intricate paths. The debris on both sides of the road began to increase. Minecarts, stones, and debris piled up into small hills. Several trees as thick as thighs, hanging with hemp ropes and cloth strips, like hanging curtains. The breeze blew, and it fluttered. Quiet but weird. Soon, the team passed through the village and saw a large mine. The mining village was built on the basis of the mine. Years of mining have left the mountain riddled with holes and countless mines. There are people over there, said the guard. Looking forward, 3 bodies can be seen in front of a pile of rubble and debris. The team approached quickly, and everyone's face turned ugly. Judging from their clothes, they were the missing investigation team. Someone really dared to attack the investigation team. This incident, I am afraid it is more serious than imagined. The curly-haired investigator began to examine the bodies. In the arms of one of the bodies, he found a record book and opened it to check. Wu Hung and his companions also immediately came over, and in the light of dusk, they looked at the contents on it. The village was empty, no daily necessities and property were taken away, and traces of life were left. The previous records were all about the situation in the village. Unlike Wu Hung and his companions, the first investigation team did not encounter crazy villagers at the door, and only recorded the empty village. This is the same as the information from Black Rock Town. Both say that the village is empty, and people are missing. But they obviously have more time. They checked the houses, but there are no useful clues. Curly turned to the second page. Late at night, there were lights and noisy noises in the village. We followed the lights to the center of the village, and saw the missing villagers gathered in the open space in the middle. They gathered together, like they were having a dance party. Some people raised their heads and sang, blood flowed from their mouths, some people were dancing, their feet were bloody, these people were like crazy, their behavior was abnormal. We waited until dawn, the crazy villagers began to walk towards the mine behind the village. We continued to follow them, intending to see where they were hiding, and why they became like this. The record ends here. Very useful clues were given later. At night, the crazy villagers would come out to sing and dance, and at that time, the villagers' mental state had already become problematic. When they arrived here, the villagers' state was even more serious, and had begun to lose control. At dawn, they would go to the mine. And this investigation team all died at the foot of the mine. Were they discovered? This shouldn't be the case. They could track them down the mountain. How could they be discovered in the end? Wu Hung analyzed in his mind, and just wanted to look up and speak. But he found that everyone was looking at him. What? Wu Hung subconsciously stepped forward. Several people took a step back, and looked behind them with vigilance. Damn! In an instant, Wu Hung felt his hair stand up, and his back went cold. Chapter 18, Human Bomb. What's going on? Wu Hang's face changed drastically, and a sense of crisis rose from his heart. Before he could do anything, the skeleton Bassin beside him had already made a move. The dagger in his hand turned over, and stabbed his left shoulder with his backhand. The moment the short blade pierced his shoulder, Wu Hung only felt his shoulder loosen, as if something disappeared. He turned his head and looked, and saw a transparent light and shadow leaving in the distance. Flying into the air, the light and shadow condensed again, and turned into the shape of an ugly baby with a thin umbilical cord. Shit, baby ghost? What happened? Wu Hung approached the team quickly and asked softly. I don't know. When everyone was reading the notes, it was lying on your shoulder and also reading the notes. Kavina answered. The few people didn't look behind them, but at their shoulders. The action of Skeleton Bassin was more direct. After finding the right time, he attacked directly. Swoosh, whisper, as the two were talking, several crossbow arrows were shot straight out. The crossbow arrows passed through the ghost's body, leaving no trace. The ghost, who looked like a baby, seemed to be frightened by something, opened his mouth wide, and made a crying motion. Although no sound could be heard, it was obvious that he was kicking his legs and crying. At this moment, everyone felt something was wrong. There were rapid and dense footsteps coming from the direction of the cave. Like rubble rolling down a dam. Dense and messy. It was like returning to another world. Facing the zombies rushing up the stairs. Trample. 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 Countless figures rushed out from the many mines. They rushed towards this place from all directions. Everyone's face changed. The crazy villagers were controlled by this ghost baby. Now it was frightened, and all the villagers in the cave rushed out. No wonder there was no one in the village, all of them hid in the mine. Don't panic, step back, find an evacuation route, the commander said in a deep voice. A guard quickly rushed into a house and ran upstairs. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow cut through the night sky, and a clear arrow sound was heard. The target hit by the arrow stumbled to the ground, tripping a large group of people behind him. At this time, the voice of the guard came from the upper floor of the house. Go north. Grenade! Plamen ordered. Several grenades were thrown into the crowd in an arc boom. Amid the deafening explosion, a red flame ignited. Retreat! The team turned around and retreated quickly to the north. Swords and armor rubbed against each other, making a friction sound. Tap tap tap. Running quickly all the way. Behind them was a dense and crazy crowd. Suddenly, chaotic footsteps came from the side. Groups of villagers rushed out from the side path and directly hit the retreating team. The leader looked grim and slashed with his two-handed sword, and 5 or 6 heads flew up in an instant. The others also drew their weapons and started fighting with the crazy crowd. Wu Hung stood beside the skeleton thief with a short spear in his hand, swinging the short spear continuously to repel the enemies who rushed over. Oddluck and Kavina were also observing the situation here while fighting. Seeing a mage who had just changed his job a few days ago, so calmly using melee combat, there was some surprise and curiosity in his eyes. He didn't look like a newcomer at all. And for Wu Hung, the scene in front of him had been seen many times in the zombie world, and the scene over there was more serious than this one. Fighting slowed down the retreat. More people rushed up from the back. Under the shadows outside the firelight, there were dense figures. Enter the alley. The commander continued to give orders. The crowd retreated into the alley. The narrow alley reduced the disadvantage in numbers. But soon the situation changed again. The crazy crowd began to climb the wall and rush to the crowd from the roof again. Find a way to break out. The commander continued to give orders. The guards tried to climb the roof again to find a way. However, as soon as they climbed up, they saw a miner running straight towards them. He was holding a bundle of detonators with ignited fuses in his arms. Detonators for opening mountains. Boom! A deafening roar sounded. The guard was blown away instantly and never got up again. At the same time, more miners climbed onto the roof and jumped down towards the crowd below. Boom boom boom! Deafening explosions sounded one after another in the alley. Gravel splashed around like bullets. The smoke dissipated, and 2 more guards fell in a pool of blood, drowned by the crowd rushing up. The rest of the people were also affected in different ways by the impact. More people carrying detonators appeared on the roof, rushing up like human bombs. Go! The commander kicked open the door beside him. Everyone entered the room, jumped out of the window on the other side, and began to flee far away. Crowds of people kept appearing from the alley, still chasing, and explosions kept ringing. Boom! Several more figures jumped down, and explosions kept ringing. The personnel were completely blown apart, and the teammates could not be seen in the thick smoke. Separate and evacuate. I could vaguely hear the order to evacuate separately. Wu Hung took the skeleton basin and found a direction and left quickly. The night was dim. Wu Hung and skeleton basin who escaped stopped. There were no enemies following behind them, but there were still flames and deafening explosions in the distance. It seemed that the enemy was not chasing him. Just as Wu Hung was thinking about the next plan. Ta-ta-ta, footsteps sounded in front, and a group of people with black cloaks beside them walked out from the mine behind the village. In one of them, there was a wrapped object in his hand, and he held it tightly in his arms. Wu Hung thought it was a crazy crowd, holding short spears and pistols in their hands. The people on the other side were also stunned. Looking at the battle area in the distance, they were also surprised that the other side could escape and stop them here. Kill him, and make a quick decision. The person holding the package in his arms gave a cold order, and he left first, and walked towards the outside of the village. The guard heard the order, raised the crossbow in his hand, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The crossbow arrow whistled, and cut through the night sky. Wu Hung was startled, and quickly turned sideways to hide behind the skeleton warrior. Puff puff puff. The crossbow arrow pierced through the leather armor on the skeleton, and came out from the back. Wu Hung looked at the crossbow arrows on the skeleton, raised his pistol, and fired a few shots back at the opposite side. Bang! 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 The gunshots were deafening, and someone was shot instantly, groaning in pain. But it was obvious that he didn't hit the vital part. After 3 shots, Wu Hung pulled the skeleton warrior and went directly into the house on the first side. He cursed in his heart. This time it was indeed a conspiracy. Go in. Kill him. The order to attack sounded again outside. And the rest of the people drew their weapons and quickly approached the wooden house. At the same time, he kept changing his position. Probably because he was afraid of being hit by bullets. Wu Hung leaned against the wall on the side of the door, guessing the identity of these people. They knew the environment here better, and seemed to have taken something from the mine. The footsteps outside the door were getting closer and closer. The skeleton Bassin beside him tightened the double blades in his hands, and was about to rush out to attract attention for him. But Wu Hung just shook his head, and he didn't need to fight them at a disadvantage. Then he took out a poison fog mine from his backpack, confirmed the position of the eye, and threw it directly. Gurgle, the poisonous fog thunder rolled down at the feet of everyone outside the door. The next second, with a bang, the thick smoke exploded instantly. With a pungent smell, it permeated all the surrounding areas. Go in, don't let them run away in the chaos, otherwise none of us will survive. The outside urged loudly again, before they could continue the attack. Clang, the sound of bones rubbing, came from the front. The next second, in the thick smoke, a huge skeleton dog rushed into the smoke, knocked down a person, clamped his neck and began to shake violently. Everyone was stunned. Undead skeletons? Where did the undead come from? However, more dense footsteps sounded one after another. One skeleton after another rushed into the smoke, waving the kitchen knife in his hand, killing the enemy on the opposite side. The sound of fighting and painful shouts sounded in the poisonous fog. Chapter 19. Leopard. The battle did not last too long. The smoke thinned a little, and the fighting stopped. The skeleton warrior stood straight in place, and the skeleton dog dragged a corpse that tried to escape and also walked back. After confirming that there was no one else around, Wu Hung set his eyes on the corpse on the ground. He was also very curious about who these people were. Why were they so accurate? After the crazy crowd was attracted away, they entered the village from the other side. He also took something away. He pulled off the cloaks of the people in front of him, revealing their faces and armor underneath. He didn't have much impression. Moreover, the armor was not standard, and he couldn't tell which faction the other party came from. He came to the end, the person who was dragged back by the skeleton dog, and continued to pull off the cloak to check. When the face was revealed, Wu Hang's brows frowned instantly. It was him, the housekeeper next to the mine owner Akido. Was it really Akido's doing? What good would this do him? Just like what the curly-haired investigator said, the mine accident had the greatest impact on him. After searching the butler's body, there was nothing else except weapons and leather armor. It seemed that their purpose was very clear, so they had to go back quickly. Seeing that there was no other gain, Wu Hung continued, "Take these bodies away, and don't touch the rest." The skeleton warriors on standby took action. They lifted the bodies on the ground and returned to the gate. On the road outside the village, a cloaked figure quickly fled into the distance. Damn it. There is a necromancer. Why is he in the investigation team? He cursed and quickened his pace. The situation in the mining village has exceeded the original plan. The identity of the corpse was found out, and they were all surrounded by the guards. Damn it. How could there be a necromancer in the investigation team? When did the necromancer also get accepted into the guards? Fortunately, he was standing at a distance to keep watch, so he was not discovered by the skeletons. Otherwise, he would have stayed there and become a cold corpse. I'll get what I deserve and leave here. He muttered to himself and suddenly stopped. A carriage was parked in front of the road, blocking his way. The sky was getting brighter, and he could vaguely see the exquisite patterns on the carriage. The man's eyes changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back, wanting to go into the forest. Just as he was about to move, he saw a yellow cheetah jumping out of the carriage and rushing towards him like a flash of lightning. The man's face changed drastically, and he took out the short blade from his waist and slashed at the cheetah. Puff! But the cheetah was faster. It bit the wrist holding the blade, breaking the bone, and the short blade fell to the ground. The man was thrown to the ground with his back facing up. The cheetah stepped on his chest. A pair of cold eyes stared down at him. The scarlet tongue with barbs licked his face, just like a sickle scraping bones, leaving a blood mark. Wolf Head Mercenary Group. Meet Mrs. Slater. Let it go quickly, the man shouted. Kuro! A woman's lazy voice came from the carriage. The leopard jumped off the man's body, but did not leave. It circled around the man, its eyes like examining prey. The man sat up, holding his injured arm, his face full of pain. What are you doing here? The woman's voice sounded again. The man quickly glanced at the cheetah beside him and said, I just completed a mission and am on my way back. Kuro! Roar! The cheetah pounced on him again, clamped his arm, and began to tear it violently. The man struggled and screamed. I said, we accepted a mission in a mining village. What did Akito ask you to do? The man was stunned, and he didn't expect the other party to know this. After thinking deeply, he lowered his head and asked, I said, can you let me go? See if you are dishonest. The man glanced at the cheetah beside him, gritted his teeth and said, we helped Akito to get something in the mining village. It was smooth at the beginning, but we were blocked by a necromancer from the investigation team. He killed everyone, and only I escaped. What did you get? I don't know. It's a small package, taken from the innermost part of the mine, and it was wrapped very tightly. The carriage was silent again. The man was shaking a little, and asked softly, can I go now? Let's go! Thank you very much. The man stood up, hugged his drooping arms, and ran towards the woods on one side. Then, the voice in the carriage sounded again. Kuro! Go kill him. The cheetah went into the woods, and then the man's painful roar and curse were heard. Not long after, the cheetah came back with a mouth full of blood, and jumped onto the carriage. Let's go back. The carriage turned around and disappeared into the night. The sky was getting light. The guards and the professional team reunited. An hour ago, the crazy crowd suddenly stopped attacking, like wheat being cut, and fell down in large numbers. Everyone took this opportunity to escape the village and gather together. While recovering their strength, they were also glad that these lunatics had lost their fighting power, otherwise they would not be able to escape alone. Captain, we did not find Wu Hung. Kavina also walked out of the village, with an ugly look on her face. I can't say I have much friendship with Wu Hung, the new member, but I don't hate him either. He just became a teammate, but he died in the first mission. This is not a good thing. The guards also suffered heavy casualties. Only 3 people were left in the 6-man team, and they were all injured. It's good news that we haven't found him yet. Let's wait a little longer, Captain Oddluck said. That being said, the situation last night was very dangerous. It was Wu Heng's first mission, and it was difficult for him to survive after being separated from the crowd. Although Kavina felt sorry for it, she had no better solution. She sat down to one side to recover her strength. At this time, the leader Preman came over. Captain Oddluck, what do you think of this incident? There were many doubts from the beginning to the end of the investigation of the mining village, but there was no effective evidence to give them a correct direction. If no one died, they would have tolerated it and let Blackstone Town handle the matter. Now that both teams have lost people, they can't just let it go. Oddluck said softly, provide the situation to Blackstone Town, dispatch more people to check the mining village, and also investigate the person who provided the information. We should be able to find some clues. Yes. The commander continued, Akito is very suspicious, but it is difficult to trace him. We have never found any clues related to him. Even if we use the intelligence as an excuse, he can find sufficient reasons. As long as Akito insists that the information he provided was the information he obtained at the time, it will be difficult to do anything to him. After all, no one can demand absolute accuracy of intelligence, especially for intelligence provided by civilians. It is normal for some errors to occur. Then there is no other way. Let's have someone check the necromancy. Those villagers are obviously not in a good state. Oddluck continued. Well, this is the only way. Let's go back first. Just as everyone stood up and prepared to leave, 2 figures walked out of the village. Wu Hung and the skeleton. Not only was he not dead, but he also had no obvious injuries. Chapter 20, Catching People. When they got closer, everyone could see the appearance of a man and a skeleton. Wu Hung was fine, just a little dusty, and the skeleton with a round helmet beside him had 5 or 6 crossbow arrows stuck in his chest armor, all of which pierced through his body. In addition, he was carrying a bloody corpse on his shoulder. This made everyone a little confused. The crazy crowd used detonators, and no one used bows and crossbows. If they could use bows and crossbows, then none of them would be able to escape. Wu Hung, where did you go? Kavina asked immediately. I hid in the village for a while, and came out when I saw nothing was happening outside. Wu Hung replied. I'm glad you're fine. Oddluck nodded and said, his eyes fell on the corpse on the skeleton warrior's shoulder. Who is that? Put it down. The skeleton threw the corpse on the ground, and Wu Hung directly pulled away the veil that was covering it. The others looked at the corpse, and their brows furrowed. Akito's housekeeper. Wu Hung directly revealed the other party's identity. With this reminder, everyone's eyes widened instantly, full of surprise and disbelief. Just now I said that. I suspected Akito, but I had no direct evidence. Now, Wu Hung came back carrying the other party's butler. What happened? Tell me in detail. Oddluck continued to ask. After we were dispersed, I fled to the west, and accidentally saw a group of people coming out of the ore behind. Then, he recounted what he saw last night. From seeing the sneaky team, the things in the other party's hands, and that they wanted to kill him, but he killed them instead. However, the way he fought back was to rely on poisonous smoke mines and skeleton basin, and conceal the skeleton group. You mean, they took something away from the mine in the back mountain? Preman came over. Yes, the crowd was led away by us, and they took something away. In an instant, everyone's face turned ugly. Preman's eyes also revealed murderous intent. This Akito is the first one to make a fool of the investigation team. Cut off the head of the body, Preman said. The guard stepped forward, chopped off the body with a knife, wrapped it in a leather bag. Let's go back. They should have left their horses nearby, and it will be faster for us to find them. The horses of the investigation team were all killed last night. Going back on foot will waste more time, and maybe Akito will arrange people to kill them. Okay, spread out and search nearby. Preman continued to give orders. The team dispersed, searched the area, and found the horses tied in the woods. The horses were a certain distance from the village, and were not disturbed. They rode their horses, and went directly to the station. After arriving at the station, they did not leave directly. Preman directly mobilized the garrison troops, and went back to the manor of Akito to capture people. The team came to the manor in a mighty manner. The defense of the manor could not be compared with that of the city. The iron gate was hollow and thin, and it could not defend against the attack of the army at all. Sir, this may not be in accordance with the rules. If you want to arrest someone, you need the approval of the city hall. The guard stood behind the door and said, after the battle last night, Preman obviously didn't have much patience to talk nonsense with him. He kicked the iron door open with a bang and shouted loudly, all armed people will be executed on the spot for treason. Swish. The moment the order was issued, bows and crossbows were already strung and pointed forward. Those manor guards, who wanted to say a few words, froze in place, and dared not move. Then he threw away his weapon carefully, to avoid being shot into a sieve. The crime of treason came out. Clearly there was something serious going on. The manor guard threw away their weapons, and the guards quickly stepped forward to control them. Preman waved again, and continued to walk towards the central building. When he reached the door of the mansion was already open. The mine owner Akito came out, holding something wrapped in yellowed rags in his arms, and in the gap of the cloth, you could see a pottery jar covered with patterns. Preman glanced at Wu Hung, who nodded slightly, proving that this was what he saw last night. At the same time, Wu Hang's sight, the object in his arms, exuded a hint of death. Akito, you know why we are here, right? Preman's voice was cold, revealing murderous intent. I know. I am willing to go with you. But please don't hurt others here, Akito said. Ha! Preman sneered. Speaking of this now, what are those villagers you killed? The guard stepped forward and controlled Akito and the people around him. Preman handed the pottery jar emitting death energy to Wu Hung, saying, keep an eye on it. Don't let anything happen to it. Damn! Wu Hung cursed inwardly, put the thing into the arms of Skeleton Basin, and followed the team to escort Akito and others away. On the train back, the guards and the professional team again distanced themselves. Skeleton Basin stood at the end of the carriage, holding the pottery jar in his arms. Wu Hung and his companion sat on the other side, keeping a certain distance. Captain, tell me about the professional association, Wu Hung asked. I just joined, and I really don't know much about this organization. The reason I joined at that time was also to have a legitimate identity. Well, let me tell you about the internal structure of the association first. Captain Oddluck continued. The professional association is a general name for organizations. It is not just composed of teams like ours that carry out missions. There are more detailed divisions within it. Those of us who are stationed in various branches are called field envoys. Their main job is to carry out missions and assist in rescuing members of the association. In addition, there are different branches such as Hanwen Society, Hunters, and secret talkers. The main members of the Hongwen Society are scholars and professionals with a strong desire for knowledge. Hunters represent exploration and adventure, mostly rangers and thieves. There are also secret talkers. They are good at collecting all kinds of intelligence. The old stories of the kingdom, the love stories of the nobles, or some secrets circulating among the people are all their targets. Wu Heng listened and understood the meaning of these organizations. The professional association is like a school. Everyone is a student of this school, but there are different clubs inside. Some people like to study knowledge, then join the Hongwen Society. Some people like adventure and join the Hunters. If you like to collect gossip, then join the Whisperers. But no matter how it is divided internally, you are still a member of the professional association. This mechanism is quite perfect. Kavina also said at this time, don't get too close to the Whisperers. It's a very troublesome thing to arouse their curiosity. You don't want your secrets to be stored in the database. Damn, after saying this, I instantly felt that my information was exposed, and I felt that I was going to die socially worldwide. Are there any Whisperers members in Blackstone Town? Wu Heng asked. Yes, Mrs. Slater of the Golden Cat. Chapter 21, I have always had good taste. Madam, the two words carry an inexplicable attraction. But the name Golden Cat is still very famous in Blackstone Town. Or it is too famous in the male circle. When eating in the tavern, you can often hear people talking about which girl is white in the Golden Cat, what new dance program is there, and so on. And the Golden Cat is different from a normal brothel. It is not a business of sex trade, but an entertainment venue for some singing and dancing performances. According to Wu Heng's understanding, it was just a marginal performance. But he had only heard about it a little bit. And he didn't expect that the boss behind it was a woman. And she was from the professional association. Which team is she from? Wu Heng continued to ask. Kavina continued, she is the deputy deacon of Blackstone Town. And she doesn't belong to the team. Deputy deacon. This power is not small. After a long time, it is unlikely to avoid contact. It is best to maintain a good relationship and don't let her remember any gossip about you. The two chatted about the boss behind the Golden Cat. Captain Oddluck continued, let me tell you about the team in Blackrock Town. Okay. Besides the one we just established, there were 3 teams before. The first team was established the earliest. The captain was called Anil, a warrior. The captain of the second team was the warlock Talisa. The captain of the third team was the ranger Nacho. Their teams were established earlier and had 5 members. Wu Heng listened and knew that there were 3 teams. And each team was fully staffed. It was also because of the newly formed 4th team that he was recruited. He became a member of the professional association. As for the names of the 3 captains, I forgot them as I listened. The only one that impressed me was Mrs. Slater of the Golden Cat. Okay. Just listen to it roughly, and you will get familiar with it slowly over time. The captain continued to say. Yeah. The train returned to Blackstone Town. And it was almost dusk. At the station, the guards of Blackstone Town handed over a kiddo, and others, and the pottery jar full of the breath of the dead. At this point, the mission of the professional team is considered completed. The remaining matters will be handled by Blackstone Town. Captain Oddluck and Plamen chatted in a low voice for a few words. And then, they separated, and went to the professional association to report. Wu Heng and Kavina can go home first. And I will inform them if there is anything. After saying goodbye to the two, Wu Heng walked towards his residence. The mission of the professional team is not as simple as Yaz said. There are only 9 people in the investigation team. 3 of them died, and the rest are all injured. If it wasn't confirmed that one of them was the housekeeper of a kiddo, it would be difficult to have substantial evidence to pin the matter on a kiddo. Then, the necromancy pottery jar. I don't know how many people will be killed. Black magic is really scary. No wonder they are so resistant to necromancers. It's not unfair at all. I returned to my residence and was about to go to the zombie world to see what was going on. There was a knock on the door. Wu Heng, are you back? The landlord's voice. Wu Heng opened the door, and a middle-aged man with rough skin and a beard longer than his hair stood at the door. Mr. Rudger. Rudger was the owner of the house. The landlord. Well, Wu Heng, have you caused any trouble? Rudger walked into the room quickly and asked directly. Wu Heng frowned, thinking of the wanted criminal accomplice who escaped. He asked, did something happen? I was just going to ask you what happened. Why do guards always come to your place these days? I rented the house to you because you are a good person. You can't cause me any trouble. The landlord sat down at the table. After saying that, he glanced at the figure wearing a round helmet, frowned, and added, "Also, I only rent this house to you. Don't bring anyone here." Skeleton Basson. His whole body was wrapped tightly, but there were traces of crossbow arrows on his leather armor. In addition, the round helmet was very strange, and he didn't look like an ordinary resident. Wu Hong also immediately understood what the other party meant. In the past few days, guards and professional teams came here frequently, which made the landlord feel that something was wrong. After all, it was just for rent, and no one wanted to cause trouble. Fortunately, no one knew that Wu Hong had killed someone here. Otherwise, he would have been kicked out. Misunderstood. I joined the professional team, and yesterday I also assisted the city defense guards to investigate things, and I didn't do anything bad. As he said, he took out the bronze emblem given to him by the professional association. The landlord was stunned at first, then surprised, and immediately turned into a smile. "I said you have a promising future. I have always had a good eye." The landlord's attitude changed immediately. No more troublemaking things, but praising him for his ability and promising future. They also introduced him to someone with great enthusiasm. The girl from so-and-so's family, the widow from which street. She mentioned 3 or 4 candidates. But Wu Hong just listened and didn't pay too much attention. A professional field envoy, actually, has no law enforcement power, but in the eyes of ordinary people, he is still a little special. Wu Hong also chatted with him for a while, and said that he would not cause trouble for him. The landlord laughed, and thought that if Wu Hong lived here, the public security in the neighborhood would be much better. Soon, the landlord left. Wu Hong went to the zombie world to take a look, took out some goods, and let the skeleton Basson carry them, and walked out of the door. Professional Association. Meeting room. 4 people sat on both sides of the long and narrow conference table. There are 4 teams in the Blackstone Town Professional Association, and Oddluck just came back, and was also called to attend the meeting. The deacon has not come yet, and the few people seem a little relaxed. The captain of the first team said, "Oddluck, I heard that your team has recruited a necromancer." "Well, the team is short of manpower, and we have recruited new people," Oddluck answered calmly. The captain of the third team said, "I know about this matter. The deacon recruited him personally, and wanted to arrange him in our team." He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. The third team didn't want him, so he was arranged in the fourth team. The female captain of the second team glanced at Oddluck and said, "Use him first when there is a shortage of manpower, and we'll talk about it later." The captain of the first team continued to ask, "Yesterday was your first mission, right? How did he perform?" "He performed very well. Beyond my expectations." "Haha. Don't be so stubborn. He just changed his job a few days ago. It's good that he is not a burden." The captain of the third team didn't believe it at all. Oddluck did not speak either. The others just smiled, and did not talk about it anymore. At this time, the door opened. Deacon Yaz walked in with a wooden staff, and sat down at the first seat. He said directly, "In this mission to investigate the mining village, the fourth team performed very well, especially team member Wu Hong, who was praised by the city hall. Due to the wrong intelligence in Blackrock Town, the reward for your team, Oddluck, will be doubled, plus an intermediate item reward." As soon as these words came out, all the team leaders were stunned. The city hall praised a necromancer? What did he do? Chapter 22, Skeleton Crossbowman. Oddluck might be stubborn and refuse to admit that his team members are not good enough. But the deacon has said so he can't be wrong. Let the city hall praise a necromancer. It seems that in this mission, it really played a big role. Noticing that something was wrong with several people, the deacon asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Congratulations to Captain Oddluck for recruiting a capable member," the captain of the third team said. "Thank you." Oddluck thanked him. The deacon also continued, "This incident involves the Wolf Head mercenary group. Except for the fourth team, all other teams should prepare to assist Blackstone Town in arresting the Wolf Head mercenary group." "Yes." Everyone answered and left the meeting room. On the other side, Wu Hong took the skeleton to the East City district. On both sides of the main road connecting the East City gate, there are stalls one after another. It forms a very local market. The spoils of the mercenary group, the goods of the village, or some shops will also take out items for sale during this period. If you have the conditions, you can set up a stall. If you don't, you can just spread a piece of linen or leather. It's considered a stall. Wu Hong came late. He found a place at the edge and spread a piece of cloth. He took out all the things one by one. Mainly the glass cups he looted. He put them one by one on the stall. Then he stood up and shouted, "Take a look." The black-hearted boss ran away with his sister-in-law. The glass cups that were originally priced at 1,200 yuan are now all 50 coppers. First come, first served. I will close the stall after they are sold out. People who heard the shouting cast doubtful eyes. After listening again, I finally heard the words, like he ran away with his sister-in-law. I didn't understand what goods could be related to the boss's sister-in-law. So I moved forward to see what was being sold. Soon, the shouting attracted a lot of people, who surrounded the stall several times. All 50 coppers? All 50 coppers. Pick whatever you want. It's convenient to drink water. And it looks good at home. Did the boss really run away with his sister-in-law? Didn't he take others with him? It doesn't matter. If you don't buy now, you'll only have the leftovers. Why do these look like they've been used by people? They're dirty from touching them. Just go back and brush them. I want one. I want 3. And I can drink water from a glass cup too. With people taking the lead, the rest also paid for them. This price is definitely cheaper than the glass cups in the shops. And the patterns and styles are better than the ordinary columnar ones. It is definitely good value for money here. The reason why this price is set is not that we really plan to make a lot of money. These are all collected. And it would be a pity to throw them away. Those who can come here to buy things are ordinary residents or villagers from remote villages. It's better to sell them cheaply to everyone, so that they can all use them. Amid Wu Heng's various shouts, this place became the most popular stall. More and more people gathered. Not knowing what was going on, they also came over to watch the fun. Wu Hong kept collecting money. Soon, all the glasses on the stall were sold out. Many people who didn't get one were so angry that they slapped their thighs. The rest of the people at the stalls were dumbfounded. What's going on? Closing up the stall now. The things were sold out as soon as I sat down. No more, please forgive me. Wu Hong rolled up the stall cloth and put it away directly. Continue to say, there will be another batch coming in a few days. The price will still be the same then. If you need it, you can come and have a look. It's convenient for you and your family. After packing up his things, Wu Hong took the skeleton and was about to leave. As soon as he stood up, several people surrounded him. They were from several stalls nearby. Sir, if you don't have time, you can sell the goods to me directly, at the same price, and it will save you the time of making a trip. One of them said. Sell it to me, I can offer a higher price. I have a physical store here, as long as the supply is stable, I can sell it for you. Wu Hong understood the intentions of the people, and planned to resell the goods. This actually did not cause any loss to him, and it also saved time. But after thinking about it carefully, I decided to forget it. I don't know when I will come to sell next time, and it is not easy to explain why he keeps getting goods out of thin air. There is no factory behind him. They are all moved from another world. If someone really wants to check, there will be problems. He refused directly. Forgive me, I'm not sure if there will be goods next time, so we can't cooperate anymore. When they heard that there was no goods behind, they didn't continue to pester him, and only said that they could sell them if there was goods, then they went back to their own stalls. Wu Hong got up and started to walk around the stalls. But he hadn't taken 2 steps, and there were shouts from behind him. The boss ran away with his sister-in-law, and he used the goods to pay the debt. The people who were shouting were stunned at the same time, and glared at each other. Wu Hong looked back, and continued to walk forward. This place was much more lively than the night market in the modern world. Not to mention the strange things sold. I saw several groups of real people piking not far away. But they were still relatively restrained. They didn't draw their swords, but just punched each other in the face. After walking around, they stopped in front of a stall. The stall owner was a middle-aged man wearing leather armor, with herbs and animal horns in front of him, and 5 spears. The spearhead is metal, and the shaft is hardwood. It should be used by the nearby village to drive away wild beasts. Adventurers will not use wooden weapons in battle, which are easily cut in half. It is more useful against wild beasts. How much is the spear? Wu Hong asked. The stall owner looked up at him and said casually, 2 silver coins. Or you can barter. I want all these. Can you make it cheaper? All? Why do you want so many? The stall owner looked up at him. Will you give me a discount? 10 silver coins for all of them. I'll give you 9. The stall owner continued. Wu Hong paid directly, and bought the 5 spears. Seeing that the other party was generous, the stall owner continued, "If you like the rest, I'll buy them all and give you a discount. I'll have a chance next time." He picked up the purchased spears and carried them together with Skeleton Bassin and walked towards his residence. After solving the dinner problem, he let Skeleton Bassin hold the purchased spears and went to the zombie world. The familiar stench of decay hit him in the face, but it gave him a sense of security of returning to normal life. The human world is too complicated. In the mission of the mining village, the mine owner was the mastermind behind the scene and almost killed the entire investigation team. The most difficult thing to guess is the human heart. There is no need to worry about these in the zombie world. When he came to the roof, the skeleton warrior stood upright on the roof, and only the skeleton dogs kept running around, without any calmness of the undead. "Bring those bodies here," Wu Hung ordered. The skeleton warrior in front of him took action, dragged the corpses in the distance, and threw them at his feet. There were 4 corpses in total, which were the people who attacked him in the mining village yesterday. He picked a few and carried them back. In addition to the corpses, there were also 4 iron swords, 2 crossbows and some crossbow arrows. These were worth a lot of silver coins. He stripped off the armor and clothes of several people, revealing the wolf head-like patterns on their bodies. They should be mercenaries or gang members. Only these organizations often have such uniform tattoos on their bodies. It should be the same as naming a family in a game, which helps unity, makes it easier to identify one's own people, and also gives a sense of prestige. He just glanced at it and didn't look at it anymore. These have nothing to do with him. Even if it is a big gang or a sect, they will go to the Blackstone Town Guard to settle accounts. He directly released the bone service technique. The flesh and blood fell off, and 4 skeletons stood up. They were 2 skeleton swordsmen and 2 skeleton crossbowmen. The skeleton swordsmen were 1 level 6 and 1 level 5, and the crossbowmen were 2 level 5. He took a special look at the attributes of the crossbowmen. Skeleton crossbowman. Level 5, 0/3000. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 14, Agility 14, Intelligence 9, Perception 8, Charm 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Features: Hunter's Aim, Coordinated Attack. Abilities: One-Handed Sword Specialization, Basic, Crossbow Specialization, Intermediate, Light Armor Specialization, Intermediate, Lock-Picking, Basic, Disarming Traps, Basic. Hunter's Aim, Focus on aiming, attacks will become extremely accurate. Coordinated Attack, with rich experience in teamwork, you can better cooperate with teammates/allies to attack. All 4 skeletons have basic souls, and the blue flames flicker in the empty eye sockets. Among the attributes of the crossbowman, the main focus is on hand crossbow expertise and proficiency. We also have a ranged unit here. The attributes of the swordsman are not special. Expertise: Precision Swordsmanship. Abilities: Two-Handed Sword Expertise, Intermediate, Light Armor Expertise, Intermediate, Medium Armor Expertise, Intermediate. Not bad. Wu Hung looked at the 4 skeletons and said to the level 6 skeleton swordsman, "You will be called Sword 1 from now on." He then said to the swordsman and crossbowman next to him, "You are Sword 2, you are Crossbow 1, you are Crossbow 2. The 4 skeletons nodded their skulls. In this way, he now has 6 skeletons with souls. Skeleton Dog Teddy, Skeleton Thief Bassin, and Sword 1. Sword 2. Crossbow 1. Crossbow 2. Put on your protective gear first, and wear your weapons," Wu Hung ordered. The 4 skeletons walked aside, and began to put on their stripped equipment. Chapter 23, Mission Reward. Sword 1. Sword 2. 4 skeletons went to the side to put on their equipment. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the upright skeleton team. 5 skeleton warriors with slightly higher experience were selected from them, and they were called to the front. One of them was the skeleton with the iron sword that was transformed at the beginning. The skeleton with the sword was the only one that was upgraded to level 2. Throw away the weapon. Clang, dang, dang. The skeleton warrior threw the weapon in his hand to the ground. Wu Hung picked up a spear and handed it to a skeleton. Take it. The skeleton warrior took the spear and held it in his hand. Wu Hung took 2 steps back, pointed at the iron cage next to him. Attack the iron cage. The skeleton warrior raised his spear and made a forward thrust. The spear blade stabbed into the iron cage with a clang. Seeing the skeleton complete this action, Wu Hung was relieved. He was really afraid. Holding the spear was like slashing with a kitchen knife or iron sword. Although these spears were not expensive, it was a good thing that ordinary skeletons could use them. Then Wu Hung handed the spears to the remaining skeletons one by one. He also gave the order to try to attack. They all made forward thrusts. The effect was quite good. At this time, the skeleton Jian, who was wearing protective gear and weapons, also came back. Wu Hung glanced at the already dark sky and said, "Don't go out, wait upstairs." The 4 skeletons nodded in unison. Wu Hung did not stay any longer, and took the skeleton basin back to Blackstone Town. After a simple physical training, he went to bed. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, he went to the professional association alone. According to the Captain Oddluck, "We have to go to the association this morning." We walked all the way to the central area and walked into the association hall. As soon as we entered the hall, we saw a slender figure standing in front of the notice board and looking up at the commission tasks. "Kavina, you are here so early." Wu Hung took the initiative to greet her. Kavina turned around and nodded. "The captain asked me to wait for you here, fearing that I couldn't find the place." "Oh, thank you." We walked through the corridor and came to a room. After pushing the door open, I saw the Captain Oddluck sitting in the room. "Captain, Wu Hung is here," Kavina said. Oddluck nodded, motioned the two to sit down, and continued. "Wu Hung, this is the lounge that the association has given to our team. You can just come here in the future." "Okay, Captain." Then, Oddluck continued. "At yesterday's meeting, our team's performance was praised by the deacon, especially Wu Hung. The city hall gave you a special compliment." After affirming the performance of this mission, Oddluck took out the file and handed it to the two of them. "Blackstone Town has interrogated a kiddo. This is the record he confessed. We participated in this operation and got a copy." Kavina took a look at it first, then handed it to him. Wu Hung took it in his hand and read it carefully. According to a kiddo's confession, what was taken out from the mining village was the body of a baby. 3 years ago, his wife gave birth to a dead baby. It was nothing in this world. He buried it directly. But before the burial, a passing scholar found him and said there was a way to make the dead baby live in another way, and his business would also be helped. He believed what the other party said at the time, and he placed the dead baby in a place in the mine according to the method. Sure enough, the mining business began to improve. Until recently, the people in the village began to go crazy, and he realized that something was wrong. But when he wanted to take out the body for burial, he found that the people in the village were crazy, and his people could not get in at all. In addition, Blackrock Town arranged investigation teams one after another, which made him risk setting the trap the day before yesterday. Since he could not stop the second investigation team, he asked the investigation team to lead away the crazy villagers in the village so that they could go in and take out the baby's body. As it turned out, the plan went smoothly. The only thing missing was Wu Hung. He killed several people from the Wolf Head mercenary group alone. His entire plan failed at the last step. After Wu Hung finished reading, Oddluck continued, "Blackrock Town believes that the scholar in the passage is a necromancer, and Blackrock Town has already begun to investigate this person." Necromancer? Just a random idea, and killed a village of people. This profession is rejected, not at all unfair. So, it was the corpse of the baby that caused those villagers to go crazy? Wu Hung continued to ask. According to the information, it is a ghost cultivated by necromancy magic, that is, the soul of the baby we saw at that time. After this kind of baby becomes a soul, it has no concept of good and evil, and is often more dangerous. Oddluck answered, "Infant spirit, soul, how did it get to the ghost again? But on second thought, skeletons all have soul fire, so it's not surprising that there are ghosts in this world. At least, souls are much more reliable than skeletons standing up." Well, this mission is over. Due to errors in intelligence, the Association and Blackrock Town have increased the mission reward to 220 silver coins and a medium-sized item reward. Hearing this, Kavina, who was not interested in the story, also had her eyes light up. At least this adventure was not in vain, the reward was increased. Wu Hung was concerned about the medium item reward. He could then change to a medium skill book. The acid spray didn't seem to have much effect. It was like spitting when it was released. It wasn't elegant at all. By the way, Wu Hung, you still have to pay attention. The captain looked at him again. Ah, what happened? This incident affected the entire village, and involved the necromancer. Although the city hall acknowledged your performance this time, it will also increase its attention to you. Wu Hung frowned instantly. In other words, the consequences caused by the necromancer this time made the city hall feel that this profession was even more dangerous. He the necromancer in the city, would also be the focus of attention. No, he had always been a dangerous target. And this time, he was the focus of danger. I understand. Captain. Oddluck took out 2 purses, handed them to the 2 of them, and continued, "That's it for today. Kavina, you take Wu Hong to get familiar with the association." "Okay." Kavina put the purse into her backpack, stood up and walked out. "I'll take you around the association, and you can ask me if you have any questions." After leaving the room, Kavina walked out with him on her long legs, her round hips attracting attention. "That's the training ground. It's a big field. The captain likes to train there. He's a training maniac. That room is the alchemy research room, specially for alchemists. That's the meeting room." Along the way, Kavina introduced him to several special places. The professional association is very wealthy. The entire building covers a large area, and the various areas are also quite complete. Does it provide meals here? Breakfast, dinner, etc.? No. Oh. After a round, Kavina left alone. Wu Hengza came to the counter. "I want to exchange the medium item reward for a skill book." "Yes, sir." "What kind of professional skills do you need?" "Mage." "Yes, sir. There are 2 types of mage skill books in Blackrock Town." As he spoke, 2 skill books were taken out. Grease. Mist. The book cover was old and looked like it had been read more than once. Grease. Description. Turn the designated area into difficult terrain, flammable. Mist. Description. Create thick fog, filling every corner. Chapter 24. Spear Formation. 2 books were placed in front of me, and the prompt gave a brief introduction. Both spells seemed to be auxiliary. One was to change the terrain, and the other was to change the environment to create smoke. I have to say, in Blackrock Town, the mages have very few skills. No wonder I, a necromancer who had just changed my job, could join in as a special profession. I thought about it. Mist spell, actually, is not very useful, or it is not very effective against zombies, and poisonous smoke mines can completely replace it. On the contrary, Grease technique mentioned difficult terrain, which might be useful to some extent. After thinking it over, he said directly, "I choose this one." The staff nodded, wrote it down, and completed the record. Wu Hong put away the skill book, turned around and left. Returned to the residence. After a simple meal, he took out the grease technique that he had exchanged in the morning. According to the level of skills, grease technique is above acid splash. I hope it can bring me a good effect. But there are not many skills in Blackrock Town, and the skill books exchanged are obviously very old. Blackrock Town is still too remote. I heard that professional field envoys can be transferred to other cities. Should I apply for a transfer to a larger place? This idea only flashed through my mind and was immediately rejected. Skills are only auxiliary issues. If my level goes up, it will be better to convert more skeletons than anything else. If I really transfer out, the new environment may face other problems. In order to learn more skills, changing to a new environment, it seems not worthwhile. Don't be too anxious. Calming down, he focused on the skill book of grease technique again. He began to flip through it. Time passed little by little. When he finished reading the last page, the system prompt also sounded in his ears. Unlock skill, grease technique. After successfully unlocking the skill, he also closed the magic book. So this exchange, it seems not worthwhile. I can unlock it by just reading it once. I don't know if it's okay to return the book now, and say that I made a bad choice. I'll ask Oddluck when I get a chance. After unlocking the skills, I looked at the time. I still took Bassin with me, and opened the door to the zombie world. Arriving at the top of the building, the skeleton warriors stood in rows. Several skeletons with souls also sat on the square bricks nearby. I confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the eyes. Follow me downstairs. Wu Hong gave the order directly. The skeleton followed and walked downstairs together, and stopped at the staircase door on the first floor. You 5. Stand at the door, and point your spears forward. Wu Hong stood on the stairs, and gave the order to the 5 people holding spears. 5 skeletons holding spears stood stiffly in front of the door. 3 in front and 2 in the back, with their spears forward, blocking the narrow corridor. When everything was almost ready, he said to the skeleton Bassin beside him, "Open the door. Bring in some zombies nearby. And don't leave the community." The zombies downstairs had been cleared, but there were still a lot of zombies under the adjacent buildings in the community. Bassin nodded, opened the door, and walked out directly. Soon, He heard the sound of hurried running and the roar of zombies coming from outside. He looked outside and saw Bassin running towards him quickly, followed by at least 20 or 30 zombies running madly. They were baring their fangs and claws, and their faces were ferocious. The noise and roar also attracted the attention of the zombies in the other buildings. The zombie trapped in the room broke the glass of the room and jumped down from the building with broken glass all over the sky. They fell to the ground with a bang. The number of zombies was also increasing rapidly. Bassin was very fast, and always kept a certain distance from the zombies. After running downstairs, he rushed directly into the corridor and squeezed into the back of the skeleton team. The zombies roared one after another and then, like a flock of swallows returning to their nests, chased into the corridor. Puff! The sound of flesh piercing was heard, and the first zombie that rushed in directly hit the forward spear. Then, more and more zombies rushed in. 5 skeletons holding spears began to attack. The spears in their hands kept thrusting forward, piercing through the zombies' bodies. The zombies, who had little intelligence, were not afraid of the pain and continued to crowd forward. The narrow corridor restricted the zombies' movements. The spears kept thrusting forward, piercing through the zombies leaning in front. Gain experience +6. Summon Skeleton Warrior, experience +5. Summon Skeleton Warrior, experience +5. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level increased to level 2, strength +1. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level increased to level 2, physique +1. The effect was better than expected. All the experience was concentrated on the 5 spear-wielding skeletons. The level was raised to level 2. Previously, we killed a lot of zombies, but the experience was scattered among many skeletons. Those who rushed to the front row, who killed the most enemies, were also the most likely to die. So after several days of hard work, only the sword-wielding skeleton reached level 2. Now it seems that, when there are not many enemies and there is no danger, we can use this method to train some higher-level skeletons first. Quantity is important, and level is equally important. Soon, the battle was coming to an end, and all 5 skeletons were upgraded to level 2. The small doorway was filled with corpses. Wu Hung walked out from the back and began to release the bone-serving technique. One by one, the skeleton warrior stood up on the ground and squeezed into the skeleton queue. The next work was a bit boring. While transforming, he recovered his spirit. Until late at night, he returned to Blackstone Town to rest. The next day, Wu Hung came to the zombie world early. After transforming all the remaining zombie corpses from yesterday, he counted the number of zombies. 5 level 2 skeletons, 172 level 1 skeletons. Skeletons with souls, level 7 skeleton thief Basun, level 6 skeleton sword 1, level 5 skeleton sword 2, crossbow 1 and crossbow 2, also level 5 skeleton dog Teddy. It sounds like a small number, but standing on the roof, the number looks quite large. But compared to the zombies chasing the bus, there is no comparison at all. Especially there are various deformed zombies in the zombie group. The premise of stable development is not to waste time. After tapping the number of skeletons, said, "Go downstairs." Hua la la. The skeleton group took action and followed them downstairs together. Walking out of the corridor, the downstairs was somewhat empty. Forward. Trample. Tramp. Tramp. The skeleton team stepped on the scattered and dense footsteps and walked together towards the next building. Arrived in front of the first door. As soon as it was opened, 2 zombies pounced on it. Moved sideways. The skeleton warrior behind him waved a kitchen knife to kill them. "You guys follow Jenny up and clean up the zombies in the corridor." Jian nodded, led 5 skeleton warriors into the corridor, and walked upstairs. Wu Hung continued to the second unit, and after opening the door, he said, "Follow Jian Air to clean up the zombies in the corridor." One corridor after another was opened, and the skeletons entered in batches to clean up the zombies in the corridor. It went smoothly, and no deformed zombies were found. Soon, a building was cleaned up, and the bodies were carried to the open space outside. Wu Hung did not transform immediately, but continued to clean up the second building. It was still the same procedure. The bodies were piled outside, and the loot was moved directly back to the original residence. Returned to Blackstone Town. Wu Hung asked Bassin to carry his backpack, and walked towards the market in the east of the city together. The market was still bustling, and the shouting and hawking resounded throughout the area. Passing by several stalls along the way, you could hear more than one stall shouting. The boss ran away with his sister-in-law. "All the items are on sale. Wu Hung took Bassin to find an empty space, took out a piece of colorful cloth and spread it on the ground, then took out the glasses one by one. The sun shone down, reflecting beautiful light on the glass. Before he could shout, many people gathered around. Have the new goods arrived? Is it still the same price as before? They gathered together and asked one after another. Wu Hung did not expect that so many people would gather around him as soon as he arrived. He said, it is still the same price as before. 50 copper each. To prevent malicious purchases by others, one person can only buy 3 at most. I want one. I want one too. The crowd immediately rushed up and paid for the glass cups, which were cheaper than those in the shops. Whether they recognized him or noticed that there were so many people and came to see what was going on. Soon, the stalls here were already surrounded by people. It was a mess. Although it was not as fast as the first time when everything was sold out, the business was still good. There were many people, and the goods were not expensive, so they were sold out quickly. Sorry. Wait for next time. Wu Hung put away the things and stood up and said. Those who didn't buy anything sighed softly, said a few words to come earlier next time, and then dispersed. Wu Hung packed up his things. He still looked around the stalls. He didn't see anyone selling spears, which was a pity. The things here in the market were much cheaper than those in the blacksmith shop. After a round, Wu Hung asked the fur vendor about the price, and then walked back with the skeleton. There was still a difference between rough leather and leather. The fur sold was completely different from the leather armor in the armor shop, and there should be several processes in between. He didn't understand much, and there was no use for buying the fur, so he looked at it, asked the price, and left. But just as he left, 2 men came to the stall. They asked, what did that man want to buy from you? The stall owner saw that the 2 men looked unfriendly, and after a moment of hesitation, he said, he asked about the price of the fur, and he seemed to think it was too expensive and left. Didn't he say anything else? What else do you think I have on my stall? The stall owner said. The 2 looked at the stall owner again, and stood up and walked away. When they reached a place where there were not many people, one of them asked. It was him who killed Bassin, and the things must be in his hands. Bassin is a waste. The other man cursed first, and then asked, who is the man next to him? I don't know, but he lives alone. These days, the guards are clearing out the Wolf Head mercenary group. Let's find time to go there, avenge Bassin, and take back the things. Okay. Chapter 25. Someone has been here. After having dinner at the tavern along the way, I went straight back to my residence. After resting for a while, I started practicing short spear fighting with Bassin. Since I got Bassin, I have never used a wooden target for practice. Actual combat is more effective than practicing against a wooden target. As the battle continued, the system prompt appeared again. Unlock expertise, short spear expertise, beginner, The sudden appearance of the prompt made him a little distracted. His hand was slow, and Bassin's dagger was slashing towards his neck. He was startled, and his body instantly dodged to the side in panic. Pause. After dodging, he shouted immediately. Bassin stopped, sheathed his knife, and stood still. Wu Hung touched his neck, and after confirming that he was not injured, he opened the attributes and took a look. Name, Wu Hung. Profession, Necromancer. Level, 3, 1109/2700. Attributes, Strength 10. Agility 13. Constitution 15. Intelligence 16. Perception 10. Charisma 13. Features, Short Spear Expertise, Beginner. Skills, Bone Art. Acid Splash. Grease Art. Short Spear Expertise, Beginner. You have reached the entry-level proficiency of short spear weapons. Sure enough, in the attribute panel, there was an additional specialty. There is no fixed attribute bonus, it just mentions that it has reached the entry level. That means he can also unlock other weapons through training. No, this should just be a data prompt on the panel, and the proficiency is trained by oneself. From actual combat to daily training, it has also taken a long time. How about practicing swordsmanship later? Compared to short spears, the most people on the market carry swords. This also proves the practicality of swords in groups. Since training can unlock weapon proficiency, I can practice swordsmanship myself. After reading the properties, he stood up again. Come on. Let's practice for a while. The 2 stood in the open space in the middle of the living room and continued to practice. It was not until late at night that Wu Hung went to bed to rest. The next day, Zombie world. Wu Hung led the skeleton team to continue yesterday's work. When they came to the building that had not been cleaned up, they opened the corridor doors one by one and led the skeleton warriors to clean up the zombies. Then they continued to open the doors of each household and continued to clean up the zombies in the room, repeating the battle without any changes. These separated zombies posed no threat to the current skeleton team. Soon, the first building was cleared, and then the zombies in the next building. With the advantage in numbers, the battle was completed. When the zombies in the third building were cleared, they were about to turn the corner. The skeleton thief Bassin, who was acting as a scout, ran back from a distance. He made a gesture to stop moving forward. Wu Hung immediately ordered, "Stand by." The advancing skeleton army immediately stopped and stood upright in standby mode. Bassin squeezed through the crowd, came to Wu Hung, and pointed to the back of the building that blocked his view. "Is there danger?" Bassin nodded. "Take me to see." Bassin nodded again, and took Wu Hung out of the skeleton team. At the corner, he stuck his head out and looked forward. In front of him was a small square in the community, with a cement floor and a few fitness equipment. A blue bus crashed through the community fence and overturned on one side of the square. There were about 20 zombies wandering around the small square, many of whom were wearing uniform blue work clothes. They should all be people from the bus, workers from a factory. The number is still within control. More than 20 zombies, although not a small number. But with the current number of skeletons, plus a few skeletons with souls, it is not difficult. Prepare in advance, and you can reduce the loss to a greater extent. Just when you are about to call the skeleton army over, whoosh! Suddenly, 3 black shadows rushed out from the corridor in the distance. They clamped the wandering zombies and tore off their arms and calves. Before the rest of the zombies gathered around, they quickly ran away and began to circle with the zombies. Deformed zombie dogs? Wu Hang's eyes widened. Like skeleton Teddy, these 3 were large deformed dogs. They walked the zombies in circles as if they were playing with their prey. With their speed advantage, they kept running around and occasionally looked back and waited for a while. With this disturbance, the number of zombies began to increase, and they gathered more and more in the small square. The advantage of zombie dogs lies in their speed. When we killed Teddy, we were trapped in the corridor, which greatly restricted its movement. It was difficult to catch them in such an open place outside. Even if we could defeat them and turn around and ran away, it would be difficult to catch up. He patted Bassin on the shoulder and said, "Let's go back." He retreated to the back and left with the skeleton army. He still needed to think about how to fight these 3 zombie dogs. It was best to surround them in the middle. Otherwise it would be difficult to deal with them. He retreated all the way to the building where he lived. He began to command the skeletons to carry the corpses, and Wu Hung began to transform them. One skeleton after another stood up, and the skeletons of Sword 1 and Sword 2 at the side handed the prepared kitchen knife to the new skeleton. At dusk, Wu Hung returned to Blackstone Town with a one-handed iron sword. After unlocking the short spear specialization, he started practicing swordsmanship tonight. He tried to unlock a specialization or something. Moreover, when I practiced the short spear, I just practiced blindly. I can ask the people in the 4th team for advice on swordsmanship. If it doesn't work, there are still Sword 1 and Sword 2. With a basic soul, he is similar to an ordinary person. The only difference is that he can't speak. A simple demonstration, or correcting his own movements should be no problem. Putting the iron sword aside, picking up the backpack on the table and wanting to go out. His hand paused slightly. The backpack had been turned over. Although there was nothing missing inside, the location of the items had changed. Wu Hung immediately checked the room again, and there were signs of turning over in other places, but they were all put back to their original positions. If I hadn't been in the habit of putting things in a fixed place in my backpack, I probably wouldn't have noticed these. Not a thief. The silver coins in the drawer were still there. Moreover, a thief wouldn't put things back in place after searching through them. With such qualities, who would want to be a thief? After checking nothing in the room, I put on my backpack and walked out of the room alone. As soon as I got out of the alley, I saw the landlord chatting with his neighbors. "Go out," the landlord said. "Well, did anyone come to see me today?" Wu Hung asked directly. "No one came. Why is someone looking for you? If you are not here, just ask him to come to my place, and I will tell you if there is anything," the landlord said generously. "Oh, nothing, just ask." Just when he was about to turn around and leave, the landlord suddenly said, "By the way, a fur seller came to look for you during the day, and I saw him when I was leaving." Fur? Yes, he said you talked at the market yesterday, and he left when he saw you were not at home. Chapter 26 Besieged. Someone entered his room, and the landlord saw the first seller at the door. He had to connect these two things together. How could the first seller know his place? He was not a thief, and he could not be a first seller. Only the wanted criminal who escaped knew his place. A wanted criminal dared to come out in the daytime, which was really rampant. Wu Hung felt nervous and excited at the same time. Nervous because the other party was targeting him again, excited because the other party was going to take action, and he also noticed the other party's intention. We can use this opportunity to get rid of the other party and eliminate the threat. He picked up his backpack and said to the landlord, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Well, don't leave those furs in the room. We can't handle them at all. It will make the house messy. The landlord said, I'm asking for someone else. He walked out of the crowded area and headed towards the central area. He is most likely a wanted criminal. He still needs to tell the association. They are all organized. They can't handle such things by themselves. Professional association. There are still many professionals gathered in the hall. Some are delivering tasks at the counter, some are chatting in the lounge, and some are feeding their pets. From the dress and pet, this should be a ranger. Kavina once said that rangers can tame pets, and they can share the vision and hearing of tamed animals for a short period of time. It is an important means of reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. After taking a look in the hall, there is no delay, crossing the corridor, and heading directly to the team's lounge. I opened the door, and there was no one inside. I went to the training room again, and still didn't see Captain Oddluck and Kavina. Not here? They were on a mission. Or they were not in the association. They should have taken me with them on the mission. But I'm probably not here. Just like Wu Hung. He never came here after the first mission. I came to the office area in the hall and asked the staff. Is Captain Oddluck here today? In addition to them, the field envoys. There are a large number of staff in the association to maintain the rest of the work. That is, civilian staff. The staff looked at him and said, at noon, Captain Oddluck and Miss Kavina left with Team 2 and are not in the association at the moment. Damn, they went out at this time. There are 5 people in Team 2 and only 3 people in Team 4, and he is not here yet. What are they doing? When will they come back? Not sure. Do you know where Team 2 took them? It should be related to the mission. Wu Hung nodded and didn't say anything more, but came to the notice board on the side and took a look at the bounties posted on it. The number of wanted criminals has increased again. In these portraits, I still can't recognize any familiar faces. I returned to the team lounge, sat on the sofa, and began to think about the next plan. The other party is a wanted criminal. I am sure he won't dare to show off too much. It is very likely that the action will be carried out at night, and there won't be too many people. If the captain and Kavina are not here, I may not be without a solution. If the 2 of them really get involved, it will be difficult for me to use the rest of the skeleton warriors. Will he come to find me tonight? If he doesn't come at night, but hides in the dark and stares at him, it's really hard to deal with. I still have to tell the association first. If he really doesn't go at night, it's better for the association to contact Blackstone Town to strengthen the search. If he comes at night, then the trouble will be solved directly, even if it's a little dangerous. After thinking it over, he left a note on the table, picked up his backpack again and left. The night was dark. Under the misty moonlight, an owl with gray feathers stared at the patrol guards, who were gradually moving away below. At the same time, in a narrow alley nearby, one person said, the guards have left. At this time, 2 more figures stood up. They looked at each other, without any communication, and rushed to the opposite side in the moonlight, entering the alley opposite. One of them commanded the owl to land at the entrance of the alley in the distance, and the remaining 3 quickly came to the door and began to act. With a crisp sound of click, the door lock was easily opened. The house was dark and silent. The 3 of them entered the house carefully and closed the door behind them. They did not search around, but went straight to the bedroom. They caught the person, asked where the things were, and then killed him. It was that simple, and it had to be done before the next round of guards came. They entered the bedroom, looked at the human figure on the bed, and tightened the dagger in their hands. Just when they were about to take the next step, suddenly, a sense of uneasiness and chill rose from their backs. Years of experience made them feel the danger instantly. Without any hesitation, he rolled on the ground. Dang dang, 2 crossbow arrows were nailed in the original position. Without stability, He swung the short sword in his hand backwards, and the sharp blade drew a silver-white cold light. It collided with the iron sword from behind, sparkling dazzling sparks. In the dim room, more than 10 figures could be vaguely seen standing in front, blocking the door. The cold moonlight shone in from the window, passing through the figure's body, reflecting the reflection of each rib. Undead. The eyes of several people were wide open, and they all showed incredible expressions. Except for the first few wearing armor, the others were all skeletons with white bones. Have I come to the wrong place? Why are there so many undead in this room? At the same time, I also understood that the other party had noticed them a long time ago. They had never shown it, and were just waiting for them to come to them. Even so, they still did not panic. Which wanted criminal is not a person who licks blood on the tip of a knife. In a life and death situation, admitting to a coward will only lead to death faster. Fight to the death, maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Charge out. One of them shouted. Hearing the voice, the other two also held weapons and rushed forward. Seeing that the other party was going to fight to the death, Wu Hung retreated and ordered, attack. Whoosh, Skeleton Teddy kicked his feet, jumped 3 or 4 meters, and rushed directly to the figure behind. At the same time, Sword 1, Sword 2, more ordinary skeleton warriors behind him, also rushed forward. In an instant, the sound of fighting and weapon collision resounded throughout the room. Bang, the leading bandit kicked the skeleton in front of him over. He quickly scanned the room and locked onto the figure in the corner, who was not participating in the battle. He murmured coldly, Die! The undead are difficult to deal with, but the solution is also simple. Kill the Necromancer, and the summoned undead will dissipate on their own. After confirming the target, he rushed forward with a sword. Wu Hung looked at the other party, and raised his hand to send a water ball flying towards him. The bandit chopped the water ball with his sword in an instant, and the broken acid splashed on his face, and began to show a corrosive effect. The forward movement slowed down, and the movement began to deform. Puff! The pain came from the chest. In the vision blurred by the acid, a figure stabbed his chest with a short spear. Damn it! The bandit cursed. At the same time, a whistling sound broke through the air beside his ears. He wanted to turn over to avoid it, but his movements were a little slow. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing the flesh sounded again. The sharp short sword chopped into the neck, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The bandit's body slowly knelt on the ground. Gianni drew out the iron sword, and continued to rush to another enemy. The battle in the rear was gradually coming to an end. The only one who was not dead. The bloody bandit was brought over. What are you looking for in my room? Chapter 27, How did you do it? The room was dark, and filled with a strong smell of blood. The wanted criminal was brought to him, and his breath was weak. What are you looking for here? Wu Hung asked. The wanted criminal coughed up a mouthful of blood, and gritted his teeth and said, I'll tell you, can you let me go? Do you think you can still leave? Fair trade, you let me go, I'll tell you what we're looking for. Come to his own residence to kill him, and still do this fair trade. Are you here to take the bill with the snakehead on Bassin? Wu Hung continued to ask. When I killed Bassin at the beginning, the only special thing was the bill with the snakehead printed on it. Although I don't know what it is used for, it's the only special thing. The other party didn't answer, but judging from the slightly stiff movement, I knew that I was right. There was nothing else to ask, so I just said, kill him. Don't. Puff. The sword was raised and fell, and the iron sword pierced the target's throat. Gain experience plus 30. Summon skeleton swordsman experience plus 10. The corpse collapsed, and the prompt appeared instantly. This night, he and the skeleton gained a lot of experience. Wu Hung looked at the corpse on the ground, and then looked at the skeleton waiting in the room. After all, they were not allowed to return to the gate to prevent other accomplices. Bassin, who was arranged outside, had not returned yet. He turned on the flashlight and began to search the corpse. He found 3 money bags, each of which was heavy with silver and copper coins. Even if they were wanted, they still carried a lot of money. It seems that these people still have a fixed place to stay in the city. In addition to the money, there were also the weapons and armor of the 3 people. The weapons were placed aside, and the armor was not moved, so as not to shed more blood. Dong dong. At this time, the door was knocked, and looking through the crack of the door, the skeleton Bassin was standing outside, opening the door. Is there no one else? Bassin shook his head, indicating that there was no one. Leaving Bassin, the highest level thief, outside was also to prevent the other party from arranging a lookout outside like last time. If the other party escapes again, it will be endless. Now it seems that the other party came in at the right time and did not arrange anyone to keep watch. Carry the body to the living room and then return to the boundary gate. Wu Hung continued to give orders. The body was padded with leather and carried to the living room. The skeletons in the room returned directly to the boundary gate. Early in the morning, there were dense footsteps outside the door. Bang! The door was kicked open, and the Captain Oddluck, Kavina, and several other members of the professional team rushed in, holding weapons. They looked around the house vigilantly when they saw Wu Hung sitting on a chair with 3 dead bodies neatly placed at his feet. The people who came in were all stunned. Wu Hung, are you okay? Oddluck asked immediately. Yes. It's not a big problem, Wu Hung answered, and at the same time looked at the people opposite, standing behind Oddluck. Besides Kavina, there was also a woman wearing leather armor, with wheat-colored skin, brown hair tied into a braid, holding a wooden stick in her hand, and a sword hanging on her waist. Wu Hung had seen her before. He didn't know her identity at that time, but he could guess it now. She was the captain of the second team, Talisa. She was the only female captain among the 4 teams. Behind her, there were several men. One of them was wearing silver armor, carrying a shield and a sword, and 3 of them were wearing leather armor. Some of them held bows, and some held swords. They were all members of the second team. Seeing that Wu Hung was fine, they were relieved at first. But then, they went from being relieved to being stunned. Their eyes fell on the 3 bodies on the ground again. Are these 3 wanted criminals? Did you kill them? Talisa said. Last night, the second team's mission was also to capture a wanted criminal. They made adequate arrangements, had guards blockade the area, and asked Oddluck and Kavina for help. They succeeded in killing the other party. And this newcomer, who was not favored by other teams, and was only chosen by Oddluck due to lack of personnel, actually killed 3 people. How is this possible? A member of the second team stepped forward, examined the body, nodded. They are all wanted criminals with bounties on their heads. After that, both sides fell into silence again. Talisa said in surprise, You killed him? The eyes of several people fell on Wu Hung again, and then looked at the figure standing upright with a round helmet. The recent wanted criminals have caused a lot of trouble in Blackstone Town. The new member of the 4th team killed 3 wanted criminals. I am afraid he will be in the spotlight again. If I had known that I would have to take down this necromancer, it would be good to be a reserve member. At this time, Oddluck also reacted and introduced, Wu Hung, this is Talisa, the captain of the second team. When I am not around in the future, you can look for her if you have any problems. It seems that Oddluck and Talisa have a good relationship. Hello, Captain Talisa, Wu Hung said. Well, if you feel that Team 4 is not suitable, you can come to our team. Sister will arrange a place for you. Talisa smiled and said, Thank you. Team 4 is very good. Talisa, we still need your help to bring back 3 bodies. Kavina, take Wu Hung back to the association to check if he is injured. Oddluck spoke immediately, interrupting the other party's poaching behavior. Talisa nodded, and someone behind her took out a body bag and wrapped the body up to take it away. Kavina called a carriage outside and took Wu Hung to the association first. In the carriage, Kavina crossed her long legs, looked at him and said, You can consider renting a house in the central area. It will be safer there and closer to the association. He had thought about this. After all, he had some money in his hands, renting a better house, having a better living environment. But this matter was only in the plan and had never been implemented. Although the conditions in the crowded area are worse, it is less likely to attract attention, and no one cares if you buy some things and bring them back. It would be easier to transport items back and forth. If you are in the central area, it is easy to attract attention. Save some more money, Wu Hung said casually. You can ask the captain to help you find a place. Okay. Behind, in another carriage, Tulisha glanced at Oddluck opposite and said, You are lucky. You can also get a lot of bounties for the people killed by your team last night. No. I mean, you are lucky to have recruited a member who looks reliable. Tulisha smiled. The second team was already full, but the third team had a chance to recruit this person. But they chose someone else. When this matter is reported back to the association, I wonder if the people in the third team will regret it, missing a team member who can kill 3 wanted criminals alone. Yeah. Oddluck hummed casually, but he was still quite satisfied in his heart. This time, the 3 wanted criminals were brought back. It was still a face-saving thing for the captain of the 4th team. Chapter 28. As we all know, Team 4 lounge. Oddluck walked in and handed him the purse in his hand. Wanted criminals are submitted by teams. This is the bounty. You can collect it first. You will have 1 lower-level item reward, and you can go to the front desk to collect it. The way to submit the task was agreed upon by the 3 of them. Submitting it by team, it will be counted on the merits of the 3 people. This is also in line with Wu Heng's idea. After all, he killed 3 wanted criminals by himself, which is a bit difficult to explain. On the surface, it would be more convincing to say that it was a team that killed him. As for the fact that the people in the 2nd team also knew about it, that was beyond his control. Moreover, even if someone investigated, nothing would be found. Thank you, Captain. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, Wu Heng said politely. No need. Recently, the deacon has given each team a task to cooperate with the guards to search for wanted criminals and criminal mercenaries. It's not the right time to celebrate now. Oddluck sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Search mission? Originally our team also had one, but you killed 3 wanted criminals, which means you have completed the mission directly, so you don't need to participate. Otherwise, you have to follow the guards on patrol and search. Oddluck explained. Damn it. Where is the retirement profession that was agreed upon? You still have to follow the patrol. Killing 3 people by myself really solved a lot of problems. Then I'll go in a few days. Wu Heng thought for a while and continued, Captain, can I apply for a 2nd skeleton follower? It's still quite dangerous outside. Oddluck drank a sip of tea, thought for a while, and said, I'll talk to the deacon about this matter. Whether it can be approved depends on the situation. Okay. Oddluck nodded, and continued to ask, how did you find out that they were going to attack you? Being able to leave a note in advance means that Wu Heng knew that the other party would go to him last night. Kavina also looked at him curiously, waiting for an answer. Then Wu Heng told him about discovering someone entering the residence, and the problems he found in the conversation with the landlord. I can't be sure, but I guess there is a high probability that they will take action. Then how did you kill them yourself? Kavina asked again. This sentence actually doesn't need to be answered. Everyone has their own secrets. But Wu Heng had already thought of an excuse. He said, after knowing that the other party would take action. I made some preparations in advance. When they came in, I released strong smoke. As we all know, skeletons are not visual with the naked eye. Black sky and smoke cannot block vision. And Skeleton Bassin killed the 3 people one by one. As we all know? Who told you that it is well known? We don't have such a deep understanding of the undead. This reason seemed reasonable. Fighting late at night, and being well prepared, killing 3 wanted criminals seemed to be no problem. But something felt wrong. The 3 of them sat together and chatted for a while. Oddluck was going to the training room. Kavina and Wu Heng also got up and left the lounge. They came to the front hall. Wu Heng exchanged a book of dancing lights for the lower-level item reward, and then left the association. Commercial Street, Weapon Shop. What are you buying today? The muscular boss asked with a smile. Wu Heng didn't come here often, but he left an impression on the boss. Come and take a look at the spears. All are here. See what kind you need. On one side of the wall, there were different styles of spears. The cheapest one was 4 silver and 70 copper coins. And the most expensive one was 75 silver coins. Different types had different lengths. Wu Heng looked at them, pointed at the cheapest spear, and said, I want this one. The spear head was about 40 centimeters long, and the spear shaft was made of dark wood. But judging from the workmanship of the spear head, it was much better than the ones bought from the market. The boss glanced at him, and continued, the spear shaft is processed ash wood, which is easy to be cut off in battle. This kind of spear is suitable for the village to drive away wild beasts or practice. I bought it for the village. To drive away wild beasts. The boss suddenly realized. Then, there is no problem. Will it be cheaper if I buy more? Wu Heng asked as usual. It depends on how much I buy. Wu Heng thought about it, and he could take away the amount that would not attract much attention. I want 10 spears first. 10 spears are not many, and it may not be much cheaper. I will need more in the future, and I can come here to buy them then. After a simple bargaining between the two, the boss gave a discount of 50 copper coins. After paying the money, Wu Heng and Bassin carried their spears, walked out of the weapon shop, and headed for their residence. Returned to their residence, Bassin tidied the room and cleaned up the blood on the floor. Last night's battle was quite intense. A lot of the furniture, which was not much to begin with, was broken, and there were also sword marks on the walls and the floor. The landlord probably saw it and asked him to pay for some furniture. Wu Hung sat at the desk and flipped through the newly acquired skill book. He flipped through the pages one by one, following the process of unlocking skills, and at the same time trying to understand the magic of this world. If I had been so serious, I might have been able to go to a prestigious university. As time passed, the system prompted unlock skill, Dancing Lights. Dancing Lights. You can create suspended light sources. With a thought, I released Dancing Lights. Immediately, several beams of light spun around my body, emitting a faint light. I tried to let the light touch an object nearby, but the light avoided the object and continued to swirl around itself. It seemed that it could not be used as a means of attack. That's fine. Use it as a flashlight. I put away the spell, sorted it out, and took Bassin to the zombie world. Rooftop. Find a local map, spread it in front of you to check. Luckily, there is a resident who is a cycling enthusiast. His room has many maps of various places, including maps and route maps of this city. The zombies in the community have been almost cleared. There are still some wandering in, but they are not too threatening to him. The next step is to go out of the community and explore more places. After thinking about it, there are 3 goals in mind. The first is the place where the survivors who tried to escape by bus a few days ago died. With a pen, he drew a circle around the location where the bus overturned. These people must have a destination to rush out at such a great risk. It could be the survivors' base, or it could be a safer place. In the bus, maybe we can find some clues. Then, he drew another circle in the southwest and north. There is a pedestrian street in the southwest, and there are 2 gold shops and a bank near the pedestrian street. It is not clear whether the bank is gold, but the gold shop must have a lot of inventory. If you get the gold and silver to Blackstone Town, you can become a nouveau riche in an instant. To the north, there is the nearby Public Security Bureau. You can check if there are any bullets. These 3 locations are the next targets. There are giant zombies near the bus, which can even knock over the bus. They are definitely not easy to deal with. On the way to the pedestrian street, you have to pass the location of 3 mutant dogs. The speed of the skeleton group cannot catch up, and it is not easy to fight. The remaining one is the Public Security Bureau. If I had bullets last night, I wouldn't have been in so much trouble. The wanted criminal last night was just a warning. If I had bullets last night, I would have just shot and emptied the magazine. I'll go to the Public Security Bureau. Chapter 29, Searching the Store. After determining the target, Wu Hung asked people to bring the weapons and armor of the 3 wanted criminals yesterday, and 10 spears. They were neatly placed in front of him. There were 2 types of weapons in total. A pair of short swords, 2 one-handed long swords, and 5 poisonous smoke mines. It seems that these wanted criminals all like to carry poisonous smoke mines, and I don't know why, but the other party didn't use them during the battle. No, it's not that the other party didn't want to use them. Even if the poisonous smoke mines were released, they would be affected, and it would not have much effect on the skeletons. His eyes fell on the weapons again. The workmanship of the short sword and the long sword was very good. They were not top quality, but they were not the ordinary iron swords that Wu Hung bought for 3 silver coins each. He kept a pair of short swords for himself for self-defense, and gave the remaining 2 long swords to the 2 skeletons. Although they were better than ordinary iron swords, they were relatively speaking. When he really used the iron swords to fight, he would spend some money to buy better ones. After the weapons were distributed, there were 3 sets of armor. The armor was a bit miserable. It was hacked to death by the skeleton warriors, leaving many scratches. It doesn't matter. It's for the skeleton warriors anyway. It can increase defense. After putting armor on the 3 skeletons holding spears, he continued to select 10 skeleton warriors and replace them with newly purchased spears. The number of spearmen reached 15. After everything was ready, Wu Hung continued to order, "Follow me." The skeleton army followed him downstairs and walked out of the corridor. The zombies downstairs had been cleared several times. After a night, no new zombies came. After confirming that there were no unusual situations around, we headed towards the north gate. After passing through 2 buildings, we were already close to the north gate. From the gaps in the iron fence, we could see the situation outside. There were some zombies wandering around on the road. It looked like there were not many, but there were about 20 to 30 of them in total. This road was the one that the survivors' bus had forced its way through. But the bus did not overturn here, and the zombies along the way were also attracted to the intersection on the east side. This should be the reason, so there were not many zombies here. A few of you are close to the door, Wu Hung said. 15 skeletons with spears came to the front, standing in the gate with a spear. Far away, the zombies found the movement here. When the first zombie screams, when you rush here, just like a chain reaction, the surrounding zombies made a roar one after another, instantly spread the whole street. All zombies. Chi brushed the turn to look at the gate of the community, then he rushed like a dancing claw. Squat down, weapons forward. Wu Hung quickly adjusted the positions of the 2 skeletons, and continued to give orders. Crashing, the skeletons squatted down, and pointed their spears forward. Roar, roar, dozens of them rushed over, and rushed towards the position of the skeleton team. Seeing the zombies rushing over, Wu Hung raised his hand, and released the grease technique. The air became sticky, forming a 3 to 4 meter range of grease, covering the ground. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the zombies slipped, and fell on their backs in unison, while the zombies behind continued to charge forward, and instantly fell together. The characteristic of grease technique is to create a difficult terrain. It is like brushing a layer of oil on a tile. In an instant, the zombies that rushed and fell down in groups, like rolling gourds. After a brief chaos, a zombie stepped on the body of his companion and rushed over, and directly hit the forward spear. Puff! The sharp iron spear pierced the chest of the zombie, and sticky black and red blood flowed out. Puff, puff, puff. The skeleton holding the spear began to stab the spear continuously, attacking the zombies that rushed over. Experience +6. Summon Skeleton Warrior, experience +3. Summon Skeleton Warrior, experience +5. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level increased to level 2, strength +1. Experience gain prompts began to increase, still accumulating on several spear-wielding skeletons. And the newly joined several level 1 skeleton warriors began to reach level 2 one after another. The skeletons that were already level 2 are also accumulating experience rapidly. The grease technique lasted for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then evaporated with the air. However, a small mountain of corpses was piled up in the open space in front of the community. Zombies had to climb over the mountain of corpses and continue to attack the skeletons. Gradually, the number of zombies became fewer and fewer. Only some zombies with broken lower limbs were left, and they continued to crawl over here. Wu Hung glanced at the empty road and said, "Go. Kill those zombies." Skeleton Teddy jumped out of the skeleton group excitedly, rushed to several slowly crawling zombies, bit them to death one by one, and then dragged the corpses back. On both sides of the road, there are various shops. Most of them are fruit and vegetable shops and restaurants. The food in such shops will not last long. I randomly picked 2 shops and took a look. I found a few kitchen knives and machetes. The rest are useless. I looked around and saw a store. Follow me. Several skeletons followed behind and entered the store in front. Various snacks and instant noodles were scattered on the ground. They were not destroyed, and no survivors took them away. The owner of the shop should have become one of the zombies long ago. I don't know if he ran away or died in the hands of the skeleton. After looking around the first floor of the shop, the things here are well preserved. Only the ice cream in the freezer has melted and is soft in the packaging bag. Then, he took the skeleton to the second floor. The second floor is not a shelf, but a bedroom and a warehouse. There are boxes of instant noodles and drinks, and some snacks. It feels pretty good. Move these away. Wu Hung began to give orders. The skeleton warriors entered the store and carried out the things inside. Wu Hung continued to look along the road, but did not walk far away, so as not to attract more zombies. Instead, he directed the skeletons to carry the snacks from the store back to their original residence. Then he sat at the door and released the bone-serving technique. The skeletons stood up one by one and joined the queue, returned to their original residence. The snacks and drinks brought back were neatly placed against the wall. The supermarket looked small, but there were a lot of things. Even without Blackrock Town, these things would be enough for me to eat for a while. It is said that Doomsday food is more expensive than gold. But I found so much food, where can I exchange it for gold? After so many days, I haven't even met a living survivor. The only one I saw died on the way to escape. The second bedroom was full, and I asked the skeletons to move the things to the living room. I walked out of the room and looked at my 15-man spear formation. Because the skeletons I selected, they have accumulated a lot of experience, and they have also been upgraded to level 2 in the battle just now. One is level 3, 14 are level 2. In fact, this method feels good, there is no impact, and it can also improve the level of the skeletons. You can buy some more spears and armor. Chapter 30 So many. For dealing with zombies, I feel that spears are more useful than swords. At least swords need to be chopped. Using spears, zombies will hit them. In addition, spears have a long range, and are safer. After a burst of random stabbing, zombies will hardly hold on and rush to the near side. You can buy some more spears, but you can't buy them too frequently, wait for 2 days. Thinking, skeleton warriors also emptied the supermarket. Wu Hung also took Bassin back to Blackstone Town. After dinner, Wu Hung stood up straight, his legs spread shoulder-width apart, his hands tightly grasping the hilt of the sword. Jianyi stood by, stretched out his hand to tug at his sword-holding arm, correcting some incorrect movements. After the movements were standard, Jianyi performed the same movement, holding the sword with both arms and slashing down. Whoosh! The sword blade cut through the air and fell down. Wu Hung followed suit, also raising his sword and slashing down. Jianyi shook his head, indicating that the movement was wrong, and demonstrated again. Wu Hung watched carefully and continued to learn. Then, Jianyi led him, holding the sword and swinging it non-stop, conducting the most basic exercises. It looked like it was not as simple as the TV show Young and Dangerous Chopping People. He practiced until his arms were a little sore. Then he let Jianyi go back and went to bed to rest. The next day, Wu Hung brought the skeleton to the north gate again and arranged the formation. You stand here, with your spear facing forward. And you stand here. It was different from the encounter yesterday. Now there was some time to arrange in advance. Let the spear-wielding skeletons form a spear formation in front of the door. When everything was almost ready, he glanced at Bassin on the side. Go around in front, and lure zombies over if there are any. Be careful. Skeleton Bassin nodded, squeezed out of the skeleton group, and ran forward. The police station was not far away, but there was a distance. Especially in front of a new community, there might be a group of zombies, so be careful. Let Bassin attract a circle of enemies first. Not long after, Bassin was seen running towards this side from a distance, followed by about 20 zombies. There weren't many of them. Soon Bassin returned, passed through the spear-wielding skeletons in front, and entered the back. The zombies that followed looked at the group of skeletons, roared together, and rushed over directly. Puff, puff, puff. The spears pierced into the zombies' bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. Gain experience +6. Summon Skeleton Warrior, experience +3. Soon, the battle was over. It was easier than expected. Is there no danger ahead? Wu Hung asked. Bassin shook his head. Put away your spears, and keep moving forward. Wu Hung continued to give orders. The skeleton warriors all moved, crossed the road, and headed to the other side. Along the way, scattered zombies rushed over from both sides, and were killed one by one. Continue to move forward, passing by a community service center. The glass was broken, and there were bloodstains all over the floor. Wu Hung walked in with the skeletons, and looked around each room. There was nothing to loot, just monitors, documents, and the like. He searched around with his backpack, and found some staplers, pens, and some A4 paper. All were put into the backpack, and carried on the skeleton's back. Turning past the community service center, they entered another road. On the not-so-wide road, several cars crashed together, blocking most of the road. Several zombies were wandering in the gaps between the vehicles. About 500 meters away on the right, you can see the police station with a 3-story building with blue walls. The zombies rushed out and were killed. Everything went smoothly. Wu Hung waved his hand and said, "Move to the side." Several skeletons with souls dispersed and directed the skeletons to move forward along the sidewalk. Roar! Just when the team was about to pass through the car area, a zombie stuck in the driver's seat suddenly stood up and let out a roar. Swoosh! In an instant, 2 crossbow arrows whizzed out, piercing the zombie's head from front to back, and the head hit the steering wheel with a bang. Beep! The shrill car horn sounded instantly, in the quiet environment, resonating throughout the building area. Wu Hang's eyes widened instantly. He thought about not triggering the alarm of the locked car, but he didn't expect this to happen. The car horn was still loud and piercing. The surrounding neighborhoods were like boiling with chaos and roars. Dense zombies rushed out from the opposite neighborhood and the alleys on both sides. Trampling on the cars, another alarm sounded. Quick, follow me. Wu Hung quickly glanced around, and while giving the order, ran forward. Crash! The skeletons were no longer careful. Holding weapons, they quickly ran towards the location of the police station. The zombies around them, they gathered towards them like a flood, in astonishing numbers. They quickly rushed into the police station. Basson and Ginny killed the zombies inside. Go in, you guys block the entrance to the hall. Wu Hung quickly ordered. Outside, a large group of zombies gathered at the gate of the courtyard, crowding and pushing and rushing inside. Grease technique. Wu Hung released the grease technique, forming a smooth area under the feet of the zombies. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the zombies that entered the area fell on their backs in large numbers. The zombies behind crowded in front, and then stumbled. Wu Hung took out a lighter from his pocket, lit a piece of rag, and threw it into the area formed by grease technique. The moment the open flame and grease came into contact, with a whoosh, the flame suddenly rose to more than half a person's height, covering the yard area. The zombies who struggled to get up were engulfed by the flames. Wu Hung took a few steps back to avoid the burning sensation brought by the flames. He was surprised at the effect of this new skill. The introduction of the skill. Grease technique is to create a difficult terrain. The effect of grease is probably what is meant here. As long as the terrain is not particularly rough, it can cause slipping. Similarly, it has a flammable characteristic. I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect the fire to be so strong. Experience +6. Experience +6. Experience. Damn. It can be used to kill monsters. Even so, there are still zombies rushing out of the fire like charred corpses, rushing towards this side, with flames on their bodies. It is a bit indescribably scary. The skeletons holding spears guarding the door began to thrust out their spears, piercing and killing all the approaching targets. You stay here, Basson. Take a few skeletons with me. After confirming that there would be no danger in the short term, Wu Hung said to the side. Several skeletons with souls nodded their skulls, and Basson also took a few skeletons with him and began to search the rooms one by one. He didn't know if there were bullets here, but there should be. He opened the rooms one by one, and finally found a locked safe in a room similar to an equipment warehouse. After praying to the gods of both worlds in his heart, he took out the bronze key and opened the safe. The door of the safe was opened, and after pulling out the key, Wu Hang's face showed joy. So many! The safe was neatly filled with boxes of bullets. Chapter 31. 3 Dogs. Looking at the yellow bullets, Wu Hung felt that he was fine again. Ever since he ran out of bullets in the mining village, he felt a little less confident when he went out. Moreover, Blackstone Town is not as safe as it seems. After all, it is a professional world, and tranquility is only superficial. From the additional guards in the city, and the professional team assisting the guards in patrolling, it can be seen that the city is not safe recently. Although the 4th team does not need to participate in patrols, it is still necessary to have more self-protection methods. Now that I have bullets, I can't say if I can deal with a strong enemy, but if I meet a wanted criminal again, it shouldn't be difficult to deal with him. In the safe, there are boxes of bullets. There are also several pistols with labels, which should not be distributed and are kept together. First, fill your pistol with bullets. Then, put all the bullets and pistols into the backpack. After emptying the safe, hang the backpack on the back of a skeleton. In addition to the safe with bullets, there are some other police tools in the room. Handcuffs, metal flashlights, rubber sticks, and a plastic shield similar to an explosion-proof shield. These were not put in a safe, but just placed outside. I felt that they were of no use to me, but since I was here, I would take them away first. Put the small things in the backpack, and let the skeleton hold the shield. Then walk to the first floor. After walking down the first floor, a burning smell hit me. The flames produced by the grease technique had disappeared, leaving a charred corpse on the ground. At the gate, the battle continued. The few remaining zombies rushed towards the spear formation formed by the skeletons. The body was pierced, and then fell to the ground. Time passed little by little, and when the last zombie fell to the ground, the scene became completely quiet. Only the car horns in the distance were still honking. But the zombies around should have been attracted here, and no new zombies appeared. Let the skeletons move the corpses blocking the door away, and Wu Hung began to release bone service technique. One by one, the skeletons stood up and slowly walked into the queue at the back. It was not until dusk that the transformation of the corpses stopped. Wu Hung did not plan to stay here any longer. Although this was the Public Security Bureau, the overall defense was not as safe as the residential building. If a special deformed zombie or other monster appeared, all his assets might die here. Looking at the corpses on the ground that had not been transformed, Wu Heng was still reluctant to leave them. Lift up the corpses. Under Wu Heng's command, the skeletons lifted up the corpses one by one. They formed a corpse transport team and returned along the original route. When they passed a zombie pressing down the steering wheel, Bassin also straightened the corpse. The shrill car horn sound stopped. It was quiet again. The skeleton team passed through the area where the vehicle crashed, carrying the bloody corpse, and returned to the residential area. They put the corpse downstairs and closed the door of the corridor. Wu Heng also returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Wu Heng bought dinner at the tavern and brought it back to his residence. He took out the braised chicken legs, sausages and peanuts, and opened a can of happy water. Looking at the dinner on the table, he nodded contentedly. It's not that he didn't have money to eat a good meal, but the food in the tavern didn't taste the same as before. As he ate and drank, he somewhat missed his past life. The decadent days of watching videos every day and eating and drinking whatever he wanted. He always fantasized about a different life. Now it seems that the boring days in the past are now the life that only the powerful people in this world can have. Ah! Damn the end of the world. After eating and drinking, Wu Heng took out another pistol, filled it with bullets, and handed it to Bassin. Do you know how to use it? Bassin took it and turned it over and over in his hand. Wu Heng pointed at the pistol and said, "This is the safety. After you turn it on, you can shoot at the enemy. The method is the same as the crossbow. Aim here and shoot directly at close range." Bassin listened carefully and absorbed new knowledge. He knew how to use a crossbow, so it was not difficult to learn how to use a pistol. Then he picked up the pistol and tried to turn the safety off, aiming at the wooden target in the corner. After Wu Heng told him not to waste bullets, he sat back at the table and filled the remaining empty magazines with bullets. There are several guns, and they are all the same model. The magazines are just for my own use. If a fight really happens, I can just change the magazines instead of stuffing bullets one by one. It turns out that looting the police station was the right decision. Although there are only pistol bullets, it is enough for now. When I get rifles, rocket launchers, etc. in the future, I wonder if I can form a special force of skeletons holding AKs. What era is it? And I still use cold weapons. After filling several magazines, the sky gradually darkened. After confirming that no one would come to find him, he opened the gate and called Jian over. He began to continue teaching him swordsmanship, since he knew that he could unlock weapon specialization on the panel. He also had some expectations for weapon training. It felt like playing a game and unlocking achievements. After correcting his posture, Wu Heng began to follow Jian and swinging the iron sword in his hand. Bassin, on the side, continued to study the pistol. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Heng came to the roof and looked at the level of the spear-wielding skeleton. In addition to the first skeleton, 2 more skeletons reached level 3. The level increase is still significant. You can form a spear formation and then lure monsters over to upgrade yourself and the skeletons. This method is relatively safe and efficient. Distributing kitchen knives to the newly transformed skeletons, Wu Heng led the skeleton army down the stairs. When he walked out of the corridor, there were 5 or 6 zombies with missing arms and legs, roaring towards this side. Why are there zombies again? The downstairs has been cleaned up 3 or 4 times. Where did it come from? Attack! Wu Heng ordered. There was no need for any formation. The skeleton warriors rushed forward and chopped down the zombies that tried to approach. Wu Heng came to the pile of zombie bodies that had not been transformed yesterday and continued to transform them. The skeletons stood up one after another and walked into the skeleton queue at the back. Afternoon. After the transformation of the bodies, he led the skeleton army again and cleaned up several residential buildings in the east. He opened the door of the corridor and the skeletons rushed in and killed the zombies inside. After confirming that it was safe, Wu Heng began to search. Soon, it was dusk. Wu Heng returned to the roof with the skeletons, preparing to go back to Blackstone Town for dinner. Just as the skeletons were standing by, he was about to leave through the gate. Suddenly, there was a roar of zombies downstairs, and a chaotic sound. Wu Heng came to the edge of the roof and looked down. He saw 3 huge deformed dogs running towards this side with more than 20 zombies. He ran a few steps and turned back to wait for the zombies to catch up. So you led them here. The zombies with missing arms and legs downstairs in the morning turned out to be led here by them. The 3 deformed dogs are not small in size. One of them has black hair, a narrow head and a thin body, a slender neck, and long and straight limbs. After the deformation, this body shape is no longer like a dog, but more like a black horse with a dog's head. It's a bit exaggerated. Why did these 3 guys come here? These 3 are the 3 deformed dogs met in the small square in the south, but this time, they wandered here and attracted some zombies. I looked at the 3 dogs playing with the zombies below, and then looked at Teddy who was squatting on the ground, also looking down. Bones' tail was shaking like a fan. Can you lead them here and kill them? Chapter 32, Mrs. Slater? 3 deformed dogs, taking the zombies in circles. Although the area had been cleared twice by Wu Hung, you could still see scattered zombies attracted by the sound, starting to approach this side. But the deformed dogs still had no intention of stopping, turning back and rushing forward from time to time, biting the zombies madly. Before other zombies gathered around, they turned around and continued to run. They had mastered the essence of flying a kite. Just when they were teasing the zombies, the sound of a collision suddenly came from the side. Ta-ta-ta. The 3 deformed dogs suddenly stopped. Following the sound, they saw a strange-looking bone dog, holding the white steel column of the billboard with its front paws, swinging its waist constantly. Its hollow eye sockets looked far away. Its lower body was still swinging. The deformed dog looked at the bone dog in surprise. And the bone dog also let go of the column, its hollow eye sockets still facing this side. The deformed dog took 2 tentative steps forward, and skeleton Teddy took 2 steps back. Seeing that the skeleton dog was timid, the 3 deformed dogs left the zombies behind them and rushed towards the skeleton Teddy. The skeleton dog swung its hips twice, turned around and ran back. After quickly running to the downstairs in front, it entered the corridor. The 3 deformed dogs did not stop at all, and followed it into the corridor like arrows. They chased it all the way to the 4th floor, and the chasing deformed dog stopped and looked at the densely packed human bones on the steps with vigilance. Turning around to leave, he found that a group of humanoid bones were rushing in from behind. They rushed towards them with kitchen knives raised. The bones on both sides charged at the same time. They crowded together and pounced on the 3 bewildered deformed hounds. The violent collision and fighting reverberated throughout the corridor. Wu Hung and Bassin stood outside. With the remaining skeleton warriors, they cleaned up the zombies that followed the deformed dogs. They were all attracted from nearby, and there were quite a few of them. After the zombies below were almost cleared, the fight in the corridor was gradually coming to an end. Click! The door of the corridor was unlocked. Jianyi and Jian Er were covered in blood, and walked out in a somewhat embarrassed manner. It seemed that the fight was over. Wu Hung led Bassin directly into the corridor. The skeleton warriors standing on the stairs had entered a standby state, and stood upright in place. The feet were covered with scattered bones, and it seemed that many skeleton warriors had died. On the 3rd and 4th floors, there were 3 bodies that were chopped beyond recognition. Carry them out! The skeletons worked together to carry the 3 deformed dogs out of the corridor, and threw them on the open space. Wu Hung first walked to the black dog that was the size of a horse, and began to release the bone service technique. The summoned creature exceeds the summoner's ability, and the unstable factors increase. As the bone service technique was released, the prompt of the unstable factors also appeared. It had appeared twice before, but there was no special situation. I don't know what kind of instability this is. Soon, the first skeleton dog stood up from the ground, shook its body, and shook off the blood and flesh. Skeleton hound, level 7, without the fur on its body. It looked more like a horse. The pale bones were very strong, but the chest ribs were particularly thin, and the eye sockets were hollow, with a faint blue soul fire. It was actually a level 7 skeleton dog, the same level as Bassin. From now on, you will be called Shigo. Do you hear me? Wu Hung said. Shigo did not answer, but just stood there. Wu Hung didn't care whether it understood or not. Go. Stand aside and wait. The dog walked to the side, and Wu Hung picked up the minced meat with a short spear. Sure enough, at the place where the head of the corpse was originally, he found a piece of white meat. Corpse core. Wu Hung was delighted. This is a good thing, and its value is even higher than that of a level 7 skeleton dog. He asked Jianyi to bring a plastic bag to put it in, and continued to release the bone service technique on the remaining 2 corpses. The 2 skeleton dogs stood up one after another, Skeleton Hound, Level 5. Skeleton Hound, Level 5, these two hounds, both are only Level 5. Let them stand aside and... Wu Hung continued to search among the corpses. Sure enough, he found 2 more corpse cores. This time, he got a total of 3 corpse cores. What a great harvest. After wrapping them up properly, Wu Hung commanded the skeletons to return to the rooftop, and told Jian Yi and Jian Air to keep an eye on these skeleton dogs, then return to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town, Professional Association. After the strong man, with a battle axe on his back settled the bounty, Wu Hung stood in front of the counter. The staff smiled professionally. Mr. Wu Hung, what can I do for you? Although he didn't come here often, he became familiar with the staff, especially after being praised by the city hall. He became a little famous. I want to post a commission. You don't need to queue up to post a commission. Just fill in the commission task in the lounge and hand it over to us. There is such a thing. And no one told him. In fact, it's not others' fault. I really don't come to the association. Okay. I'll fill it out and send it to you next time. The staff smiled. What commission do you need to issue? Alchemy commission. I have the potion formula here. And I need to order 3 potions. Wu Hung took out the formula. The last time he ordered the potion, he included the formula in it. Now he can order the potion directly. It also saves some tedious steps. Okay. After the staff took notes, he said, a pharmacist will be assigned to prepare it, and it will be delivered to you in about 2 to 3 days. Okay. After registering, Wu Hung left the front desk, and the people behind him continued to go over and ask about the matter. Standing there, considering whether to go to the lounge to say hello, another staff member came over. Mr. Wu Hung, Captain Oddluck asked you to go to the association. Oh, I have no choice but to go. I should have left earlier. Entered the lounge of the 4th team. Pushing the door open, I saw Kavina, wearing a beige short shirt and tight leather pants, sitting on the sofa and reading some documents. A pair of straight and slender legs attracted attention. Kavina. Wu Hung was the first to say hello. Kavina turned her beautiful eyes and looked at him. Let's go. The deacon and the captain are waiting for us. Deacon? What happened? I don't know. We'll know when the time comes. The two walked and talked, and came to the deacon's study, knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, walked in directly. In the clean and tidy study, there were 3 people sitting in total. Deacon Yazid, Captain Oddluck, and a mature woman in a purple slim dress. Long brown hair falls on shoulders, bright eyes, long eyebrows, slender figure, voluptuous body. Sitting with legs crossed, next to white calves, a leopard is lying. Leopard? Is it so fierce? It is kept as a pet. It is similar in size to a deformed teddy bear. I wonder who will be more powerful if they fight. Deacon, Mrs. Slater, Captain. Kavina spoke first, and greeted the 3 politely. Mrs. Slater. Chapter 33 Night Shift. Slater. Wu Hung tried hard to recall this name. It seemed like he had heard it somewhere. He thought about it quickly. There were not many opportunities to come across the word Madam in Blackstone Town. He soon remembered where he had heard this name. The title of Madam Slater was mentioned by Kavina on the train back from the mining village mission. The deputy deacon of the Blackstone Professional Association, the female boss of the Golden Cat. She was a truly wealthy and powerful person in Blackstone Town. His position in the association is also very special. He is not only a deputy deacon, but also a secret speaker. A professional who is good at and keen on collecting various intelligence. Wu Hung looked at him curiously, and found that the other party was also looking at him curiously. Wu Hung. This is Slater, the deputy deacon of the association. Deacon Yazid introduced him, and then said to the beautiful woman, he is Wu Hung, and he has just joined the 4th team not long ago. Oh! Are you the little necromancer who investigated the mining village? Slater's eyes kept scanning, as if he wanted to see through something. There was undisguised interest in his eyes. Slater, don't tease him. The deacon reminded him. Slater retracted his gaze, still smiling. How did you kill those mercenaries of the Wolf Head mercenary group? It was just luck. Mainly the credit goes to the captain and the investigation team. Slater was always observing him, still smiling. Then how did you think of choosing a necromancer at that time? Is this to collect your own intelligence? But these questions have been asked by others before. Just answer them accordingly. This is the only profession related to mages that I found. So I chose this. Where are your skeletons? How many skeletons do you have? Only 1. Not bad. Slater said, leaning lazily on the sofa. Everyone present heard it. This deputy deacon had a strong interest in Wu Hung. When the two met for the first time, he asked several questions in succession. Seeing that Slater stopped talking, the deacon continued, "Okay, let's talk business. The association has a unified action tonight." "Damn, there really is a mission." Wu Hung was a little distressed. Yaz continued, "Your team is small, you don't need to participate in tonight's action. You are responsible for staying behind in the association. Oddluck knows the details, and will assign them to you when the time comes." Phew, Wu Hung breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought we were going to investigate some strange things again." "It's okay to work the night shift, it's just one night." "Okay, that's it, go back and prepare." The three nodded, and left the study together. The sky was dark. In the dim hall, the professional teams gathered in the middle. They gathered in teams, everyone wore armor and swords, and were ready for battle. Not long after, the Deacon Yazid came out from the back. He said, "The target of this operation is the Elder Bodong of the God Punishment Church, a level 12 professional, who has several church backbones under him. Our operation is to cooperate with the Blackstone Town Guards. But this operation is still dangerous, everyone should be careful, and everything should be based on safety." Hearing this, the faces of each team were a little ugly. A level 12 professional is already considered a rare strongman. He actually appeared in a small place like Blackstone Town. At the same time, everyone also reacted. No wonder the citywide search for wanted criminals some time ago was probably for the people of the God Punishment Church. It was just that nothing was revealed at the time. Now that there are definite clues, it was announced. A level 12 strongman is indeed an unstable factor. After the deacon gave 2 more instructions, someone walked in quickly from outside. "You can set off. The 4th team will stay in the association, and the rest of the teams will set off." The deacon waved his hand and led the professional teams out of the association. Joining up with the guards passing by, they headed towards the north gate together. After the teams left, the hall fell into silence again. Wu Hung asked Bassin to close the door. He asked casually, "Captain, is the elder of the Divine Punishment Church very powerful? He sent out so many people." Oddluck thought for a moment, before continuing, "I don't know much about the Divine Punishment Church. I only know that they are active in a church in the eastern part of the kingdom. It was founded by a group of fanatics. They often hold some sacrificial ceremonies and are notorious. There are many professions in this world that are linked to God. For example, priests, or sorcerers whose reputations are not good. The direction of the profession is to obtain or exchange power from the gods they believe in." Wu Hung used to be an atheist, but he can travel back and forth between the two worlds through the key. So it is not surprising that a god really appears in front of him one day. Of course, it is best not to provoke them. "Then what are they doing in Blackstone Town?" Wu Hung continued to ask. "Maybe they have some purpose. Or they are just stopping by. I don't know the specific information. But the people of the God's Punishment Church are always on the wanted list." Oddluck said softly. "Oh," Wu Hung replied, not very interested in these, and changed the subject. "Captain, I'm practicing sword recently. If possible, can you guide me?" "Sure. Practice it once and show me." Wu Hung immediately took out the iron sword and practiced according to the movements he had practiced with Jian before. "Raise your arms higher. Your muscles are too stiff." Oddluck walked over and continued. Kavina stood aside, watching the two practice swords, and brewed 3 cups of fruit tea at the same time. A house in a residential area. A black-feathered crow flew into the window, and in the pitch-black room, it landed precisely on a man's shoulder. He stroked the crow with his skinny hand, and said, "The guards and professional team of Blackstone Town left from the north gate, and their destination should be the location we have prepared. The Central Association has left 4 people." The curtains were drawn open, and the moonlight shone into the room. Under the faint moonlight, 3 men could be seen sitting around a round table. One was tall and burly, with a flat head and bare arms. One wore leather armor, and an iron sword hung on his waist, and the last was covered in a black robe, and on his shoulder fell the black-feathered crow that had just flown in. "Heh. A bunch of idiots." The man in leather armor sneered. The crow man did not answer. His eyes fell on the tall man, and continued, "Elder Bodong, for a place like Blackstone Town, there should not be too many soldiers left in the city." The man tilted his neck and continued, "Since the professional association is so persistent in arresting us, let's give them a big gift now. Then let's get started." The 3 of them stood up and walked out. Chapter 34, Strategies. Professional Association. After Wu Hung practiced sword for a while, he took the skeleton Basin to patrol along the designated route. The light ball of the dancing lights was suspended around, illuminating the space around him. This spell is really good. Although I also found a flashlight, this kind of spell that does not consume electricity feels more affordable. The spell effect is also very good. Compared with the last time it was used during the day, the effect is brighter at night. And the range is also large, the whole body can be illuminated. But Wu Hung also found the disadvantages of this spell. The light ball is around itself. That is to say, the caster is the brightest one in the dark. If there is an enemy, they will target you at first sight. It is easy to attract firepower. Therefore, use it less when you are not busy. No, you should go out less at night. He patrolled all the way to the training ground, went in and looked around, and opened the door and walked out again when nothing happened. But the moment he opened the door, Wu Hang's heart suddenly trembled, and he quickly dispersed the magic, and the surroundings fell into complete darkness. Just now in the dark, he saw a person. It is certain that the other party also saw him. Good evening, friends from the professional association. Wu Hung narrowed his eyes, carefully moved his position, took out his pistol, and turned off the safety. What are you doing? The other party said in a relaxed tone. Others were deceived so easily. And when they came back, they found that everyone here was killed. Do you think this is exciting? Bang, bang, bang. Before he finished speaking, Wu Hung fired in the direction of the sound, and Basin also fired at the same time. The deafening sound of gunfire echoed in the corridor, and sparks shot out from the muzzle. But darkness enveloped everything around. Determine his position. Wu Hung put one hand on Basin's shoulder, and pulled the trigger in the direction Basin was facing. The bullet shuttled through the darkness, like a stone thrown into the mud, and disappeared without a trace. I was careless. The flashlight was in the backpack, and I could only rely on Basin's vision to identify the opponent's approximate position. Fortunately, there were enough bullets this time. Damn! What a ghost thing! A curse came from the darkness. Then, there was the sound of running rapidly approaching. Hold him. Wu Hung continued to give orders. Basin threw away his pistol, held the knife in both hands, and rushed into the darkness. Soon, in the darkness, the sound of fighting and weapons colliding could be heard. Wu Hung quickly replaced the bullets, took out the flashlight from his bag, and shone it straight ahead. The dazzling beam of light lit up instantly, and the enemy bent his arm to block his vision. Basin took the opportunity to stab forward and directly hit the artery on the side of the neck. Bang! The opponent's armor blocked it, and the sound of collision was heard. At this time, Wu Hung could really see the other person's appearance. He was of medium build, thin face and thick eyebrows, wearing leather armor and holding a sword. Wu Hung glanced at the other person, and pulled the trigger again. Unlike the blind shooting just now, he could see the other person's position clearly. The first shot hit the wall, the second shot hit the opponent's rolling route, followed by the third and fourth shots. The enemy did not dare to take it head-on, and turned over quickly. He flipped his hand, and took out a scroll from somewhere, and suddenly opened it. Whoosh! A tentacle covered with black tentacles flew towards him. Wu Hung fired, and the bullet passed through the tentacles without causing any impact. He rolled on the ground and dodged to the side. The black tentacles snapped and flattened against the wall behind him. The enemy wanted to rush over quickly, but when Wu Hung raised his gun again, he quickly hid in the darkness of the corner. And at the same time, a round black grenade gurgled out. Damn! Basin! Retreat! He shouted, and quickly retreated. With a bang, the grenade exploded, and a large cloud of smoke rose. Wu Hung pulled away, and started to change the bullets. This time, the enemy was much more powerful than the wanted criminals before. They were agile, and the fighting rhythm was very good. The fight had not come yet, and the captain and Kavina had not arrived. I was afraid that there was more than one enemy. A large number of troops were transferred from Blackstone Town, which made people suspect that they had fallen into a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain. He changed the bullets again, and the magazine fell to the ground. The smoke in front of him suddenly surged, and a figure came from afar, broke through the smoke, and chopped him down with a sword. Basin rushed over quickly, blocking the two men, with two short blades crossed above his head. Dang! There was another crisp sound. Sparks flew everywhere. Basin's body seemed to be under gravity, and he bent his knees and sank. The enemy showed joy on his face, and the long sword in his hand turned smoothly, piercing through the breastplate blocking in front of him. The moment the long sword pierced his body, the joy on the man's face turned into confusion. Why did it feel like it was pierced in vain? Without waiting to think, the thief in front of him grabbed his sword arm, and the short blade in his other hand stabbed diagonally upwards towards his chest and abdomen. At the same time, a dark green water ball fell from above. Outside the city, a gravel bridge. Various scouting birds returned from the darkness. The voice of the report rang out. "Sir, there is a pile of rocks ahead, no trace of human stay. We have no discovery here either. Are you sure it is here?" The ranger of the professional team also said. When this was said, everyone frowned. If one person said this, there might be some omissions, but if the guards and the professional team said this at the same time, it was impossible that they were wrong. Did we come to the wrong place? "Let's go, the whole team, surround the front," a square-faced commander ordered. Clatter, the guards rushed out, quickly approached, surrounded the pile of rocks in front. This is the ruins of a collapsed manor. Some passing merchants would rest nearby. But now it seems that there is no one here. It shouldn't be, the intelligence said they were hiding here. Someone muttered. Deacon Yaz reminded softly. "Search once," the square-faced commander ordered. "Search, see if there are any cellars and hidden places." The guards and professionals walked in with torches, searching bit by bit. "No, nothing is left. It seems the news is false," someone said. Everyone's face suddenly turned ugly. At the same time, a terrible possibility came to mind. The square-faced commander pondered for a few seconds, and said coldly, "Let's go back." "Damn. It's a mage." The dark green water ball broke and splashed everywhere. It was not until now that he realized that the other party was a mage. The burning sensation of the acid made his vision blurred. He turned around and retreated to the corner, relying on his memory. "Bassin. Kill him." Bassin rushed forward again. Wu Hung followed behind him, and fired several more bullets at the front. His vision was blocked, and his reaction was a little slow. He rolled over after hearing the gunshot. But it was too late. The bullet hit his body instantly. He staggered and stood unsteadily. Wu Hung pulled the trigger again quickly, and the bullets shot out as if they were free, hitting the target, and the target fell to the ground with a bang. After a slight spasm, he lay stiffly on the ground. No experience value prompt, Wu Hung did not approach, and pulled the trigger again at the enemy on the ground. Bang! As the gunshot sounded, the enemy on the ground quickly rolled to the side, trying to get up and run again. Bassin blocked his way. Bang! The gunshot sounded again. One of the bullets pierced his neck, and blood splattered. Chapter 35, God's Punishment Cult. The bullet penetrated his neck, blood splattered. The man was still trying to evacuate, but his body had already begun to collapse. He fell to the ground with a bang, but his hand still reached into his arms, trying to take something out. Bassin ran over quickly, kicked him in the head, causing him to pause slightly. Wu Hung also stepped forward, pulled the trigger again at the man who fell to the ground. Bang! Amid the gunshot, the chest was pierced by a bullet. The body completely stopped moving. Experience plus 64. The system prompt appears, proving that the enemy is dead. Let Bassin continue to be alert. After Wu Hung replaced the magazines for himself and Bassin, he picked up all the empty magazines that had just been thrown on the ground. Looking at the corpse on the ground that was already oozing blood, he gave up the idea of transporting the corpse to the zombie world. I don't know what happened to Oddluck and Kavina, and if there are signs of fighting afterwards, if the corpse cannot be found, it will be easy to leave the problem to himself. The idea quickly passed through his mind, and he ran forward with Bassin. At the same time, he wondered if there were any guards outside who had discovered the situation here. If he didn't send any signals to the outside, maybe no one would have discovered the situation here. He stopped suddenly, and quickly found a window facing the flower bed. Grease technique sprinkled all over the flower bed. Took out a lighter, lit the cloth and threw it in. Whoosh! In an instant, a fire suddenly rose, illuminating the entire night sky. I don't believe no one has noticed. When they find a fire, they will come to the professional association to check while they are putting out the fire. If this doesn't attract the guards, it means that the entire Blackstone town has fallen. Just go back to the zombie world. After doing everything, Wu Hung continued to run towards the hall. Hall location. Around Kavina, there were 5 people holding swords or daggers. These people were dressed differently, but they cooperated very well with each other. They besieged Kavina. In the shadows not far away, a figure in a black robe with a crow on his shoulder was watching silently. From time to time, He released blue energy spears to block Kavina's movement. It was like playing with prey. Kavina's condition was not good either. Her whole body was stained with blood and covered with sword marks of various sizes. The golden hair under the helmet formed blood scabs and stuck to her pale face. The long sword in his hand kept swinging, fighting with the people around him. "Little girl, I think you have good talent. Why don't you join us?" The voice of the man in black robe sounded, as if it had magic, making people a little distracted. Kavina panted slightly, staggered, snorted coldly, but did not answer. The man in black nodded, patted the crow on his shoulder. A sharp cry came from the crow's mouth. Kavina looked subconsciously, but found that the crow was also staring at her. Those eyes seemed to devour her spirit like an abyss. While she was stunned, the people around her had already swung their swords to chop Kavina's head. The iron sword was about to fall. Suddenly, a strong light shot out from a distance, sweeping across the eyes of several people. Before they could react, deafening gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets penetrated the darkness and shot forward. Although none of them hit, they briefly intimidated several people. They retreated one after another, keeping their distance. Basson moved quickly in the darkness, rushed into the crowd, picked up the dazed Kavina, and retreated into the darkness, disappearing. Wu Heng just breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! The sound of flapping wings was heard. In the residual light of the flashlight, a black-feathered crow had already flown above his head. Wu Heng looked up in surprise, and subconsciously looked at the crow's eyes. The next moment, the crow's eyes expanded like a spreading abyss, and Wu Heng felt dizzy for a moment, as if his soul was swallowed. But then, this feeling disappeared instantly, and his vision became clear again. What the hell? The flashlight hit the crow's head with a bang, and it flew out and hit the wall. Kill him! The black-robed man in the distance was furious and roared loudly. The 5 people in the dark rushed over quickly. As the distance got closer, Wu Heng turned his gun and pulled the trigger. Basson, after putting Kavina down, also pulled the trigger on one side. The bullets crossed the hall, and the 5 people who rushed over fell to the ground instantly. The black-robed man in the distance was a little flustered, and turned away, trying to escape into the darkness. Wu Heng shone the flashlight at him, and pulled the trigger. Basson also quickly followed, and chased after the target together. The bullet cut through the darkness and pierced the black-robed man's body. Gain experience plus 55. The black-robed man died. After confirming that the target was killed, Wu Heng quickly came to Kavina's side. Her body was covered in blood, and her body was covered with scars of all sizes. She was a tough guy who could hold on until now under the siege of so many people. He took out 2 bottles of potions from his backpack, opened Kavina's mouth, and poured the healing potion and antidote potion directly into her. He didn't know which one would work, but saving his life was the most important thing. After thinking for a while, he opened another bottle of mental potion and poured it in. Cough, cough. Kavina coughed violently, spitting out the medicine she had been given. Then she opened her eyes. What? I'm giving you medicine, are you okay? No big problem. Wu Heng nodded. You take a rest. The rescue should be here soon. I'll go see the captain. No, let's go together. There are stronger enemies over there. Kavina stood up a little shakily. Stronger enemies? Wu Heng now knew why Kavina didn't run away. She fought hard against so many people. If she ran away, the pressure on Oddluck would be even greater. Wu Heng nodded, and did not intend to keep her. It was not clear if there were other enemies. It would be safer to stay together. Okay, let's go! 2 people and 1 skeleton, moving quickly in the corridor. Dong dong. In the darkness in the distance, heavy hammering sounds were heard. Turning the corner, I saw a tall figure fighting with the Captain Oddluck. I heard footsteps behind me. The 2 of them separated quickly, and looked behind at the same time. Wu Heng and Kavina also looked at the enemy. This was a strong man with a height of nearly 2 meters, with bare arms and well-developed muscles. He only used a pair of fists when fighting, and did not use any weapons. The captain, Oddluck, looked a little embarrassed at this time. His breathing was rapid, and the silver armor on his chest was dented. It seemed that he had been hit hard. Seeing his 2 teammates coming, Oddluck's face showed a hint of joy. Have you called for reinforcements? They will be here soon, Wu Heng replied. Who knows if the reinforcements have come? Anyway, you can't say you don't know now. Oddluck nodded, and continued, the elder of the Divine Punishment cult. Bodong. is good at physical skills. Very strong. And very flexible. Damn! The Divine Punishment cult is here. And the main force of Blackstone Town is outside the city. Chapter 36. How did you do it? Bodong put his hands behind his back, looked at them calmly. After scanning the two people and the skeleton, he said with some surprise, I really underestimated you. It doesn't matter that you will die here. It seems that this elder of the God Punishment cult has no big emotion about the death of his men. On the contrary, he wants to kill a few of his own people. No one answered him, but the atmosphere around him became more and more solemn. The next second, the professional team attacked at the same time and rushed towards each other. And Bodong was even faster. His figure was as fast as lightning, running towards Odluk head-on, and throwing out a strong and powerful whip kick. Odluk blocked with his long sword. Bang! A loud noise accompanied by a wave of air spread out. Under the huge force, Odluk's body slid back 2 or 3 meters uncontrollably, and his arms went numb. Bodong retracted his legs and grabbed the short blade with his backhand, throwing Basin away, and then bent down to avoid Kavina's sweep across the waist. The tall and strong man showed amazing awareness and flexible body. It formed a huge contrast with his appearance. Bang! 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 Wu Hung saw the right moment and pulled the trigger. The bullet broke through the air and flew towards the target. Keep this action. I still don't believe you can dodge the bullet. Bodong, who was bent over, looked sideways. The surface of his body was instantly covered with a scaly keratin, as if he had put on a thick armor. Dang! Dang! The bullet hit Bodong's body, leaving a series of dents. Seeing this scene, Wu Heng's eyes widened a little. This is no longer a question of level or combat effectiveness. How can you resist bullets with your body? You have worked hard to find so many bullets. And you have not been so powerful for a few days. You are taking bullets head-on. This is too much. The shooting just now angered Bodong, who was fighting. A pair of cold eyes looked over, full of anger and murderous intent. He straightened his waist, and stood up instantly. At this time, Odluk came to him again, and the long sword in his hand slashed with the sound of whistling wind. Bodong dodged sideways, arched his back, and blocked Kavina's attack with his scales. Bodong turned around again, and threw a straight punch, hitting Basin beside him. Bang! His fist smashed the window, and gravel flew everywhere. Bodong picked up 2 pieces of gravel in midair, and threw them at Wu Hung. The gravel was as fast as a bullet, and only the whistling sound of the wind could be heard. Wu Hung only saw the action, but did not catch the stone. He subconsciously dodged to the side, but was still hit by a gravel. His leather armor banged, as if he had been hit hard by a hammer, and his body retreated several steps. He endured the pain in his chest as if a bone was broken, and aimed at the opponent's position again, and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The bullets were fired again, leaving scars of shattered scales on the target's body. No substantial damage. The 3 people in the main battlefield were still fighting with Bodong. The strength of this elder was really beyond Wu Heng's imagination. What kind of profession was he? And he could grow scales on his body. The reinforcements hadn't arrived yet. Why were they so slow? The guards in the central area couldn't have all been transferred away. Bodong was tall and strong, but his body was extremely flexible. While dealing with the siege of 3 people, his eyes still glanced at Wu Hung from time to time, with the intention of rushing over at any time and killing him first. The attacks from the professional team were still frequent. Weapons hit the scales, making a series of clanging sounds. Whoosh! Bodong took a running start and kneed, hitting Basin's chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking, and the sound of mechanical buckles sounded at the same time. Basin flew backwards, and was pulled back by a silver iron ring. Under the glaring light, a silver-white handcuff connected Bodong's calf and Basin's wrist. The sudden change made Bodong, who was retracting his legs, unstable, and his body staggered slightly. Odluk and Kavina rushed forward again, and slashed down with the iron swords in their hands. Dang dang! The weapons slashed the scales on the opponent's back, as if they slashed on iron armor. Bodong was angry, and he raised his leg to kick Basin at the other end of the leg irons, and he wanted to kick the guy who was holding him to death. At this moment, the lighting suddenly dimmed. There was a sound of falling objects above his head. Bodong subconsciously raised his head, and put his right hand together to form a knife, and slashed towards the top of his head. Puff! It was as if he slashed on a water ball, and liquid splashed everywhere. The next second, there was a burning sensation on his face. The lights came on again. Bodong's body shook. and his arms kept wiping his eyes. Kill him! Quickly! Basson pulled the handcuffs and pulled Baudon's thighs apart, restricting his movements. Oddluck and Kavina. Their weapons slashed at his neck and head. Puff! The sound of the blade breaking through the flesh, leaving a trail of blood. Wu Hung also approached quickly, keeping a certain distance, and shot at his head. Bang! Baudon's head suddenly tilted back, but he did not fall down immediately. Bang! 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 The gunshots continued, and the bullets rained down on the target's head like raindrops. Gain experience plus 125. Baudon's body fell backwards, with a bang, and sat against the wall. Oddluck did not let go, and stepped forward to chop the head of the corpse. Puff! The sword cut off Baudon's neck, and the head rolled down. At this moment, they breathed a sigh of relief, and sat on the ground to recover their strength. Opened the potion and drank it. Captain, is there no one else? Wu Hung asked, leaning against the wall. Oddluck said, Baudon is dead. There should be no one else. If there is any more, we have to run. If we continue to fight like this, we will sacrifice our lives for the association. Yeah, Oddluck hummed, but didn't say much. At this time, dense footsteps came from the direction of the hall. The three people were stunned, and they immediately stood up and looked ahead vigilantly. In the darkness, they first saw the light of the torch, and then a leopard took light steps and appeared in sight first. Next came Slater, who was wearing leather armor and had an iron sword on his waist, as well as the commander of the Blackrock Town Guards and a large number of guards. Slater glanced at the decapitated body on the ground, and said in a serious and cold voice, What happened? Oddluck said to the body, Baudon, the elder of the Divine Punishment Church. Everyone frowned, and then their faces suddenly changed. Baudon was in the city. So who did the people who left the city catch? The torches relit the professional hall. The crowd that entered one after another was divided into several teams to search the surrounding area, protect the city hall and the city lord's mansion, and treat the wounded and inspect the scene. The medical personnel bandaged the three people and provided them with healing and mental medicines. After Wu Hung drank some, his condition obviously recovered a lot. At this time, the team that checked the surrounding area returned and reported, Commander, Mrs. Slater, there are a total of 8 dead people, and no wounded or other enemies were found. The leader frowned slightly, looked at the 4 injured people. You only have 3 people? You killed all of them? How did you do that? Chapter 37, Come to my place when you have time. When it was light, Deacon Yaws rushed back with 3 teams of professionals. When he saw the blood all over the ground and the bodies covered with white cloth, his face was extremely gloomy. He was led out of the city like a clown, and then the professional hall was almost wiped out. Not to mention the loss this time, this incident happened, which was also a stain on his career as a deacon. Deacon study. What are the casualties? Yaws asked, leaning on his cane, taking a deep breath. Deputy Deacon Slater sat on the sofa, stroking the obedient leopard. What do you want? Slater, I don't have time to joke with you. 3 people were injured. Those who entered the professional association can be confirmed to be members of the Divine Punishment Church. One of them is the Elder Baudon. There are 7 members of the Divine Punishment Church. At present, 2 of the 7 are church backbones. Slater reported the situation he had investigated and said softly. Yaws frowned. 3 were just injured? Are you disappointed? You know that's not what I mean. Yaws' face was a little suspicious and surprised. And he continued, you mean? The 3 people in the 4th team killed 8 people from the Divine Punishment Church? Among them was Baudon? Slater raised his eyebrows and took a look, and said, I was also surprised. But the fact is that Baudon was beheaded by Oddluck with a sword. Yaws was still surprised and speechless. It was as if he was replaying the whole incident. The guards and 3 professional teams worked together to encircle and suppress the elder of the God Punishment Church. He was killed by the newly formed team, and it was a team of only 3 people. They went through so much trouble, and were led out of the city. This series of operations, didn't it become a joke? Hey! It seems that I am really old. Slater continued, where did you recruit that kid? Who? Yaws immediately reacted. Oh! Wu Hung. Why is he so special this time? Slater smiled, stood up and dusted off his clothes. Just asking. You are lucky. You recruited a good kid this time. Really? Slater continued, by the way, there is no need to wait for the 1st and 2nd teams to be vacant. Transfer Yuri to the 4th team. Yaz frowned slightly. Are you sure? Well, there is a vacancy in the 4th team. Let her go to the 4th team and hone her skills. I suggest you wait a little longer. Go to the 4th team first. If it doesn't work, you can transfer her again at that time. Slater continued. Okay. I'll make the arrangements. Just ask her to come. Slater nodded and walked out of the room. Yaz opened the door and said to a busy staff member, Call Oddluck over. Yes, Deacon. Wu Hung took Bassin on the way home. Both of them looked a little embarrassed, attracting a lot of people's attention. This time, killing the elders and members of the God's Punishment Church. There should be a lot of rewards. Of course, it doesn't matter whether there is a reward or not. He values the level 12 corpse more. 1 against 3, the body resists bullets. This kind of thing can only be seen in science fiction movies. If this corpse can be transformed into an undead, the combat effectiveness of my side will definitely be greatly improved. I have already submitted the application for the 2nd skeleton. I don't know if this corpse will be approved for me. Other professions don't have corpses, and they are most useful in my hands. Thinking in my heart, I took Bassin back along the road. Creaky, a carriage slowed down beside me. The curtain of the car window was opened a little, revealing the mature and beautiful face of Slater. Where are you going? Go back and rest, Wu Hung said directly. Get in. I'll take you home. Slater waved his hand. Actually, I have the habit of morning exercise, and I plan to walk back. Well, let's go to your place to talk. Open the door, I'll go up. Opening the car door, Wu Hung was about to take Bassin in, but he heard Slater continue. Let your skeleton sit outside. Bassin, you sit outside. Bassin sat directly next to the driver, and his round helmet made the driver look at him carefully several times. Entering the carriage, there was a warm fragrance. It was not strong, but very pleasant. Slater was wearing casual clothes. Beside the seat, the leather armor he wore last night was stacked. He looked like a lazy imperial concubine, graceful and mature. The leopard lay at his feet, without looking up, but his eyes were fixed on this side. Slater picked up the wine glass beside him, poured 2 glasses of fruit wine, and sent one to Wu Hung. What happened last night? Wu Hung looked up and glanced at the plump beauty, and said, The captain will write down what happened. And I don't know much. Just say it casually, just as if we were chatting. I don't believe you. After thinking for a while, he said, Late last night, I found the enemy in the corridor, outside the training room. After I killed him together with the skeleton warrior, I went to help Kavina and the captain. He said it roughly. After all, it was easy to guess what happened. The corpse outside the training room. Was it the first person you met? Slater leaned on the wooden couch. Yes. A swordsman. How did you kill him? Skeletons are not affected by the night. And I am a mage, so it's not difficult to fight 2 against 1. Wu Hung explained. Yeah. Slater hummed, looked at him again, and said softly, Be careful in the future. The Divine Punishment Church has killed an elder, and there may be some revenge. Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Deacon. After Wu Hung thanked him, a question suddenly flashed through his mind. Following this topic, he asked directly, during the battle last night, the elder of the Divine Punishment Church suddenly grew a layer of scales. Is this also a skill? Slater is a secret talker in the association. He collects all kinds of information and secrets. He may not be knowledgeable, but he must know a lot. Anyway, it must be more than me. Slater took a sip from the wine glass, and then continued Bodong. The elder of the Divine Punishment Church, it is rumored that he awakened his blood in the slave's fighting cage, and possessed abilities that ordinary people do not have. Some people say it is the legendary Black Dragon, and some people say it is the magic python. But there is no correct answer after all. Maybe Bodong does not know what his ability has inherited. Blood, Black Dragon, magic python. For a magical world, the idea of awakening blood is acceptable to me. But I still don't understand. No matter if it's a dragon, python, or something, how did they reproduce human offspring? To some extent, it has some impact on the knowledge in the textbook. Oh, so that's how it is. Wu Hung nodded to show that he understood. He didn't show too much doubt, lest the other party see that he didn't understand anything. The carriage creaked forward. The driver reminded, Madam, we're in the crowded area. Thank you, Mrs. Slater, for giving me a ride. I'll go back first. Wu Hung stood up and said, Well, when you have time. Go to Golden Cat, I'll introduce you to some pretty girls. The more you meet them, you won't be so nervous. Okay. Wu Hung stood up, got off the carriage, and walked towards his residence with Bassin. The carriage behind him also slowly turned around and left. Back to his residence. A feeling of fatigue spread throughout his body. He had a simple breakfast, let Bassin guard the door, and went to bed to rest. When he woke up, it was already noon. After washing up, he went directly to the zombie world. In the living room, Bassin took off his leather armor, revealing his white sternum. One rib was broken, and 2 nearby ribs also had cracks. This was caused by the Elder's knee strike during the battle last night. For living beings, they could take potions and their bodies could repair themselves, but it was not that simple for undead skeletons. Wu Hung found a roll of red tape and wrapped it around the fractured bones several times. He said, "I'll ask how to repair bones when I have a chance, and hold on for a while. The dead are also a faction of mages, and there must be a way to repair the bodies of undead skeletons, but Wu Hung, a wild necromancer, does not know how to do it yet. I can only let Bassin be like this for now. When I figure it out later, I will fix it. After I finish dealing with Bassin, I will go directly to the roof." The skeleton warriors, still lined up in a row, and 4 skeleton dogs of different sizes, ran over and wagged their tails. Wu Hung took out the map and took a look, and pointed at the location of the commercial street. The 3 deformed dogs that blocked the way had been killed by him, but he could go to the commercial street. The gold and silver shops over there should have a lot of inventory. In any world, money can solve 99% of the problems. After thinking it over, he gave an order directly. "Follow me." Swish. The skeleton warriors on standby acted instantly and followed behind him downstairs. Chapter 38, The Injured 4th Team. The downstairs was empty, no new zombies. Wu Hung led the team through the corridor, and 1 or 2 wandering zombies were easily killed by the skeleton warriors. When they arrived at the small square in the community, the bus that had crushed the fence was still parked there. In the center of the small square, there were 20 or 30 zombies wandering around. "You guys stand in front." Wu Hung gave the order. 15 skeletons holding spears walked to the front of the team, and under Wu Hung's command, formed a formation with their spears facing forward. "Bassin, lead those zombies here." Bassin walked out of the team and circled the small square in the distance. When he returned again, there were already many zombies following behind him. Rushing to the near side, Bassin squeezed directly into the skeleton team and stood at the back. And the group of zombies directly pounced on the skeletons in front. Puff puff puff, the zombies, like low-intelligence beasts, ran into the spears, and their bodies were pierced by the sharp spear heads, and their blood flowed out in red and sticky form. There were not many of them, and the battle did not last too long. After the zombies in the front were killed, the remaining few slow-moving zombies limped over from a distance. "Go, kill the rest, and drag them over." Wu Hung patted the dog's head beside him. 4 skeleton hounds jumped out, and quickly pounced on the remaining zombies. After biting them to death, they dragged the bodies back directly. After all the zombies were killed, Wu Hung began to release the bone-serving technique, and the skeletons stood up one by one, and joined the queue at the back under the command. The small square was cleaned up, and he brought the skeletons to the overturned bus. The driver, trapped by the seatbelt, was slapping the cracked glass with his claws and teeth. After the skeleton was commanded to kill the driver, he searched the bus. In the trunk, he found a small fire extinguisher, a jack, a spare tire, and so on. It seemed that the fire extinguisher and the jack could still be used, but both of them were a bit heavy, so he put them outside first, and took them back when he came back. After putting these things outside, he continued to explore with the skeleton. He led the skeleton all the way to the west gate of the community. Zombies can still be seen wandering outside. I probably counted about 11 or 12 of them. The number is not large. Spear forward. The skeleton holding the spear pointed the spear forward, and was ready. No need to attract monsters. Tap the iron door beside with a short spear. Dang. The knocking sound spread instantly, and the zombies outside turned their heads to look here. When the skeleton team at the source of the sound was found, it roared angrily, and the roar spread quickly. From the corner, the path, and the corridor in front, more zombies walked out. The number increased rapidly from 11 or 12 to 30 or 40. All the zombies looked toward the gate of the community, and then rushed over with their fangs and claws bared. Prepare for battle. Roar! The zombies were getting closer and closer, and the roars and running sounds merged into one. Wu Hung raised his hand, and release grease technique. Grease covered the ground, and the zombies slid to the ground in groups. At the same time, the skeleton warriors began to thrust their spears forward continuously, piercing through the zombies' bodies. Black and red blood flowed out. Experience +6. Summon skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summon skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summon skeleton warrior, level increased to level 4, strength +1. Summon skeleton warrior, level increased to level 3, physique +1. The battle continued. 2 skeletons were upgraded in succession. The highest one reached level 4. For the skeleton warrior, he still had some expectations. Among the transformed skeletons, the skeletons that reached level 5 all had basic souls. This made him guess that level 5 was a turning point for the skeleton warrior. They would all unlock the basic soul. If it was really as he guessed, the undead skeletons all had souls and consciousness. They could completely rely on their own skeletons to form a country. A country with sufficient labor force without consuming resources. Thinking about it this way, the Necromancer was really a bit scary. In the fierce battle, the battle was gradually coming to an end. On the ground in front of the door, corpses were piled up, and the bloody smell filled the air. Let the skeleton dogs rush out, kill the remaining slow zombies, and the entire west gate became quiet again. Take the corpse, go back. The skeleton warriors carried the bloody corpses on the ground, and walked towards the residence together. After piling them together downstairs, Wu Hung began to release the bone-serving technique, transforming the skeletons. When the sky gradually darkened, he then took the skeletons back to the roof, and returned to Blackstone Town. After dinner, Wu Hung called Jian over, and continued to practice swordsmanship. Last night, I received guidance from Oddluck, and improved some non-standard parts. Oddluck and Kavina both use swords, but they have opposite styles. Oddluck's sword is a heavy sword, thick and long, and it swings with great force and whistling sound. Combined with his muscular body, it gives people the feeling that he can hammer people to death with a wooden stick. Kavina's sword is a one-handed sword, narrow and slender. This kind of sword is also more difficult to forge, and the fighting style is fast and accurate. According to my previous understanding of playing games, it is more like an attack speed style, and the sword moves are beautiful. It seems that there should be different schools. For myself, Wu Hung prefers a one-handed sword. I am a mage, so there is no need to stick to the heavy sword. If I really encounter any danger, the heavy sword is not conducive to escape. After practicing with GNE for a while, it was getting late, so I went to bed to rest. The next day, the professional association. Wu Hung came to the lounge with a backpack. After opening the door, I saw Kavina with a bandage on her left arm, sitting on the sofa and reading a newspaper. I have to say, people in this world are really tough. They got beaten like this, and it happened again today. If it were someone in the modern world, they would have to be hospitalized for half a month. How is it? Wu Hung asked with concern. Kavina put down the newspaper. It's okay. It will be fine in a few days. Wu Hung opened his backpack, took out a few snacks from it, opened a bag of potato chips and handed it over. Try it. It's delicious. As the least injured person in the team, I feel that I should bring some food to comfort my teammates. After all, with the two of them and Bossan at the front, I can safely shoot from behind. To be honest, these two teammates are still very reliable. Kavina raised her eyebrows, reached out to pick up a piece, and put it in her mouth. It tastes good. I brought some, eat as you like. Wu Hung took out all the things inside, and continued to ask, where is the captain? The captain is in a meeting, and should be back soon. Oh! The two chatted for a while. The door of the lounge was reopened, and Oddluck walked in with something. After glancing at the snacks on the coffee table, his eyes fell on Wu Hung again. He said, the deacon wants you to come over. Oh! Wu Hung stood up, and was about to leave, but then he heard the captain say, the association is very interested in your weapon, and will ask you questions about it. If you want to say it, say it. If you don't want to say it, don't say it. Pistol. The association has paid attention to the pistol. Chapter 39, that's it. 8 enemies, 7 were killed by bullets. As long as the bodies are examined, you will notice this. If it were anyone else, they would be curious and ask questions. Wu Hung wore this kind of weapon, and he didn't cover it up on purpose. This time, he just happened to tell the deacon. Similarly, Oddluck was reminding him. Some private questions don't need to be answered. The professional association is different from the guards. Weapons and props are equipped by themselves, and they are personal belongings. Moreover, people who are always on missions outside will have some hidden cards, which they will not talk about. Who knows if you will die tomorrow because of this matter if you tell it out today. So, before leaving, I remind you that you don't have to say it if you don't want to. Okay. Wu Heng nodded and agreed, and walked out of the room. Deacon's study. After knocking on the door, Wu Heng walked in after receiving a response. There were 3 people sitting in the bright and tidy study. Yazid, the deacon of the association, sat behind the desk, still wearing a dark suit, like an old gentleman. On the sofa, the deputy deacon Slater and the old acquaintance Moira, the woman who the city hall asked her to sign the Undead Restriction Act, sat respectively. I didn't expect her to be here today. The 2 women sat on both sides, with serious expressions, and it seemed that they didn't have a good relationship. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, Yazid smiled and said, "Our outstanding members are here. Please find a seat for yourself." Wu Heng glanced at the seats at the scene, and sat down on the chair next to Slater. After all, they are all from the same association, and they are still different from Blackstone Town. After Wu Heng sat down, Yazid introduced, "This is Ms. Moira, who is in charge of the municipal affairs of Blackstone Town." "Ms. Moira, long time no see." Wu Heng greeted with a smile. "I am in the city hall, but I often hear about you. On behalf of the city hall, I would like to thank your team for what they did yesterday." Moira replied. She should be talking about the killing of the elder of the Divine Punishment Church yesterday. If they hadn't killed those people from the Divine Punishment cult, and had allowed them to cause chaos in the city, the consequences would have been very serious. "Do you know each other?" Yaz said in surprise. "I've seen them at the city hall." Moira answered directly. "Yes." Yaz nodded, and continued, "Wu Heng, we have something to confirm with you." "Okay. Deacon, please go ahead." 8 bodies, 7 of which died of the same cause. "Did you cause this?" Yaz spoke directly about the matter. "Yes." Wu Heng answered. "How did you do it?" "A weapon that can attack at a certain distance." "Can we take a look?" "Sure." Wu Heng took out the pistol from his waist, and showed it to the 3 people. The 3 people widened their eyes at the same time, staring at the black pistol in their hands. "That's it?" Yaz asked in surprise. "Yes. A weapon developed in our hometown." "Let me see," Moira said, holding up her hand. Wu Heng did not hand it over, shaking his head and saying, "Sorry, this is my life-saving weapon. It is not convenient for others to see it up close. This world even has trains, detonators, and poisonous smoke mines. It is hard to say what inspiration my weapon has brought to this world. Firearms have begun to make rapid progress. If all kinds of firearms are really made, my advantage in this world will be gone." So, Wu Heng intends to explain his weapon, but does not intend to really let them study it carefully. Just like what Oddluck reminded himself, some things can be said, some things cannot be said. Moira looked at Yazd. Yaz smiled helplessly. The association will not force members to provide their own skills and secrets. The essence of the professional association is a group of adventurers gathered together. If everything is forced, it will not reach the current level. "Okay." Moira was a little disappointed, but still said, "Did you develop this weapon? Blackstone Town can order some, the price is negotiable." "Sorry, these are not developed by me." "Well, never mind, your weapons have considerable lethality. I hope you keep them carefully. Don't lose them or use them casually. If similar casualties occur, it may cause you trouble." Moira's tone became serious again. "Remind him that this weapon is easy to identify the target, and the people in the city know that he has this weapon. Once someone dies or is injured, they will find him first." "Understood. I will abide by the rules." Seeing that the atmosphere in the room became more serious, Yaz continued, "Okay. We just confirmed the cause of death of those people. It will be good if we can prove that it was your 4th team that killed them." "Yes. You go back first and take good care of your injuries." Wu Heng nodded and stood up. After saying goodbye to the 3 people, he left the study directly, returned to the lounge. Oddluck and Kavina are chatting. Seeing Wu Heng coming back, Oddluck asked, "How is the situation?" "Moira from the city hall is over there. She asked me about the weapons, and didn't say much about the rest." Wu Heng sat down on the side. "The association doesn't care about this aspect. Your own abilities and some weapons and props, you must keep them confidential." Oddluck continued, "I understand, Captain." After talking about this matter, The next thing is the distribution of rewards after yesterday. Oddluck said, in this mission, our team solved a crisis in Blackstone Town. We were praised by the City Hall and the Deacon. The bounty for this operation was increased, and each person was rewarded with a high-quality item. A high-quality reward? Kavina and Wu Hung were both delighted. This level of reward is not something you can get in ordinary missions. This time it is in the reward. Seeing that his members were quite satisfied with the reward, Oddluck also smiled, and his eyes fell on the coffee table in front of him. These are all yesterday's spoils. According to the rules of the association, we killed the people alone, and the spoils were distributed by our team. Some ordinary weapons and armor. I directly exchanged them for money from the association, and the rest are here. The spoils are divided into several categories: weapons and armor, grenade scrolls, and several fist-sized money bags. Wu Heng's eyes first fell on the wooden staff with silver patterns on the top. At that time, I didn't pay much attention to it. It seemed to be the thing used by the black-robed man who could control crows. Witch Arrow Elm Silver Staff. Description: the staff will give the user the ability to release the Witch Arrow spell, while reducing the user's mental consumption when releasing it. A staff with its own spells? Chapter 40, Level 4. The black-robed man who controlled the crows last night, was he also a magician? But when Wu Hung went over, he didn't see him use any magic. All he knew was that he controlled the crows to rush towards him, and then he killed them with a flashlight. This staff is different from the Deacon's staff. The staff is straight and can be used as a support, but this staff is longer and curved like a tree root. But the shape looks pretty good, with complex patterns on it, and silver ornaments. The remaining equipment includes a long sword and 3 sets of leather armor. The style and workmanship are very good, and they are all mid to high-end equipment in the store. The grenades are all poison smoke mines, and there are 2 scrolls of Blazing Slash and Feather Fall. Blazing Slash can add fire attributes to weapons, and Feather Fall can reduce the damage of falling from high altitudes. I don't know who searched them from. Wu Hung. See what you need? Oddluck said. There are 8 people in the Divine Punishment cult, and 7 of them were killed by Wu Hung himself. The last one, it seems that it was Oddluck who cut off the head with the last sword. But at that time, the opponent had been killed by Wu Hung with a pistol, and even the experience value appeared. Oddluck didn't know, but he still stepped forward to make another blow. It doesn't matter who killed him. Oddluck's last blow was also good. He killed all of them, which was a bit strange. Even so, the priority of choosing the loot still gave it to Wu Hung. I want this staff, and if it's leather armor, I also want one for Bassin, Wu Hung said directly. The reason why Oddluck left the staff was because it was for him. As for the leather armor, it was for Bassin. In several battles, the leather armor had been pierced. It would be better to just change it instead of sending it to the armor shop for repair. Okay, Kavina, what about you? Kavina took a one-handed sword and a set of leather armor. The remaining leather armor and 2 scrolls were naturally left to Oddluck. The value of the scrolls was not lower than that of the weapons, and the 3 of them were about the same. Then, each of them got 3 poisonous smoke mines, and the bonus and the money from selling the spoils were also divided together. Looking at the heavy purse, there were enough silver coins in it. Everyone was a little happy. Who would hate having too much money after the spoils were divided? Oddluck continued to ask, you need to register to receive the top quality item rewards. Wait for my news, and we will go to choose the rewards together. Okay. The 2 nodded. After chatting about the development of the team, Wu Hung directly said, Captain, can I use the association to transform Bodong's body into a skeleton? Hearing this, Oddluck and Kavina were both stunned. Then, he looked at him with some surprise. Bodong? One person is enough to fight against a team of professionals. If Wu Hung transforms him, then this layer of combat power will be directly added to him, plus the skeleton Bassin, and the weapon. It's a bit scary. I can't say for sure about this matter, Oddluck said. Wu Hung is different from ordinary professionals. He is restricted by Blackstone Town in terms of his profession. After all, he has signed so many bills. Even if the professional association agrees, Blackstone Town does not agree, and Wu Hung cannot legally get the body. Would Blackrock Town allow a necromancer to have such a powerful undead servant? If it really passed, I'm afraid many people would not be able to sleep. What if I exchange it with the reward of the top-grade props? Is there any possibility in this regard? Wu Hung added a condition. I can't say for sure about this matter. I can tell the Deacon and see what he says. Odd luck continued. Wu Hung nodded. It can only be done this way. He doesn't have a better solution. After leaving the professional association, Wu Hung was still thinking about the 12th level corpse. I should have shown the pistol to Moira, leaving a better impression. Maybe she would not be so serious about the corpse. But this kind of thing is just a casual thought. Even if I gave her a pistol, it might not really make it happen. I will take it one step at a time. Some things are not completely under his control. After returning to his residence, he changed Bassin's leather armor and went directly to the zombie world. Zombie world. Outside the west gate. Walala. The dense footsteps sounded from the street ahead. Then, a large group of zombies came rushing over, roaring and crowding. Spear forward. Quick! Wu Hung quickly gave orders. These zombies seemed to be hiding. The first part of the road was quiet, but suddenly a large number of zombies rushed out. Without even having time to deploy their formation, the spear-wielding skeletons moved quickly, standing in the front row, with their spears pointing forward. Grease technique. 4 meters of grease were poured all over the ground, and the zombie rushing in the front slipped and fell on his back. Before he could get up, the zombies behind him rushed over. They also fell to the ground one after another. Wu Hung pointed forward with his staff, and a blue energy spear condensed and flew forward. With a puff, it hit a zombie and formed a blue arc of electricity, which hit 3 or 4 target units around him in succession. Seeing this scene, Wu Hung was stunned. This witch arrow technique seemed to have a lightning effect, which felt good. A witch arrow technique did not stop the zombies from moving forward. More zombies, trampling on their companions, continued to rush forward. With a bang, the zombies crashed directly into the skeleton's queue, pushing the front row of skeletons backwards. The zombies and skeletons were crowded together, and there was no formation to speak of. Attack! Wu Hung gave the order directly. The skeletons also rushed forward in groups, and the 2 waves of people and horses crowded towards the middle. The sound of splitting and tearing resounded throughout the area. The skeleton dog shuttled through the crowd, and Jian and Jian Er also joined the battle. In the fierce fight, the skeletons began to gradually gain the upper hand. Your level has been raised to level 4. Intelligence +1. Constitution +1. And mental strength has been slightly increased. A prompt appeared, and the level was raised to level 4. This relieved Wu Hung from the heartache caused by the death of the skeleton. Intelligence and constitution were increased. These 2 Wu Hung attributes seemed to be very useful. The battle lasted for a while, and it was gradually coming to an end. Corpses and broken bones piled up into a small hill, like a purgatory on earth. The skeleton warrior was covered in blood and returned to standby mode. Wu Hung looked around and confirmed that there was no danger. He continued, Bassin, go check the commercial street. Bassin left quickly and ran away. Soon, Bassin ran back from a distance and made a gesture that there was no danger. Stand by, Wu Hung said to the skeleton beside him, and then said to Bassin, take me over there to have a look. Bassin took him forward and climbed up a 2-story building. He could see the commercial street from a distance. The scene of the commercial street also made Wu Hung's heart tighten slightly. Large groups of zombies wandered aimlessly on the streets. Their black hair became sticky, and human skin and rotten flesh covered the ground. So many people died? Chapter 41, Assembling Iron Spears. The stench was so strong that it could be smelled even from such a distance. As the only commercial street in the district, it was a place where nearby residents went shopping. Not everyone loves shopping, but shops are gathered here. If you want to buy something, you need to come here. But there shouldn't be so many zombies gathered here. Right? Is it a party? Or some kind of gathering? No. Even if this is a place for shopping, there shouldn't be so many people gathered here. It's almost like a holiday scenic spot. It's because of the speakers. Wu Hung made a bold guess. It may not be when the virus broke out that so many people gathered here. It was after the outbreak that the speakers continued to play on this street, and various high-energy songs and dances attracted nearby zombies. When the power went out later, the speakers stopped playing, but the gathered zombies were still wandering around. I don't know if my guess is right, but there is a great possibility. Wu Hung observed from a distance for a while, and confirmed that he did not find any deformed zombies or other monsters. And then he began to return the same way, back in the skeleton queue. Jian and Jian Er were directing the skeletons to clean up the battlefield. The corpses were piled aside, and the fallen kitchen knives and fruit knives were also collected and given to the next skeleton to use. There was no danger around. Wu Hung focused his eyes on the shops on both sides nearby. Restaurants, fruit shops, milk tea shops. The closer to the commercial street, the more shops there were. Almost the entire street was filled with these types of shops. But Wu Heng's eyes still fell on a shop called City Advertising. Judging from the name, they should be making shop signs and billboards. He asked Jian. Nui knew air to take the skeletons to search other shops. And he took Bassin and several skeletons to enter the advertising shop. There was a large empty space in the middle of the hall. And on the filthy ground, red banners and plastic advertising words were piled up. Wu Hung glanced around and found several metal pipes about 3 or 4 meters long near the wall. Iron pipes? He was not sure whether they were iron pipes or steel pipes. But there were probably more than 20 of them. This straight metal pipe should be useful. I went to the back room and the second floor of the shop and looked around. I also found some cutting and welding tools, but they all needed to be connected to electricity, and they were not useful at the moment. After confirming that there was nothing else useful, I ordered the skeletons. Move these out. The glass door of the shop was broken, and several skeletons walked out carrying the iron pipes. And Jian and Jian Air and several other skeletons also came back. The skeleton warriors behind him were holding the kitchen knives and fruit knives they had looted. Not much was gained. They returned to the alley where they had just fought. They planned to return with the team, carry the body, and go back. The skeleton warriors carried the body and walked together towards the residential area. They returned to the downstairs of the residential building. They piled the bodies they had brought back into a small hill. Wu Hung sat aside and looked at the iron pipe and fruit knife he had brought back. After putting them together and measuring them, he took out the tape and wrapped the fruit knife around one end of the iron pipe. After it was firmly wrapped, he took out the iron wire and wrapped it around the outside a few times. After everything was done, I took a closer look. It seemed that there was not much difference from the spear I bought. Jian, try it, Wu Hung said. Jian came over, took the iron spear that was 5 or 6 meters long, and made a forward thrust. Puff! The fruit knife at the front directly stabbed into the pile of corpses on the side. Pulling it out again, it brought out a black and red blood bead. It looked okay. The fruit knife was still solid and did not fall off. I searched so many buildings, and there were still hundreds of fruit knives. In addition to the iron pipe, you can also collect some sticks and assemble them into this simple spear. I feel that it is completely possible to try. So I said to Jian, in this way, combine the fruit knife and the iron pipe. And you 4 will do it tonight. The only ones with wisdom are Jian and Jianer. Crossbow 1 and crossbow 2. And the rest of the skeletons. Let them attack. And move things. It is obviously unrealistic to assemble things. So Jian and the others can only do it. Bassin has to follow him back to Blackstone Town. And he can't stay to help. Jian said he understood, and started to find a dagger and more tape and wire to assemble. Wu Hung asked Bassin to bring a chair, and sat in front of the pile of corpses to release the bone-serving technique. The effect of the staff can reduce the mental energy consumption when casting. But when using it, there is actually not much feeling. And I don't know if it works. The bone-serving technique is released continuously, and the skeletons stand up one by one and slowly walk into the queue. At dusk, he returned to the roof with the skeletons and returned to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. He went directly to the weapon shop. There were 2 groups of customers in the shop, and the boss and the clerk were promoting the weapons on the shelf. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, the boss reached out and said hello, and motioned him to watch first. After sending off the previous customers, he walked over while wiping his hands with his apron. What are you buying today? In addition to the spear, are there any other long-handled weapons? Wu Hung walked around the shop and asked directly. Yes, there are long-handled battle axes and war hammers here, both of which have good lethality. The boss led him to the shelf, pointing at several weapons and introducing them. These all look good, but they are not what Wu Hung needs. Do you have a long-handled weapon like a triangular fork? We don't have this kind of weapon in the store at the moment. The boss frowned and replied, thinking for a moment, and then said, but there is one similar to what you said. Take me to see it. Okay. Here. The boss led them to the corner. In a wooden barrel, there was a wooden handle with 4 iron cone-shaped tools on the top. He introduced, is this the one you were talking about? A pitchfork. Used to handle hay. Wu Hung took it in his hand and frowned. He knew about pitchforks. Of course. It was a very common farm tool, which could be seen in most villages. It did meet his own description. How many are there? Wu Hung asked. There are probably 5 or 6 of them. The boss replied. So few? Look, we are a weapon store, and who in the city would buy a pitchfork? It seemed right. The definition of a pitchfork was a farm tool, and it should not be considered a weapon. How much is a pitchfork? 55 coppers. Compared to weapons, the price of a pitchfork was much cheaper. I just don't know if it will work against zombies. I want them all. Wu Hung said directly. Okay. The boss smiled and agreed, and immediately went down to prepare. Not long after, the boss took out the pitchforks, a total of 5. In fact, the number was not much. If you need more, we can make a batch for you later. The boss continued. No need for now, we'll talk about it later. After paying the bill, he and Bassin carried the pitchforks together and walked towards their residence. Return to the residence. Send all the pitchforks to the zombie world. Wu Hung picked up the iron sword and began to practice his swordsmanship. After so many days, with GNE as a sparring partner and Oddluck's guidance and correction, he still had not unlocked the specialization of swordsmanship. This was a bit uncomfortable. After practicing until the evening, Wu Hung went to bed to rest. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hung came to the roof. He saw iron pipes assembled on the ground, a total of 22 spears. The fruit knives on the top were long and short, but the length of the iron pipes was almost the same, and they were fixed with iron wire. Overall, it looked really good. He selected 22 from the skeletons, and ordered, "Put down your weapons." The skeleton threw the kitchen knife in his hand on the ground and stood still. Hold it. Wu Hung handed over the iron spear. The skeleton stretched out his hand and grabbed the iron spear. Chapter 42, Gold and Silver Processing Shop. Skeletons picked up iron spears one by one and held them in their hands. It seemed that it was because of the weight of the iron pipe. The skeleton's shoulders drooped a little, and their movements were a little strenuous. The skeletons tried to stab, and the movements were smooth and there were no major problems. Then, several skeleton warriors were asked to pick up the pitchforks they bought last night. After confirming that the pitchforks were also used for forward stabbing, I felt relieved. I was really afraid of these skeletons. It would be bad if I went downstairs to weed with the pitchforks. 25 wooden pole spear skeletons, 22 iron pole assembled spear skeletons, 5 pitchfork skeletons. Standing together, spears stand in a forest. It really looks like a spear formation. The weapons are solved. Take out the surrounding map again and take a look. The original plan was to directly capture the commercial street, to loot the gold shops and banks there, but after seeing the situation there yesterday, I am a little hesitant. There are a lot of zombies. If we attack directly, it may be dangerous. We need to plan carefully, think of a way to minimize the loss, to capture the commercial street. I remember there is a gold and silver processing shop here. Wu Hung suddenly thought of something. In an alley outside the West Market, there is a jewelry processing shop. The older generation likes to take gold and silver there to be processed into bracelets and rings. It is also an old shop. Business seems to be not so good recently. Young people are buying finished jewelry. I can't go to the commercial street, so I'll go here first. After thinking it over, he ordered the skeleton, "Follow me." The skeleton took action and followed him downstairs. On the west side, an alleyway through the market. An alleyway through the commercial street. After clearing the zombies nearby, Wu Hung began to command the skeletons to form a formation. The pitchfork soldiers were in the front, and behind them were rows of skeleton warriors holding spears. The spears pointed forward layer by layer, forming a wall covered with spikes. When everything was almost ready, Wu Hung said, "Bassin, lead the zombies in front." Bassin squeezed out of the crowd and ran forward. Soon, Bassin's figure appeared in sight again, followed by dozens of zombies with ferocious faces and bearing fangs and claws. Approaching the skeleton team, Bassin dodged the spears and squeezed into the back of the skeleton team. The zombies behind him directly crashed into the skeleton spears. The dense spears pierced through the zombies one by one, and a roar sounded. The skeleton warriors kept retracting and stabbing their spears, repeating simple movements. The zombies in the front row were pushed by the zombies behind them, and they crashed into the layers of spears until they died. Crossbows 1 and 2 were in the back, occasionally shooting 1 or 2 crossbow arrows to kill some zombies who squeezed into the team. Gain experience +4. Summon skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summon skeleton warrior, experience +3. Summon skeleton warrior, level increased to level 3, physique +1. Prompts kept appearing, increasing the experience of killing. After Wu Heng reached level 4, the experience of killing zombies became 4 points, and the efficiency of upgrading became lower and lower. The levels of some skeleton warriors also increased in battle, and reached level 3 one after another. The battle continued. The roar and the sounds of fighting attracted more zombies, who continued to rush over here. Wave after wave, the number kept increasing. Wu Heng stood in the middle of the team, observing the battle ahead. Suddenly, the window on the 3rd floor beside him suddenly shattered, and in the scattered glass, 3 dark shadows rushed directly from above. Wu Heng raised his staff, and shot the blue witchcraft arrow. After accurately hitting the first shadow, the arc of electricity scattered, and hit the other 2 shadows. The black shadow's body twitched in the air, and fell vertically downward. It fell to the ground with a thud. Several skeleton dogs reacted first, and quickly pounced over, and began to bite and shake the black shadow's head. Amid a sharp squeak and struggle, it was torn into several pieces by several skeleton dogs. After it calmed down, Wu Heng approached and looked at the black shadows, who were trying to attack in the chaos. These were 3 black rats of considerable size. Their fur was shiny black, and their size was close to that of an adult cat. Not a distorted creature? Wu Heng was a little curious. The rat in front of him was not as exaggerated as the distorted creature. It was still a rat. On its protruding teeth, you could see the sticky zombie meat. It was still a rat in appearance, but it was also affected. Not only did it become bigger, but it also had strong aggressiveness. It was not a good thing to actively attack humans. If the rat was just a distorted zombie, it would be okay. If it kept the original species characteristics and achieved a change similar to evolution, it would be a bit scary. With the speed at which rats reproduce, they will soon be able to attack any creature in groups. Observing the rats, the battle ahead has also ended. All the zombies have been killed, and the skeleton warriors have returned to standby mode. Wu Heng thought about it, and still used bone slavery on the rats on the ground. The flesh and blood began to fall off, and the skeleton rats crawled out. Skeleton rat, level 1, is only rated level 1. There is no soul fire in the hollow skeleton. Holding a short spear, he searched the place where the rats fell off, and did not find any meat pieces similar to the corpse core. Unconvinced, he used the bone training technique on the other 2 mice, and the skeleton mice appeared. But he still didn't find the corpse core. It seems that these mice don't have corpse cores. After a brief rest, Wu Heng led the skeleton team and continued to move towards the target point. Fu Heng's silver shop. A small shop of less than 30 square meters. On the glass at the door, there was an advertisement for recycling gold and silver at high prices. There was only one display cabinet in the front of the store, which contained a few gold and silver bracelets and rings. Not many, and piled up in a mess. It's still a good harvest. Opening the counter, he began to take out the bracelets and rings inside, and put them into his backpack. Not to mention selling them as jewelry, the gold from these gold bracelets is a considerable fortune. If I take them to Blackstone Town, even if I do nothing, I can live a good life like an ordinary person in a crowded area for most of my life. I can also buy more weapons and equipment for the skeletons. The only thing missing is a reason to buy weapons on a large scale. After putting away the jewelry in the display cabinet, I continued to search in the store. It shouldn't be just this. After all, it's also a time-honored store. Entering the back room, I found a safe under the desk. Using the bronze key to open it. Inside the safe, gold and silver jewelry sealed in plastic were revealed. The quantity was much more than that on the counter. I really did come to the right place this time. Wu Heng immediately began to put the items into his backpack. Just as he took out one by one and stuffed them into his backpack, suddenly, a childish voice sounded from the back. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Wu Heng was stunned at first, and then he felt a chill on his back, and his hair stood up. Chapter 43, The Ghost Kid. The sudden voice made him feel a chill rushing to his head. This was not Blackstone Town, and it was the inner room of the gold shop. How could anyone talk? He didn't care about the gold and silver in his hand, and rolled on the spot, rolling towards the door. While rolling, his eyes also glanced at the source of the sound behind him. In the inner part of the room, a little girl with an almost transparent figure was standing there looking at him. After he rolled around, the little girl clapped her hands in support. Ghost. Not much different from the infant spirit I saw in the mining village last time. The little girl in front of me is also a soul. It belongs to the soul formed after a person dies. It's just that the body is more transparent, as if it has disappeared. If I had known that I would meet a ghost in this world, I would have asked in detail how to deal with this thing. While Wu Hung was surprised that a ghost appeared in this world, Basson and the skeleton warriors on the side had already rushed to the ghost with weapons in hand. They swung their swords and slashed at the soul. The ghost girl shrank as if frightened and directly penetrated the wall behind her and disappeared. Gone, before Wu Hung could relax. At the upper corner of the wall, the little girl poked her head out, staring at this side with her big black eyes. "Why did you hit me?" the little girl asked angrily. "Can speak, willing to communicate. What's going on?" "Stay where you are." Wu Hung gave the order directly. The skeletons that were advancing stopped, standing still in their places. The ghost of the little girl floated down cautiously and landed on the ground again and asked curiously, "Uncle, why are you here?" "I came to find some things. And you, what are you doing here?" Wu Hung answered and asked back. According to the Captain Oddluck, children's souls are very troublesome. Because they have not been in contact with society for a long time, they have not established normal concepts of right and wrong, and it is easy for them to do things according to their preferences. The ghost baby in the mining village is like this, and it is also difficult to deal with. "This is my family's store," the little girl said with her hands behind her back. "Damn. I feel like I'm totally wrong." "So it's yours." "I didn't know." "It doesn't matter. Those people outside are crazy, biting everyone they see. The store can't be opened. When it gets better, I'll ask Grandpa to open a new one in the city, close to the zoo." The little girl put her hands behind her back, walking left and right. "You still have a grandpa?" The little girl paused, looked up at him with some confusion. "With Grandpa, there was a dad. And finally there was me? Uncle, don't you know?" "Ah, this. I know." "Then where is your grandpa?" Wu Hung changed his way. "At home." The little girl glanced at the backpack that fell on the ground and continued, "Uncle, do you really need this gold?" Wu Hung looked at the gold and silver jewelry in the backpack and nodded. The little girl thought for a while and continued, "Then let's make a bet." "Okay." "What bet?" The ghost in front of him was completely different from the ghost baby last time. He looked very normal and spoke clearly. Moreover, he did not show any malice and was not much different from humans. "I have some gold at home, which belonged to my grandfather. I'll give it to you, and you can go and bring food to my grandfather and father. How about that?" The little girl still said with her eyes wide open. It turned out that she was planning to bring food to her family. But Grandpa and Father both survived. How did she die? This little girl is a bit miserable. But now it's the end of the world. Who can be better? "You mean trade or exchange?" "Oh yes, it's a trade, and my home is not far away. Just behind, and it's just a few steps away." The little girl put her hands on her hips and continued. In fact, he had no shortage of food. With a little plunder, he could gather enough food to last for a long time. It would be fine to complete the transaction with the little girl or to help the survivors. Besides, according to what the little girl said, this shop was opened by his grandfather, and he was a craftsman with the skill of making jewelry. Maybe he could be useful later. It was also okay to help the other party. As the little girl said, it was not a loss to take the gold. "Where are they?" Wu Hung asked. "It's just behind. I can take you there." The little girl was very happy. "Okay, let's go." "Great, thank you, Uncle." The little girl floated up happily and spun in the air. "Wait for me, I'll go outside to search for food," Wu Hung continued. "Okay." Wu Hung collected the remaining gold and silver in the safe, picked up his backpack, and walked out of the store directly. He found a grain and oil store nearby, and asked the skeleton to carry a few bags of rice, flour and soybean oil and walk back. These are enough for them to eat. Moreover, he has almost cleared all the zombies nearby. If you are careful, you can go out and search for food by yourself to maintain a normal life. Returning to the gold shop, the little girl floated in the air, looking around the skeleton, without fear of the undead, and her eyes were full of curiosity. If Wu Hung hadn't ordered to stand by, the skeleton might have swung the kitchen knife and chopped it up. "Let's go, where is your home?" Wu Hung asked. "It's just behind, I'll take you there," the little girl said, and then she plunged into the wall and disappeared. "Damn it!" Wu Hung pushed open the window on the side, and said to the soul that was about to float away, "I can't pass through the wall." The little girl came back again, and took him to the back from the road outside. Turning a road, Wu Hung led the skeleton army, followed the little girl in a mighty manner, and entered the community. The wandering zombies, seeing the sudden appearance of the skeleton team, let out an excited roar, and strode towards this side. Spear forward! Wu Hung shouted. The skeleton holding the spear thrust forward, getting ready for battle. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of flesh entering the flesh rang out one after another, and a large number of zombies crashed into the spear. In a battle, a path was cleared, and then the skeleton dog crossed the skeleton group, killing some slow zombies. The surroundings fell into silence again. I live on the second floor. The little girl pointed to the building in front. After letting the skeleton clear the corridor, she followed him up to the second floor. At the little girl's prompt, after entering the password of the electronic lock, she entered the room directly. The windows in the dim living room were closed, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. Wu Hung frowned. This didn't look like a place with living people. Before he could ask, he heard the ghost shouting, "Grandpa! Dad! I'm here to bring you food!" With a bang, the door was directly closed. Roar! As he approached, the roar of zombies came from the direction of the bedroom. Chapter 44, New Members and Rewards. 2 zombies walked out of the bedroom. From their appearance, 1 old man and 1 middle-aged man. Wu Hung looked at the ghost in the air, and the little girl ran through the wall. I was fooled by a little ghost. Looking at the 2 approaching zombies, Wu Hung casually released a witch arrow. The blue energy spear hit the target, making the zombie tremble slightly. Turning around and opening the door behind him, stepping aside half a step. Attack! The few skeleton warriors left in the corridor entered the living room. Throwing away the rice, flour and oil he was carrying, he took out a kitchen knife and rushed over. The zombie was knocked to the ground instantly. Countless kitchen knives fell and directly killed the zombie. Gain experience +4. Summon skeleton warrior. Gain experience +3. Gain experience +4. Summon skeleton warrior. Gain experience +3. Experience appeared. 2 zombies died. The living room fell into silence, and the skeleton warrior also went back to standby. Wu Hung opened the door and looked at the corridor, but he didn't see the little ghost. He must have run away out of fear. I never thought that I could fight my way here. How could 2 zombies kill me? After confirming that there were no zombies in the room, Wu Hung began to walk around the room. It can be said that the family's living conditions are indeed good, and the furniture and decoration are considered high-end in the neighborhood. Wu Hung searched around and found another safe in the study. He opened it with a bronze key. There are 3 layers in total. On the top are licenses, various qualifications, contracts, in the middle are neatly placed gold bars and some gold jewelry, and at the bottom are cash, paper deposit certificates, and bank cards. Looking at the gold, Wu Hung didn't know what to say. The little girl didn't lie to him. There was indeed a lot of gold at home. After packing up all the gold and looting some valuable things here, Wu Hung returned to the living room and released bone service technique on the 2 corpses on the ground. The 2 skeletons slowly stood up and rejoined the team. Wu Hung didn't stay for long. He left his residence and took the skeleton back to the street where the store was. He asked the skeleton to carry the corpse that had not been transformed and walked towards the building where he lived. The neighborhood that I had cleaned up several times was safer. I returned to my residence without any problems. Wu Hung continued to release bone service technique on the corpse. It was boring. Blackstone Town. Professional Association. Because of the last incident with the God Punishment Church, the entire association hall was under repair in many places. Even in the open areas, some sword marks and bullet holes could be seen. I asked Bassin to go to the rest area first, and Wu Hung went directly to the front desk. "Mr. Wu Hung, is there anything I can help you with?" the staff said with a smile. "Please help me check, has the commission issued last time been completed? The commission for the potion?" Wu Hung said. "The commission for the detoxification potion has been issued for a few days. I provided the material formula myself, so it shouldn't be so slow." The staff nodded and began to look through the notebook in his hand. Nodding and saying, "It has been made, I'll get it for you." Soon, the staff came over with a wooden box. The box opened, revealing the potion inside. "This is the potion for the commission, 3 bottles in total, all completed. Specially made detoxification potion, description, potion made for fixed toxins." After confirming the item information, Wu Hung nodded. "Thank you." Put away the potion and walked towards the direction of the skeleton Bossun squad's lounge. "I haven't been here for a few days. I have to go over and show my face." I walked through the corridor and came to the lounge. I pushed the door and entered the room. In the lounge, besides the Captain Otluk and Kavina, there was a little girl with short brown hair sitting on the sofa. Wu Hung came at the right time. Let me introduce you to the new member Yuri, who is a druid. Then, he said to the little girl on the sofa, this is Wu Hung, the necromancer in our team. Druid? The one who can transform into a bear or a wolf. Wu Hung looked at the opposite side again. The girl was not tall, small, wheat-colored young. She had short brown hair, slightly curled and fluffy. She was wearing leather armor, with patterns like crescent moons, tree branches, and curly-leaved plants. Hello, Yuri. Wu Hung took the initiative to greet her. Humph. Yuri snorted, and turned her head away. She looked like she didn't want to talk to you. Ah. This. What's wrong with me today? The girl seemed to have a lot of complaints about me. The other party's attitude was a bit bad. Wu Hung didn't say much. He sat down and asked, Captain. Kavina. How are you injured? Odlek said, nothing. Kavina moved her arms and smiled. Not as serious as the captain. It will be fine after a few days of rest. This shows the difference between the front row and the back row. The front row was basically injured. Even the skeleton Basson had a broken rib. Wu Hung was in the back. And he didn't suffer much injury. And he got the most kills in the whole battle. Of course. The credit also lies in the fact that the three of them had entangled the elder of the Divine Punishment Church. Otherwise they might have been in a worse situation. But the professionals in this world. The physical fitness is indeed exaggerated. Such a serious injury. It seems to be just a minor injury. Captain, has the matter of the Divine Punishment Church been resolved? Wu Hung continued to ask. Odlek said, the association is still investigating the purpose of the elder of the Divine Punishment Church coming to Blackstone Town. And the reason for the serious error in the intelligence. Last time, the main force in the city was directly led out of the city. Which is not a trivial matter. It can be said that the intelligence is wrong. Or the leader made a wrong decision. There must be someone to take the blame. Otherwise it is not justifiable. Wu Hung nodded, indicating that he understood. Odlek continued, but our team's top item rewards have been issued. And you are here today. Let's go and choose. Ah. Good. Odlek walked out of the lounge. And when he came back, he had a few more items in his hand. He put them on the table one by one. And said, after the deacon discussed with Blackstone Town, he recorded us a level 3 merit, which has been reported to the association headquarters. With this record, as long as you reach level 8 or above, you will be assigned to the branch as a captain at the worst. Level 3 merit? Wu Hung was stunned at first, then he reacted immediately. In the association system, in addition to recording files, there is also the term merit. General commission tasks only provide monetary rewards and item rewards. Those who can be recorded as meritorious are those who have made special contributions or prevented major incidents and other particularly serious incidents. Only then will meritorious deeds be recorded. Just as Odlek said, with this level of merit in the file, as long as the level and strength are sufficient, it is not a problem to become a captain. In slightly larger cities, there are many high-level professionals, but most of them are just team members, and are stuck at the merit level. Of course, these have little impact on Wu Hung. It is a good thing to have them, but it doesn't matter if you don't have them. Nothing is more important than upgrading yourself. Okay, Wu Hung replied. Kavina also smiled happily. Then, Odlek put the rewards he brought on the table one by one. These are the top quality item rewards provided. Each of the three of us can pick one. There are 7 rewards in total, and they are lined up in a row. The first one is a wooden bracelet. If you look closely, you can see that it is full of fine patterns. It is not quite appropriate to call it a pattern. It should be called a symbol, which is more vivid. The bracelet is engraved with natural formations. It can heal one's own injuries. It can be used twice a day. It is close to the effect of taking ordinary healing potions. Odlek introduced. Chapter 45, Strange Items. The second half of the previous chapter was revised. Readers on October 11th can read it again. An item with healing ability. This one is of the same type as a staff, and can release the skills on the tool. The effect of ordinary healing potions may not be very effective for high-level professionals, but it is enough for them at this level. The last time he was injured, he took a small amount of healing potions, and the effect was already very good. Wu Hung came forward and took a closer look. Oak Branch Natural Bracelet. Description. The bracelet will give the user the ability to heal twice. The system also displayed a prompt. It has the same function as what Odlek said, but it is not explained so completely. But, you can take medicine when you are injured, and you may not use the opportunity to get a reward for this. Seeing that the two did not speak, Oddluck continued to introduce. The second item is the flint boxing gloves, which can have a certain explosive effect when punching, but the disadvantage is also obvious, which can easily hurt your fingers. Easy to hurt your fingers? Who designed this equipment? Oddluck did not look at the expressions of the two people, and continued to introduce. The next one is a hunting ring, which can improve accuracy. The third item is a ring, which looks like it is made of polished bones. Hunting ring description. The ring gives the user the ability to accurately lock the target. Oddluck looked at the fourth item. It was a black leather crow's mouth mask, which was like the one worn by medieval doctors, with a long and thin front mouth and two round glass pieces for the eyes. This is a strange item, called a witch doctor mask. It can filter out most of the toxic gases, but it also has a disadvantage. Wearing the mask may directly infect you with a new virus. People with low physical fitness should not choose this. Damn. What the hell? A toxic gas mask. Witch doctor mask. Strange item. Effect, after wearing it, it can filter out most of the toxic gases in the air. If your physical fitness is less than 20, you may be infected with a virus or plague. Description, a gas mask with old poison remaining. Captain, what is a strange item? Oddluck, who was about to introduce the next one, paused and replied, magic props are magic engraved on the equipment, which can be used by the user. While strange items are items produced in special environments or special conditions, which can also achieve some special effects, but often have some negative effects. In other words, magic props are artificially made, and strange items are formed by themselves under special environments. All of them can have some special effects, but the formation of strange objects is uncontrollable, and they often have some negative effects. The negative effect of the crow's mouth mask in front of you is that if your physique is not good enough, the external poison gas will not poison you, but the mask's own toxins will poison you. After thinking about it, Oddluck added, the effect of strange objects is difficult to imitate, and according to the value, strange objects are more valuable in the market, and many people will collect them as collectibles. I understand. But Wu Hung still didn't think highly of this mask. Gas masks are also mass-produced in the modern world. It may not be possible to get military-grade ones, but it should not be difficult to find some ordinary gas masks. And no toxins were found. So, this thing is not very valuable to me. Next, Oddluck introduced the remaining props, all of which have some special effects, but the only wonderful item is the mask. After the three of them gave way to each other, Oddluck chose a piece of armor that strengthens defense, Wu Hung chose the hunting ring, and Kavina chose the only wonder item, the witch doctor mask. Probably because he felt that nothing was suitable for him, so he might as well take the most expensive one. Then, he could exchange money, and buy the props that he could use. After choosing the props, the three of them were quite satisfied. Only Yuri, who had just joined, ate potato chips while watching the three choose things. She didn't say anything, just ate them. Oddluck sent the remaining props that were not chosen back. After coming back again, he sat back down. Wu Hung asked again, Captain, is there any hope for what I said? Yuri, who tilted her head and looked disdainful, stopped eating snacks and listened attentively. Oddluck also knew what Wu Hung wanted to ask, and continued, there is no result yet. Let's wait a few days and see what happens. Oh! Wu Hung thought for a moment, and asked again, Captain, how should we deal with the ghosts in the mining village last time? The other three looked at him. Their eyes seemed to say, you, a necromancer, ask others how to deal with ghosts. Well, just chat and learn something. Kavina spoke first. The energy generated after the magic is released will affect the soul. Ghosts can pass through walls, and physical attacks are of little use to them to a large extent. On the contrary, magic is more effective. Oddluck also added, necromancers will train ghosts into spirit servants to drive them, which is difficult to form by themselves under normal circumstances. At this point, Oddluck paused slightly, and added, killing living beings to transform souls is a serious matter in any kingdom and organization. Ah, I know, I just remembered the matter of the mining village, so I just asked casually. Wu Hung picked up the teacup and poured himself a glass of water, and continued to ask, I want to buy some skill books and equipment. In addition to doing commissions and exchanging rewards, is there any other way? There are not many ways. The association does not allow money to buy rewards, which will reduce the motivation of others to accept commissions. Oddluck thought for a while, and continued, if you need it, you can apply to the association, or publish a commission to buy, and see who has it for exchange. Publishing a commission to buy is indeed a method, but I don't know what I want to buy now. Next, they talked about the team. Currently, the team has 4 people. After Oddluck and Kavina recover from their injuries, they plan to take on some ordinary commissions, making money while honing the team's cooperation. Making money is not attractive to Wu Hung, who just looted the gold shop, but he must participate in the team's actions. After all, the atmosphere in the team is pretty good at the moment. After leaving the association, Wu Hung went straight back to his residence. After finishing dinner, he was about to take out the corpse core and swallow it. Knock. Knock. There was a sudden knock on the door, followed by a girl's voice. Wu Hung, are you home? My aunt is looking for you. Wu Hung opened the door, and saw Yuri standing at the door with her arms folded. I just met this girl today. How did she find my home? Who is your aunt? Of course, it's your deputy deacon. Yuri's tone was a little proud. Slater? No wonder they have the same hair color. Damn, this little girl came in through the back door. No wonder she was so angry. The deputy deacon is looking for me? Yes, she's waiting outside. Wu Hung thought for a while, returned to the room to take his things, and left with Bassin, walking out of the crowded area, coming to the main road. Then he saw a carriage parked on the side. Entering the carriage, the mature and sexy Slater sat opposite. Without waiting for Wu Hung to ask, Slater tapped the wall of the carriage. Let's go! The carriage moved slowly, heading towards the west of the city. Chapter 46, Take a Stroll. The carriage was filled with a faint fragrance. Slater wore a purple slim dress, leaning on the wooden couch, showing off her voluptuous figure. She formed a different contrast with Yuri, who was sitting with her. The leopard was lying at his feet, yawning lazily, looking up at this side, and then closing his eyes again. He felt the carriage start to move slowly. Wu Hung asked in confusion, Mrs. Slater, where are we going? Slater bent down under the wooden couch, took out a new wine glass, filled him with fruit wine, and said casually, Are you afraid that we 2 women will abduct you? Then you have to know where you are going. In this Blackstone town, he was not worried that the other party would do anything to his disadvantage. But you also need to know where you are going. Letting a woman take full control of the initiative is not the right thing to do. Go around the city, and I'll send you back when the time comes, Slater said with a smile. Wu Hung still looked at her, a little confused about what she meant. The carriage continued to move forward along the road, shaking slightly. Slater continued to ask, I heard from Yuri that you want to find a way to buy some props or skill books? Wu Hung glanced at the curly-haired girl opposite, seeing that she was trying to pull the sleepy leopard into her arms. His body was stretched thin. Well, I asked during the chat. To get skill books and props, there are generally 2 channels. Commission tasks from the Professional Association, some channels from the Chamber of Commerce, and... Slater took a sip of fruit wine, and continued, and some underground markets, that is. The black market. Black market? There is such a place in Blackstone Town. If you can't buy what you want on the market, or if you need to sell something stolen, then the black market is the best choice. Wu Hung frowned and looked at her, making friends with a whisper. It seems that you can get some unexpected information. Blackstone Town doesn't care? Of course Blackstone Town doesn't allow it. But this kind of place is not completely open to the public, and few people can get in touch with it. Wu Hung thought about it, and felt that he could indeed go and take a look. Then how should I go to this black market? Slater took another sip of wine, and then continued, that kind of place is inaccessible to outsiders. I will take Yuri to take a look tomorrow. If you want to go, you can also follow me. Wu Hung thought about it, and after confirming that the other party had no reason to lie to him, he nodded. Slater smiled. You need to arrive early tomorrow. Don't forget to bring money. I'm not responsible for helping you pay. Okay. Soon, the carriage slowed down. Through the gap in the curtain, you can see that the carriage stopped in front of a fabric store. Madam, we got what you wanted. Well, let's go back. The carriage turned around and went back the way it came. At the intersection of the crowded area, Wu Hung and Bassin were dropped off, and the carriage slowly went away. Wu Hung looked at the carriage that was getting farther away, and walked towards his residence. Talking in a carriage seems convenient. In the departing carriage, Yuri hugged the leopard's front legs, muttering, Humph, an ugly necromancer. Slater glanced at her unhappily, and continued, You are all newcomers, and you are in the same team, so you should get along well with each other. Me? And a necromancer? What's there to get along with him? Yuri's eyes widened, and she pointed at herself and asked. Slater smiled and said, then help me collect intelligence. You are so curious about him. He's just an ordinary person. Yuri asked curiously. Yeah. Slater hummed, leaning on the wooden couch and not talking anymore. Wu Hung returned to his residence and locked the door. Going out with Slater was not completely fruitless. At least he learned about a place, the black market. A market that would not have too many restrictions and would not be afraid of leaving traces. This was what he needed most. The sky gradually darkened. After confirming that no one would come, he took out the corpse core and the medicine he had taken again. After disinfecting the corpse core with white wine, he tilted his head back and swallowed it. Constitution +1, agility +2. The corpse core melted as soon as it entered the stomach, and the system prompt appeared immediately afterwards. This made Wu Hung happy. It can be used repeatedly. The deformed zombies in the zombie world have really become a hunting ground for extracting attributes. Achieve an intuitive improvement in attributes. Thinking in his heart, the burning sensation brought by the virus rose from the abdomen again, and quickly spread throughout the body. With the experience of the last time, he was not so panicked. He quickly picked up the potion beside him, unplugged the bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it directly. The burning sensation gradually disappeared, and the signs of poisoning in the body also subsided. After a while, all the symptoms completely disappeared. Even so, Wu Hung was soaked with sweat and gasped. It's really not an easy thing. The attributes have indeed improved, but the pain in the body is indeed unbearable. It's not the kind of pain of flesh injury, but the pain of bone marrow cells tearing inside the body. After about half an hour, Wu Hung continued to open the second copy, still following the previous process. Disinfect with white wine, take your head back and swallow it. Strength +2, agility +2. The attribute prompt appears again. Wu Hung immediately opens the potion and drinks it. Rested for about half an hour. Continue to take the third corpse core. Stamina +2, agility +2. Take the potion again. After taking all three, Wu Hung also felt that his body had reached its limit. Although there was no prompt, he could still feel the damage his body had endured after taking these 3 consecutive doses. It seems that this corpse core cannot be used continuously. It needs to be kept for a certain period of time to allow the body to recover. Open the attribute panel. Name, Wu Hung. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 4, 876/6500. Attributes, Strength 12, Agility 19, Constitution 19, Intelligence 17, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialty, Short Spear Specialization, Beginner. Skills, Bone Art, Acid Splash, Grease Art, Dancing Light Art. Looking at his own attributes, Wu Hung frowned. Swallowing corpse cores several times in a row allowed agility and physique to be improved, which has become the highest attribute. For a mage, these 2 items are higher than intelligence. He came to the mirror and took off his shirt, and found that his upper body was full of muscles, especially the abdominal muscles and chest muscles. The muscles were clearly defined. I have abdominal muscles too. Wu Hung stroked his abdominal muscles. Not only his figure, his attributes were not inferior to those of melee professions of the same level. This was a good thing, which would allow him to survive better. After carefully appreciating it for a while, he went to bed and prepared to rest. After taking the medicine, he was still in a state of fatigue, so today's sword training was temporarily cancelled. The next day, early in the morning, after breakfast, Wu Hung went directly to the zombie world. As soon as he walked onto the roof, he saw the ghost of a little girl floating in the air, talking non-stop. And the groups of skeletons on the roof, who were waiting for orders, were holding kitchen knives, following the ghost and walking around. Why did it follow him? Wu Hung was a little surprised that the ghost dared to follow him. When he got closer, he heard the ghost's crying voice. Grandpa. Dad. Don't move. I can't find you. The number of skeletons has reached nearly 700. Chasing the ghosts on the rooftop. It was a mess. Fortunately, there were fences on the edge of the roof. Otherwise, there would be a large number of them falling directly from the roof. Wu Hung quickened his pace with a wooden stick in his hand. Just as he was about to cast a spell, the ghost of the little girl seemed to have seen a monster. With a wow, she got into the building next door and disappeared. Wu Hung immediately ordered the skeletons. Stand by. Chapter 47. Ghost Wu Hung gave the order to stand by, and the confused skeleton stopped and stood there in a daze. He quickly walked to the edge and looked down. After confirming that no skeletons fell down due to the crowd, he breathed a sigh of relief. This ghost is really difficult to deal with. He actually followed me here. Fortunately, No damage was caused. He asked Jian about the situation, but Jian could not communicate, and he did not get anything out of him. He only knew that the ghost suddenly appeared last night, but he did not show much malice. After confirming that there was no problem, Wu Heng went downstairs to the corpse that had not yet been transformed, and began to release bone service. The necromancy was released. The pale skeleton stood up from the ground, and Jian, who was standing beside him, took the kitchen knife and walked into the queue of skeletons at the back. Just as the skeletons stood up one by one, on the wall on one side, the ghost poked its head out again and looked at him curiously. You dare to make trouble, right? Wu Heng raised his staff to scare her. Uncle, I'm not here to make trouble. The ghost shrank his neck, but still did not run away. Then why are you here again? According to what we heard from Blackstone Town, ghosts are difficult to form, and even if they are formed, they cannot exist independently for too long. Like the ghost in front of him, running around in broad daylight, the body is almost completely transparent. It may not exist for long. Uncle, are you the king of hell? Ah? Wu Heng did not understand what the other party meant. The little girl came out of the wall directly, knelt on the ground obediently, and said, Uncle, can you let my grandfather and father go? Wu Heng glanced at the group of skeletons behind him. Now she couldn't tell which one was her grandfather, and which one was her father. Your grandfather and father are dead. I know, then can you bring them back to life? The little girl continued to ask. Wu Heng frowned, and roughly understood her thoughts. I can't do it. Then why did you kill them? You could have waited for the doctor to save them. The little girl sobbed, but couldn't shed tears. Didn't you trick me here? Ah, I'm sorry. What do you want to do? If you make trouble again, I'll beat you. Wu Heng threatened. The little girl hesitated, and continued, Uncle, will you let my grandfather and father reincarnate? They are just too hungry, and they never ate people before. Damn it. Why is this child so clingy? After thinking for a while, she said, they have already reincarnated into a very good family, and will have a good life in the future. What about me? Can I go with them? The little girl asked immediately. Wu Heng shook his head. Wait for the next opportunity. The little girl was a little disappointed, but it seemed that she had untied some knot in her heart. She stood up and floated in the air and turned around. After thinking for a while, he continued, Uncle Yin-Wang, can I stay with you? I feel comfortable around you, especially when you turn them into skeletons. After 2 ghost incidents, it seems that the necromancer has a special attraction to the dead. The ghost baby in the mining village, when it first appeared in front of everyone, was lying on his shoulder. It had no interest in other people, but was willing to approach him. Follow me. Let you still deceive me. I won't be deceived a second time. I apologized, and I promise I won't lie to you again next time. Please, Uncle, my grandfather and father are not here, and I am a little scared to be alone. The ghost was spitting above his head. Wu Heng looked at the ghost floating in the air, spitting non-stop. Suddenly he remembered what the captain said. Necromancers can drive ghosts to work for them, and the girl in front of him seems to be a good candidate. Then you must listen to me in the future. Okay. I promise to listen to you in the future. The ghost agreed very happily. Then you come down first. The ghost floated down obediently, but there was a little vigilance in her eyes, as if she was afraid that she would be hit suddenly. Wu Heng tried to use her mental power to wrap up the other party. Soul imprint failed. Instantly, the mental power that enveloped the other party was instantly bounced away. Looking at the nervous little girl in front of him, he said, Don't be nervous, relax a little. The little girl didn't understand, but nodded. Wu Heng released his mental power again. This time it was more relaxed. Then, it was as if he had left a part of his soul imprint in the little girl's soul body. Successfully contracted the ghost. Wu Heng was delighted, and immediately checked the ghost's attributes. Ghost. Level 2, 0/300. Attributes, Agility 14, Constitution 10, Intelligence 8, Perception 12, Charm 12. Features, Invisibility, Physical Movement, Telekinesis. Invisibility. The haunted ghost can make its spirit completely invisible. Physical movement, enter the ethereal state, can pass through other creatures and objects. Telekinesis. Can use telekinesis to affect objects within the range. The little ghost in front of me is only level 2. There is no offensive ability. One is invisibility, which can make you completely invisible. Another is virtual movement, which is a trick to escape through walls, and telekinesis push, which seems pretty good. Can I fly a sword or something? Looking at the little girl in front of him, his mind moved. The little girl's ghost body turned into a ball of light and drilled into his body. At the same time, he could feel that in his consciousness, there was a special and independent consciousness that was connected to him. And his own necromancy magic was automatically gathering towards this consciousness, nourishing the already weak soul. It worked. With a thought in his mind, the ghost of the little girl appeared again. She stared at all this with wide eyes, somewhat surprised. Uncle, I seem to be a little different. The little girl's body is much more solid than before, no longer looks like it could fall apart at any time. Well, you can follow me from now on, but be a good child, Wu Heng said with a smile. Are we a family then? The little girl looked at him expectantly. Let's do it. Then you will definitely not put your family in danger, right? Uncle. Wu Heng looked at her again. What do you mean? Uncle, can you save my mother? She lives in the city. Damn, is this little girl a little precocious? She said so much, to lay the groundwork for this matter. Not to mention whether her mother is alive now. The journey to the city is not easy. You know the situation outside now. We can't get to the city right now. But I will find a way to take you back to find your mother if I have a chance. Wu Heng said directly. This little girl is much smarter than ordinary children. Some things are more convenient to say directly. Okay. Thank you, Uncle. Wu Heng nodded. Continued to perform the bone control technique. And then asked, What's your name? Lan Xiaoxin. But Xiaoxin doesn't sound very nice. Everyone calls me Xiao Xiao. The little girl floated over and naturally lay on his shoulder. Unlike the cold feeling of the ghost baby leaning on his shoulder. After the two of them signed the contract, they did not feel any discomfort. Your father's surname is Lan? Wu Heng was curious. Yes. What's wrong? Uncle? No. It's a rare surname. I'll call you Xiao Xiao from now on. It sounds nice. Uncle. What about you? Wu Heng. Wu from Sun Wukong. Wu from Wushu. Finally, there is someone who can talk in the zombie world. Which is not bad. Although the other skeletons have souls, they are not very able to communicate. Just when the transformation was over, and they were about to proceed with the next plan. Boom! A loud noise suddenly sounded outside the community. Wu Heng was startled. And the ghost Xiao Xiao was also frightened and shrank. And was about to run through the wall. After thinking about it, he couldn't run away. And returned to Wu Heng's side, lying on his shoulder. The sound came from outside the community. Wu Heng quickly ran to the roof, leaned on the edge, and looked in the direction of the sound. At the intersection on the east side, inside a drugstore with broken glass windows, there were loud roars. The zombies around them swarmed towards the store. Another survivor? And, at this intersection again? This intersection was the one that overturned the bus last time. He looked at the ghosts who were also a little curious. Xiao Xiao, you go and see what happened. Chapter 48. Snake Emblem. The ghost nodded and floated directly towards the pharmacy. Her body gradually disappeared in the air, and she was completely invisible to the naked eye. But Wu Heng could still capture her position. Xiao Xiao penetrated the wall directly and entered the pharmacy. Zombies kept gathering around the pharmacy and rushing in. From the current point of view, even if there were survivors, it would be impossible to resist so many zombies. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back from below. It went straight into his body. The moment the ghost entered his body, Wu Heng's mind replayed everything that had just happened like a movie. Inside the pharmacy, the huge, muscular, deformed zombie was fighting with an equally exaggerated gray cat. The giant zombie's fighting power was extremely exaggerated, and his swinging fists made dents on the wall, and the gravel flew everywhere. The deformed gray cat was no match for it, and the venue was very small, so it was beaten back step by step. So it's two mutants fighting each other. That's good. Kill one less. I'll go and transform the corpses later. Wu Heng would rather watch them kill each other. It would be best if both of them were injured and died there at the same time. Boom! Another loud noise. Looking downstairs, a gray giant cat shaped like a lion stumbled out of the store. It was followed by a giant zombie and a large number of ordinary zombies. From the status of the two, you can tell who is stronger and who is weaker. The giant zombie had no obvious injuries, while the gray cat zombie was limping and staggering. The giant cat zombie roared at the back, then turned and ran away. The zombies roared angrily, followed closely, and chased after it. Damn! Seeing the direction they were coming from, Wu Heng cursed. The gray cat ran directly towards the community. According to the route, It would definitely pass through the community where he lived. Wu Hung quickly rushed downstairs and gave an order, "Go upstairs. Everyone go back." The skeletons downstairs all climbed to the roof. Close the staircase door again. You can sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the tigers. You can't get involved at this time. The two deformed bodies were fighting fiercely. If you get involved, it will be bad if they unite. The door has just been sealed. The gray deformed cats and the zombies rushed into the community. The number has reached a somewhat terrifying level. But the gray cats still have the advantage in speed. In this wide terrain, they began to move around non-stop. Wu Hung stood upstairs and watched, and also paid attention to the time. "I have an appointment with Slater to go to the black market today, so we can't delay. Enter the corridor." Wu Hung began to arrange the skeletons to enter the corridor and each room. Especially the 4 skeleton dogs. We can't let them run around on the roof, or they will attract the zombies' attention, which will be troublesome. It feels like the time is about right, and the zombies outside are gathering more and more. Wu Hung took Bassin and returned directly to Blackstone Town. Blackstone Town. Wu Hung took Bassin and stood on the roadside waiting. Soon, a carriage slowly stopped. Wu Hung pulled the door and walked in, while Bassin followed the driver and sat outside. Inside the carriage, Slater and Yuri sat together, and did not see the golden leopard. "Why do you feel different from yesterday?" Slater stared at him. "What's wrong?" Wu Hung was also a little curious. Could it be that he could see from the outside that he had subdued the ghost? "I feel that you have become much stronger," Slater said. Yuri snorted. "A mage, trained like a warrior." It turned out that he was talking about his own muscles. "After taking corpse cores 3 times last night, my physical condition has been greatly improved. It seems that the effect is more obvious than I thought." The 2 women saw it at a glance. "I have been learning swordsmanship from the captain recently. Maybe it's because of this that I look stronger," Wu Hung explained. "Such a big change in one day? I put on an extra layer of armor inside." Wu Hung found an excuse. "Yeah." Slater nodded and didn't say more about this matter. Then, the 3 chatted with each other. They were all unimportant things. Wu Hung was a little wary of him, and Yuri's attitude towards him was not very good. The carriage drove out of the city directly, and was replaced by a carriage with a blank wooden sign outside the city, and continued to rush into the distance. The carriage creaked along the way, and gradually moved away from the town. Gradually, carriages began to appear all around. The same style, the same direction, and the same speed. It looked like there were people similar to them. Soon, the carriage began to slow down, and a manor built in the woods appeared in front of them. Slater took out a few thick cloaks from under the carriage seat and said, "Talk less and look more. Tell me what you want to buy." Several people put on black cloaks, covering their whole bodies tightly. In fact, Wu Hung also prepared a few bandit hoods. After looking at the 2 women opposite, he put one on himself. The carriage stopped, and Yuri jumped down first. "Hurry up. Why are you so slow?" Wu Hung slowly put on Bassin's hood, and then tied on his wide windbreaker. But his movements were still slow. When the ghost Xiaoxia returned to his body, he shared the scene he had just seen, and then got off the carriage. In a little exploration, it was found that the stone fortress of the manor was indeed an indoor market. There were many people wearing black cloaks. 3 people and a skeleton walked towards the stone fortress. In front of the door, there stood 2 burly men. Slater threw out 8 silver coins, pointing at the other 3 people behind him. The sturdy man nodded and let them go directly. Then he continued to collect entrance fees from the people coming in later. "Good guy, each person needs 2 silver coins to enter. Opening a black market, it is really a business that is guaranteed to make money." Entering the gate, there was a chaotic noise in my ears. The interior of the stone fortress was very spacious, but after being filled with rows of stalls, it seemed a bit crowded. "Take a look first, and tell me if you need anything," Slater said softly. Several people walked down together, blending into the crowd, and looking around along the way. The things sold on the stalls were more diverse than expected. There were biological limbs, such as eyeballs, internal organs or fur, weapons and armor, potions and medicinal materials, as well as magic props and some books. Here, you can basically see any kind of things. "What is this?" Yuri squatted in front of the stall and pointed at something and asked. "The scales of scale beasts are very strong and can be embedded in armor to defend important parts," the stall owner explained. "What about this?" "This is a magic item that can release a flame." "What about this?" The boss did not continue to answer. He looked at the people who were traveling with this person and asked, "Do you want to buy it or not? You only ask about the name and not the price?" Slater kicked Yuri, who was squatting on the ground. The latter immediately stood up, said, "I'll take a look," and then left. The boss muttered and cursed behind him. "Ask the price after confirming that you need it," Slater said, and then looked at Wu Hung beside him. "Do you like it?" "Not yet. Let's take a look." The few people walked around the castle for half a circle. When he reached the stairs leading to the second floor, Wu Hung suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Yuri almost bumped into him. Slater also looked over. Wu Hung pointed at the sign hanging at the staircase and asked, "Why is there a sign with a snake head hanging here?" A wooden sign with a ferocious snake head was hanging at the staircase. It looked like the second floor was the camp of some organization. Snake Emblem Consortium. You can store your important things here. They only recognize the bills issued by the consortium, not the people. Oh, only the bills? Chapter 49, Corpse Preservation. Only the receipts are recognized, not the people. This is in line with the situation in the black market. Some people come here to sell dirty things, and some come to buy some contraband. They are all masked, and it is hard to tell who is who. It makes sense to recognize the receipts, but not the people. But this is also a problem. It is not certain that the person who comes to pick up the things next time will still be the one who deposited them. Since such a consortium can be established, this aspect should not be a problem. The Snake Emblem Consortium is spread across various kingdoms and has a strong influence. Slater glanced at the second floor and continued. It can be understood as the Professional Association of the Underground World. If the Professional Association is a platform in the sun, then the Snake Emblem Consortium is an organization in the dark. The services he provided were highly recognized by some special professions and dignitaries. But his business methods and means also made many places reject their existence. Let's go. Take a look around. We have to go back before the city gate is closed. Slater did not intend to take the two upstairs to take a look, and continued to walk along the stalls. Wu Hung followed behind him, and also looked at the stalls casually. He walked through several stalls in succession. He stopped in front of a stall. Debilitating ray, description, long-range attack on targets within the range, with a debilitating effect after hitting. Corpse, description, release necromancy. Delay the decay speed of corpses or remains. And the unit cannot continue to transform undead creatures after casting the spell. It turned out to be 2 necromancy skill books. How much is this book? Wu Hung pointed at the weakness ray and asked. 35 silver coins. What about this one? 55 silver coins. These 2 skill books are not cheap. And the second one's corpse preservation is more expensive than the weakness ray. Wu Hung did not make a decision to buy it immediately, but looked around the stalls casually. Organ jar, description, a container that can store organs well. Damn. Something to store organs. Who would buy this thing? Infected shroud, rare item. Effect, covers the body to hide the figure. If used by living beings, they will be infected with corpse poison and abscesses. Description, shroud taken off by the immortal sage after resurrection. Another rare item, the effect is that it can make you invisible when worn on the body. The disadvantage is that living beings cannot use it. It is really useless. I looked at other things again, rusty short swords, broken tiles. In short, the things on sale don't look like they are used by living people. They look more like things that have just been unearthed. How much is this rag? Wu Hung asked the shroud. This is a strange item. Its effect is to make the user invisible. I don't know if you should give it a random name. 1,500 silver coins. The boss said. Wu Hung glanced at him, and said nothing more. The price reached a sky-high price. And the other party only mentioned invisibility, but did not mention the side effects of creatures using it. He did not say anything. And he did not intend to buy it. I want these 2 skill books. Wu Hung took out his purse, and pointed out the corresponding silver coins. The currency of this world is all metal coins, and sometimes it is not easy to carry too many. It is quite heavy if you carry too many. The boss stretched out his skinny hand to take it, and nodded after confirming the quantity. Take it yourself. Wu Hung picked up the 2 skill books and put them away directly. The few people continued to walk out. Slater said, strange objects are different from magic props. Next time you see them, you should also ask the price after using them. Well, okay. The few people continued to stroll around. Slater bought Yuli a necklace magic prop as a gift for coming to Blackstone Town. The effect is to heal injuries, similar to the effect of the bracelet among the props brought by Oddluck yesterday. The little girl was obviously in a good mood after receiving the gift, and she even showed off to Wu Hung, unlike before when she looked like she owed me money. The few people got on the carriage and returned to Blackstone Town. Slater's carriage was always parked at the door. Seeing the few people coming back, the driver respectfully opened the door and welcomed them in. Whatever happened, it was what happened. If you have money, you will be respected in any world. Back to the residence. Wu Hung opened the door and went to the zombie world. Looking out the window, a large number of zombies had gathered downstairs. I didn't see the giant deformed zombie, so I couldn't be sure if it was in the community. Communicating with the spiritual sea of consciousness, the ghost Xiao Xiao separated and appeared in front of me. Looking around. Xiao Xiao, look around, to see if the huge monster and the gray giant cat are still there. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao nodded, and his body passed through the wall and disappeared. Wu Hung reopened the drawer in the study and began to search. Finally, he found the note he had obtained from the wanted criminal in the pages of his notebook. On one side of the note, there was a ferocious snake head. Sure enough, it's exactly the same. The snake head on the note was exactly the same as the one he saw on the black market. In other words, those wanted criminals came to him not to avenge their companions, but more to get this note. They had something stored in the Snake Emblem Consortium. Only by carrying this note could they get the things stored inside. This harvest, really one after another. Thinking in his heart, the ghost Xiao Xiao flew back through the wall again. With a somewhat ugly face, he said, "The monster is in that building, the gray cat is dead, so scary." Wu Hung looked in the direction of his gaze. Xiao Xiao pointed to the building across the street. You can't see anything from the outside, but since Xiao Xiao said so, the giant zombie is inside. The combat power of this deformed zombie is not weak, plus the dense zombies outside. It's hard to say who will win in the end if they really fight. Even if they can win, it will cost a lot. Won't this delay my leveling? But there is nothing they can do now. They just hope that the gray cat dies, and the zombies leave with the horde. They take Xiao Xiao back into their bodies, and return to Blackstone Town. The next day, early in the morning, Wu Hung had just finished his breakfast nearby. He saw an association staff member standing at the door. Seeing him come back, he smiled and said, "Mr. Wu Hung, Captain Oddluck wants you to come over." "Oh, okay." They came to the association team lounge. There was only Oddluck in the room. Seeing Wu Hung coming in, he continued, "The matter of the level 12 corpse of the Divine Punishment Church has been resolved." Wu Hang's face became serious. "How is it?" Oddluck looked up at his expression and said directly, "The Blackstone Town City Hall rejected your request to convert the level 12 corpse on the grounds of the matter of the Necromancer in the mining village. At the same time, the deacon also believed that now is not the time to have a second undead servant." Wu Hung frowned even deeper. In other words, not only the City Hall disagreed with his transformation of the level 12 corpse, but also the association disagreed. The deacon disagreed? Deacon Yazd always had a good attitude towards him, and he was recruited by him personally. The relationship should be better. But even the deacon rejected this application. Are level 12 skeletons so scary? Or is there something else going on? What will happen to that corpse? Tonight, the professional team and the Blackstone Town Guard will incinerate it together. Chapter 50, Swordsmanship and Winged Sword. Not burial, directly incinerate. Isn't this a bit of a target? Incinerate together with the other bodies of the Divine Punishment Church. Oddluck saw his serious expression and continued, "Not converting will save you a lot of trouble. Wait a few years and become the captain with merit. There will be many opportunities in the future." The attitude of Blackrock Town towards necromancers, everyone can see it. If he really asked him to convert a level 12 corpse, it would make people more suspicious whether there would be something special. Moreover, Wu Hung has only been a professional for a short time, and he already has a level 3 merit. If he is transferred to a place where this is not strict and becomes the captain, he will have the opportunity to own a skeleton. There is no need to be serious about this matter. For some things, a person can't change much, and it's more about adapting and accepting. Well, forget it if you don't allow it. Wu Hung sat down and continued to ask, "Where should the body be burned? This is our task tonight. Kavina continues to recover. You and Yuri need to cooperate with the guards to burn one of the bodies. One of them. And burn them separately? The first and second teams are responsible for the body of the elder. We are responsible for the one of the two backbones who controls the crow. and the bodies of the 2 ordinary members. Oh, I understand. Wu Hung nodded. The incineration time is at dusk. I will have someone go to your residence to inform you at that time. Don't forget it, Oddluck said. Okay, I understand, Captain. After leaving the association, Wu Hung went straight home. He was thinking about the corpse. Neither Blackrock Town nor the association agreed to his conversion of the corpse. Now there are 2 choices. One is to do this first. As the captain said, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Moreover, high-level skeletons are not difficult to obtain later. The giant deformed zombie showed a fighting power, should also be at the level of a 12th level elder. The second thing is to think of a way before incineration. As long as the corpse is transported to the zombie world, they won't find any evidence. But be careful, don't let anyone find anything. Thinking about countermeasures in my mind, I returned to my residence. I sorted out my things, and walked out of the house again with Bassin. When they arrived outside the city, I got into a carriage with an empty sign, and drove away. The carriage drove into the manor where we were yesterday. After paying the entrance fee at the gate, we entered the hall directly. At this time, there were not many people in the black market, and there were few stalls. Wu Hung casually browsed the stalls, and did not see anything he needed, but he saw the stall owner who sold the shroud last night. He was still in the same posture as yesterday, as if he was stiff. After a casual glance, he went directly to the 2nd floor. The layout of the 2nd floor was somewhat similar to that of the professional association. There was a bar in front, and a middle-aged man stood behind the bar, and there was a rest area on the side, and a notice board. There were some bounties posted on it. In addition to bounties for some contraband, there were also bounties for intelligence. Wow, this is completely an association of professionals in the underground world. The forms are almost the same, and it has fewer restrictions than the association. It is a more open platform. After a quick look, Wu Hung went straight to the front desk. The middle-aged man straightened his collar, stood up and said respectfully, "Hello, guest." Wu Hung nodded slightly, took out the bill from his arms, and pushed it to the front desk. "Take out all of them." "Oh, okay. Please go to the lounge and wait for a while." The middle-aged man led him to a room and asked him to wait for a while. Soon, the door opened again, and 2 tall women came in, each holding a wooden box. One was narrow and flat, about the size of a cosmetic gift box, and the other was long and thin, and it might contain scrolls or a staff and a long sword. "Sir, this is the goods you left here." The woman put the wooden box on the table, bowed again, and left the room. After the 2 left, Wu Hung opened the narrow and flat wooden box first. On the top, there was a book. Grey Eagle Swordsmanship, description, a book that records the inherited swordsmanship. A swordsmanship book? Is there such a thing in this world? He also believed that the swordsmen in this world were all relying on their combat experience to hack and slash. So there really was such a thing as swordsmanship. I don't know if swordsmanship is a skill. Under the books, there are neatly stacked silver coins. Roughly counting, there are probably 300 or 400. Speaking of which, it is also a huge sum of money. Then, continue to open another slender wooden box. Inside is a slender metal sword. The blade has a pattern like water ripples, and the guard part is in the shape of feathers, which looks very gorgeous. Silver wing water ripple sword, description, it will give the user the effect of speed, light body, sharp perception. No wonder those wanted criminals must take this thing back. Magic props themselves are expensive, plus it is a long sword with the largest audience. I am afraid it can be sold at a sky-high price. Put away the 2 items. Wu Hung pulled the rope on the side again, and the sound of a copper bell rang at the door. A female staff member came in again, and saluted and asked, "Guest, what do you want?" "I want to exchange some silver coins." "Guest, are you exchanging objects, or currency of equal value?" "Gold." The woman was obviously stunned, raised her head in surprise, looked at it, and then quickly lowered her head. "Okay. Sir, please wait a moment." The door closed, and soon opened again. The middle-aged man walked in with some utensils. "Guest, do you want to exchange silver coins? The exchange rate we provide is 1 gold coin for 1,000 silver coins. The currency ratio in this world is 100 copper coins for 1 silver coin, and 1,000 silver coins for 1 gold coin. In normal life, silver coins can completely solve most monetary expenditures, and ordinary people will never see gold coins in their lifetime. But gold coins still exist, and shops and consortiums are willing to provide convenient exchanges. Sure, Wu Hung took out a 30-gram gold bar and put it on the table and pushed it over. He also saw what a gold bar looked like in a gold shop. A 30-gram gold bar is much smaller than expected. Normally, a gold coin issued by the kingdom weighs 33 grams. Please wait a moment. Sir. The middle-aged man began to inspect and weigh the gold bar. After confirming that it was correct, he continued, there is no problem with the gold. We will give you 1,000 silver coins for the price. The other party probably meant that the weight of the gold was a little lighter, but it was still exchanged at 33 grams. It seems that the consortium prefers gold. Soon, silver coins were prepared. A small box full of them. At the same time, the middle-aged man handed over a coat of arms and said softly, Guest, this is the silver coin you exchanged, and you can enjoy some special treatment with the coat of arms. What treatment will be provided? For example, if you have some things that are inconvenient to handle, you can issue a commission to us for processing, or, if you need any props and materials, we can transfer them to you from outside. Wu Hung felt that it was not bad, not as rigid as the association. Putting away the emblem, Basson took the wooden box from the other party. Under the respectful attitude of the staff, he walked down to the second floor. He came to the man who was selling a bunch of unearthed items and asked, What is this? A shroud, which can hide the body. What's the price? Wu Hung asked knowingly. If used by living beings, there will be some discomfort, but it's not serious. How much? 1,500 silver coins. Okay, I'll take it. Let Basson put down the money and give it to the other party. The black-robed stall owner counted the number of silver coins, nodded, and said, Take it. Take it. Basson bent down and picked up the shroud. After browsing the black market again, he turned and left. At dusk, the professional association. Underground morgue. After each team confirmed the appearance of the corpse, they tied the linen wrapped around it again. Then, they carried the corpse roughly and walked out. Wu Hung glanced at the direction the first team left. The ghost Xiao Xiao separated from the body and followed in the direction of departure. Chapter 51, Stealing Corpses. The work of the professional team is mainly to follow and supervise. After all, there is no surveillance in this world, and supervision of some important things requires a large number of manpower. At the same time, professional teams and guards are arranged, to put it bluntly. It is the role of mutual supervision. It can also be seen that the City Hall and the association attach great importance to corpses. But it makes Wu Hung feel uncomfortable. It feels like being targeted. Carry the corpse onto the carriage and rush to the direction of the crematorium. There is a fixed incineration site in the city. It is not like in the movies, where people are burned to death in the city center in public. The direction in which the first and second teams left with their bodies was the same as he had inferred. They went to a separate incineration site, and the bodies of them and the third team were taken to a crematorium that could burn multiple people at the same time. Wu Hung followed the crowd out. He was a little worried about his plan. Yuri came over and asked. My aunt said, Did you kill all these people by yourself? The team killed them, and I finished the job at the end. Wu Hung said. Yuri frowned. What do you mean? It means that the fight was almost over, and I killed him with the last blow. Oh, you are pretty good then. Yuri praised him, and then said, Did you bring the food in the lounge? Yes. Are there any more? I can buy them. Wu Hung glanced at her and said, I gave them to my friends, and there weren't many anyway. I can buy them. No. The little girl rolled her eyes, and then said, I can be your friend. Didn't we go out together yesterday? Did you forget? Otluk heard the voice and looked back at the two of them. Wu Hung looked at Yuri, who was giving him a look, nodded and said, To be friends, we need to help each other. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll bring you some rare and precious food tomorrow. Okay. Let's be friends. On the other side, the carriage carrying the corpse slowly drove towards the East City district. The escorting professional team and guard team guarded both sides of the carriage. The captain of the second team, Talisa, glanced at the side and said, The City Hall and the deacon attach great importance to this corpse. The association and the guard team jointly handled it. Even the elders of the Divine Punishment Church attached too much importance to it. We are mainly worried about the necromancer involved in the mining village. We have to be careful. The captain of the first team, Anil, held the long sword at his waist with one hand, answered, and then said, I heard that the necromancer of the fourth team also wants to transform this corpse. Talisa and the other team members also looked over at the same time. If this corpse is really transformed into a skeleton, then the strength of the fourth team will be greatly improved. Even if it has the least number of people, it can still reach the top team. But it obviously failed. Otherwise the body would not be incinerated. The city hall didn't agree? Talisa continued to ask. The city hall didn't agree, and the deacon didn't agree. The profession of necromancer itself is controversial, so how could they hand over the body to him? Anil sneered. How long has he been in the association? He dares to put forward such a condition. Maybe he thinks that since they killed a person, the ownership should belong to the fourth team. Haha, young man, you are so brave, you dare to put forward such a condition. The team members also laughed and talked. Arnell glanced at a few people, and everyone was stunned and shut up immediately. Keep your voice down. Don't let the guards hear you, or you'll become a joke, Arnell reminded. The members laughed again and continued to discuss in a low voice. Team 2 leader Talisa didn't say anything, but returned to her team and chatted with the members casually. The team moved forward and entered a small courtyard surrounded by a half-person high wall. In the middle of the courtyard was an ordinary stone house, and on one side of the courtyard wall, there was a pile of firewood. Everyone checked the yard very skillfully. Anil said, "Prepare the firewood pile." The body was pushed into the stone house. 2 people stood guard outside the door. The others began to move firewood to build the firewood pile. Just when the pile was almost built, a little girl's voice suddenly came from outside the wall. The language was incomprehensible, but it was very clear. Swish, 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 one by one. The pets flew into the air. Everyone drew their weapons, and quickly approached the source of the sound. Everyone looked around. Anil ordered, "Search separately." Everyone scattered around and searched the area, and then quickly returned. No one. No one here either. Everyone looked at each other. Anil's face changed. Go back, quick! Everyone rushed into the stone house, and saw the body wrapped in linen still lying there. Talisa wanted to go forward to check. Anil said directly, "No need to pile it up. Something is not right here, just burn it." 2 members threw the body onto the pile of firewood, and the torch lit the bottom, and the fire ignited with a whoosh, engulfing the body. When everything was burned clean, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The team followed the carriage, and returned to the association to report. The burning work was completed. Wu Hung led Basin to the crowded area. Halfway through the walk, he felt the ghost Xiao Xiao flying back towards him and directly sank into his body. At the same time, what happened in another incinerator also appeared in his mind. Xiao Yu made a sound outside. Jian, wearing a shroud, took the opportunity to enter the stone house and replaced the corpse with a corpse of similar size. Things were simpler than expected. Due to the urging of the team leader, they didn't even check the body before burning it, and burned it cleanly. It can be said that the operation was very successful, and no evidence or handle was left. After confirming that things went smoothly, Wu Hung turned around and went to the incinerator. In a hidden place outside the yard, he found Jian, who was always wrapped in a shroud, and the body. After confirming that there were no other people around, Wu Hung entered the stone house in the middle, used the bronze key and a wardrobe on the inside, and sent Jian and the body into the zombie world. He walked briskly back to the crowded area, back to his residence. Wu Hung passed through the gate again and headed for the zombie world. The body of the elder of the God Punishment Church, covered with a flowered sheet, lay straight on the floor of the living room. Came to the body. "Uncle, why did you steal someone's body?" Xiao Xiao floated in the air, looked at Wu Hung, and then looked at the body. She couldn't understand. Why did he go to such great lengths, just to steal a body? The bodies downstairs had already piled up into a small mountain. This one is different. Your friend? No. Your grandfather or father? How is that possible? Don't mess with me. Wu Hung felt that she was scolding him on purpose. But there was no evidence. Tell me about it. I also helped a lot. Xiao Xiao turned around and lay on his shoulder. This mission was not as difficult as imagined. But Xiao Xiao did play a big role. He was a very powerful person when he was alive. We need to turn him into a skeleton to enhance our own strength. Wu Hung explained simply. Oh, the little girl said. Oh, indicating that she understood. Xiao Xiao stopped talking, and Wu Hung said to the skeleton beside him, "Carry the body to the corridor." After all, the release of the bone-serving technique will cause the flesh to fall off, which is actually a bit difficult to clean. The 2 skeletons bent down and carried the body out. They moved it directly to the corridor. They put it back on the ground. And the flowered cloth covering the body also fell to the ground. The corpse with white skin underneath was exposed. This corpse has been there for at least 3 or 4 days. And it has already begun to rot. But Wu Heng's eyes fell on his chest and abdomen. A thin, long wound sutured with cotton thread connected the entire chest cavity. What happened? An autopsy on a dead person? Pick the thread apart, Wu Heng said. Basson squatted down, drew out the short blade at his waist, and cut the white cotton thread one by one. The sutured wound opened little by little, revealing the empty chest cavity inside. Where are the internal organs? Wu Heng frowned. The internal organs of the corpse were gone. Chapter 52, Level 12 Skeleton. Transforming skeletons does not have such high requirements. Even if the corpse has no internal organs, it does not hinder the transformation of the corpse. But a corpse, whose internal organs were removed after death, still made him feel curious and surprised. That is to say, he is not the only one who has set his sights on this corpse. There are others, and they started earlier. What is the purpose of stealing the internal organs of the corpse? Can this world also transplant? They killed a person at that time, and the internal organs of the dead person cannot be transplanted. Of course, he found out that it was useless, and he couldn't inform the association. Wouldn't that be a trap for him? Anyway, everyone is seeking what they need, and no one is hindering anyone else. There's no need to pursue it. Okay, no need to dismantle it, Wu Heng said. Basson stopped picking the cotton thread and stood aside again. Wu Heng directly released Bone Service. The summoned creature exceeds the ability of the summoner. Instability factors increase. The unstable prompt appeared again, and the mental power began to be consumed rapidly. The flesh and blood on the body fell off bit by bit, revealing the skeleton underneath. But the speed of transformation was slower than any other transformation. And the mental power was also lost exponentially. He continued to release with the staff in hand. One hand quickly opened the backpack, took out the mental potion and drank it. It replenished the consumed mental power. In the continuous consumption, the flesh and blood on the body completely fell off. And a tall skeleton with iron-gray bones stood up. In a pair of empty eye sockets, a faint blue flame rose. He glanced around and saluted Wu Heng slightly. Wu Heng looked at him and nodded. The skeleton in front of him was a little different from the previous ones. Not only was the skeleton thick, but the bones were not white, but iron-gray. Even if observed closely, it looked more like a metal skeleton. Well, you will continue to be called Bodong from now on. Stand aside first, Wu Heng said to the newly stood skeleton. The skeleton stood aside and entered standby mode. Xiao Xiao, who was a little scared just now, quickly adapted to it and floated in the air, observing the newly joined Bodong carefully. Wu Heng directly opened his attribute panel, checked the attributes. Skeleton Boxer. Level 12, 0/72,000. Attributes: Constitution 26, Strength 25, Agility 29, Intelligence 14, Perception 19, Charm 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Intermediate Soul, Iron Bones, Chi. Specialties: Unarmored Defense, Unarmored Movement, Danger Sense. Abilities: Shocking Punch, Light Fall, Catching Flying Arrows, Fighting Expertise, Advanced. Iron Bones, Constitution +5. Chi, skilled in trying to use Chi, sufficient Chi for continuous attacks. Unarmored Defense, when not wearing any armor or shield, Agility +3, Perception +2. Unarmored Movement, when not wearing any armor or shield, movement speed increases by 20%, can be on a vertical plane or water surface for a short time, maintain short-term high-speed movement. Shocking Fist, hitting the target has a shocking effect. Light Fall, minimize the damage caused by falling from a height. Grab Flying Arrow, deflect the attacking object from the air and return it to its source. Wow, Wu Heng was a little surprised when looking at the attributes. I have to say, this character's attributes and abilities are really exaggerated. The main attributes are all above 25. His expertise and abilities are also very good. Moreover, Bodong doesn't wear clothes when fighting, not because he is an exhibitionist, but because his own armorless defense and armorless movement will greatly increase his own attributes. His expertise and abilities are completely different from those of Basson, Jianni and Jian'er, and his attributes are more unified and complete. They are mutually complementary structures, more like a complete inheritance and planned acquisition of abilities. It seems that this divine punishment cult is not an ordinary folk cult. It can be said that among the skeletons around him, He is the strongest skeleton. Hey! Why is there no skill for the scales? He looked at the attributes again, and then looked at the skeleton. There is really no relevant information about the scales. Is his memory confused? Or, after transforming into a skeleton, this ability disappeared. After studying for a while, he did not come up with any results. He left the skeleton squatting in the room, and went back to Blackstone Town to rest. After returning to Blackstone Town, he made himself a bowl of instant noodles. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he flipped through the swordsmanship he had acquired today. Different from the previous mage skill book, this one contained more graphic moves and some simple descriptions. He quickly flipped through it and finished the last page. There was no prompt to unlock the skill. This gave Wu Hung a bad feeling. He was not really going to let him start learning and training. The instant noodles were almost done. While eating, I continued to look through them. After finishing eating, I continued to call Ginny over, together to study the newly acquired swordsmanship. Until late at night, I went to bed to rest. The next day, zombie world. There were roars coming from outside the window, and dense zombies stepped on the broken glass, making a creaking sound. Another day passed, and these zombies still showed no signs of leaving. Besides, I couldn't just wait like this. If they didn't leave, I wouldn't actually be unable to leave forever. Just when he was about to ask Xiao Xiao to check if the giant deformed zombie was still there, he saw a huge body appearing in his sight. It was nearly 3 meters tall, with dark red skin and muscles bulging like tumors. It was ugly and full of power. The giant zombie was walking slowly towards this side, and his eyes occasionally swept across the window above the stairs, as if he was looking for prey. Damn monster. Wu Hung cursed, and continued to call to the person beside him, Bodong. Come here. Bodong, who had a broad skeleton, walked over and looked down through the window. When the time comes, I need you to deal with it. If it's hard to deal with, try to hold it back as much as possible. Bodong still looked downstairs. The soul fire in his eyes flickered with a faint blue light. At noon, the sun was high above his head. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 staircase doors opened at the same time, revealing skeleton warriors arranged in an orderly manner, holding spears and kitchen knives. The heavy sound of the door opening made the wandering zombies slightly stunned. Then, there were angry roars. Wow! The zombies gathered downstairs like a tide, crowding and pushing, and pouring into the open corridor. However, the more crowded it is, the harder it is for zombies to get in. The skeleton warriors, who had been arranged in the corridor, began to wave their weapons and attack the zombies in front. Wu Hung looked at the zombies coming in, and sweat appeared on his forehead. There were too many of them. Just when the undead and the zombies were fighting each other, there was a loud roar. A giant deformed zombie rushed out from the corridor in front. Looking straight at the battle area, he roared, and rushed over quickly. His figure was like a truck out of control, running towards this side, knocking away the zombies blocking the front, and crashing into the corridor at the same time. Wu Hung stood upstairs, watching the deformed zombies rush into the corridor. Bodong, I leave it to you. The iron door leading to the corridor on the roof was opened, and Bodong, with his iron-gray skeleton, walked downstairs with his hands behind his back. Chapter 53, Fierce Battle with Zombies. Bodong walked into the corridor. Wu Hung stood on the roof and looked down. Facing the first staircase, released the grease technique. The condensed grease floated down from the air, some flew away, and the rest fell on the zombies gathered below. He lit a ragbag, and threw it directly in the direction where the grease technique fell. The ragbag hit the zombie's shoulder, sparkling sparks, and then with a whoosh, a big fire started. The fire began to spread to the zombies on both sides, forming a fire field 3 or 4 meters wide. At the same time, on the roof, rows of skeleton warriors stood on the edge, and crossbows were constantly shooting down. The rest of the skeletons, under Wu Hang's command, began to move the furniture and utensils behind them and threw them down. There were tables, chairs, benches, monitor cases, and everything that could be used as throwing objects, which were collected in advance. They were thrown directly into the zombie group as throwing objects. For a while, various furniture and utensils fell from the roof, knocking over the zombies below. Roar! The zombies spotted the enemy above, and raised their heads and roared angrily. Then, they gathered together like ants building a ladder, and spread upward along the outer wall. They spread all the way to the second floor, smashed the glass, and rushed directly into the room. But the doors of the residence were all closed, and the zombies who entered quickly ran out, and continued to climb up with the zombies. Wu Hung stood on the roof, looking at the scene in front of him in surprise. There were so many zombies that they could actually climb the wall in this way. "Quick, hit these zombies climbing up," Wu Hung said to the skeleton beside him, and released the witch arrow. After the witch arrow hit the target, it quickly spread outwards, and crushed the gathered zombies. The skeleton group also kept throwing objects to prevent the zombies from climbing up. In the corridor of Unit 1. Boom, boom, a deafening roar, and gravel flying everywhere. The giant deformed zombie waved his fist, chasing and hitting the retreating Bodong, from the second floor to the third floor, and continued to retreat to the fourth floor. The dark red skin and muscles exploded with terrifying power. The hammer cracked the wall and broke the stair railing. Bodong ducked to avoid the straight punch, hit the zombie's belly with his right fist, whistling through the air. Bang! The airwaves spread, the dark red muscular body trembled violently as if it was shaken. Roar! The zombie took a step back, clenched his fists, and smashed it on the head. Boom! The powerful blow fell right in front of Bodong, making a huge gap in the steps under his feet. Bodong retreated half a step, kicked sideways with a whip kick. The zombie's muscles tightened, and after taking the attack, he raised his hands, and continued to smash the target. His arms kept rising and falling, chasing the target, and smashing it randomly. The smoke and dust splashed, covered the entire corridor. Bodong adopted certain fighting skills, avoiding the attack while fighting back. The battle of the deformed zombies was more simple and crude, crushing all the fancy tricks with absolute strength, moving with great force and great momentum. Only the giant zombie and Bodong were fighting in the entire corridor. The zombie tide that Wu Hung was worried about was completely unnecessary. The battle between the two, not to mention the zombies that came in, even the skeletons that were arranged in advance, had already turned into white bones on the ground. In the entire corridor, there were only two figures, one tall and one short, who continued to fight. Boom! The giant fist smashed the security door on the side of the body, and the other fist followed the figure in the smoke and smashed down again. The earth and rocks flew, like bullets flying everywhere. Ba Wudong turned his footsteps, flipped over and jumped down a floor, and went around behind the zombie. A sweeping kick directly hit the zombie's leg bend. The heavy sweep caused the zombie's body to tilt to one side. Bodong took advantage of the momentum, and kicked the zombie's body directly down. The body rolled down the stairs, and with a bang, it leaned against the wall. Bodong leaped down, and hit the zombie's head with his knee. With a bang, the zombie's head was hit against the wall by his knee. Without waiting for a reaction, his fists fell like raindrops. The giant zombie was hit with dirty blood, and blood was splattered on its head. On the roof. Keep throwing. Wu Hung still urged the skeleton to throw down all the debris piled up behind him. At the same time, he released Grease technique, throwing down an open flame, igniting a blaze of fire. It turned out that the number of zombies in front of him was not enough to climb up a 6-story residential building with a ladder. At most, it was only the 4th floor, and it kept collapsing under the interference. A large number of zombies were killed or crippled. With the continuous throwing, the downstairs was also filled with debris, and the zombies stumbled and had difficulty moving. Snap, bang, suddenly, a heavy crash sounded. The giant zombie rushed out of the corridor directly, knocked the zombies in front of it away, and smashed the obstacles blocking the way, rushing forward, like an enraged bull. Seeing the giant zombie rushing out of the corridor, Wu Heng's eyes widened a little. Bodong failed? Just as he said it, another sound of breaking sounded. Bodong, with an iron-gray skeleton, jumped down from the window on the 3rd floor and chased directly after the giant zombie that was escaping. Damn, chasing after the giant zombie. The situation in front of him. It seems that Bodong's strength is higher than that of the giant zombie. He chased directly in the direction of the giant zombie. Wu Hung raised his staff, and released witch arrow at the giant zombie that rushed out. The blue energy spear condensed in the air, and whizzed towards the target. But the distance was beyond the spell distance, and it dissipated directly in the air. Wu Hung immediately released the newly learned weakness ray, a black energy ray, and hit the giant zombie's body directly. The strong and violent body, and suddenly showed a little sluggishness. At this time, Bodong quickly caught up, and kicked the zombie's body with a flying kick, and made the zombie stagger. The giant zombie stopped, turned around and waved his fist, and once again punched at the chasing Bodong. Punches kept falling. Smoke and dust rose into the sky. At the same time, the zombies rushing into the corridor no longer continued to push and crowd. Instead, they turned around and looked at Bodong, who rushed out. The next second, they all rushed back and killed the iron-gray skeleton left outside. Seeing the zombies change their target, Wu Heng's face became more serious. Fighting alone, Bodong is not much different from the giant zombie. If the zombies rush forward, it will be hard to say who will win or lose. Wu Heng quickly went to the corridor and ordered, "Attack! Kill them!" Then, he changed to another corridor and ordered, "Attack! Kill them!" Jian Yi and Jian Er, Bassin and the 4 skeleton dogs led the skeleton warriors to rush out of the corridor and launched a fierce counterattack. A more intense fight unfolded downstairs. Wu Heng also stood at the window on the 3rd floor and released witchcraft arrows and grease magic downwards with crossbow 1 and crossbow 2. Cooperate with the skeleton group to attack. Although his own attributes have been improved, he does not think he has the ability to fight the zombie group in close combat. Not to mention whether he can win by force. If he is scratched or bitten, he will die unjustly. Looking at the 2 figures fighting in front of him, Wu Heng continued to shout, "Bassin, go help Bodong." Bassin looked back and killed the zombie that rushed over with a short blade in his hand. He quickly bypassed the enemy in front and ran towards Bodong and the giant zombie. Chapter 54, Don't Give Up Hope. Bodong and the giant zombie are still fighting each other. Heavy fists are waving randomly. Bodong's steps are light, his fists and legs are used together. He knocks away the ordinary zombies that rush over from all directions, while dodging the heavy blows from the giant zombies. Whoosh! The giant fist comes forward with a whistling sound. Bodong leans back, dodging the incoming punch, while his body spins like a gyroscope and sweeps his right leg across. Bang! A dull collision sound is heard, and the giant zombie moves 2 steps to the side and staggers. Bodong followed quickly. He pushed the jaw with his palm, followed with his footsteps, attacked the ribs with his left fist, hit the abdomen with his right hook, and then threw out his left fist again, followed closely by his right fist. His punches were fierce and continuous. And Bassin was also constantly moving around and cooperating, and his 2 short blades kept turning, leaving bloody scars on the lower body of the giant zombie. Bodong jumped up and punched the zombie in the throat. Bang! The giant zombie fell backwards and sat on the ground. Bodong didn't give the other party a chance to breathe, and quickly followed up with his fists and began to hit the other party's head. The dull hammering sound, as heavy as a falling sledgehammer. Bang bang. Bassin also took this opportunity to stab the target's chest with his dagger. When Bodong stood up, the giant zombie was still lying on the ground, without getting up. Experience plus 143. Summon Skeleton Boxer gets experience plus 22. The experience appeared, proving that the target was killed by Bodong. Finally dead, Wu Heng was really afraid that the giant zombie would escape. If it came back to retaliate against him, it would be a bit difficult to deal with. After the giant zombie died, the 2 skeletons, Bodong and Bassin, returned to the main battlefield and began to attack the zombie group from the other side. The battle continued, and the number of zombies was gradually decreasing. After the last zombie fell, the whole area fell into silence again. The skeleton warriors were covered in blood, and on their hollow skeletons, there were pieces of meat and sticky hair. They stood upright in place and entered a standby state. Several skeletons with souls walked towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng found a mask and put it on, and walked out of the corridor. The area downstairs was already full of zombie corpses and bones, and there was not even a bare ground. "Bring the corpse of the giant zombie here," Wu Heng said. Jian Yi and Jian Er walked over quickly and dragged the huge corpse from a distance. The deformed zombie with exaggerated muscles all over his body looked a little miserable. His eyeballs burst, and his head was turned to the back in a weird posture. His body was covered with knife marks. These 2 skeletons were really ruthless. After drinking a bottle of mental potion, I felt that my mental strength had recovered a little. Facing the huge zombie, I directly released bone slavery. Necromancer magic covered the corpse in front of me. The flesh fell off bit by bit, and the tall giant skeleton slowly sat up. Skeleton Warrior, level 11. Level 11, 0/65,000. Attributes: Constitution 28, Strength 29, Agility 17, Intelligence 6, Perception 12, Charisma 5. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. Features: Biological Deformation. Biological Deformation. Constitution +3. It was actually a level 11 zombie. In terms of level, it is one level lower than Bodong. But in terms of attributes, it does highlight the individual's advantages. Constitution 28. Strength 29. Bodong's strength is only 25 points. Even if all the muscles fall off and disappear, his strength is still the highest among the skeletons. But the disadvantages are also obvious. Low agility, low intelligence, and low perception. To put it bluntly, after the deformation, some zombie shortcomings are still preserved. Another point, the name of this skeleton is still called Skeleton Warrior, and it only has one specialty, called Biological Deformation, which increases 3 points of Constitution. The rest have no other specialties and abilities. This is completely different from the professional soldiers obtained in Blackrock Town. Professional soldiers, after transformation, carry the original abilities. If there are two skeletons of the same level, the professional skeleton is more powerful. But there is no other way. We can't let the zombies change their jobs and then kill them. Holding the short spear, he searched in the fallen rotten meat. A fleshy corpse core appeared in front of him. Wu Hung was happy, and then he was a little confused. A new type of corpse core? He found a plastic bag, took out the corpse core, and looked at it carefully. The size of the corpse core did not change. It was still the size of a fingernail, but the white flesh was covered with red blood threads. It looked like dense blood vessels, and also like nerve tissue. He didn't understand biology, but it looked a little strange. This was very different from the corpse cores dropped by the deformed dogs. It looked like a new type of corpse core. I just didn't know if the antidote I prepared before would still work. Looking down at the corpse core, the newly joined 3-meter-long skeleton also squatted down to look. Wu Hung glanced at it, wrapped up the corpse core and put it away, saying, "From now on, you will be called Big Guy." The 3-meter-long skeleton looked around, looking like he was not very smart. Wu Hung did not continue to pay attention to it. After looking around, he continued to give orders. "Okay, move the corpses together and clean up the debris." The skeleton with a soul immediately took the ordinary skeletons into action, carrying corpses and cleaning up scattered debris. This battle, almost all the items in the entire building were consumed. Televisions, computers, tables, chairs, benches, all over the floor. Moreover, it seems that I should change a building to serve as a base. This building is a bit miserable. With a thought, the ghost flew out of the body, looking at the surrounding scene. His face was full of fear. "Uncle, you killed so many people. They are no longer human." Wu Hung continued. "So scary." Wu Hung was a little speechless. How could these zombies be considered living dead because they were infected with a genetic virus? You are a ghost. Do you need to be afraid of them? After all, Xiao Xiao was still very young when she died, and Wu Hung couldn't tell the child about this. So he said directly, "Xiao Xiao, there is a bus at the intersection over there. See if there are any zombies nearby." "Oh, okay." Xiao Xiao nodded and left through the wall. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back and said, "No more. Only a few who couldn't walk." Crawling slowly on the road, Wu Hung looked at Xiaoxiao's memory again with concern. The wide road was empty, and a few zombies without lower bodies were crawling slowly on the road. Wu Hung thought for a moment and decided to go over before it got dark. "Basin, Bodong," Wu Hung shouted, and called some skeleton warriors to go out together. He cleared a few zombies along the way. Then he came to the bus of the survivors, who did not escape. The bus was unrecognizable. The iron net was smashed and thrown aside, and the body of the bus was covered with dents. Entering the bus, checking around, the survivors carried sharpened iron pipes, kitchen knives, and some collected food. The preparations were sufficient, but unfortunately they could not escape. Then, Wu Hung set his sights on an iron box welded with white steel plates. It was not locked. After opening it, it was an old-fashioned long tape recorder, which was modified with tape and some equipment, with a thin antenna. "What is that?" He casually pressed the play button. A sharp electric current suddenly sounded, followed by a familiar language. "Don't give up hope, find all ways to survive, persist." A familiar voice came from the recorder. Chapter 55. I heard you can transform. Virus vaccines are being developed. Rescue efforts are being organized in various regions. Please don't give up hope. Victory will always belong to us. Avoid densely populated areas. Avoid excessive noise. Pay attention to whether drinking water sources are infected by the virus. This is not the end of the world. It is not the end of mankind. Don't give up hope, we can rebuild our home. Amid the sizzling sound of electricity, repeated words were heard. Encourage everyone to live, don't give up. Find all ways to survive, wait for rescue. Wu Heng looked at the modified recorder in front of him with some surprise. He naturally knew that this was not a recording, but information received through the radio. Normal communication had long been invalid, and this was the only way to contact the outside world. They really have a clear destination. In other words, the reason why these survivors risked running outside, I must have contacted a gathering place outside. There is a better living environment there. But obviously they failed at this crossroads. Are they the military uncles? Xiao Xiao walked around, curiously asked. Yes. Wu Heng nodded. Should we go find them? They will protect us then. Xiao Xiao floated down, lying on his shoulder and said. This? Wu Heng glanced at the skeleton outside the bus, not knowing how to answer. If only he did not change his job to a necromancer. He naturally hoped to get protection from the rescue team or the army. But it was hard to say now. How to explain these skeletons of his? How to explain the other space? Even if he arrived at a gathering place for human beings, would they treat him like a suspect like Blackstone Town, and come up with a restrictive bill, or directly slice him up to study the principle of casting spells? He couldn't say for sure, but there was a possibility. Let's talk about it later, we can protect ourselves now. Wu Heng closed the iron box, and walked out of the bus with him in his arms. Xiao Xiao followed behind him. How come this is ringing? Can I watch TV? It's powered by batteries. So I can't watch TV. Return to the community. Wu Heng turned on the recorder, listening to the words of encouragement to the survivors, while releasing the bone-making technique to transform the bodies in front of him. The number of bodies this time, even if there are not 1,000, is at least 700 or 800. The bodies were piled up into a mountain. The rest of the work fell entirely on him. Even if he transformed them every day, it would take several days. Moreover, in this weather, the storage of corpses is really a problem. Among the skills, he learned corpse. But the corpse after embalming cannot be transformed into a skeleton. It is a very useless skill. He can only try to speed up the transformation and transform these corpses as soon as possible. It was not until the sky gradually darkened that Wu Heng commanded the skeleton to return to the roof. He took Basin with him and returned to Blackstone Town. After washing up, he made himself a bowl of instant noodles. Sitting at the table, he took out the Grey Eagle sword technique and flipped through it. The above content is not difficult, but it is useless to just read it. It also requires practice. As for practice, Wu Heng feels that he has the perseverance in this area, but his basic skills are too poor, so he may need some effort. Similarly, Wu Heng also thought of another possibility. After reading it once, he did not unlock the sword technique. It may be because of his profession. As a mage, I wonder if I can't unlock the sword technique. It is very likely. Bang bang bang. Just when he was flipping through it, someone knocked on the door. After a few knocks, Yuri's voice came. Wu Heng, are you home? He opened the door and saw Yuri with shoulder-length curly hair standing at the door. What's wrong? Wu Heng asked. My aunt went out. I came to see you. After saying that, he tilted his head and looked inside. What's that smell? It smells so good. My dinner. After Wu Heng said that, he found that the other party was staring at him with big eyes, as if expecting him to say the next sentence. How about eating together? Okay. Thank you. Yuri grinned and squeezed into the room directly. Coming to the table, removing the spoon that was pressing down the lid of the instant noodles, a stronger aroma came to her face. It smells so good. Yuri fanned her nose with her little hand. Wu Heng glanced outside the door, and after closing the door, he took out another bucket of instant noodles and made them for her. Ask, where did the deputy deacon go? I heard that he seemed to have some mission, so he went out. Yuri propped her chin up and watched him make instant noodles for her. Why didn't you go with me to see? No, I'm not going out to play, there's nothing to see. That's right. Wu Heng put the instant noodles in front of her. It'll take a while, wait a minute. Oh, Yuri agreed. You just came to see me? Wu Heng continued to ask. Are the two of them so close? I want to go to the black market with you. Let's talk after dinner, Yuri said, and then curiously asked, are these delicious foods made by you? The food ingredients are very ordinary, but the ones Wu Heng brought are delicious. She walked through the taverns and shops in the city, and didn't find anything with similar taste. This made her suspect that the necromancer in front of her was actually a cook. A very awesome cook. I don't have that ability. I brought all these from my hometown. Wu Hong also sat down at the table. Ah, where is your hometown? Is it far? Far, very far. It's hard to get there. Yuri looked at him. From his hair color and appearance, Wu Hong did not have the characteristics of a local. What he said about his hometown being far away was reasonable. The two chatted for a while, and the instant noodles were almost done. It's ready to eat. Wu Hong took out a few more snacks and put them on the table. Yuri smiled unconsciously. He opened the lid and picked up the fork and started eating. While eating, he kept mumbling that it was delicious. If you open a tavern, it will definitely be popular. Wu Hong also opened his own and started eating. It took a long time, so the noodles became soft. After the two of them wolfed down, they ate all the instant noodles. Then, they started eating the snacks on the table. They say druids can transform. Wu Hong asked her. Of course. What can you transform into? Yuri glanced at him and said. My aunt said that I can't tell anyone casually. No, we are teammates, we know each other's abilities, and we can cooperate better on missions in the future. Then you tell me first, what can you do? Me, I can summon skeletons. What else? As for spells, I can do an acid attack, and grease spells, weakness raise, and corpse preservation. What kind of sinister and evil spells are you using? Ah, Yuri said. And then said, it fits your profession. It's your turn. I can change into many things, such as wolf, bear, and raven. Can I change now? What do you want to see? Wu Hong looked at his small living room and said, Raven. Okay, I'll show you. The next second, Yuri, who was still sitting in her seat, suddenly turned into a black-feathered crow, flapped her wings, flew around the room, and landed on the table. It turned into a terror crow, and still wore a shrunken leather armor. It fit the terror crow's body. Duh. The crow's sharp beak pecked at the peanuts on the table, and ate two directly. Then, the terror crow landed and turned into a brown wolf, wandering around in front for 2 circles. The wolf was still wearing the leather armor. It seemed that the armor on the druid should also be a prop. He had thought about it before. What should be done with the clothes and equipment on the druid after the transformation? When he turned back into a human, he had to put them on again? For a profession to be passed down. This point had already been considered. Bear doesn't need to change, Wu Hong said. After all, the room is not big. And if something is broken, you have to pay for it. The wolf jumped back to the table and chairs, and turned into a human again. How is it? Yuri looked up and asked with a little pride. Very impressive. That's right. Our combat power is balanced. And there are basically no shortcomings, Yuri said to herself. In fact, it is quite easy to analyze. The wolf is fast, and has a certain degree of aggressiveness. The raven can detect and gather intelligence. And the bear is strength. She said 3 forms. And they are all useful. The idea is still good. But I don't know if it can withstand bullets. Can you attack from a distance? Yes. But I'm not very good at it, Yuri said vaguely, pointing to the potato chips. Do you have more of this? Wu Hong took out some more, and put them in front of her. The two chatted for a while. And Yuri got up and prepared to leave. Are you going to the black market tomorrow? Yuri asked as she stood at the door. I came here today to find him to go to the black market. And forgot about chatting. I have something to do tomorrow. So I won't go. You can go to the east district of the city. It's also very lively there. Okay. I'll come to play with you again when I have a chance, Yuli said, and left in a hop. Wu Hong looked at Yuli's back as she left, and closed the door tightly, and began to study swordsmanship. The next day, the zombie world. Wu Hong sat on a wooden chair, and behind him stood Basson and Bodong with his hands behind his back. The recorder changed the battery, and played the words of encouragement for everyone to keep living, as well as the emergency methods and ways to evacuate in times of crisis. However, it can be heard from the words that there is not much progress or solution for this disaster, and the main thing is to wait for evacuation. While listening, Wu Hong began to release the bone service technique to transform the pile of corpses in front of him. For a necromancer like himself, corpses are no longer a problem. The main problem is that his transformation speed seriously lags behind. Without doing anything, it would probably take several days to complete the transformation. But he didn't have any better solution. We couldn't just bury them all, after all the hard work. At this time, the content in the recorder changed. He began to explain the leukoplastic body in the body of the deformed zombie, which is systematically named corpse core. Level 1 leukoplastic body, which is white all over, can improve the strength of human body, and has strong infectivity. Level 2 leukoplastic body, covered with fine blood lines on the surface, which improves the strength of the body, and has a chance to gain special abilities, and the possibility of resisting infection is extremely low. What the hell? Wu Hung paused while casting the spell. Level 2 leukoplastic body, special abilities, infectivity. Chapter 56, Second Level Corpse Core. According to the news from the recorder, the white matter body is the corpse core in the brain of the distorted creature, and the people here have long discovered that the corpse core can improve the physical fitness of the human body. That is to say, the people in this world will also have a group of people whose physical attributes exceed the normal standard. The people in this world have also begun to enter a period of breaking through the shackles and changing their physical fitness. The most important thing is that the second level white matter body is mentioned, and there is a chance to grant special abilities. When I killed a giant zombie yesterday, I obtained this secondary white matter, which is the corpse core. Could it be that, in addition to increasing my own physical fitness, there are other special effects? Wu Hung continued to listen. The recorder still introduced the corpse core and some methods of taking it. Corpse cores are currently divided into 3 levels. Ordinary corpse cores, the second type with a little blood, and the third type of corpse core. But no one has been able to successfully absorb it and resist the virus. The higher the level of corpse core, the higher the infection rate. The recorder recommends that if ordinary people have the opportunity to obtain white matter, they can try to take ordinary levels to try to improve their physical fitness. Physical condition is also an important factor in whether they can survive. They haven't developed a detoxifying drug? According to what it said, ordinary corpse cores need to be disinfected and kept in a good state before taking them. There is no mention of detoxification. It is very likely that effective vaccines or drugs have not been developed yet, or that they have been developed but cannot be widely popularized. It is more likely that the former has not been developed. Otherwise, some relevant countermeasures would be proposed, such as collecting some medicine to increase the success rate. No mention. It should not have been developed. The antidote in my hand has become the only one. The preparation requirements of the medicine are not high, but it is a pity that it can't help much in the current situation. The only survivor I met was also killed in a car accident. The secondary corpse core in my hand should also be sent to the Association for Research, and the medicine and formula should be obtained as soon as possible. Swish! The sound of friction on the ground was heard. Xiao Xiao was floating in the air. Jian and Jian Air dragged a huge gray cat corpse, walking towards this side. This was the deformed cat that was killed by the giant zombie, and its size was close to that of a lion. That's it, Xiao Xiao said. Well done. Hee hee. Xiao Xiao smiled and circled in the air. The gray cat corpse was thrown close to the front, except for the twisted joints on its body. The most obvious part is the scar on the head, which looks like the brain has been dug out. He immediately released the bone service technique. The flesh and blood separated, and a skeleton cat stood up. Skeleton leopard cat, level 5, leopard cat? What a name. Speaking of leopards, it reminded him of the golden leopard under Slater's feet. The two are almost the same size, and I don't know who will be more powerful in a fight. This skeleton cat is only level 5, and there is not much special in its attributes. Wu Hung took out the short spear, turned the place where the head was originally, and did not find the corpse core. No corpse core. After a little thought, he thought of a possibility. After the giant zombie killed the deformed cat, it took away the corpse core. Thinking of this, Wu Hung was shocked again. Can zombies also devour corpse cores to evolve? If this works, then the zombies with level 3 corpse cores are not the end. Sooner or later, more powerful zombies will appear. The dangers to humans are far more than this. After naming the skeleton cat Xiaohui, let it stay aside. Xiao Xiao took 4 dogs and 1 cat and wandered around the area. Wu Hung continued the boring transformation work. One skeleton after another stood up and walked to the queue at the back. When the mental power was exhausted, they took a rest for a while, and then continued the transformation. In the afternoon, Wu Hung led the skeleton group and approached the intersection in the east. That was the intersection where the giant zombie knocked over the survivors' bus. They had come here yesterday, but they took away the modified recorder, and did not search the rest carefully. After a short break, I searched several nearby shops. There were many shops at the intersection, but most of them were restaurants. There were also pharmacies, barber shops, and grain and oil shops. Wu Heng took the skeleton into the pharmacy and took out all the medicines. I didn't know what they were for, but I took them back first. In addition to the medicines, the pharmacy also found wheelchairs, scales, and medicine decoction machines, which said that they could be redeemed for 6,500 points. After visiting the pharmacy, Wu Heng took the skeleton and entered the grain and oil shop and several other shops. A large amount of rice, flour, soybean oil, and some kitchen knives and bone-chopping knives found in restaurants were brought out. They were all collected together and carried by the skeletons to the community. After returning, all the items were settled. After finding the building next door as a base, they returned directly to Blackstone Town. Professional Association. Mr. Wu Heng, how can I help you? The staff asked with a smile. Wu Heng took out the filled-in list and a small piece of corpse core. I need to issue a commission, test this material, and make an antidote at the same time. Oh, okay. The staff first checked the contents on the list, and after confirming that there was no problem, took out the container and put the materials away. The alchemy in this world is still very powerful. At least it can produce medicines that modern society has not yet developed. It is not necessarily that modern society does not have this technology. Most people are infected, and the rest are separated and carefully hidden in various places. It is difficult to gather relevant technical personnel for research. There should be many reasons for this. After issuing the commission and paying the deposit, Wu Heng took Bassin out of the city directly and found a carriage with an empty license plate. He drove towards the black market. After paying the entrance fee, Wu Heng led Bassin into the black market. It was still noisy and chaotic, and the place was full of people wearing black cloaks, as if they had entered a gathering place of some evil cult. And he was one of them. He didn't stay in the lobby for long, and went straight to the second floor. There were also several people in black robes on the second floor, whispering at the front desk. Wu Heng showed the emblem to a staff member, and was respectfully invited to a room on the inside of the corridor. After a young maid brought dried fruit tea, a middle-aged man with 2 small mustaches walked in. He smiled and saluted, and said respectfully, "What help do you need?" Wu Heng thought for a while, and asked, "I want to issue a commission, and ask you to collect something." "That's no problem. What do you need?" Corpse, the corpse of the alchemist. Chapter 57, There was an internal conflict in the underworld. Corpse? The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and fell into a brief silence. Wu Heng glanced at him and asked curiously, "For the Snake Emblem Group? It shouldn't be difficult, right?" According to the words of Deputy Deacon Slater, the Snake Emblem Group is a large-scale organization that is particularly profit-seeking. It shouldn't be difficult to get a corpse. Why are you still silent, if you don't even dare to get a corpse? What kind of group are you? Of course, no problem. The middle-aged man smiled and agreed, and then said, "But due to some reasons, it may take a little longer. It depends on whether you are willing to wait." "What's the matter?" "Blackstone Town has been focusing on investigating this matter recently, and it may be postponed for a while. Of course, if there is a chance, we will do our best to complete this commission for you." The middle-aged man gave a brief explanation. Others might be confused, but Wu Heng could understand the reason. Blackstone Town was investigating the matter of the Necromancer. Even the burning of the corpse required the supervision of the professional team and the guards. It can be said that it was very important. This place was a black market, but it was not far from Blackstone Town. It was just a semi-underground market. Therefore, the Snake Emblem Consortium would not refuse the client's commission, but did not want to drag him into the water at this time. It was possible that when he proposed to buy the corpse, the other party would guess that he was the necromancer wanted by Blackstone Town. Being able to accept this commission, it has already proved that Shihui is very courageous. "Okay," Wu Heng replied. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble by purchasing a corpse. To put it bluntly, it was the same as spending money to research medicine in the association. He came here just to ask with a slight possibility. "Okay. Guest, please wait." The middle-aged man walked out and came back with a blank commission. He continued, "Guest, do you have any requirements for this corpse? For example, the level, or the race, or the gender before death?" Wu Heng thought for a while. "Race and gender, I don't think it's necessary. Alchemy is mainly about knowledge, and it has nothing to do with race. And if the requirements are restricted so much, it will be more difficult to find the body, and it will take longer. Be more professional in alchemy, and the rest doesn't matter." Wu Heng continued. The middle-aged man wrote down the commission on paper. Customer, due to the special nature of the commission, the deposit amount is about 50% more than normal. Okay, how much? 300 silver coins, and the amount of the balance will be reevaluated based on the level and preservation of the body later. Damn it, the deposit is so much. I bought a corpse made of gold. It was enough to issue 5 or 6 alchemical commissions in the association. But now that things have come to this, it is not easy to regret it. Besides, I really need such a corpse. I took out my purse, counted out 300 silver coins, and handed them to the other party. The middle-aged man nodded. Sir, please let me use the emblem. He handed over the emblem in his hand. The other party took out something similar to ink pad, pressed the emblem on the ink pad, and directly stamped it on the completed commission form. When he picked it up, a clear pattern was left. This emblem was also a seal. Guessed? It's okay. The man handed back the clean emblem and continued. When the body is transported, it will be posted on the notice board at the door. Okay. Wu Heng stood up and walked outside. After leaving the room, he went downstairs. Walking in the crowd, he continued to visit the stalls in the black market. There were still many types of goods for sale, but there was nothing useful. The only stall that caught his attention was the one where he bought the rare item shroud. It was still the same few items, and the stall owner didn't even change his sitting posture. When someone came forward to ask the price, only the sound came from under the black robe, and the black robe didn't even shake. He could sit still. If it were me, I would definitely have a sore back. After a round of shopping, I bought 2 bundles of crossbow arrows and walked out of the black market directly. I got on the carriage and returned to my residence. When he woke up in the morning, Wu Heng washed up and had breakfast. Headed to the professional association. Pushing open the door of the team lounge, I saw the Captain Oddluck sitting alone in the room. Good morning, Captain. Wu Heng greeted. Yeah, I'm just in time. Any mission? Wu Heng asked curiously. Not really a mission. Oddluck motioned him to sit down, and continued, I discussed with Kavina, Yuri and the others, and planned to take a commission recently, to improve the team's tacit understanding. How do you feel? Ever since the team members killed the members of the God Punishment Church and were injured, the association has not taken the initiative to arrange new missions for them. Those who are recovering from injuries are recovering from injuries, and those who are resting are resting. Among the 4 professional teams, their team is the most lazy. Among the members of the team, the most lazy one is Wu Heng, who never comes to the association, and sometimes he is not even seen. So, now that I see Wu Heng coming, I will tell him about this matter in advance to see what he thinks. Sure. What kind of commission? It's better not to be too dangerous, Wu Heng said. I have looted the gold shop myself, so I don't have to worry about survival. But the other members of the team still have to consider life skills. Well, don't worry. Yuri is collecting information, and we'll pick one that's about right then. Yuri? She just came to Blackrock Town. What kind of information can she collect? At most, she can collect some information about gourmet food. Okay. Wu Heng agreed, and continued to ask, is there anything going on in the association recently? No. The main focus is still on the Necromancer in the mining village. And there's nothing else. Well, world peace is the best. You don't sound like a Necromancer at all. After leaving the association, I went to the Deerhorn shop to buy some potions. I bought some mental potions, healing potions, antidotes, etc. Just in case. I returned to my residence, closed the door, and went directly to the zombie world. I appeared in the zombie world and climbed to the roof to check the situation of the eye skeletons. After confirming that there was no problem, I called all the skeletons and walked downstairs with weapons. Last night, I replanned my schedule. I can't spend all my time transforming corpses. The main thing is to kill zombies, and then transform them in the remaining time. Accumulating experience is one aspect, but the main reason is that I suspect that the zombies are slowly evolving, and I am afraid that they will be difficult to kill in the future. Wu Heng led the skeleton team out of the community from the north gate. Following the intersection where the survivors' bus crashed, they headed north along the road. The zombies nearby had been cleared, and there were some scattered zombies occasionally, but they were not any threat. When they rushed over, they were all killed by the skeletons with kitchen knives. Uncle, where are you going? Xiao Xiao floated in the air, and asked curiously. Go to the hardware store. What are you going there for? See if there's anything useful there. He remembered that there was a big hardware store in this direction. If he was asked where to find iron pike tools nearby, he could only think of this place. Oh! Xiao Xiao said, oh, and lay on his shoulder again without saying anything. As they walked along the road, there were more and more zombies on the road. The sound of fighting became louder and louder. And more and more zombies rushed out from nearby. Attack! Wu Hung gave the order to attack. The kitchen knife skeleton bypassed the spearmen and rushed to the zombies in front. Blood splattered, and the sound of the kitchen knife chopping bones resounded throughout the area. In the distance, on the top of a store near the road, a figure stood on the edge and looked forward. The face was pale, and the fear was hard to hide. A large group of zombies rushed out of the alley below, and rushed to the same place. Across the road, you could also see a group of skeletons holding weapons, fighting with zombies. Blood and broken limbs splattered everywhere. Damn it, what's going on? At this time, the headset connected to the intercom seriously asked, "What's going on outside? Why do I feel like I'm surrounded by zombies?" The voice was very low, as if he was afraid of being heard by the zombies. The man on the roof swallowed his saliva, pressed the call button. Fuck, there's an internal conflict in the underworld. The skeletons and zombies are fighting. Chapter 58. Shoutong Auto Repair. What are you talking about? Speak properly. A curse came from the intercom. Really, there is a group of skeletons and zombies fighting outside. You must not make any noise. The man on the rooftop let his body close to the ground, continued to speak. Skeleton? Where did the skeletons come from? How should I know? These skeletons are much more powerful than zombies. If they find you, you will definitely die. The man's voice trembled a little. The other side fell into a brief silence, then the voice continued. Can we escape from our position? How can we go more safely? The man's eyes quickly swept across the opposite side. After confirming it again, he said, go to the rooftop, then go north. Don't make any noise, retreat first. Okay. Water Supply Management Office. Zombies poured out from all the alleys, rushing towards the location of the skeletons. Wu Hung led the skeletons and retreated into the courtyard of the Water Supply Management Office. With his back against the building behind him, he fought with the zombies that rushed over. The skeletons waved their weapons, knocking the zombies that rushed over to the ground, and directly chopped them into a pool of mud. Similarly, some skeletons were knocked down by zombies and directly torn into bones on the ground. Botting, a big guy, 2 high-level skeletons, also started to kill. With punches and kicks, zombies kept flying backwards, knocking over the rest of the zombies. Wu Hung held the staff, which arrow, grease magic was released at the right time, increasing his own output. But he only released the grease magic, and did not ignite the grease. Now the two sides are mixed together, it is easy to burn himself. Gain experience +4. Summon Skeleton Warrior, gain experience +5. Gain experience +4. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level increased to level 4, Constitution +1. Summon Skeleton Warrior, level increased to level 5, unlocked features, Basic Soul. Strength +1, Perception +7, Intelligence +7, Charm +4. Gain experience. As the battle continued, Wu Hung and the skeleton began to gain experience. The losses of both sides were gradually increasing. But the number of skeletons was still higher than that of zombies, and they had a certain advantage. Gradually, the number of zombies began to decrease, when the last roaring zombie was smashed in the head by a punch from Bodong. The courtyard of the water supply station also fell into silence again. There were about 200 bodies left on the ground, and Wu Hung also lost some skeletons. But it was not a big problem. The loss was still within the acceptable range. He did not move forward immediately. Instead, he checked the skeleton warriors that had reached level 5. This skeleton was the first one summoned by Wu Hung. Other skeletons were constantly replaced, but this one had persisted until now. Skeleton Warrior. Level 5, 38/3000. Attributes: Constitution 12, Strength 13, Agility 10, Perception +7, Intelligence +7, Charm +4. Features: Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul. After level 5, the feature Basic Soul was unlocked, and Perception, Intelligence and Charm also appeared. In other words, this skeleton now also has a soul. Wu Hung looked at it carefully, and saw the blue soul fire in the empty eye sockets. From now on, you will be called Mao Yi. Wu Hung gave it a name casually. There was no other way. There were more and more skeletons, and he would not be able to remember them if the names were too complicated. It would be easier to remember if they were divided according to weapons. Mao Yi stood aside holding a spear. Wu Heng turned around and looked at the management office behind him. Let's go in and take a look. There were only some tables and chairs and scattered sundries inside. Nothing too important. In one of the rooms, there was a large piece of equipment that could not be lifted or moved. There was no harvest at all. Uncle, I just saw someone running away on the roof over there. Xiao Xiao came across the roof and said excitedly. People? Ah. People. 2 uncles. Let me see. Xiao Xiao got into his body. And the scene he just saw immediately emerged in his mind. On the roof, 2 men were moving carefully to the north, wearing leather jackets, with magazines wrapped around their arms with tape, and holding spears made of steel pipes in their hands. It looks more like a hunter going out to hunt. Wu Heng focused his attention on the spear. Unlike Wu Heng, who used tape to wrap the fruit knife, they used a spear head made of polished metal, and screws to connect the steel pipe and the spear head. It looked stronger than what Wu Heng used. There are really survivors. Wu Heng was a little surprised how these people survived. Xiao Xiao also flew out of the body again, and said, yes, there are people. Wu Heng nodded, thought about it, and continued, let's go. Let's go to their gathering place to take a look. Okay. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, and Wu Heng directed the skeleton to move the items inside, and then rushed to the direction where the survivors evacuated. Xiaodong auto repair. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Skeletons and zombies are fighting? The room with closed windows and doors was a little stuffy, and the light bulbs were emitting a slightly dim light. A woman with gauze wrapped around her shoulders, sitting on the sofa, asked the 3 people in front of her. The 3 people looked grim, and one of them said, yes, there are many skeletons, and they can use weapons. The woman frowned a little deeper. Skeletons can also stand up? Zombies can be explained by genetic viruses, but bones standing up, there is no explanation at all. At least with the information they had access to, it was completely incomprehensible. Maybe, the spiritual energy is revived? The slightly younger man said. No one responded to this sentence. No one knew how to respond. One of the men thought for a while, and continued, actually, these new groups of monsters may not be a bad thing. Let them fight the zombies, and we can hide in the dark and search for supplies. When the supplies are sufficient, we will leave here and go to the gathering place. Another man said, what if they find us first? How is it possible? There are zombies everywhere, and they can't be killed. How can they have time to deal with us? That is a danger after all. The woman on the sofa waved her hand, signaling the 3 to shut up, and continued to ask, is it possible that it is the superpower mentioned in the broadcast, the superpower who can control skeletons? No way, I didn't see any humans, but I saw some skeletons wearing leather armor. Another person said. The woman said, okay. Whether it's a new monster or a superpower, it doesn't matter to us. After we collect the supplies and weld the train, we will leave this damn place. Okay. Go down and rest first. Be careful of the situation nearby. The 3 nodded and left the room. The woman was the only one left in the room. When she was about to open the gauze and change the dressing, an almost transparent figure came through the wall. The woman stared blankly, her face pale and terrified. Are you the boss here? Uncle asked me to talk to you. Chapter 59, Negotiating Conditions. The woman's body tensed. She picked up the kitchen knife on the table and held it horizontally in front of her. She looked at the translucent ghost floating in the air with horror. She couldn't figure it out. Besides the skeleton that stood up, how did another ghost appear? And it appeared directly in front of him. Auntie, you don't have to be nervous. Xiao Xiao won't hurt you. Xiao Xiao said. What are you? My name is Xiao Xiao. Fu Heng Silver Shop is opened by my family. Xiao Xiao, Fu Heng Silver Shop? What a mess. What do you want to talk to me about? The woman continued to ask, carefully moving towards the door. Xiao Xiao walked around the room and continued, Uncle asked me to talk to you. Your uncle? What does he want to talk to me about? The woman continued to ask. Although the scene in front of her was strange, the ghost in front of her did not seem to hurt herself immediately. It's the man you mentioned. With the skeleton. Sure enough, someone was controlling the skeleton group. Is your uncle a superpower? What is a superpower? I don't know. He is the king of hell. The woman frowned. Yama? Why is there another Yama? What does he want you to talk to me about? The woman had already retreated to the door and stood there asking. Well, let me think about it. Xiao Xiao walked around the room again and continued, Uncle said that he wants you to follow him. Follow him? What do you mean? Just like Xiao Xiao. Follow Uncle. Damn! Who wants to be like you? You are obviously not a human anymore. Apart from ghosts, you are just skeletons. How can you survive if you follow that Yama, Zizi? Just when the woman was thinking about what to say, the intercom in her pocket rang. Sister Hong. It's bad. Those skeletons are coming. Let's go! The woman carefully glanced at the ghost in the air, and took out the walkie-talkie and said, Pack up and prepare to retreat. Okay. After the woman finished speaking, she looked at the ghost of the little girl in the air and asked, What if we don't want to follow him? What will happen? Xiao Xiao thought for a while. Uncle didn't say. I think he might kill you. My grandfather and father were killed by him. Hearing this, the woman's body trembled. Damn! This is a real devil. We need to think about it. And I'll give you an answer later. The woman continued. Okay. I'll go back and tell my uncle first. After Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she went through the wall and left. The woman stood there and waited for a few seconds, and when she saw nothing special happened, she opened the door and rushed out. She climbed onto the roof, lay down beside the man who was on guard, and looked forward. In the distance, she saw a group of white skeletons, holding various weapons and swaggering on the road. Some zombies that rushed over were chopped to the ground like melons. And then they turned into skeletons and stood up. It was like a ghost army borrowing the road. Strange and eerie. Damn it. They must have followed us back. These damn ghosts. The man on guard cursed. The woman's face was still serious, and she didn't say much. In the middle of the skeleton team, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance and repeated the conversation with the woman. When he heard that the leader of the other party was a woman, he was still a little surprised. It's not that women are worse than men. Rather, in this kind of environment, male physical advantages are more likely to dominate, even if it's just a small group of survivors. It's quite surprising. After listening to Xishi's story, the content of the conversation between the two, Wu Heng still planned to take a look in person. When Xiao Xiao entered the body, the situation in the auto repair shop also appeared in his mind. A simple and messy room, a dim light bulb, a walkie-talkie on the table, and not much food. Even if they arranged people to go out and search for supplies, resources would definitely be scarce. If the half bag of rice in the corner was all their food reserves, they would not last for a few days. I had thought of the electricity before. The spears they held needed to be drilled and polished, which was difficult to do without power equipment. There should be a diesel or gasoline generator. I released Xiao Xiao again and said, Xiao Xiao, take Xiaowei over and ask her for a walkie-talkie. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao shouted to the back of me. Xiaowei. 4 dogs and a cat ran over together. Follow me. Xiao Xiao flew forward first, and the 5 animal skeletons followed him out. On the roof of the auto repair shop, Li Yong told a few people what happened in the room just now. When they heard that the controller of the skeleton group called himself the King of Hell, and killed the grandfather and father of the little ghost, their faces turned pale. This kind of fear is stronger than facing zombies. Now it doesn't matter whether the other party is a superpower or someone else. The important thing is, the other party has set their sights on me. A few people were discussing the plan in a low voice, and suddenly one of them said with a crying voice, Skeletons are coming. A few people looked up at the same time, looking forward. They saw several animal skeletons, running towards them in big strides. Damn it, there are skeletons rushing towards us. We have to run now. What should we do? We may not be able to fight them. Let's go now. We still have a chance to rush out. Li Yong bandaged the wound on her shoulder, and continued, Let's go, don't do anything else. Let's leave from the roof. Okay. Several people said, taking the necessary items and leaving. Just when Li Yong was about to leave, the ghost in the shape of a little girl came out from the floor under her feet. Andy, you are here. My uncle asked you to give him a walkie-talkie. He will talk to you himself. Walkie-talkie? Li Yong's steps suddenly stopped, as if she was glued to the ground, keeping the movement of walking. She still said to the people behind her, Give me a walkie-talkie. One of them took off the walkie-talkie and handed it over. Li Yong put the walkie-talkie on the table. Can you take it away? Xiaowei. Xiao Xiao shouted again to the people below. The skeleton cat jumped up from below and directly jumped onto the roof. Take this. The skeleton cat took the walkie-talkie, then jumped up again and ran away. In the team behind, Wu Heng took the walkie-talkie, pressed the call button. Can you hear me? A woman's voice came in the slight sound of electricity. Yes, what do you want? Wu Heng said directly. I can provide you with a safe living space. In return, you need to work for me. The other side did not respond immediately. After a while, the sound of electricity and the woman's voice reappeared. Thank you for your kindness. We will not stay here. We may leave soon. Leave? Wu Heng glanced at the building in the distance. In this case, the conditions for rejecting his shelter should have planned the destination in advance. Where are you going? Wu Heng asked. A gathering place for us humans. You humans? Listening to this, why do I feel that I am not counted among humans? Without waiting for Wu Heng to continue asking, the other party spoke first. We have no ill intentions and hope to maintain a peaceful relationship with you. Wu Heng did not answer, but began to think in his heart. His original development plan did not actually include human survivors, but with their participation, some things that the skeletons could not handle could be completed. For example, generators, cutting and welding work. He himself could not do it, and the skeletons could not do it either. But now it seems that the other party does not seem to want to give him a job. Now there are only two ways to deal with it. One is to capture people directly and make them work for you as captives. The second is to find a way to cooperate with them and reach a deal with each other. By exchanging, let them fulfill their requirements. The first is the most efficient and fastest way, but it will also leave many troubles. For example, these survivors think they are exploited and are always thinking about resistance. And by doing this, in fact, they are also breaking some bottom lines. Although it is the end of the world, you don't have to do something that harms others. The second way is to exchange them and let them do something for you. In fact, it is no different from the first way. The only thing is to give them some benefits so that they can see that they have gained from their labor. In fact, there is not much difference between the two. After thinking about it quickly, Wu Heng continued, since you have a plan, I won't force it. We can make some deals before departure, so that you can have more capital. Huh? A relieved voice came from the intercom, and then the woman asked, what kind of deal? I will exchange food for iron spears, the kind you use. How to exchange? 100 spears for a bag of food. Too much, this is unfair to us. Wu Heng continued, in this environment, food can be exchanged for higher value in any human settlement. Even if you go to a human settlement, food is the only hard currency. This is Wu Heng's guess. The only thing that could force the survivors out to search was the shortage of food. Too much, and we don't have enough iron pipes and materials in stock, said the woman. Wu Heng said, 100 iron spears, you have a generator, you don't have to rub them by hand. It's not that difficult, I will provide you with iron pipes and materials. There was another short silence on the other side. But this time, the tone was obviously not so firm. 100 spears, a bag of rice, 5 bags of 500 grams of sugar, and anti-inflammatory drugs. Wu Heng thought about it. There was no need to bargain. He didn't lack these. There is no place to put them. Moreover, they chose the second option, which is not much different from the first option. They provide their own food and materials, and they make their own iron spears. It is nothing more than a different form. Okay, if the workmanship is good, I will give you 5 more cans of meat. Okay, but our materials are only enough to complete more than 20 iron spears, and we need steel pipes and welding rods. I will provide them to you in the next 2 days. Just make these now. Okay. After the chat, Wu Heng looked at the auto repair shop in front of him again. He led the team back to the water supply management office and looted the nearby shops. Then he took the bodies and the looted items and returned to the residential area. When the skeleton army went away, the people on the roof of the auto repair shop breathed a sigh of relief. A breeze blew, and everyone shivered. Only then did they realize that their clothes were soaked with sweat. Sister Hong, do we really want to cooperate with the skeletons? The slightly younger person asked. Do you have a better way? Besides, what he said makes sense. Food is hard currency. Bringing more to the gathering place will also be good for us. Li Yong clapped her hands and continued, okay. Turn on the generator and prepare to make iron spears. Chapter 60, Practice Cooperation. Returning to the community, Wu Heng released the bone art on the corpse. After a while, Xiao Xiao floated back and said, Uncle, they didn't leave, and started to prepare to make iron spears. It seems that the other party is also a smart person. They didn't run away directly when he led the team away. The biggest possibility of running away is being killed by zombies. If you stay to make iron spears, you still have hope of getting food. Well, you did a good job. Wu Heng praised. Hee, when can I watch TV? I really want to watch TV. Xiao leaned on his shoulder and asked. Now TV is full of advertisements. What's there to watch? Even if he could generate electricity, he was not sure if he could still watch TV, and there would be no one on the TV station. What could he watch? I can watch everything. I just want to watch it. Wait until the problem of power generation is solved. I'll let you watch it then. Okay. The man and the soul chatted casually, and continued to release the bone control technique. Hi Shi-town. After Wu Heng tidied himself up, he planned to go out for dinner. When he walked out of the alley, he saw the landlord standing at the entrance of the alley chatting with the neighbors. When he saw Wu Heng coming out, Are you home? What happened? Someone came to see you in the afternoon. She stood at the door and kicked it. If I hadn't seen it, I'm afraid the door would have been broken by her. The landlord complained. Who is it? She is so uncultured. A short girl with curly hair. After describing it like this, Wu Heng knew who it was. Yuri. What did you ask me for? Wu Heng continued to ask. I asked you to go to the professional association. Okay. Tell that girl not to kick the door anymore. If it breaks, it will be very troublesome to repair it. The landlord looked at his back and instructed. Wu Heng waved his hand, indicating that he understood. He went all the way to the professional association, and walked through the corridor to the fourth team's lounge. He pushed the door open. Captain Oddluck, Kavina and Yuri are all in the lounge. Kavina's injuries seemed to have healed, and the bandage on her arm had been removed. Seeing Wu Heng coming in, Yuri raised her eyebrows. Wu Heng, where have you been? Why aren't you at home? I need to ask you for permission before I go anywhere. She sat down aside. Also, the landlord said that if you kick the door again, he will come to the association to complain, saying that you destroyed the residents' furniture. Don't talk nonsense. I knocked it with my hands. You knocked it with your feet. Oddluck and Kavina looked at the two in surprise. I don't know when the two of them have such a good relationship. When they first met, they didn't say a word to each other. Ahem. Oddluck coughed twice, signaled the two people who were arguing to wait for a while, and continued, Let's talk about business first, and then discuss the knocking. I didn't kick. Yuri turned aside angrily. Oddluck continued, Wu Heng. Yuri has obtained accurate information, and will carry out the commission tasks tonight, and hone the tacit understanding of the team. He came to the professional association yesterday, and Oddluck informed him that he would take on some commissions to hone the team's cooperation. I didn't expect to get the information so soon. No, it's possible that they had started planning this before, but they informed me late. I'm fine. What kind of commission? Wu Heng continued to ask. These three people. Oddluck took out 3 portraits of wanted criminals and handed them to Wu Heng. The 3 men in the portraits had unshaven beards and were a little dirty. What did they do? Robbery, murder, and they ran to Blackstone Town after being wanted. Oh, where should we catch them, alive or dead? According to the information, they are now staying in the Blushing Mermaid Inn in East City District, which is a gathering place for mercenaries. Be careful when you get there. It doesn't matter whether they are dead or alive. The Blushing Mermaid Inn can be said to have a certain reputation in East City District. Not only is it a hotel, the first floor is also a tavern, which is where mercenaries often gather. Once chaos occurs, the name of the professional association may not be able to deter everyone. What are the arrangements? Wu Heng continued to ask. Oddluck glanced at the other 2 team members, and continued, confirm the location of the target first, and then discuss the plan. Okay. In fact, there is nothing special about it. It is just an ordinary operation to capture wanted criminals. And the source of the intelligence is actually very simple. It was obtained from the Deputy Deacon Slater. It would be difficult to expect Yuri, a newcomer to Blackrock Town, to find out about this. Domchung District, Blushing Mermaid Inn. At the entrance, groups of half-drunk and half-awake guests gathered. In the dark alley, a gorgeous woman with half-undressed clothes was kissing a man passionately. Wine and beauties attracted the mercenaries to come here to vent their excess energy. In a building diagonally opposite, the members of the 4th team sat by the window, chatting while waiting. Soon, a black-feathered crow flew in from the window, and after landing on the seat, it turned into Yuri's original appearance. He took a big sip of water from the water cup, and then said, I flew around the windows on the 2nd floor, and didn't see anyone who looked similar. She must have disguised herself, Kavina said. Wu Heng also nodded in agreement. People in this world don't have many entertainment activities. So coming to the tavern to drink and find women is the most entertaining place. When there are too many people, it's naturally difficult to find a woman in a noisy place. Yuri looked at Oddluck and said, Captain, what should we do next? Wait for me to fly another circle. I'll go in and take a look. Wait for my news. Oddluck said directly. Not good. Wu Heng shook his head and said in the other party's puzzled eyes, Captain, as soon as you enter the tavern, many mercenaries will recognize you. When those wanted criminals hide directly, it will be even more difficult to find them. Then do you have any better ideas? Oddluck looked at him. I'll go. Wait for my news. He rarely shows up in the professional association. Except for the team members and staff of the association. Few people know who he is. There are almost no mercenaries who know him. The main reason is that Xiao Xiao has found someone who looks like a wanted criminal in the tavern. If he doesn't go in, there is no reason to tell the team members that he has found the target. He can't tell Shishu's story to anyone. Okay. Then you should be careful, Oddluck said. Yes. Wu Heng nodded and went downstairs directly. He walked out of the house and walked straight to the tavern opposite. As soon as he approached, a thin man with shifty eyes came over quickly. Wu Heng signaled Bassin not to stop him. The man approached and said mysteriously, Friend, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Would you like to try this kind of heavenly medicine? It will make you feel very comfortable and happy after taking it. It can make you experience unprecedented pleasure. And the price is not expensive. The development of medicines in this world is not worse than that in the modern world. And even better. Wu Heng was wearing nice clothes. And there was a person who was obviously a bodyguard behind him. In the eyes of the people here, he was a good customer. Ignoring him, I pushed through and continued to walk forward. Enter the tavern. Noisy, the strong smell of alcohol and sweat, it hit me in the face. In addition to the people sitting at the table drinking, there were also several strong men equipped with weapons, watching the place. Wu Heng found a seat and sat down. Immediately, a woman in revealing clothes came over. Guest, what would you like? Miss Cocktail. The woman glanced at Bassin, who was sitting next to her, who was upright and wearing a round helmet. Wouldn't he like to drink something? He doesn't need it. 55 copper coins. The woman smiled and said, bending down slightly, making her collar lower. Although Wu Heng usually went to the crowded bar, he knew a little about this. He took out a silver coin and stuffed it into the other person's chest. The rest is yours. Thank you, sir. The woman went to get the wine. And Wu Heng looked at the second floor. A man with a hat and a beard was leaning on the railing and looking down. Chapter 61, Team Cooperation. Soon, the gorgeous woman came back with a cocktail. Miss Cocktail is a relatively unique alcoholic beverage, which emits a light white mist and a refreshing fragrance. Guest, don't you need something else? The woman continued to ask. Not yet. Wu Heng smiled and shook his head. The woman glanced at the guests around her and saw that no new guests came in, so she also sat down on the sofa and said with a smile, Is this your first time here? Well, I'm not usually here. Then you must live in the central area, which is completely different from those mercenaries. The woman said. Oh, how did you tell that? Wu Heng looked at her. The woman leaned forward and pressed herself against him, whispering, Look at them, the tone of their voices, their movements, and their skin. You can tell at a glance that you are not mercenaries. Hearing you say that, it seems to be true. Wu Heng took a sip from the wine glass and asked, What's your name? Benny, is it nice? It's pretty nice, and it suits you. Thank you, sir. What about you? What should I call you? Roger. The two chatted for a while, and they became familiar with each other. Wu Heng glanced at the stairs as if unintentionally, and asked, What does that man do? I saw him standing there all the time. Benny followed his gaze, and saw the bearded man standing at the stairs. She said softly, He is a guest staying in the hotel. He is sloppy, but quite rich. He has been staying in the hotel for several days. Oh, he is wearing leather armor in the tavern. I thought he was a security guard. No, he is just an ordinary guest staying in the hotel. He will check out in 2 days, so no one cares about him. He likes to stand there usually, Benny explained. Oh, I see. At this time, a new customer came in, and Benny immediately stood up and was about to leave. Wu Heng took out another silver coin and put it into her hand, feeling the silver coin in her palm. The smile on the woman's face became even stronger. The customer will wait until I'm done. As she said that, she turned around to greet the new customer. Wu Hung took another sip of wine and stood up and left with Bassin. Walked out of the tavern. Wu Hung returned to the second floor opposite. Entering the room, the three people looked at him at the same time. And Oddluck asked, "How is it? Did you find the target?" "Yes. All three of us are in the tavern. One is guarding the stairs, and the other two are in the second room on the right of the stairs." Wu Hung answered directly. In the tavern, he saw the man guarding the stairs. The other two were seen by Shixiao's vision, and it can be confirmed that all three were in the tavern. After hearing this, the three frowned. "How do you know so clearly?" Yuri asked. She turned into a terror crow and flew around in such a big circle, but couldn't find anyone. "You went in for a few minutes and even knew about the room?" "I gave a little tip and asked the clerk." The other party also said that they would check out in 2 days. "It would be difficult to find them if we want to catch them again," Wu Hung said. "The information bought with money is indeed a method." Oddluck continued, "Yuri, you stay outside. Be careful that the other party escapes. Wu Hung will go into the store with us to arrest people directly." "Well, why can't I go in and arrest people?" Yuri raised her hand and asked. Kavina smiled and explained, "If someone escapes, it will be easier for you to catch them. Staying outside, it definitely takes one person. The tavern is in a mess, and it is more difficult to find the target in the crowd than to stare at the door." Wu Hung needed to identify the target as soon as possible and arrest the person directly. "Let Yuri guard outside." Wu Hung felt that he was afraid that the little girl would get hurt in her first action. After all, she came in through the back door. This mission was still a commission they accepted themselves, not a mission issued by the association. "Okay then." Yuri nodded and agreed. "It's okay. I'll let Bassin accompany you." Wu Hung began to change into leather armor, and then put on a gangster mask and leather helmet. He just showed up in the tavern, and it felt a little awkward to go in and arrest someone. "No need, let's follow the captain's plan." Oddluck didn't want to delay any further, and said directly, "Okay, let's go downstairs first, and be careful." "Okay." The three nodded. After they were ready, they went straight downstairs and walked towards the tavern opposite. As soon as they approached, the man who was selling potions came over with a smile. When he saw Oddluck in silver armor, he immediately lowered his head, pretending to look around, and then turned around and left. No one paid attention to him, and he went straight into the tavern. Just pushed the door open and entered. The wanted criminal leaning on the railing on the stairs, his face suddenly changed, turned around and ran back. Wu Hung immediately pointed. "Captain, that guy is trying to run away. Catch him." Hula la. Several people pushed the crowd away and rushed to the second floor. Bassin and Kavina were the fastest. They strode up the stairs and climbed up to the second floor with the railing. Bang! The fleeing man kicked the door open and shouted, "People from the association, hurry up." Before he could finish the rest of the words, he was kicked to the ground by someone. The wanted criminal rolled on the ground and immediately had a short blade in his hand, looking forward with a cold look. Kavina rushed forward first. The long sword in her hand was as fast as lightning, and slashed directly at the opponent. Dang! The wanted criminal blocked with the blade, and the sound of metal collision rang out in the room. On the side, Bassin, holding a double blade, also rushed towards another person, and they fought instantly. The third wanted criminal pulled a long sword from under the bed, and was about to rush to help his companion, when he saw Oddluck and Wu Hung enter the room. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out. Orange bullets were fired at two of them. The bullets penetrated their bodies, and they fell to the ground. The last person saw that things were not going well, so he turned over and jumped out of the window. Wu Hung quickly approached the window. There were other people downstairs, so he didn't dare to shoot down. He raised his hand and released dancing lights at the target. In an instant, four suspended balls of light quickly surrounded the wanted criminal. This was something Wu Hung later researched. Dancing lights can also be used on designated objects, but the target must remain within a certain distance of the caster. The wanted criminal landed on the ground, staggered, looked at the light ball around him, and waved his sword randomly. Seeing that it had no effect, he continued to run away. In the dim environment, he was like a walking light bulb. "Yuri!" Wu Hung shouted. "I know, but I don't know if I can do it. This is my first actual combat." Before he finished speaking, a wolf was seen chasing quickly. Wu Hung looked behind him and jumped down with Bassin. Dancing light has a distance, and the target cannot be too far away from you, because the first floor is a tavern. The second floor is a bit high. Bassin landed smoothly. Wu Hung staggered a little, but his basic attributes were also able to keep up, and there was no damage except numbness in his feet. Oddluck and Kavina directly cut the necks of the two wanted criminals, and were about to jump down. Outside the door, a large number of mercenaries rushed in. The boss looked at the two with a bad face. Oddluck glanced at Kavina. "You go help them." Kavina nodded, and also jumped out of the window. The boss narrowed his eyes, suppressed his anger and said, "Captain Oddluck, I need an explanation." Chapter 62, The Team is Not Enough. Wu Hung and Bassin ran forward quickly, trying to catch up with the fleeing target. The location of the residential area, the roads are complicated, and it is very difficult to walk. When they chased into an alley, they heard a violent hammering sound inside. Wu Hung walked into the alley and saw a huge brown bear, grabbing the wanted criminal who was like a light source, hanging heavily on the ground. After one hit, it came 3 more times quickly. Then he was thrown heavily against the wall. The wanted criminal slid down the wall and did not get up again. "Huh." The brown bear breathed a sigh of relief and turned back into Yuri's form in the next second, but his forehead was covered with beads of sweat, and his slightly curled bangs were pressed against his forehead. "Done!" Yuri gave a thumbs up. "Great, you are worthy of being my teammate." Wu Hung also gave a thumbs up. "That's it." Wu Hung winked at the wanted criminal's body, and Bassin stepped forward and stabbed him again. There was no experience. It should have been killed directly by Yuri. "What should we do with this body?" Yuri continued to ask. "It should be transported back to the professional association. Then their identities will be verified. And then we will be given a bounty. Now that the bounty is paid, how are you going to spend it?" I haven't decided yet. How about you?" "First, eat in all the taverns in the city, and then go to the black market to buy some of my favorites." Yuri crossed her arms and talked about the distribution of her bounty. Wu Hung glanced at her and then looked at the body. "This is just an ordinary wanted criminal. There is not that much bounty." "Oh, then eat in the taverns first." The two chatted while guarding the body, and Kavina also ran over quickly. Seeing the body on the ground, he was relieved. He said, "Let's go back and talk, and take the body with us first. Bassin, you carry the body." Bassin carried the body, and the 3 of them walked towards the tavern together. Back at the Mermaid Tavern, there were many people gathered at the door. Among them were patrol guards, who guarded the surroundings. Oddluck stood at the door, with the bodies of 2 wanted criminals at his feet. Seeing his members coming back, he nodded and said, "Let's go, and go back to the association first." The body was placed on the carriage, and they rushed towards the association together. Return to the association. The 3 chatted in the lounge. It was a good thing to catch 3 wanted criminals so quickly and efficiently. It not only increased income, but also proved that the team strength was actually quite good. Although it seemed a bit embarrassed when chasing and arresting. But the result was good, and the target was successfully killed. Not long after, Captain Oddluck came back from outside, holding a few money bags in his hand. "Identity verification is complete. There are 3 wanted criminals. Here is the bounty, and the money they carry. Each person can get more than 120 silver coins, and the effective information provided by Lee, you can get 10% more." This wanted criminal did a lot of work. The bounty for the 3 people was only over 100 silver coins, and each of the 4 of them got over 100. It was a pity that they didn't spend much, and they were also very careful in the tavern, and they were eventually killed by them. "No, just divide it equally." Yuri scratched her head, feeling a little embarrassed. "That's how it's distributed next time. If someone else gets accurate information, they can get more," Kavina said, hugging Yuri's shoulders. "Thank you all." Yuri happily collected it. Wu Hung felt that she should not be short of money. Not to mention that her aunt runs the Golden Cat. She also has a mercenary group under her. Yuli had just come to the association, and the protective gear she was wearing was a magic item. At least her background should not be ordinary. But the little girl should be very happy to earn money for the first time. Oddluck continued. "This operation also exposed our shortcomings, the lack of reconnaissance capabilities. The way of attacking is like being judged by the enemy, and there is no means to limit the target." Good guy. There is also a post-war summary. Reconnaissance ability. Xiaoxiao is a very good scout, but she can't show it. Yuri's horror crow can also conduct reconnaissance. But if she does, The team will be short of one person, and it is impossible to ensure that fighting and reconnaissance can be carried out at the same time. Moreover, Yuri's reconnaissance level needs to be used more. Attack means Oddluck and Kavina are both ordinary melee. Wooing pistol counts as one, and Yuri's transformation into an animal is actually not bad. The matter of limiting the target should be about the escape of the wanted criminal. They really don't have any means to control people. No one spoke. Just continue to listen. Later, we should pay attention to these points, and try to make up for the shortcomings. Okay, Captain. Several people nodded. Oddluck also smiled. Okay, our team's action today was still successful. It's getting late. Let's go back and rest. We can do this kind of action more often in the future. Okay. Everyone stood up and walked outside. They said goodbye at the door of the association. Wu Hung called a carriage, stopped it outside the crowded area, and walked back to his residence. Returned to the residence, ate something, took out the sword technique, and began to practice accordingly. The next day, Zombie World rooftop. Wu Hung stood on the rooftop, and began to confirm the level of the skeletons. Except for Bassin, Sword 1 and Sword 2. The skeletons brought back from Blackstone Town. The skeletons in this world have also been greatly improved. 1 level 5 skeleton, 18 level 4 skeletons, 77 level 3 skeletons. The rest are level 2 and level 1, the number is more than 500. There are several level 4 skeletons, which will soon be upgraded to level 5. And then the basic soul feature will be unlocked. They can understand commands better, and their behavior will not be so rigid. After confirming the number and status of the skeletons, they led the skeleton team downstairs, and walked out of the community. The road to the hardware store was only half cleared, and was delayed by the survivors. Today, we will continue to go there, and get the steel inside. Yesterday, we cleared the road to the north. And today we will leave the rest. Shout on auto repair. The roof. Li Yong and others, carefully lying on the roof, watching the skeleton team passing by. One of them said, "What are these people from? Why are the things they are wearing like the equipment in the movie? They don't look like a team of superpowers. They can use superpowers and turn out this kind of armor and weapons. I remember there is a Taoist temple in Suwa Mountain behind. I wonder if it can restrain these skeletons." No one paid attention to him. Someone on the side said, "They seem to be going to the building materials street. Didn't Xiangzi escape from there? They said there are a lot of zombies there." The person called Xiangzi immediately turned around and said, "Yes, there are a lot of zombies in that kind of place. If they go there, I don't know if they can win." After a short silence, someone else asked, "Sister Hong, they may not come back. Should we still make iron spears?" Li Yong looked at the skeleton group going away and said, "Yes." Chapter 63, Give you 2 helpers. Building Materials Street. On both sides of the street, there are mostly hardware stores, paint and board stores. The skeleton team, leaning against the shops behind them, resist the zombies that are pouring in like a tide. Under the protection of the skeletons, Wu Hung, seeking the right moment, released the grease technique. A large number of zombies fell to the ground, and before they could stand up, they were stepped on by more zombies behind them. Wu Hung lit the cloth ball and threw it into the grease. Whoosh! The flame suddenly rose, and submerged the zombies that fell. Ta-ta-ta! The running and roaring did not stop. After a short gap, a large number of zombies rushed out of the flames, covered in flames, and continued to rush towards the skeleton team. Puff pu pu. The dry and rotten bodies hit the spears, crowded and pushed, roaring and grabbing, like evil spirits. The spear skeleton kept stabbing forward and pulling out the spear, and the kitchen knife skeleton raised the kitchen knife in his hand, and chopped at the zombies that rushed over. Zombies fell one by one, and some skeletons were torn into white bones. Wu Hung hit among the skeletons, and released which arrow at the back of the zombies, increasing his own damage. The release of spells is not like in the game where there are enemies and friends. Grease spells can also make skeletons fall, and witchcraft arrows can bounce on skeletons. So when releasing spells, keep a good distance. Don't kill your own people with one move. Botting. Big Guy. Bassin and other slightly higher level skeletons are also arranged in the team to kill some zombies that break through the defense line. 2 skeletons above level 10 showed extremely high combat effectiveness. Especially Big Guy. With a slap, zombies can fly 4 or 5 meters away. Although he didn't die after landing, he became disabled. He continued to crawl forward with great effort. Gained experience +4. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Gained experience +2. Summon. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Level increased to level 5. Unlocked features. Basic Soul. Strength +1. Perception +6. Intelligence +8. Charm +4. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Level increased to level 5. As the battle continued, Wu Hong and the skeleton's experience points were also increasing rapidly. Several skeleton warriors reached level 5 in succession. Unlocked Basic Soul. Amid the roars and fighting, the number of zombies began to decrease. Wu Hong looked at the number in front of him and gave the order. Attack! Crash! The skeletons on standby for defense charged forward. Like a meat grinder, they crashed directly into the remaining zombies, and their weapons fell on them, killing them all. The last crawling zombie was killed, and the whole street became quiet. The skeleton group also went back to standby mode, and stood there blankly. Wu Hong looked at the corpses all over the ground, and asked curiously, Xiao Xiao, where's the dog you mentioned? Xiao Xiao was a little scared and lay on his shoulder, and then said, I don't know, it was just on this street, maybe it was scared away. Before entering this road, Wu Hong asked Xiao Xiao to scout in advance. In addition to the corpse group, there were also 2 dogs, that is, deformed dogs. But after the battle, there was no trace of the dog. It should be. The deformed dogs have a certain degree of intelligence. The previous battle may have made them feel dangerous, and they ran away directly. This made Wu Hong's idea of killing them in exchange for corpse cores fail. I have an antidote, and corpse cores are a panacea, which can directly increase attributes after taking them. It's a pity that I don't have it this time. It was confirmed that all the zombies around were dead. Wu Hong took Ba Wudong and a few skeletons and entered the hardware store. The store was in a mess. The shelves were overturned, and the ground was full of broken glass and various screws, kettles and other things. It made a creaking sound when he stepped on it. Soon, he saw all kinds of tools, and the metal pipes and welding rods he needed. The stock in the store was enough for the people in the auto repair shop to make a certain amount of weapons for themselves. He searched around the store. At the bottom of the shelf on one side, he also found boxes of gas masks. The filter net below, the kind with a transparent mask on top. On the cover, it said that it was specially used for chemical pesticides, and the filtration rate was greater than 95%. This reminded Wu Hong of the crow's mouth mask that Kavina chose, which also had the effect of filtering poison gas, but the side effect was that he was also poisoned. It feels worse than these gas masks. At least filtering is filtering, there is no saying that it filters poisonous gas. The mask itself is poisonous. The number of gas masks is also sufficient. A large box was found. Uncle, is there anything you are looking for here? Xiao Xiao flew down from the roof, looked around and asked. Yes, there are quite a few. Are these the things? Yes, they are all tools, for the people in the auto repair shop. Oh! Xiao Xiao walked around, and continued to ask, if they don't work well, will you kill them? Wu Hong was stunned. Why do you think so? What if they don't work well? If they want to exchange for food, they need to work, otherwise they will starve. Wu Hong explained. Then, they will starve and not give you work. What will you do? You don't have to be so stubborn. Wu Hong walked around the store, and began to think about how to transport these things back. He looked inside and outside, and found a few tricycle carts on the roadside. There were many crashed cars on the road, and driving back would only be more troublesome. These carts seemed to be able to play a role. He asked a few skeletons to push the carts to the front of the store, and directed the skeletons to start moving things. Several trucks were loaded with goods, and the rest were loaded with corpses. After everything was done, the big guy pushed the crashed car away, clearing a path, and led the team to push the carts and carry the corpses, and began to leave in a mighty manner. When the skeleton team gradually went away, a huge human-shaped zombie with 4 limbs on the ground slowly walked out from a distance. One of the giant claws dragged 2 limp, deformed dogs. He stared at the direction where the skeletons left, and paced back and forth twice. The sharp nails crushed the head of the deformed dog. Blood and rotten flesh flowed through the fingers, and he threw it into his mouth and swallowed it along with the corpse core. Xiaodong Auto Repair Shop. Those skeletons haven't come back yet. Have they been killed? It's better not to die. He hasn't given us food yet. If he dies like this, who can we ask for it? With so many zombies, even if they don't die, they will definitely lose a large number of skeletons. Several people discussed, guessing that the skeleton team would either die or retreat with heavy losses. At this moment, the intercom on the table made a buzzing sound. Everyone's heart tightened, and they subconsciously held their breath. Shout on auto repair shop? Come to the roadside to unload the goods. Take whatever you need. Hello? Can you hear me? When asked for the second time, Li Yong and others finally reacted. Everyone's eyes widened, and there was some disbelief in their eyes. He really came out with the goods. He picked up the intercom and said, "Is everything okay over there?" The intercom responded, "No. I'll be there soon. You guys get ready. You come over too. I have something to talk to you about." Li Yong's eyes changed, but she still said, "Oh, okay." The intercom just hung up, and the sentry ran down quickly. Said, "Sister Hong, the skeletons are back, and they're pushing a few tricycles." Several people quickly climbed onto the roof and saw the skeletons, guarding a tricycle slowly coming over. In addition to the steel pipes and tools on the tricycles, the most conspicuous thing was the pile of charred bodies on the tricycles. On the roadside, the people at Shoudong Auto Repair Shop were trembling as they moved the goods. A pair of eyes, carefully scanning the skeletons on both sides, I felt my calves trembling a little. Being stared at by a large number of skeletons, I always felt uneasy. Not far away, Li Yong saw Wu Heng, and the ghost Xiao Xiao lying on his shoulder. Seeing that the other person was really a human being, it felt a little unreal. "Hello. Sir, my name is Li Yong. If you have anything to ask us to do, you can tell us to do it." Li Yong was very humble, and bowed slightly when they met. Wu Heng also glanced at her. She was younger than he thought, in her 20s, but not yet 30, with short hair and slightly dark skin. She looked pretty good, not a beauty, but gave people a capable feeling. "I'll arrange 2 helpers for you to assist you with your work." "Ah? Oh. Okay." Li Yong was stunned, and agreed subconsciously. Spear 1. Spear 2. Follow her and help with some work. The skeleton holding a pitchfork came over and stood beside Wu Heng. Li Yong looked at the skeleton holding an iron spear, and with a blue light flashing in its skull. Her calves trembled. Skull? Skeleton? Chapter 64, Talking with the Dead. In this battle, a total of 6 skeletons reached level 5, unlocking the basic soul. Including Spear 1, which reached level 5 before, there are 7 level 5 skeleton warriors. For convenience, they named the ones who joined later, Spear 2, Spear 3, Spear 4, and so on to Spear 7. Using the spray paint found in the hardware store, the skeletons were numbered. In the future, you can call people by their numbers, so that if there are too many people, they will not come. Li Yong, after a brief moment of unconsciousness, also immediately reacted. She said hurriedly, "Ahem. Well, we can complete the work we promised you. And we don't need these 2 friends to come and help." If he put the 2 skeletons in his residence, he would probably have nightmares at night. Wu Heng looked at the skeletons, then at Li Yong, and said, "You can let them do some hard labor, but you also have to teach them how to use those tools, such as generators and angle grinders." This was Wu Heng's idea. Skeletons have basic souls, and their understanding is not much different from that of normal people. Wu Heng was thinking, could he let the skeletons learn how to use these tools, regardless of whether the people in the auto repair shop would leave? He also needed people who could use these tools. Humans' physical strength could not be compared with that of skeletons. Once the skeletons learned to use these tools to make weapons, they could work all day, and there was no such thing as sleeping. They were very good labor. "Boss, I don't think this is necessary," Li Yong said with a stiff smile. "If necessary, I'll leave them to you," Wu Heng said directly. Skeleton warriors have reached level 5, and their attributes are higher than normal people. They are not afraid of what these people will do to the skeletons. And there is no need, unless they want to make themselves uncomfortable. Seeing Wu Heng's firm tone, Li Yong had no choice. "Then you have to promise that they will not hurt us or get out of control." "Well, as long as you don't hurt them, they won't do anything." "Well, then okay." Li Yong could only nod and agree. Wu Heng continued to ask, "How many iron spears have been made?" 11 finished products have been made. "So slow. Once we bring the welding rods back, it will be faster." Li Yong glanced at the people who were carrying the goods. "Well, hurry up." Wu Heng gave an instruction and continued to ask, "Do you know where there are mutated creatures? That is, mutated zombies." "Are you looking for mutated zombies? I heard from Xiangzi that there is a very powerful mutated zombie over there in the hardware store, and he saw it when he escaped from there." "Deformed dog?" No, it's a humanoid mutated zombie with a strange body shape. Didn't you see it? Wu Hung frowned and shook his head. I didn't see it. It may have left. Li Yong thought for a while and said, Are you planning to collect the Lacoma in the zombies? As long as you can receive radio, you will know about the Lacoma. Moreover, Wu Hung suspected that Li Yong could become the leader of Xiaodong Auto Repair Shop because she had taken the white matter. Well, if you find any information about the distorted zombies in the future, you can inform me. If the information is accurate, I will give you food as a reward, Wu Hung said directly. Okay. The two chatted. A shout came from a distance. Sister Hong, we're done here. Li Yong turned her head and said, Then I'll go back first. Well? Wu Hung nodded. The others saw Li Yong coming back with two skeletons, and their eyes were filled with fear. Return to the residential area. Wu Hung asked the skeletons to carry the looted tools upstairs and pile the bodies on the pile of corpses in the distance. With several battles, the number of corpses has been increasing. On the contrary, Wu Hang's conversion efficiency is getting lower and lower. Turn on the radio to listen to the content, and continue to release the bone service technique and transform into skeletons. Night falls. Wu Hung returns to the roof with the skeletons and returns to Blackstone Town to rest. The next day, Wu Hung came to transform the skeletons early in the morning. At this time, the intercom came with a crackling sound of electricity. Wu Hung picked it up and heard Li Yahung's voice. Boss, we brought some iron spears, and we want to exchange them for some food and anti-inflammatory drugs first. Wu Hung picked up the intercom and asked, How many did you bring? 35. Well, I'll pick you up. Wu Hung walked out of the community with the skeletons. Ordinary skeleton warriors have no wisdom, and will attack any unit that is not their own. Therefore, Li Yong and the others could not get close. Walking out of the north gate with Bodong and the other skeletons, they saw steel pipes and iron spears on the cart. Some were fixed with screws, and more were directly welded. Wu Hung checked 2 of them, and felt quite satisfied. At least they were much stronger than the ones he had wrapped with tape. Okay, Jenny, give them the things. Jenny handed them half a bag of rice, 2 bags of sugar, and a box of anti-inflammatory drugs. These are for you first, and I will make up for the rest later. Although he did not lack these, the agreed trading rules were the standards, so he should not break them easily. Seeing the rice and sugar on the cart, the faces of several people showed joy. This proved that the other party kept his word. In the future, they can rely on making iron spears to have a full meal. No need to cut back on food and clothing. Okay, we will go back and do it immediately, Li Yong said. This kind of work is not difficult. It is all done by machines. The most troublesome thing is to make and sharpen the spear head. Then weld it to the iron pipe and it's done. Well, go back. The 2 sides separated, and Wu Hung returned to the community carrying the iron spear. Distribute the iron spears to the level 5 and 4 skeleton warriors. The replaced daggers and spears are given to the rest of the skeletons. The number of skeletons with spears has also been increased. With the skeleton team, they swept around the neighborhood and killed all the zombies that wandered over. While increasing experience, they also solved some hidden dangers. In the remaining time, Wu Hung carried out the boring skeleton transformation. One skeleton after another stood up among the corpses, took the kitchen knife handed over, and stood among the skeletons. Blackstone Town Professional Association. Wu Hung came to the bar and asked the staff, Help me see if the commissions have been completed, the ones related to the antidote. Last time I got the 2nd level corpse core, I took it to the association to make the antidote. I came to see if it was completed today. Okay. The staff began to look through the records on the table. From beginning to end, I shook my head. There are no completed records yet. Thank you. Wu Hung turned and walked out. This commission took a while, probably because of the difficulty of the 2nd level corpse core. He himself was not in a hurry, but the corpse core had been in his hand, and it might rot in a few days. When the corpse core deteriorated, it might produce a new poison. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. Halfway through the walk, Wu Hung stopped. He turned around, walked out of the city, boarded a carriage with an empty sign, and rushed to the black market. The carriage sped along and entered the black market manor. Wu Hung paid the entrance fee and took Bassin into the castle. He went up to the 2nd floor, stood under the notice board, and looked at the commissions on it. He had not yet completed the commission for his alchemist's corpse, so he went downstairs. He wandered around the stalls below. There were more people today than ever before. And it was a mess. All wearing black cloaks. Wu Hung walked around and looked around. Then he squatted in front of a familiar stall. His eyes fell on a book on a rag. Talking with the Dead, description, give a corpse within the casting range a little life and intelligence, allowing it to answer up to 5 questions. The corpse must have a mouth and cannot be an undead creature. After casting the spell, the unit will not be able to continue to transform into a necromancer. Chapter 65, The Book of the Dead. Can bring corpses back to life, answer 5 questions? What kind of underworld skills are these? But it is also obvious that this book belongs to the skills of the necromancy school system. As he studied necromancy magic, he had some guesses about this school. At present, the feeling of the necromancer to him is more like a profession of summoning and assisting. The necromancer summons attack the enemy head-on, and he releases spells such as weakening ray from the back to add negative buffs to the enemy. Of course, this is just his current speculation. After all, he has only learned a few skills, and no one can answer these questions for him. And the talking to the dead in front of him should also be classified as an auxiliary skill. Let the dead speak. I feel that there is no place where it can be used. On second thought, it seems to be useful. After all, he is also a member of the professional team, compared to the international police in the other world. Maybe one day he will encounter a murder case. When others can't solve the case, I will go there and let the corpse identify the murderer. No need to collect evidence, simple and efficient. Merit and bounty can also be easily earned. Thinking about it this way, it's really good. A magic that allows the dead to talk briefly. The stall owner saw him squatting there and introduced it. How much? 55 silver. The price is okay. Wu Hung did not buy it directly, but continued to look at the organ jar beside him. Organ jar, description, a container that can store organs well. This organ jar has always been here, and has never been sold. What is this? Wu Hung asked deliberately. Organ jar. Can store organs. 220 silver coins. The voice came from under the black robe. Wu Hung frowned and thought for a while. Then continued to ask, besides organs, can you store other things? What do you mean? Can you store meat or something? Just don't let it spoil. The black robe did not make any answer. Wu Hung continued, I really plan to buy it. Okay. It's a magic prop, said the black robe. Can I open it and have a look? Let's see. It looks like a pottery jar, about 25 centimeters high, and colorful patterns and symbols are painted on the jar. The lid is a skull, the size of a walnut, and the way to open it is the same as a normal pottery jar. Hold the skull lid and open it directly. The jar is empty and very dry. Okay, I'll take both the jar and the skill book. 275 silver coins. The stall owner's tone was still calm. Wu Hung asked Basin to pay, and then looked at the rest of the things. He asked casually, do you have anything else? If there is anything I need, you can buy it together. What do you need? Skill book. Or some special props. The stall owner's black robe moved slightly, as if he looked up at him. But Wu Hung was wearing a black cloak from the black market, and he was wearing a bandit mask. So he was not afraid of being seen by the other party. There was a little silence. The other party fumbled under the black robe and took out an old black book. The cover should be made of leather, and it is very old, with marks on the surface. The name is translated as Book of the Dead. Wu Hung frowned and looked at it. No system prompt appeared, which means it is not a skill book, nor a prop. Wu Hung took it, opened it and took a look. The whole book, every page is made of fine parchment, the pages are yellowed, the edges are rough and fluffy, and the handwriting on it is also very deep. But the content is still clear. The page that was casually opened had dense texts and some illustrations on it. It recorded the production of armor for skeleton warriors. According to the above statement, skeletons only have skeletons, and cannot wear armor like ordinary people. So the type of armor is a skirt armor that is connected to the upper body armor, similar to a lady's dress. The lower body armor is connected to the upper body, and is worn on the body with the support of the upper body. Wu Hung felt that this made sense. Basin and Jianyi and Jian Air's pants were all tied to the skeleton. It looks like he is wearing pants, but actually he has laces inside. But the book says it is armor, which is different from ordinary pants. He flipped another page and saw information about ghosts. In other words, this is an encyclopedia about the dead, recording relevant knowledge. What a good thing. For other professions, or necromancers with inheritance. This book is not very valuable. But in Wu Heng's opinion, it is really valuable. Do you need it? Asked the stall owner. How much? 200 silver coins. Wu Heng was stunned and said, It's a bit expensive. Put it down if you don't need it. The other party stretched out his hand and was about to take the book back. Wu Heng retracted his hand and said, I want it. Bassin took out another purse and handed it directly to the other party. The stall owner didn't say much, put away the purse, and still kept his original posture. Wu Heng took the things he bought and took Bassin away from the black market and got on the carriage and left. We had dinner at the crowded bar. We returned to our residence. Wu Heng took out today's harvest and placed them all on the table. First, the organ jar. The whole pottery jar gave people a weird feeling. Carefully put the blood-stained secondary corpse core in it. After closing the jar, the seal closed instantly, and the gap seemed to be sealed with a layer of mud. The connecting gap was basically invisible. I hope it works, Wu Heng said. I hope it can play a role. In a few days, the corpse core will deteriorate. Send the organ jar back to the zombie world. Wu Heng continued to look through the skill book he bought. Necromancer is the use of mental power and undead energy. And let the corpse rise. It is not a reversal of fate, really making the dead come back to life, but through necromancy, creating a false life. To call up what the dead have experienced. Therefore, even if the dead come back to life, they are not the dead in the past, and relatives standing in front of them will not show any emotions. Just follow the rules, answer 5 questions, lie down again. Even so, it's amazing to be able to invent these magics. Wu Heng turned to the last page of the skill book, and the system prompt sounded. Unlock skill. Talking with the dead. Sure enough, the skill was unlocked. Unlike the sword book, I haven't made any progress after reading it for so many days. Putting the skill book away, Wu Heng wanted to take a look at the Book of the Dead. But it was getting dark, and he was a little sleepy. After a simple wash, he went to bed and rested, waiting for tomorrow. The next day, zombie world. Wu Heng assigned tasks to the skeletons and began to read the Book of the Dead. He did not just flip to a page like he did yesterday, but read it carefully from the beginning. According to the book, the mental power of a primary necromancer is very fragile, and both spellcasting and undead control are limited. Primary necromancers can control about 20 skeleton warriors at most. 20. Wu Heng looked back at the densely packed skeletons. Chapter 66, Hospital Survivors. Seeing that the junior mage could only control 20 skeletons, Wu Heng was a little stunned. Who the hell wrote this? Isn't it a pirated book? On the first day of cleaning the corridor, the number was close to 20. How could it be so few? And the book also records that the transformation of corpses by necromancy magic can only transform corpses above level 3 of itself, otherwise it is easy to cause the corpse to collapse, or it is impossible to establish a mental connection after the transformation, and the corpse will lose control. But in Wu Heng's place, none of these things happened. Now he is level 4, and the highest Bodong is a level 12 skeleton. It is obviously different from what is recorded in the book. Wu Heng frowned, always feeling something is not right. Either there is something wrong with the record in the book, or he is gifted, a natural genius of necromancy. But his academic performance has been SOSO since he was a child, so it is unlikely that he is a genius. Just when Wu Heng was about to continue looking back, Xiao floated over from the air, pointed to the north, and said, Uncle, the ant who makes iron spears is here. Li Yong? I did ask them to speed up the production of iron spears, but it is not necessary to send one every day. The zombies around were cleared. But it was hard to say whether zombies from far away would come over. They were infected. But no one taught the skeletons to use these tools. Where are you? Before Xiao could answer, Li Yong's voice came from the intercom. Are you there? I brought the iron spears I made yesterday. Okay. I'll go out now. Wu Heng walked out of the north gate and saw Li Yong and the iron pipe spears on the tricycle. A total of 35. Li Yong said. Well, I'm quite satisfied with this efficiency. Wu Heng waved his hand backwards, and several skeletons came out, carrying iron spears and walking to the back. Li Yong did not leave, and continued, Do you need any more news about the distorted zombies? Wu Heng looked back at her and said, What news do you have? The day before yesterday, he and Li Yong mentioned the distorted zombies. How could there be news so soon? He was quite curious about the other party's source of information. Li Yong nodded and said, Survivors in a certain area will communicate some information on a fixed frequency band. Last night, A survivor said there were distorted zombies. Near us? Well, that person said that several of them were trapped in the medicine warehouse of the second hospital, and there were distorted zombies outside. They hoped someone would rescue them. I did not respond, but just wrote it down, Li Yong said, and carefully glanced at the other party's expression. Hospital? The second hospital is the only big hospital in their area. In fact, the medical level is just average. You need to go to the city for serious illnesses, and only some minor illnesses can be treated here. In that kind of place, it seems reasonable that some deformed zombies can appear. Wu Hung thought about it and he could go and take a look. He could also improve his level, which is about to reach level 5. He said directly, "Don't leave, we will go together later." "Ah, I don't need to, I will be a drag on you." Li Yaheng's voice trembled, and her face was full of fear. I wanted to slap myself twice. What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't this putting me in trouble? It's okay, just come in, we'll go together then. Wu Hung continued. Jianyi and Jian Er had already gone, pushing Li Yaheng's cart, and walked into the community. Li Yang could only follow quickly, carefully avoiding some skeletons. The skeleton team went out from the east gate, and entered the main road to the south. Many cars crashed into each other, and the whole road, like a car scrapyard, was full of horrible car wreckage. The skeleton team moved forward along the road. Wu Hung asked Li Yang the reason for the zombie outbreak. She couldn't explain it clearly, she only knew that the zombies broke out suddenly, just like a random selection. They were normal people 1 second ago, and became zombies the next second. She was also out of work at the auto repair shop at that time, and survived by luck. Li Yang and the people in the auto repair shop also gathered together later, and survived by luck. As long as you get on the main road, it is only about 2 kilometers away from the hospital, which is actually much closer than the building materials street. The skeleton team did not delay. While clearing the zombies rushing out along the road, they moved forward. The zombies on the main road were much fewer than those in the community. Moreover, they were scattered, and it was not difficult to deal with them. When they saw the hospital sign, the skeleton team stopped and began to rest on the spot. From a distance, a large number of zombies could be seen gathering in the open space in front of the hospital building. Unlike the scattered zombies, they seemed to be wandering in a fixed position. Among them, 2 deformed dogs were also seen, walking back and forth in the yard. The distorted dogs and the zombies, however, did not have any conflicts. Are they coexisting peacefully? Wu Hung was a little surprised, and then looked at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao, go to the hospital and have a look. Oh! Xiao Xiao nodded, and her body gradually faded and disappeared. Hospital building warehouse. The closed door separated the room from the corridor. The square room of about 20 square meters was filled with various medicine boxes, and a dirty corner. The already airtight room was filled with a disgusting smell. At this time, there were 2 groups of people standing in the room. On one side were a man and 2 women, both wearing dirty white coats, and on the other side were 2 men, one wearing a black shirt and a gold chain, and the other wearing a security uniform. The 2 groups held scalpels and syringes with needles, and glared at each other. Don't go too far, we let you in, and didn't let you get eaten by zombies, but now you're repaying kindness with hatred. A female nurse said angrily. The man with the gold chain shook the scalpel in his hand, and sneered, "It's time now, and you're still my lifesaver. When this glucose is gone, we won't survive. It's better for us to be happy together before we die, and have a good time for each other." As the man said, he looked at the nurses opposite. Before, there was still some food and glucose to barely survive. Later, the radio failed to contact anyone, and the food was gone, which was completely unable to keep the people in the room alive. It was all going to die anyway, so we might as well have a good time first. You guys will die badly. A female nurse cursed. Ha ha ha, we will all die. The man with the gold chain laughed, turned around and said, "Brother, let's go together. Don't kill that old man, I want him to watch us play with him." The man behind him hesitated a little, but still nodded. It's already this late. Why bother with these things? Go! The man with the gold chain said, and rushed forward with a scalpel. Just as he stepped forward, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He fell backwards, and quickly moved backwards, creating some distance. A blurry figure appeared from the corner. Don't fight. Uncle is here to save you. Chapter 67, Internal Strife Among Survivors. Everyone looked at the phantom floating in the air with fear on their faces. They never expected that something like a ghost would suddenly appear at this time. And it could talk. The man with the gold chain, who had just been aggressive and claimed that he would have a good time before he died, sat down on the ground and kept moving backwards. With a bang, he hit the shelf behind him and stopped moving. The nurses on the other side also covered their mouths tightly to prevent themselves from making any noises. The entire warehouse, suddenly it was quiet. Fuck grass, there are really ghosts in this world. The seated gold chain man holds the paper shell box to stand up, walk to another security man. 3 parties, in the small warehouse, triangle opposite. The nurse hugs a cluster, squat in the southeast corner, golden chain male and security boys stand in the northeast corner, little floats in the west position. Keeping each other distance, the eyes are vigilant. What are you doing? I feel that the atmosphere is not right, asked curiously. What are you? The man with the gold chain asked, his hand holding the scalpel tightly, which was already full of sweat. Xiao Xiao looked at him and said, My name is Xiao Xiao, and my family owns Fu Heng's silver shop. Oh, the man said casually, and then took 2 steps forward, and stabbed the shadow with the scalpel in his hand. The shadow suddenly dissipated as if the scalpel punctured a balloon. The man with the gold chain was delighted, and turned around and shouted, This is a projection they made. Don't be fooled. Just do it. Let you choose first. Okay. The security guard also looked at the shadow, and rushed over directly. Fight them. The doctor on the other side shouted, and rushed up with the nurse. The small figures reunited on the side. The 2 groups of people were already fighting each other. Bang! Bang bang bang. The 2 sides of the fight knocked over the cabinets on both sides. Large pieces of things scattered. Glass medicine bottles fell to the ground. And the sound of breaking became one. Roar! The corridor outside the door. The roar of zombies came. More and more footsteps gathered here, pounding hard on the closed door and windows. Both groups of people were shocked. A thought came to their minds at the same time. It's over. Hold on. I'll call Uncle to save you. Xiao Xiao shouted, turned around and went through the wall. Outside the hospital, the skeleton team still didn't move. Some zombies that rushed over were killed one by the skeleton group. How did you receive the radio message? Wu Heng looked at Li Yong. He checked the bus himself, and found the radio that received the radio. I was also curious about how other people received the message. He really didn't know about this. Li Yong said, My father likes to modify his old car, and installed a radio, so that you can listen to the radio. Did you hear the other parties call for help in the car? Well, the world is like this. Everyone is trying to contact the outside world, waiting for rescue or seeing if there are any other people alive. Li Yong continued. Those who can survive are lucky, but to persist in this way is also a kind of torture. It will be fine. Wu Heng comforted him softly. At this time, Xiao Xiao floated over from a distance, shouting, Uncle, I found a living person. They are fighting. And there are many zombies outside. Wu Heng and Li Yong were both stunned. Then they immediately understood what Xiao Xiao meant. The survivors fought among themselves. Let me see. Wu Heng waved his hand, and Xiao Xiao directly sank into his body. The picture appeared in his mind. First, there was a group of zombies outside the hospital building. There were probably 200 or 300 zombies outside the building alone. And 2 deformed dogs could be seen inside. Once the fight begins, the number will only increase exponentially. Just like what Wu Heng saw from a distance. Ordinary zombies and deformed dogs did not fight, but lived in peace with each other. It felt to him like the relationship between skeletons and skeleton dogs. This was not a good thing. Then, Xiao's perspective became a little confused, and he went directly into the hospital building, quickly passed through the wall, and could see zombies wandering in the corridor and in the room. He didn't know which floor he reached, but the picture of the survivors appeared. Xiao Xiao suddenly appeared, scaring them. Then, the survivors started fighting, and also attracted zombies. Even if I leave the troops to rush in now, it will take some time, and by then everyone will be dead. What's going on? Li Yong hesitated, but still asked carefully. Walking along, I felt that the man in front of me was not that difficult to approach. At least not as scary as imagined. Several survivors fought, and attracted the attention of zombies. I guess they won't survive. Wu Heng answered. This? Li Yong wanted to say something, but didn't say it. What fate do these people have? The skeleton army has arrived at the hospital entrance, and they are fighting among themselves at this time. After holding on for so long, they are just one step away from continuing to live. Ah sighed, there is nothing else to do. Wu Hung released Xiao Xiao, and let him fly to the air for alert. Then he let the skeletons advance carefully for a distance, and began to deploy. The number of zombies in the hospital is indeed quite large. Rushing in directly will cause some losses, so it is still necessary to make simple arrangements. He found a building, leaned against the wall, and pointed his spear forward. After he was ready, he said directly, Bassin, go and lead those zombies over. Be careful. Bassin squeezed out of the skeleton team and walked towards the one on the opposite side. Soon, there were dense footsteps and a roar of zombies in front. Behind Bassin, there was a large group of zombies. They roared and ran wildly, and their appearance was hideous. Wu Hung held the staff tightly and was ready for battle. Li Yang, who was standing beside him, had a pale face, and her legs began to tremble involuntarily. When he ran to the nearby place, Bassin directly squeezed into the group of skeletons and quickly walked to the back. Wu Hung raised the staff in his hand and released the grease technique instantly, and the sticky grease covered the ground. He threw out the burning objects, and with a whoosh, the fire blocked the two sides. Whoosh! The fire submerged the zombies. But soon, a zombie with flames on its body rushed out and crashed directly into the arranged spears. More and more zombies rushed out and threw themselves into the group of skeletons. The two sides instantly fought together. Shouts of killing, chopping and slicing, and the crackling of flames filled the entire area. The sounds of fighting also attracted more zombies to gather here. They kept coming. After Wu Hung released a witch arrow, he saw two deformed dogs from the corner of his eye. They bit a skeleton on the side of the team and dragged it out. They shook their heads wildly and tore the skeleton warriors to pieces. They turned into white bones on the ground. Then, they continued to look for the next opportunity. When the skeletons were not paying attention, they ran up and dragged a skeleton and desperately pulled it out. Then they continued to bite. I'm looking for you. Wu Heng's purpose of this trip was to find the deformed zombies. He was really afraid that the two deformed dogs would run away when the battle started. He glanced at the skeleton dogs and cats beside him and said, Go. Kill those zombie dogs and take the bodies back. 4 dogs and 1 cat rushed out of the pile of skeletons. The deformed dog that was dragging the skeletons to bite in the distance heard the sound of running approaching. And when he raised his head, he saw the skeleton dog rushing over. Without waiting for a reaction, the skeleton dog knocked it down, and they bit each other. They twisted into a ball. Chapter 68. Big-headed zombie Li Yang looked at the scene in front of her in surprise. It was the first time she had seen a battle between a group of skeletons and a group of zombies. The scene was bloody and horrifying. The skeleton's chest was hung with the zombie's broken arm, and the zombie was biting the skeleton's ribs frantically. The visual impact was stronger than any movie. The survivors who survived had already accepted the environment of the end of the world, both physically and mentally. But what was happening in front of her was still frightening. Wu Hung released grease technique again, igniting a blazing fire. The zombies' attack became even more fierce, like a huge wave, crashing into the skeletons' camp. The skeletons also fought back, killing the zombies that rushed up again and again. At the intersection of the two camps, a dividing line composed of corpses and bones gradually formed. Just when Wu Hung thought that as long as he kept fighting, there would be no problem, suddenly, the attacking zombies suddenly changed. Groups of zombies, avoiding the flames in front, even avoiding the position of the spearmen, circling back to the sides, launching a fierce attack. Like a compressor that keeps shrinking, squeezing the skeletons from both sides. At the same time, there are zombies rushing into the corridors of the buildings on both sides, breaking the windows, and directly jumping into the center of the skeleton array from a high place. While knocking down a bunch of skeletons, they also started fighting. In an instant, the skeletons were in chaos. Wu Hung and Li Yang were both surprised to see the scene in front of them. Zombies started using tactics. How is this possible? Something must be affecting these zombies. Wu Heng's eyes quickly swept across the battlefield, looking for the reason for the sudden change in the zombies. He had fought zombies so many times. If zombies knew tactics, he would not have survived until now. There must be something wrong. Wu Hung scanned, and suddenly his eyes froze. Behind the zombie group, a small group of zombies surrounded a strange zombie. Its body shape was not much different from that of humans, but its huge head looked extremely strange. It was like an upside-down gourd on a person's head. That's the commander zombie. Li Yang suddenly spoke up. What commander? The characteristics of zombies classified by the radio station said that there is a kind of zombie with a particularly large head, and the characteristic is that it can control a certain number of zombies. Li Yong quickly repeated it. Wu Heng understood. In other words, the actions of these zombies were controlled by the big-headed zombie. If you want to change the situation, you have to kill this big-headed zombie. But the opponent was quite smart, keeping a long distance, outside the range of skills and pistols. Bodong, can you kill it? Wu Heng said. Bodong looked around, and got into the building behind him. Then, with a bang, he broke through the glass on the 3rd floor, and jumped out of the range of most of the zombies. He punched and kicked, and knocked the surrounding zombies away. Then he rushed to the position of the big-headed zombie. The big-headed zombie has special abilities, but not much courage. Seeing the tall skeleton getting closer and closer, he suddenly became a little uneasy. The zombies around him began to try to stop the approaching Bodong, but were all knocked away. The big-headed zombie also retreated little by little. He planned to evacuate, but his movements were very slow, and he staggered as if he was unbalanced. In a hurry, an ordinary zombie squatted down, and carried the big-headed zombie on his back. He turned around and fled far away. As soon as the big-headed zombie ran away, the attacking zombie group instantly became chaotic. Wu Heng gave the order directly. Attack! Crash! The skeletons rushed out of their original positions, and rushed directly towards the retreating zombies. In an instant, they were killed in a group again. The big skeleton rushed to the front, swinging his arms up and down, chasing the zombies with the skeletons. The skeletons bit the back of the zombies tightly, sticking to them like a plaster. And the more they retreated, the tighter they stuck. The zombies seemed to have decided to escape, and ran away without looking back. Only when attacked will they stop and fight back. Li Yong rushed forward with the skeleton group. Her mind was still a little confused. Chasing the zombie group? There is no need for that. Wu Heng followed behind and glanced at his panel. Level 4, 6454/6500 Chase. Wu Heng continued to shout. In front, a zombie was running away with a big-headed zombie on his back. And behind him was Ba Wudong chasing. Behind Ba Wudong, there was a group of fleeing zombies. And behind the zombie group was a skeleton warrior holding a kitchen knife, with his bones clattering. A large group of people ran along the road. Gained experience +4. Your level has been raised to level 5. Intelligence +1. Constitution +1. Unlocked the specialty arcane training. And mental strength has been improved. Finally reached level 5. Wu Heng was delighted and immediately ordered. Defend. Hula. The skeletons that rushed forward stopped chasing, and began to attack the zombies rushing out from the alleys on both sides. After chasing all the way here, they couldn't even see the hospital. If we chase him any further, we won't know where he will run to. After killing the zombies rushing out of the alleys, Bodong also came back from a distance. Looking at the direction he came back from, he should have gone around and avoided the zombies behind him. But he failed to kill the big-headed zombie. We must be more careful in the future, because his ability is too weird. Wu Heng waved his hand, and the skeleton began to clean up the scene, carrying the corpse back the way he came. Hospital. There was no trace of zombies in the yard in front of the building. Enter the registration hall. Some zombies wandered out, but were all killed by the skeletons. Wu Heng looked around, and asked, What can we loot in the hospital? Li Yong said, Medicine. Medicine is very important in this period. Alcohol. Alcohol is needed to disinfect the corpse core. Besides medicine? Besides medicine, some equipment or something. Wu Heng nodded, and looked at Xiao Xiao again, and asked, Xiao Xiao, where is the survivor you mentioned? Upstairs. Let's go, and take a look. Several people went upstairs, and entered Xiao Xiao's warehouse. The door was wide open, and the room was full of messy items and blood. Walking in with the skeleton, there was a sound of crushing various medicine bottles, and paper shells underfoot. See where the radio is? Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded, and began to search around. Just as the two were looking around, bang! Suddenly there was a strange sound, and several people turned around suddenly. He waved to Basson on the side, and the latter walked over, and moved the pile of things away, revealing underneath a device similar to a freezer. Open! Squeak! The lid opened, and a girl in a nurse's uniform curled up inside. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a skull poking its head in, and looking down at him. The whole person's eyes widened instantly, and there was incomparable despair in his eyes. Chapter 69. You won't sacrifice yourself. Will you? Xiao Xiao floated over from above, pointed at the cabinet and shouted, Uncle, there is still a living person. Living person? Basson, step back a little. Basson stepped back a certain distance. Wu Heng continued, Are you still alive? If you are alive, come out. I am still alive. A trembling voice came from the cabinet. Then, a petite female nurse stood up. Holding her arms, carefully looked at the people and skeleton standing in the room. Her eyes were full of doubts and fear. Wu Heng looked her up and down, and asked, Are you injured? It's not just the bites or scratches of zombies. Any wound that comes into contact with zombie blood or rotten flesh may be infected. So, you still have to be careful. No. The zombies rushed in. And I hid in here. And then it seemed that the cabinet collapsed and pressed me down. Come out. The little nurse came out. Turn around. She turned around again obediently. It seems that there are indeed no signs of injury. Wu Heng continued, Li Yong, Basson, you take her to the side to check, to see if she is injured. Oh, okay. Li Yong nodded, and said to the nurse, Let's go, follow me here. After a while, Li Yong came back with the nurse. Said, I checked, there is no injury. Wu Heng nodded, asked, What's your name? Wang Ku. Where is your communication equipment? The nurse pointed to the collapsed shelf next to her, and said, It was placed there before. Go and have a look. Basson stepped forward, and moved the broken boxes and bottles and jars one by one, revealing the equipment inside. It was still the military green color, and it looked quite old. This? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Take it out. Wu Heng continued. You can identify some medicines. Right. Take Li Yong to get some commonly used medicines. We will leave later. The two women left, and went to the pharmacy to find medicine. Wu Heng found a cardboard box, and put the radio equipment in it. He asked Skeleton to carry it, and continued to walk around the hospital. In fact, there were quite a few things here, but not many of them were useful to him, unless they really planned to open a hospital. After walking around twice, the two women came back holding two cardboard boxes. After confirming that there was nothing else needed, they went downstairs together. They walked out of the hospital building, let the skeleton carry the body, and started walking back. They returned to the community. All the contents of the body were thrown on the pile of corpses on the side. Wu Heng continued, The intelligence this time is very accurate. What do you need? Let me see if I have it here. If you have made a contribution, you still need to give out some rewards. Li Yong was not polite. Or she had already thought about it. Let's get food. Wu Heng nodded, and asked the skeleton to bring a bag of rice, a box of beer, and several bags of pickled mustard and canned fish. He put them on the tricycle. Seeing the food, Li Yong's eyes widened. After swallowing, she immediately said, Thank you. In fact, she didn't do much on this trip. At most, she acted as a guide, and then followed the skeleton to chase the zombies for a distance. Apart from being scared to death, there was nothing else. Now that we can get so much food, it is really a good deal. Wu Heng glanced at Li Yong, who was full of joy, and continued, Please keep this radio device with you first, so that you can communicate with the outside world and collect information about nearby deformed zombies. Li Yong thought about it, and felt that there was no disadvantage to herself. So she nodded and agreed. Okay. Do you need all types of deformed zombies? It's best to be able to distinguish the types of zombies. And vague information doesn't matter. Okay. I understand. She was not surprised that Wu Heng wanted to find deformed zombies. This is the person who is chasing the deformed zombies and the zombies. He can't be compared with ordinary survivors. In the eyes of the other party, the deformed zombies are the prey. While Li Yong nodded, she glanced at the nurse in the distance and asked, What about her? Take you there, and assign some work to her after seeing what she can do. Wu Heng also glanced at the rescued nurse. She doesn't look old, and her body is thin and small. She can't do any heavy work. But the profession of nurse is actually quite important. At least she knows some first aid knowledge. Who is injured, fever or cold, it can be used. Wu Heng doesn't need it. The medicine in Blackstone Town works faster. 1 bottle of medicine will cure the disease. Li Yong and the others need it. Well, I'll go back first. Li Yong said. Go back. Li Yong bowed slightly, called the nurse, pushed the tricycle away. After the two left, Wu Heng directly checked his attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 5, 26/14,000. Attributes: Strength 12, Agility 19, Constitution 20, Intelligence 18, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Expertise: Short Spear Expertise, Entry Level, Arcane Training. Skills: Bone Art, Acid Splash, Grease Art, Dancing Light Art, Weakness Ray, Corpse Preservation, Talking with the Dead. Arcane Training: the caster's skills are enhanced, and the mental energy consumption is reduced when casting. At level 5, I unlocked a specialization called Arcane Training. The specializations that I can unlock by myself are still somewhat different from the previous ones. From the introduction of the specialization, it increases the power of skills and reduces the consumption of magic. For me, it is a very practical specialization. After reading the attribute panel, Wu Hung asked the skeleton to drag the bodies of 2 deformed hounds out of the pile of corpses. The 2 deformed hounds were bitten to pieces and looked very miserable. He directly released bone service. The flesh and blood fell off, and the 2 skeleton dogs slowly climbed up. Skeleton Hound, level 5, shook off the rotten flesh on the skeleton, and then ran to the side with his head shaking. He searched in the rotten flesh. He easily found 2 first-level corpse cores. He washed them with alcohol, and then found a plastic bag to wrap them up. When he returned to Blackstone Town, he could continue to make potions to improve his physical attributes. Xiao Xiao took the skeleton dog away and went to play. Wu Hung took out the Book of the Dead and continued to read it. He wanted to look in the book for some explanations on transforming corpses. He wanted to transform them bit by bit. With the population of this planet, he would not be able to transform them in his lifetime. He wanted to see if there was a faster and more efficient way to transform them. Xiaodong Auto Repair. Li Yong pushed the tricycle back to the auto repair shop. Several people stared with wide eyes, looking at the rice, beer, various canned foods, and pickles on the tricycle in some surprise. They were afraid that they had forgotten what canned meat tasted like. Seeing this, he swallowed unconsciously. Then, the youngest man exclaimed, "Sister Hong, where did these foods come from? You wouldn't sacrifice yourself to exchange food for us." Li Yong glared and slapped him on the back of the neck. "Bullshit. I exchanged it for intelligence." Then he stepped aside and continued, "This is Wang Ku, who will live with us in the future. She is a nurse in the 2nd hospital. We will rely on her when we get sick or injured in the future. Please take care of her more." "No problem." Several people nodded immediately. Then he walked inside while asking about the situation. Blackstone Town. Wu Hung asked the professional association about the potion commission he had posted, and after confirming that there was no result, he posted a commission for the production of a first-level corpse core potion. A first-level corpse core should be faster, and the potion can be produced in a day or 2. After posting the commission, Wu Hung went out of the city directly and headed for the black market. Wearing a black cloak, he squatted in front of a familiar stall. Wu Hung asked directly, "I want to buy the skill book of Dead Corpse Battlefield." While flipping through the Book of the Dead, Wu Hung found the content he needed. In addition to releasing bone service alone, there are 2 other ways to transform corpses. One is a skill called Dead Corpse Battlefield. After releasing it, corpses within a certain range can be directly transformed into skeleton soldiers. It is a group transformation skill. The development of the skill is also because corpses cannot be transformed efficiently during racial battles. After all, in the battlefield where 2 armies are fighting, the most abundant thing is corpses. Transforming corpses one by one will not have any effect at all. The transformation is not as fast as the killing. Then, the Necromancer developed this skill, which can be learned at level 5. It just so happened that he reached level 5 today. The other one is a special building blessed by necromancy, called Boneyard. After throwing the corpse in, it can automatically transform into a skeleton. But the production requirements of this boneyard are relatively high, requiring a lot of materials, and the corresponding runes need to be engraved. Comparing the 2, it is still the fastest to by the skill book you learn. After all, you can unlock it by turning to the last page, which is faster than this transformation type building. The black-robe stall owner did not even raise his head, and a hoarse voice came out. "I don't have it here. Don't make a fuss. I really want to buy it." Chapter 70. Someone called him King Yama. The other party did not respond, remaining silent. Wu Hung frowned and asked again, "Really? No. Then where can I buy it? How should I know? Damn it. If he didn't have it, where else could he buy it in Blackstone Town?" He glanced at the entire black market, and his eyes fell on the Snake Emblem Consortium. He stood up, walked around in the crowd, and went straight to the 2nd floor. In the private room, the middle-aged man with a mustache smiled and saluted. Sir, how can I help you? I want to buy a skill book. Sir, do you know the name? The middle-aged man continued to ask. Wu Hung nodded. Dead Corpse Battlefield, Dead Spirit Magic Book. Okay, sir, I will write it down for you, and will collect it from the surrounding branches as soon as possible. If there is none, it will be transferred directly from the headquarters. How long will it take? Don't be like the corpse you bought. There is no news for such a long time. Skill books are not difficult to transport, and they don't have such high requirements. We can give you results within 3 days. Sure. Wu Hung nodded with satisfaction. This skill is an advanced skill, and it is very rare on the market. So the price will be higher. How much? You need to pay a deposit of 30 silver coins, and the subsequent overall price depends on the specific costs of transportation and acquisition. But it is within 120 silver coins. Okay. I can accept it. Wu Hung agreed directly. Basson happily gave the money. The middle-aged man took it respectfully, filled out the power of attorney skillfully, and then stamped it with the emblem. After handling it, Wu Hung stood up again and walked down the second floor. He had no intention of continuing to shop, and left here directly. Xiaodong Auto Repair Shop. After a full meal, several people assembled the radio they brought back. When the sound of the radio came from inside, they all smiled. After all, it was a task assigned by the skeleton. If they didn't do it well, it would be fine to deduct their food, but they wouldn't be angry and kill them. Today, I heard from Li Yong that the man led the skeletons to hunt down the deformed zombies and the zombies. That was really fucking scary. Okay, everyone, go and do your own things. Iron Spear should hurry up to produce, so that we can exchange more food and we won't have to starve. Li Yong clapped her hands and said immediately. Several men stood up, and one of them suddenly said, Sister Hong, we don't have much gasoline. Use it first, and when it runs out, we'll go out and find some. Okay. After the others walked out, Li Yong continued to look at Wang Ku and said, There are only 5 of us. You and I will live together at night. And the older sister we just met. This is the condition. We will see if there is anything we can do. If we can help, we will help. If we can't help, we will just watch the radio station. Okay. Thank you, Sister Hong. Wang Ku said a little stiffly. No one asked if there were any relatives. It has been so long since the end of the world, and everyone knows what happened. Asking it out would just reopen the scars. Sister Hong, is the person who can command the skeleton the supernatural person mentioned on the radio? Wang Ku asked in a low voice. It should be, Li Yong replied. Did he save you too? Save? Li Yong shook her head. No. We just met. He provided us with food, and we made some tools for him. So it can be considered a cooperative relationship. Will he hurt us? Probably not. But try to maintain a peaceful relationship. We still count on him to provide food. Oh! The two chatted in a low voice. And suddenly a questioning voice came from a frequency band of the radio. Are your friends in the second hospital still there? If you can leave the hospital building and go to the alley 500 meters east, we can pick you up and leave. The two people who were chatting suddenly became quiet. It seems that the hospital's call for help yesterday did play a certain role. Doctors, in the current environment, are also a very important profession. Some survivor teams are willing to take risks to take them away. Of course, the first thing is to be able to get out of the hospital. Unless the army comes, no one can rush into the hospital. No one responded here. A man's voice came from the device again. No one responded. Maybe something has happened. Hospitals are crowded with people, and it's hard to survive. Oh! Damn the world! Another woman's voice. Wang Ku looked at Li Yong, who nodded. Wang Ku picked up the retro microphone and said, I'm from the second hospital, and I've been rescued. She didn't say we, only I. She didn't know how to explain it. There were several people who asked for help, but now only she was rescued. Saved? Did you get out? Yes. How did you get out? How could you get out of that place? Are you sure you asked for help from the second hospital yesterday? Now is not the time to joke. Wang Ku glanced at Li Yong next to her again, and said to the radio, Someone entered the hospital to rescue us. Entered the hospital? How is that possible? Did the rescue team arrive? No. It's just other survivors. So powerful. Can we get to know each other? Maybe we need to take care of each other in the future. Wang Ku continued to look at Li Yong. not knowing whether to say it. And she didn't know the other person's name. Li Yong said softly, I only know that some people call him King Yama. Wonka frowned, but thought of the skeletons and ghosts around him. He felt that this name was really appropriate. But he still picked up the microphone and said, some people call him King Yama. The radio fell into silence. All the survivors who listened to this channel froze in their seats at the same time. King Yama? Someone actually gave him this name. Seeing that no one was talking on the radio, Li Yong took the microphone and said, a big-headed commander zombie was found east of the second hospital. Friends nearby should be careful. If you have information about the deformed zombies, remember to communicate and contact each other. Okay. Okay. Let's survive together. The next day, Wu Hung had breakfast at the tavern and was walking home. He saw that the landlord, Roger, was standing at the door waiting. And next to him was a middle-aged woman wearing a beige linen gown and an apron. Unlike the mature and charming woman like Slater, the woman next to the landlord was from a civilian area, simple and cautious. Hearing footsteps, the landlord and the woman turned their heads at the same time. Good morning, Mr. Roger. Wu Hung smiled. Wu Hung felt that his landlord was pretty good. It wasn't that he was a good person, but that he didn't care much about the house and rarely came to see him unless there was something special. The first few times, he came to talk to him only when things got too serious. He basically didn't come at other times and was unwilling to care. Good morning, the landlord replied, and then quickly said, I have something to talk to you about. Let's go in and talk. Wu Hung opened the door and let the two people in. He unscrewed a bottle of iced black tea and poured 2 cups and sent them over, without waiting for anyone to ask. The landlord spoke first. This is Mrs. Bukimura, who lives in the north of the crowded area and works as a helper in the textile factory. Wu Hung looked at the landlord strangely. He wondered why he'd brought the woman here. After introducing the woman, the landlord continued to introduce Wu Hung. This is the Wu Hung I mentioned, a core member of the professional association. The reason why the crowded area is so stable now is that he lives here. Think about it. If it were someone else, they would have moved out long ago. They stayed to take care of ordinary people like us. They are very reliable. The landlord wanted to continue, but when he saw Wu Hung staring at him, he swallowed his words back. He said to the woman next to him, talk to Wu Hung. The woman stood up and saluted. When she looked up, her eyes were red, and her eyes were full of pleading and anxiety. Mr. Wu Hung, I hope you can help me. I really have no other way. Chapter 71, Investigating a Case. Sure enough, she came to me for something. What's wrong? Tell me what you want to hear. I'll help you if I can. Wu Hung said directly. My son is missing. He left the day before yesterday and never came back. I looked for him in all the places he often went. Other children said that they saw a man with a beard and a red mark behind his ear who took him away. The woman spoke quickly. The words were a little confused because of her anxiety, but I still understood the content. Someone kidnapped a child. Because of the professional team, Wu Hung is no longer as cautious as he was at the beginning, but it does not mean that the security in the crowded area has improved. The crowded area is still very chaotic. Fighting, robbery and theft happen from time to time. It's just that now he has some strength. These things rarely happen to him. All the professionals, without perfect security, make this place still very chaotic. Where is the patrol guard? The patrol guard came to me today, saying that the man was found, he was wanted by the city hall, he was killed during the arrest, and the news of the child was cut off. How do you want me to help you? Wu Hung continued to ask. The woman carefully took out a purse, put it on the table, and pushed it over, saying, can you help me find out some information? To see if I can find my son. If I can't find him, it would be nice to know whether he is dead or alive. Wu Hung glanced at the purse on the table, pushed it back, and said, I can help you ask, but I can't guarantee the result. Please keep the money and wait for the news. Thank you so much. The woman stood up and bowed again. Wu Hung nodded and said, you go back first. I will inform Mr. Roger if there is any news, and let him inform you then. Okay. The woman thanked him repeatedly and left the room with the landlord. Wu Hung thought about it, sorted out his things, and walked out with Bassin. To be honest, he really didn't want to get involved in such things. After all, such things could easily cause trouble and danger to himself. But some things happened in front of him, and he couldn't bear to do nothing. At least for this matter. He should see what he could do. In the central area, next to the flower bed in front of the association, Yuri ran over quickly with a small leather bag. Frowning at him, he said, "What do you want to talk to me about? I brought you some food." Wu Heng took out some snacks and handed them to her. Yuri was delighted at first, then looked at him warily. "Why? If you don't explain clearly, I won't accept it." As he said that, he licked his lips. Wu Heng looked around, then whispered, "I really have something to do. I need a partner." "What do you mean by partner?" "Let me tell you. Today my landlord, the one who said you kicked the door last time, brought people to me and asked me to help investigate something." Wu Heng roughly told the story, then continued, "You know me. I'm okay with force, but investigating cases is not my strong point. When I think about the people around me, I feel that you are the only one who can do this." Yuri took the potato chips, ate them and asked, "What do you mean?" "Let's investigate together." "Okay. How do we investigate?" Yuri agreed happily. Wu Heng leaned closer and said, "Is there a way to get into the guard's morgue?" "What do you want to do in the morgue?" "Of course it's something important. Just tell me if there is a way." "Fight in? I'll turn into a bear and rush in directly. And you'll follow behind and knock them all out," Yuri said directly. Wu Heng was very upset. "If this method is used, I'll just rush in with a mask on. Is there any other way that won't cause us trouble later?" Wu Heng said, and took out another box of yogurt, opened it, inserted a straw, and put it in her mouth. "Drink a sip. Replenish your brain." Yuri took a sip, then turned her head away and said, "How about I go to my aunt's place and steal a warrant?" "Hey! What a good idea. You are really smart," Wu Heng said immediately. "Okay. Then wait for me." Yuri turned and ran away. Not long after, Yuri ran back. She patted her backpack and signaled him to hurry up. Wu Heng nodded, and the two walked away side by side. Guards. Morgue. Yuri stood in front, holding a document in her hand, and said, "The seal of the association. We need to check the body inside." The two guards guarding the door glanced at the two and the strange man with a round helmet behind them. One of them said, "What are you investigating? Why didn't we receive any news?" Tayo, what are you investigating?" "I still need to tell you." "Can you arrest people or investigate?" Yuri said immediately. The guard didn't expect that this little girl had such a bad temper. He glanced at the documents again and said, "Okay, go in. Anyway, there are only a few corpses, and there is no need to worry about stealing." Yuri puffed out her chest and strode inside, while Wu Heng and Bassin followed behind her. After entering the cold corridor and walking a distance inside, they arrived at the place where the corpses were stored. In the sealed space made of bluestone bricks, there were several iron beds, on which corpses covered with linen were lying. "Which one is it?" Yuri asked. "Big Beard. There's a red mark behind his ear." Oh. Two people and one skeleton began to check one by one. "Here, come quickly." Wu Heng walked over quickly and saw the body lying on the wooden bed. "Big Beard, there's a mark behind his ear. Is it him?" "It should be him." "How are you going to check? Do you want an autopsy?" "I have a way. You stand behind me first," Wu Heng said. Yuri stood behind him. Wu Heng immediately released talking to the dead, and the necromancy magic wrapped the body in front of him. The next second, the corpse, whose body had turned pale, suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Yuri was startled and hugged his arm. Wu Heng looked at the corpse and asked directly, "Where did you take the children you stole?" The corpse turned his head and looked over here, and said, "I sold them to a human trafficker for 100 silver coins each." "Who is the trafficker?" "I don't know. He always wears a mask when we meet. I only take money and don't care about these." "How do you contact each other?" The corpse replied, "Every time I catch someone, I will sit in the tavern for a while, and he will ask someone to send me the meeting place." "Which tavern?" Blushing mermaid. "The last question." Wu Heng thought for a moment, and then asked, "What are his characteristics? Or how do you know that the person who came is the one who wants to trade with you?" "He speaks with an accent from the southern region, and there is a smell of smoke on his body." After saying that, he fell on his back on the iron frame with a bang. He was motionless, and there was no sign of life. The body was more shriveled than before, but there was no other situation. "What's wrong with him?" Yuri pointed and asked. Wu Heng said, "A kind of necromancy, which can make the dead answer questions." "You also know this?" Yes. Let's go. Let's go out first. When they walked out of the morgue, the guard stopped the two again. Wait. What for? Yuri pinched her waist and glared at him. The guard glanced at his companion and said, You watch them first, I'll go inside to take a look. After that, he turned and walked down. He soon came out again. Okay, no problem, you go. Humph. Yuri snorted, and the two of them and the skeleton walked away. After walking away, Yuri asked again, What should we do next? Wu Hung thought for a while and said, It's not that we didn't get anything. The other party has an accent from the southern region, and there is a smell of smoke on his body. Ah, then what? How to find this person? You go and test the deputy deacon to see if he knows this person. I'll go to the tavern to check. We will act separately, and then meet at my house and have dinner. Okay. The two separated in the central area and arranged things according to the plan. Blushing Mermaid Tavern. At this time, there were not many customers in the tavern. It was deserted, and the bartender was still cleaning. It was only after dusk that the place would gradually become lively. Wu Hung pushed the door open and went in, finding a seat in a corner, and sat down. The woman holding the tray came over, and when she saw his appearance, she turned around and wanted to leave. It was the waitress he had met before, Benny. Wu Hung said directly, 2 glasses of fog cocktails. Took out 2 silver coins, and handed them to the other party. The woman looked a little doubtful, hesitated for a moment, but still held the glass in her hand, turned around to prepare the drinks. Soon, the woman came over with the wine. Sir, the cocktail you ordered. Wu Hung nodded, watched the other party leave, and immediately said, Wait, speak to me for a few words. Sir, I still have work to do. Have a drink, you don't want us to be in a stalemate here, and attract other people's attention. Right? Chapter 72, the same goal. The woman hesitated, but still sat down, and said angrily, What are you doing? The last time. The 4th team. Caught people in the tavern. Wu Hung came in to inquire about the information, and got some information from her. Although no one knew, she didn't want to get involved. Providing information to the guards and professional teams will be hated by the mercenary group and some gangs. Then she won't be able to work in the tavern. This is your share from last time. A purse was put into her hand from under the table. Benny. Feeling the heavy purse in her hand. Her eyes widened a little. You? What do you mean? No one knows about the reward for providing information last time. Don't worry. Wu Hung approached and said softly. Someone noticed the situation here. Looking over. He shouted. Benny. What's wrong? Benny forced a smile on her cold face. It's okay. I'm a friend. I'm having a drink with him. Seeing that they knew each other. No one continued to pay attention to this side. Benny's hand under the table still tightly grasped the purse. What do you want to do? Don't hurt me. Benny put away the purse and said directly. I can't hurt you. Wu Hung continued. Have you noticed a person who speaks with a southern accent and always smells smoky? It's probably a man. Benny frowned and shook her head. Think about it. Wu Hung continued. You know, places like pubs are messy. Apart from ordering a glass of wine, there is no chance to chat. Not to mention smelling anything. In places like pubs, various smells are mixed together. It is indeed difficult to find people by their smell. Then, Benny continued, but I heard that there is indeed a group of mercenaries coming from the southern region. They rented a warehouse in the western warehouse area. Wu Hang's eyes lit up and continued to ask, Are there any other information? No, that's all I know. Thank you. Wu Hung stood up and walked outside. Benny put away the purse, carried the tray, and walked towards the new guest. Night fell, West District warehouse area. Wu Hung, Yuri and Bassin quickly shuttled through the crisscrossing alleys. Are you sure you're here? Yuri said. After dinner, the two rushed here according to the information provided by Benny. I don't know. Let's check it out first. Okay. They chatted in a low voice and quickly crossed the alley. However, just as they walked out, swoosh, several birds approached the two of them, landed on the roof, or circled in the air. It's the ranger's birds. We've been discovered, Yuri whispered. At the same time, footsteps were heard from one side. Wu Hung drew his gun instantly, and Yuri was also ready for battle. Under the moonlight, the captain of a team, Anil, appeared in sight. What are you doing here? Yuri was a little surprised and asked with a frown. I should be the one asking you. Why are you sneaking around here? Anil said. Why should I tell you? Anil glanced at the two of them. Let's go! The deputy deacon wants to see you. Deputy deacon? Wu Hung and Yuri looked at each other, and there was some confusion in their eyes. It seems that he was involved in something. Following Arnell all the way inside, he entered a building. In the hall on the first floor, members of the other three teams except the fourth team gathered, as well as some guards. The room, which was not spacious to begin with, seemed a bit crowded. Wu Hung and Yuri followed him up to the second floor. When they opened the door, they saw the captains of the three professional teams, the leader of the guards, and the deputy deacon Slater, who was wearing leather armor and had a leopard lying at his feet. The door closed. What are you doing here? Slater's face was serious. Yuri nudged him with her arm. You say? We received intelligence that someone stole a child in the civilian area and tracked all the way here, Wu Hung said directly. The other captains looked at each other. The two newest members are here to investigate the case privately? What did they find out? Slater continued to ask. The person who stole the child sold the child to a person with a southern accent. We suspect that it is very likely that the foreign mercenary group that came here recently did it, so we came here with Yuri. Wu Hung answered. You've come so far to rescue people? Investigating. Not sure if they have them. How many days have you been investigating? Investigated this morning. The two asked and answered. And the captains next to them were already surprised. Although the things they were investigating were not the same thing. The target was the same. It was also this foreign mercenary group. But they had been investigating for a while, and used a lot of informants. And only then did they get some clues. These two people, the newest members, found here in one day? Slater wanted to speak, and a voice came from outside the door. The target has been found. In the fourth house. And the number of people known so far is 8. Well, let everyone prepare. Yes. Slater glanced at the two, and continued, Don't worry about this matter. We will handle it. Just wait here. Oh. Okay. It was obvious that the other party was going to catch people. So it would be better to hand it over to them. And it would save him from taking risks. Slater walked out of the room with several captains. Wu Hung and Yuli stood at the window, and saw a large number of people, collecting quickly from all directions, and rushing towards a building in the distance. Wu Hung thought for a moment, quietly released Xiao Xiao, and quickly left with the team in stealth. Yuli sat down at the table, yawned and said, After checking, we bumped into them in the end. That's good, otherwise we would have to risk rushing in to save people, and now we can just leave it to them. Wu Hung felt pretty good. That's right. Yuri nodded, and then suddenly thought of something, slapped the table and said, No, they acted collectively. Why didn't our team know? Are we on vacation? We caught the wanted criminal last time. Why are you still on vacation? Why don't you take us with you? Are you crazy? It's so nice to have a vacation. This is excluding us. On the other side, the professional team and the guards moved quickly in the night. While surrounding the target building, the guards also blocked all the surrounding roads. Bang, Anil kicked the gate open, and the team members filed in. In the building opposite, the door opened, and several people with weapons walked out. The leader was of medium build, with thin cheeks, and stood with his hands behind his back. Faced with the crowd, he did not show much fear. Blackstone Town. What do you mean? Slater walked in front, glancing at the other party, and said coldly, The City Hall and the local association suspect that you are taking dangerous actions in Blackstone Town. Come with us. The man narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing at everyone present. We are passing through here to do some business. Is there any misunderstanding? We also hope it is some misunderstanding, just a simple questioning. Slater continued. The leopard on the side paced back and forth at his feet, staring at the front as if staring at prey. Okay, we cooperate, the man said. Gurgle. Behind me, 2 round objects rolled forward, and the fuse emitted white smoke. Chapter 73, She Can't Hit Me. Right? The thunder rolls, like a signal to start a war. Swoosh, the crossbowmen, who had already drawn their bows and strings, shoot out arrows one after another. They pierced the night sky and shot toward the opposite side. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of arrows piercing flesh sounded, and 3 or 4 mercenaries on the opposite side were shot and fell to the ground in an instant. Without waiting for them to wail and scream in pain, they were shot by several more arrows, and lost their reaction. The thunder roll fuse under their feet burned to the end. Talisa, the captain of the second team, took a step forward and swung the staff in her hand. Two air masses instantly enveloped the rolling thunder, and the next second it condensed into thick ice. Bang, bang, crack. The rolling thunder made a dull explosion like a dumb thunder, but it only blasted spiderweb-like cracks in the ice, and a small amount of smoke diffused from the gap. It had no effect on the battlefield. You made the wrong decision. I am very angry now. This is not a good thing for your city. In the room, the voice of the man who had just talked came. Whoosh. In the opposite room, the sound of arrows breaking through the air came. The team members dodged and fought back at the same time. Prepare the poisonous fog mines. The captain of the first team, Anil shouted. Slater glanced over here and shook his head slightly. According to the information from Wu Hung, there might be children inside. The poisonous fog mines might cause irreparable damage to young children. But this shout still had a deterrent effect on the people in the room. Baby, suck up the blood of those guys outside. Go quickly. Get out. In the room, the man's whisper was heard again. Woo, Buzz, under the dim moonlight, it was as if a thick smoke flowed out from the door and window opposite, accompanied by the sound of buzzing, and instantly covered the sky above the entire courtyard. Be careful of poisonous insects. The scout standing on the wall shouted loudly. Everyone's face changed. The poisonous insects were like dark clouds, covering the moonlight above. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous insect swarm enveloped several soldiers of the guard. Ah, it hurts, help! What is this? It's all insects. The guard fell to the ground and rolled, scratching his body, and began to unbutton his armor, grabbing handfuls of poisonous insects. Pull the people back. The captain of the first team yelled. He tore open a scroll in his hand, and a flame spread along the long sword. Then he slashed the sky with the long sword. With a whoosh, he threw out a crescent flame, which streaked across the sky. The captain of the second team took a deep breath. His chest bulged, and he raised his head and exhaled a white mist into the air. The white mist condensed into ice beads and fell all over the sky. Many frozen black flying insects could be seen in the ice beads. The rest of the members either released skills or used scrolls. At the same time, the people who were wrapped by insects were dragged back to the back of the team to help clean up the poisonous insects. They are trying to escape. The ranger who shared vision with the bird shouted. Several figures rushed out of the house in front and ran towards the walls on both sides. Swoosh! Arrows were shot out again, instantly piercing through several figures. Kuro! Slater shouted softly. The leopard under his feet turned into a stream of light and rushed out quickly. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to a person, jumped up, knocked down the enemy, and bit his throat. Then, he quickly ran to another person, clamped his ankle, dragged him down from the wall, and bit his throat. Someone ran away. The ranger continued to shout. Teams 1 and 2. Follow me. Team 3. Clean up the battlefield. And search for children. Hula la. Everyone acted according to the order. Humph. If it weren't for Yaz suddenly transferred here, my aunt would be the deacon of Blackstone Town. Yuri crossed her legs, indignant. The association is appointed by the headquarters. As if you appointed it, Wu Hung said directly. It should have been my aunt. But Yazid was suddenly arranged to take over the position. Well, you don't know anything, Yuri said angrily. Slade does have a certain influence in Blackstone Town. She can speak to both the underworld and the white world. Such a person must be given a position. Otherwise it will be very troublesome to let her be the big sister of the underworld. Oh, there is this matter, Wu Hung replied casually. And he didn't want to argue with her about this matter. I don't care who will be the butler. It has nothing to do with me. Humph. You won't understand even if I tell you. Yuri came over and continued. Your skill of making the dead speak is quite useful. It will be very easy to investigate murders in the future. That's what I said. But you must not reveal it to anyone. Otherwise the murderer will know about it. And destroying the body will be useless. It will be scary if a pool of meat starts talking. Huh? What you said is disgusting. It's just an analogy. We should keep it secret and do great things quietly. Okay. Come to me next time to solve a case. The two chatted, and Xiao Xiao flew back to his body in a stealth form. The next second, the battle scene just now appeared in his mind. Gulp. At the same time, there was a sound of a heavy object falling outside the window. Wu Hung and Yuli stood at the window and looked out, and saw a man of medium height, who directly flipped into the yard. Yuli frowned. Wu Hung directly pulled out his pistol, and pulled the trigger towards the bottom. Bang bang bang. The sharp gunshots cut through the night sky. With the effect of the hunting ring, the accuracy of his shooting skills was greatly improved. Several bullets hit his body instantly. Bassin jumped down from the second floor directly and pounced on the enemy who was shot. Yuri also reacted and instantly turned into a raven and flew down, and then turned into a giant bear and rushed towards the enemy. The man looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He didn't understand why there was an ambush here. Boom, boom, boom. The giant bear strode over and directly leaned against the man with its back and squeezed him against the wall. The man's body slid down the wall. The giant bear half crouched on the ground, and its paws slammed down on the target's chest. At this time, Slater also rushed in, looked at the body on the ground, and waved his hand slightly. Someone immediately stepped forward to check. Dead. Slater also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Yuli and Wu Hung. He said to the team behind him, "Check the surroundings and clean up the battlefield." Everyone dispersed instantly and acted according to the order. Soon, the team and the guards finished the work. All the enemies were killed, and no other suspicious targets were found. The enemy's body was lifted onto a cart, ready to be transported back. Team 2 Captain Talisa took Wu Hung to another carriage, opened the curtain, and revealed 3 figures inside. The 3 children are fine. They just fainted. Tomorrow, you can ask their parents to go to the city hall to pick them up. Okay. Thank you, Captain Talisa. Next time you have something to do, discuss it with your captain first. Don't take Yuri around. Wait for the deputy deacon to find you tomorrow. Talisa continued. Wu Hung looked back and saw Yuri being called to the carriage. She waved back at him. Wu Hung also waved goodbye to her. Talisa lowered the curtain and continued. Go back. Be careful on the road. Okay. The team escorted the cart away. Wu Hung also led Bassin to the crowded area. The next day, Wu Hung first went to find the landlord. He told him about the children being found, and that he could just go to the city hall to pick them up. And they found 3 children. So he went to see who else had lost their children and went together. Hearing this news, the landlord was also a little surprised. The guards didn't find the child, and they persuaded the child's family to give up. But Wu Hung really found the child. It was so fast. His tenant was really capable. After another round of awkward praise, the landlord went to inform the child's mother. Wu Hung also planned to go back and head to the zombie world. But as soon as he walked back, he saw Yuri standing at the door, her eyes a little red. Come to see me? My aunt is looking for you. Ah? Because of what happened yesterday? Yuri nodded. She hit you? Yuri nodded again. Then she can't hit me. Right. Chapter 74, Sacrificial Rare Objects. After walking out of the crowded area, the Golden Cat's carriage stopped at the intersection. Wu Hung boarded the carriage. Yuri also walked up slowly, put a thick cushion on the wooden step, and then sat down carefully with a grin. Slater glanced at him and said softly, You let my child steal something? As expected. He came to accuse me. Wu Hung coughed lightly and immediately explained, It was not stealing, but because the matter was urgent, and you, the deputy deacon, were not here at the time, so I took it first. If you were here, you would agree. Do you think you are good at making excuses? No. Since you took it, tell me what price you want to pay. Slater continued. Why don't you just consider it as my purchase? Slater glanced at him, nodded. Okay, the deputy deacon's cooperation certificate. 500 silver coins, not expensive. Right. Okay, I'll get the money for you. Wu Hung said directly. Slater was stunned, looking at him with some doubts. Given the environment he lived in, and his usual living habits, he didn't seem like someone who could directly take out so much money. The price has increased, 1,000 silver coins. Wu Hung frowned and looked at her, and also understood what she meant. Asking for money was just an excuse. He runs a Golden Cat, and is the deputy deacon of the association. He can't ask me for money. What does the deputy deacon want? You'll know when you get there. The carriage went all the way and arrived at the association. After passing through the hall and the corridor, we came to the morgue of the association. Slater's eyes fell on one of the bodies. I need to ask him a few questions. Wu Hung also understood that he had planned to let himself release talking to the dead from the beginning. He glanced at Yuri, who was following behind him. The latter pointed at her buttocks and mouthed. I can't help it. It hurts too much. Okay, next time. Just tell me if you need anything. It's my job to share the burden of the deputy deacon. You are good at talking. Let's get started. You can only ask 5 questions. Think about what you want to ask in advance. After saying that, he immediately released his skills, and the necromancy magic wrapped the corpse. The next second, the corpse lying on the iron bed suddenly sat up and looked at the figures on the side. Wu Hung raised his hand to signal that it was time to start. Slater asked directly, "What is the purpose of your visit to Blackstone Town this time?" "To sell a rare item." "What effect does the item have?" "A sacrificial mask, which can enhance the effect of sacrifice." At this point, the faces of several people became serious. Sacrifice? Sacrifice? Immediately thought of the children who disappeared yesterday. "Who did you sell the item to?" Slater continued to ask. "It was commissioned by the Snake Emblem Consortium. We only provided the item, and we don't know who it was handed over to in the end." Snake Emblem Consortium. Anything involving the Snake Emblem Consortium is basically impossible to investigate. Even within the consortium, the identities of the buyers and sellers were unknown, and they were all masked. "What other plans do you have in Blackstone Town?" "Nothing. I plan to stay for a few days and then leave." This is the 4th question, and I have already asked all the questions I wanted to ask. There is only one left. Slater thought for a moment and asked, "What is your purpose in catching children?" "I like boys." After saying that, he laid back on the iron bed with a bang. But the last answer was a little unexpected. "It has nothing to do with the sacrificial mask. It's just his personal hobby." "Okay, get out." Slater led him out. It seems that he has figured out the matter. Several people walked out of the morgue. Slater continued, "This matter is over. I will also report the child trafficking and killing of criminals to you, and then I will distribute it with merits and rewards." "Thank you, Deputy Deacon." Wu Hung thanked him. Slater nodded and looked at Yuri again. "Don't learn good things and learn bad habits." After saying that, he turned and left. Wu Hung and Yuri went to the team lounge. As soon as they entered the room, Yuri shouted, "Give me a healing potion, my butt hurts so much." Wu Hung took out a bottle of healing potion and gave it to her. After gulping it down, he breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting aside angrily, staring at Wu Hung, "Why am I the only one who gets beaten? I'm a mage. Can you bear to let a mage get beaten?" "What are you talking about? Why should a druid get beaten?" "Okay, I'll bring you something delicious tomorrow, so you can have a good rest," Wu Hung said. "Okay." The two chatted for a while. Wu Hung heard about her experience last night. Until noon, each went his own way. Walking out of the association, he suddenly stopped again. Quickly returned to the front desk of the hall, said to the beautiful staff, "See if the commission I posted is ready?" Almost forgot the business. The staff began to look through the record book. "It's ready, please wait a moment." Wu Hung nodded and waited for a while. Soon, the staff came back with 2 boxes. They said, "Mr. Wu Hung, both commissions have been completed. This is the newly configured potion and formula, and the other is 2 bottles of antidote. Both completed?" Wu Hung was also happy. He didn't expect that the 2 potions were completed at the same time. The first one was the test and potion production of the 2nd level corpse core. The results were not available until now. The second one was the production of the antidote for the 1st level corpse core. Since the formula was ready, it was faster. "Okay, thank you. Depending on the herbs used and the difficulty of refining, you will need to pay a total of 115 silver coins," the staff member reminded. "Okay." Wu Hung took out the money and handed it to the other party. Then he put away the potion and turned to leave the association. He returned to his residence. Wu Hung put the newly prepared potion on the table. It was different from the antidote potion for the 1st level corpse core. This potion was slightly larger. The size of the bottle was close to half a palm, and a light blue liquid could be seen inside. Mind-preserving and detoxifying alchemical mixture. Description: a mixture made for fixed toxins, with multiple effects such as preserving mind and removing toxins. Different from the 1st level corpse core detoxification potion, the name has changed this time. It is called a mixture. Looking at the description, it has many effects, and it feels awesome. Go to the zombie world, take the 2nd level corpse core out of the organ tank. After the alcohol disinfects, swallow it directly with your head tilted back. Strength +8, Constitution +5, Agility +2. The system prompt appears at the moment. He didn't have time to be happy. A strong stinging sensation instantly spread all over his body, as if countless steel spikes pierced his skin, and boiling water was boiling in his bone marrow. Then, he was overwhelmed with rage. He could clearly feel that his rationality was disappearing bit by bit. He didn't dare to hesitate at all, and instantly opened the potion and drank it. The moment the potion entered his abdomen, the energy quickly spread throughout his body. The pain gradually subsided, and the rage also disappeared. Wu Hung lay directly on the ground, gasping for air. After a long while, he supported Bassin beside him, and slowly stood up from the ground. This is really not something that ordinary people can bear. After standing up, he came to the mirror. He looked around at himself in the mirror. The muscles on his body were more angular, with a strong sense of strength. Even his height seemed to have increased a little. This thing can also promote secondary development. He looked around, and was quite satisfied with the effect. He directly increased his attribute value by 15 points. This effect is simply amazing. But the radio said that you can have supernatural powers, but it seems that it didn't happen to me. ZZ, just when Wu Hung was rummaging through the drawer, and was going to find a tape measure to confirm whether he had grown taller, there was a burst of electric current from the intercom beside him. Then, a female voice came over. "Hello, is anyone there?" Wu Hung picked up the intercom. "Yes, who are you?" It was obviously not Li Yang's voice. "I am Wang Ke, a nurse from the second hospital. Sister Hong and the others went out this morning, and haven't come back yet. Something might have happened." Chapter 75. Teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Wang Ke, the little nurse rescued from the hospital last time. Wu Hung picked up the intercom and asked directly, "What's going on?" "The generator is running low on oil. Sister Hong took me out to find gasoline this morning. She told me that if I didn't come back by noon, I might have encountered some danger, and asked me to come find you." The other party explained. "The gas station will not be located near the residential area. At most, they can get some gasoline from the car. Li Yang runs a repair shop, so pumping oil from the tank shouldn't be difficult. He has cleared all the zombies nearby, so there shouldn't be any danger. If they are just pumping oil nearby, they should be back in the morning." "How many people are there?" Wu Hung asked. 5. Sister Hong and 4 other brothers. "Where did they get the oil? Do you know the location?" "I only know they went to the north. They said there was a car crash there, and there were a lot of cars." Wang Ke continued. "If we go north, we will head to the road that leads to the building materials street. There are many crashed cars along the road, so we should search for some gasoline along the way." He continued to hold the intercom and said, "Okay, I understand. You go back and wait. I will go over to take a look." "Oh, okay. Thank you." After ending the intercom call, Wu Hung began to wonder if Li Yang and the others had encountered any danger. The auto repair shop was close to the road, so it shouldn't take that long to go north. Were they besieged by zombies? Or did they encounter some other dangers? After resealing the organ jar, the remaining 2 first-level corpse cores can only be used after returning. Continuous use of corpse cores is also a burden on the body. Moreover, Li Yang and the others are indeed very useful to me. The number of my skeletons is increasing, and I still need them to provide weapons. Giving them food in exchange for the iron spears they need is a good way of mutual benefit. As much as possible, don't let them get into any danger. After a simple tidying up, I called the skeleton team on the roof to go downstairs. Let Xiao Xiao look for the enemy's target in the north in advance, and lead the team directly out of the community, heading north along the road leading to the building materials street, a section of road where scrapped cars collided one after another. Li Yang and several others had their hands tied behind their backs, leaning against the side of a scrapped car, and there were several oil drums filled with gasoline next to them. Not far away, there were 4 middle-aged men, searching for supplies in the shops on the street. Li Yang looked at her companions beside her, and they exchanged glances with each other about how to escape. At this time, several men in the distance came back. The leader was a big man with a face full of flesh. He was wearing a blue staff-proof suit, holding a kitchen knife in his hand and a pistol on his waist. He glanced at the tied people and stayed on Li Yang for a few seconds. He said, "Xiaodong Auto Repair? Is Lao Li still alive? Or are you the only one who survived?" "Yang Dabin. We are just passing by. I'll give this place to you." "Let us go." Li Yang stared at the other person coldly. Li Yang knew the man in front of her. Yang Dabin was a famous street thug in the neighborhood. He was often arrested and locked up for a few days because of some things. I didn't expect that such a person could survive. And he seemed to be doing well. "Don't worry. We are all acquaintances. In this end times, we have to reminisce when we meet," Yang Dabin said, and then glanced at the oil barrel beside him and asked, You are collecting gasoline. Are you going to find a refuge? No one answered him. And Li Yong also glanced to the side. Bang! Yong Davin's face turned cold. And he raised his foot and kicked the nearest person on the head. The head tilted back and hit the car door with a bang. The huge noise scared everyone. And they immediately looked around. After confirming that there were no zombies coming, they breathed a sigh of relief. The person who was kicked groaned and lay on the ground. What do you answer when I ask otherwise? Don't blame me for not remembering our friendship and feeding you all to the zombies. Yong Davin said coldly, and continued to ask, what are you collecting gasoline for? There is news about the survivors' base. Li Yong answered with a stiff face. Oh, where? Yong Davin and the others looked over. Li Yong said, in the changing district, as long as you escape, there will be troops to protect the survivors. Are you serious? Why would I lie to you? You let us go, and then we can go together. Li Yong glanced at him carefully, and continued. Go? Haha, why should I go? There are troops over there, and if I go there, I won't have a good life. Yong Davin patted the pistol on his waist, and said directly, unlike the timid survivors, Yong Davin is a very courageous person. After gathering a few survivors nearby, he began to arrange people to search for supplies outside. Others may think that this is the end of the world, but he thinks that he has escaped from the shackles. With his courage and ability, maybe he can do something. Even if he wants to find a base, he will find someone with similar strength, who has the final say. Wouldn't it be a way to seek death to go to the army? You are sick. Li Yong cursed. Fuck. Yong Davin cursed. And continued, have you looted all the food and supplies here? The nearby shops were all looted, except for the moldy vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. No food was left. Li Yong looked at him. Do you think we have the ability to do this? I'm not talking about the zombies here. But whether you took the supplies here? No. Then how do you know there are no zombies here? And come here to steal oil? Yong Davin continued to ask. We came the same way you came. Fuck you. Yong Davin cursed. This tone and attitude. It was obvious that he was beating around the bush and talking nonsense. Brother Yong, why waste your time talking to her? The brothers are all holding back. Let's finish the job first and deal with the rest when we get back. The men with kitchen knives behind him began to urge him. They kept looking at Li Yong. Yong Davin smiled and said, okay. Hold her down for me. I'll take over after I'm done. Okay. Several men stepped forward, pulled Li Yong up, and pressed her forward on the hood of the car. The other people in Shout on Auto Repair also changed their faces. They immediately tried to resist, but their hands were tied, and their legs were numb from squatting for a long time. They were knocked to the ground again by a round of punches and kicks. What are you doing? Yong Davin. You will die a miserable death. Li Yong struggled and cursed. You are still so hot-tempered. Today, your uncle will teach you what is politeness on behalf of your dead father. Yong Davin laughed and began to unbuckle his belt. The others who were beaten black and blue also cursed loudly. But there was nothing they could do. Just as he pulled his pants down to his ankles and reached out to the waist of the woman in front of him, there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps in the distance. Everyone looked back. They saw several skeletons that were as big as tigers, running straight from a distance. Bones collided and made a clattering sound. Fuck. Damn it. Chapter 76, The Highest Physical Fitness. Yong Davin and others watched the scene in front of them in horror. The skeletons actually started running. Instead of zombies, a bunch of skeletons actually came. And Li Yong and others, looking at the skeletons running, had a look of joy on their faces. Brother Yong, stop looking, run. Someone suddenly shouted. Looking back, he saw that his younger brother had already run a long distance. Yong Davin reacted immediately, and was about to run. As soon as he took a step, he was tripped by his pants, and hurriedly stood firm, and continued to run while holding his pants. He ran and shouted, Chow! Wait for me. Those people are bait. We still have time. When he looked back, he saw the skeleton monster directly past Li Yong and others. As if it had identified its prey. It chased them directly. Chow! What the hell is that? Yong Davin cursed, holding his pants and running away faster. But how could a person's speed be compared with that of a skeleton dog? Soon, the distance between them was less than 5 meters. Yong Davin gritted his teeth and cursed his younger brother, who had fled far away. Turned on the safety and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunshots rang out. The bullets crackled through the hollow skeletons and shot on the ground. It was the first time to use a gun. Moreover, the pistol has a strong deterrent effect on the survivors, but the zombies and skeletons of the other side, if you can't hit them, they don't even have a deterrent effect. Puff! The first skeleton dog threw him to the ground, and the other skeleton dogs rushed over, biting his body parts crazily. After biting twice, they continued to chase the other fleeing people. Soon, painful howls were heard from afar. In the back, Wu Hung and the skeleton team also rushed over. Looking at the tied people, he ordered, "Untie them." Several skeletons with basic souls stepped forward and cut the ropes. Let the people regain their freedom. Thank you. Li Yong breathed a sigh of relief and tidied her clothes. The others also thanked him and stood aside carefully. What's going on? Wu Hung glanced at the distance. We were collecting gasoline here, and they suddenly rushed out with guns in their hands, and there was nothing we could do, Li Yong said with a somewhat ugly expression. If Wu Hung hadn't come in time, it would be hard to say what would happen to them, but it would definitely not be good. Do you know that man? Wu Hung continued to ask. When I opened the shop before, he went to repair cars. He was a gangster in the neighborhood, Li Yong said. Yeah. Wu Hung nodded and did not continue to ask. The end of the world happened some time ago. Some people united to overcome the difficulties, and some people released the darkness in their hearts. It was not surprising. Soon, several skeleton dogs came back dragging bloody bodies. The person must be dead. Only one hand was left holding a pistol, bloody. Wu Hung glanced at the people on the side and said, I will help you guard. Go get the oil, we will leave later. Li Yong nodded and took a few people with oil barrels to the position of the vehicle in front. Started to drain the gasoline from the tank. Wu Hung asked the skeleton to drag the man's body to the side and then released talking to the dead. The body sat up suddenly and looked over here. Where did you get the pistol and stab-proof clothing? I killed 2 zombies and took them off their bodies. Are there only 2 sets in total? Yes. Besides the one who came out with you, are there any other people? Wu Hung continued to ask. No. There was nothing else to ask, so he directly dispersed the necromancy. The body fell to the ground with a thud. Wu Hung picked up the pistol and continued to say to the side, take off the clothes. Jian Yi and Jian Air stepped forward and took off the stab-proof suit on him. The last time I searched the Public Security Bureau, I didn't seem to see such clothes. Either I didn't find it, or maybe there was no such clothes in the place I searched. Then, the remaining skeleton dogs also ran back, dragging the remaining bodies back. Wu Hung continued to pull off the second stab-proof suit and pistol. After waiting for a while, Li Yong and the others came back with the oil barrels. Actually, there were not many barrels, and it didn't seem to take long. The barrels were placed on the cart, and they walked back in the direction they came from. Wu Hung said, here's the stab-proof suit for you. Thank you. Li Yong thanked him. Come with me tomorrow, and we'll go to the gas station to get the oil. Li Yong nodded. Okay. At the intersection, they separated, back to the community. Wu Hung took out 2 level 1 corpse cores and the antidote. Take one out, swallow it directly after disinfecting it with alcohol. Strength +1, agility +1. It doesn't feel as painful as last time. The lines on my arm are not as severe as before. They just appear and are slowly fading. I have a feeling that my physical fitness has improved, making the impact of the first level corpse core on my body lighter. It can also be understood that my own resistance has become stronger. The effect of the virus has weakened. After thinking about it, I still opened the potion and drank it, to prevent any accidents. After all, these were his own guesses. After sitting aside for a while, he took out the second level 1 corpse core and swallowed it. Strength +1. Only increased a little? The effect is also decreasing? A level 1 corpse core at worst increases 2 attributes, but this second one only increases a little. When the attribute reaches a certain value, the effect of the corpse core also begins to decrease. Open the antidote and drink it up. Check your attribute panel immediately. Name, Wu Hung. Occupation, Necromancer. Level, 5, 272/14,000. Attributes, Strength 22, Agility 22, Constitution 25, Intelligence 18, Perception 10, Charisma 13. Specialties, Short Spear Mastery, Beginner, Arcane Training. Skills, Bone Serving, Acid Splash, Grease, Dancing Lights, Weakness Ray, Corpse Preservation, Talking with the Dead. It seems to be related to the numbers. Strength, agility, constitution, all three attributes, have reached more than 20. The effects of the corpse core and the influence of the toxins began to weaken. According to normal attributes, the constitution determines the resistance to various harmful toxins. Now that the constitution has reached 25, the body has begun to resist the toxins brought by the first level corpse core. This is forcing me to kill the second level zombies, Wu Heng muttered, and continued to focus on the attributes. His own development path seems to have gone astray. How come a good mage ranks 4th in intelligence? On the contrary, the constitution is the highest in the existing spell factions. It seems that there is really no such spell as meat magic. No, I still rely on necromancy. I still need to work harder on spells, Wu Heng said softly. Blushing Mermaid Tavern. Then he carried the wine tray and sent beer to the guest's table. Just as she turned to leave, she heard a conversation. Have you heard? The warehouse area in West City was surrounded by a professional team and guards. At that time, the fire was soaring into the sky. It was quite loud. I don't know who they are trying to catch. A bearded man, after taking a sip of beer, said directly. That place is a warehouse of several factories. Let's catch the thief. No. We can't mobilize so many people to catch the thief, the person at the same table retorted. At this time, a man in leather armor at the next table turned around and said, I know something about the situation. Then tell me. The man glanced at the curious people and said with a chuckle, several children were lost in the crowded area. The guards couldn't find them. The mother of the children went to find a member of a professional team and surrounded the warehouse that night. The guard sent the children back the next day. Is it true? Will they take care of this? Why should I lie to you? Now everyone in the crowded area knows about this. Benny, holding the tray, looked back at the people who were talking, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Chapter 77, Trap Bracelet. Bring it up. Fix it against the guardrail, Wu Heng said. Several skeleton warriors with souls carried the plastic models they had looted to the roof. Take the wire ropes, fix them on the guardrail on one side, forming human-shaped targets standing upright. You guys, practice spears on these targets first, be diligent, Wu Heng said directly. After the previous battles, there are already 77 skeleton warriors who have reached level 5. This number was beyond Wu Heng's expectation. After all, it was very difficult to upgrade the level of skeletons before. Basically, as soon as a skeleton's level was raised, it would be broken into pieces in the subsequent battle. As a result, the level of skeleton warriors kept rising, and they were also constantly being damaged. It seemed to be caught in a vicious cycle. However, the situation has begun to improve recently. Skeletons have also gradually reached level 5 and unlocked basic souls. These plastic models were seen from a clothing store on the roadside, and they were simply moved back to train the skeletons. Models were not enough, so they used the scraps of cloth and curtains they found, and tied them into human figures to serve as targets. Weapon specialties can be unlocked through training and actual combat. It should be easier for skeleton warriors to unlock specialties. After all, they don't need to sleep or rest, so they can practice when they have time. After practicing for a few days, they are basically unlocked. Hearing Wu Heng's order, the level 5 spear-wielding skeleton walked to the target and began to stab. Puff puff puff. The iron spear pierced the plastic, and a slight strange sound was heard. Wu Heng stood there and watched for a while, and then returned to Blackstone Town to rest. Blackstone Town residents. After eating instant noodles for dinner, he took out the book Grey Eagle Sword Technique again, reading it, while holding the sword and practicing. After his strength and physique both improved, he clearly felt many differences from before. His arms did not tremble after swinging the sword, and various movements became more accurate. The movements that were difficult to achieve before can now be easily performed. So that's the difference. No wonder it's so difficult to make progress in practicing this sword technique. It turns out that the attribute value is not enough. In fact, he was complaining in his heart, I am a mage, but his strength and stamina are so high, but he also knew that this was a rare good thing. Strength affects one's melee effect, and also affects muscle burst and one's own weight. Weight is also very important. Now he is wearing leather armor. In the future he can wear heavy armor and stand in the skeleton team. It is also difficult to kill himself. And physique is more important. Even every profession's physique is important. It represents the physical state and the resistance to various negative states. The higher the physique, the better the effect of resisting toxins. People with weak physique, that is, the squishy in the game, can easily miss the enemy and die first. I practiced in the room until late at night. After a simple wash, I went to bed. I am so rich, I should at least hire 2 maids or something. I need to apply through the association to go to a place that doesn't care about necromancers? Thinking in my heart, I gradually fell asleep. The next day, Wu Heng went out for breakfast. When he came back, he saw the staff of the association walking out of the alley. The two met face to face, and were both stunned. Mr. Wu Heng, Captain Oddluck asked you to come over. The staff member said immediately. Are you on a mission? I'm not sure, the staff member said with a smile. Oh, okay. I'll be there right away. The staff member nodded and left first. Wu Heng went back to his room to make some preparations. Put on his pistol, gas mask, etc., and went out directly. He arrived at the association and walked through the corridor to the team lounge. After pushing the door open, he saw the other 3 members were all there. Captain, do you have a mission? Wu Heng asked directly. Oddluck shook his head and said, No mission. I bought a magic item. Kavina and Yuri are here today, so I called you over to take a look. Captain Oddluck always trains in the association's training room, so he can always be found. But the rest of the people rarely come to the association. Even Kavina only comes to visit occasionally, and spends more time busy with their own things. Oh, okay. Wu Heng sat down on the side. Yuri kept winking, not knowing what she wanted to say. In the last battle summary, it was mentioned that there was a lack of methods to restrict the enemy. I bought a prop from outside. I will tell you about its function. Pay more attention in the future battles, Oddluck said. Okay. Several people nodded. Oddluck took out a silver bracelet from a shelf on the side and placed it on the table. The trapping bracelet can release a ray of illusion to trap the target in an illusion. Wu Heng's eyes fell on the bracelet. Silver enticing bracelet, description, a magic item engraved with mental illusion, which can cause an illusion impact on a single target, and the effect of the illusion depends on the mental resistance of the target. It is indeed an illusion item. I have heard of it, but this is the first time I have seen it. This item is actually a bit useless. For high-level professionals, it is not very effective, so after the target is disturbed, it should be captured or killed as soon as possible. Oddluck added. Oh, it must cost a lot of money, Yuri asked. It's a bit expensive, but we still have to spend the money to make up for the shortcomings of the team, Oddluck continued. Yuri nodded her head, indicating that what he said made sense. Wu Heng thought for a while and asked, Captain, if we encounter this kind of restricted skills, what should we do? There are generally 2 types of such effects. One is trap type, and the other is mental type. Traps are like the druid's entanglement and the mage's web. As long as the strength and physique are sufficient, you can escape, but it will take some effort. The mental type is the level of mental strength. The higher the mental strength, the less affected it is. Wu Heng, why don't you learn the web? Yuri pointed and said. Why don't you know how to entangle? That's not my route. Neither am I. Oddluck glanced at the 2 of them, and continued to add, for our current enemies, the effect of the bracelet is enough. When there is a mission, pay attention to the affected enemies. Understood. The 3 nodded. Okay, there's nothing else to do. I'll see if there are any commissions in the next few days. We can take one. During this period, the association organized the team members to carry out several capture missions. But there was no work for the 4th team. It seemed that Oddluck was going to take some on his own. The 3 nodded, and after a few more words to each other, they separated. Wu Heng, are you going to the black market? Yuri came over. No, I have something to do today. I'll wait until I'm free. And, returning directly to the crowded area, Wu Heng packed up and went directly to the zombie world. Zombie world. Wu Heng led the skeleton team and walked directly out of the community. Outside Xiaodong Kixu, he contacted Li Yong. We agreed to go to the gas station to find oil today, but we were delayed for some time in the morning. After waiting for a while on the roadside, Li Yong came over on an electric tricycle with a bucket, and there were 2 metal oil drums in the bucket. Even on the main road, it was not smooth. After walking a few steps, a bunch of cars crashed and blocked the road. Large trucks could not pass, unless they took the time to move or crash them. Small tricycles like this could pass on the sidewalk. I was afraid that they could not bear the oil drums filled with oil. The 2 chatted briefly, and then the team set out along the residential road into the main road. and continued to move eastward. There was a gas station there. When passing a karaoke street, there were a little more zombies, but there were only 34 of them, and they were easily killed. Is there any news from the radio station recently? Wu Heng asked. Li Yong said, there is no useful news. The main station is encouraging everyone to stick together and stay away from densely populated areas. In fact, these words are useless. You can think of it. It depends on whether you can survive. Where is the survivor base? Wu Heng continued to ask. Li Yong glanced at the skeletons around her and continued, in the south of the city, there is a base formed by a prison, and they will recruit survivors there. Prison? Wu Heng frowned. Could it be that the prison was not infected by zombies? But that kind of place, with a wall and electric fence, is indeed a good place for defense. They said on the radio that they have rifles and sniper rifles, which can completely resist the harassment of zombies. Chapter 78, Zombie Group. Hearing what Li Yong said, the prison is really a good place to resist zombies. The location where it was built is far away from residential areas, and the prison guards are equipped with guns and bullets. It is also possible that the prison has its own power supply system, and there is no power outage at all. Thinking about it this way, this kind of place is really a good choice. Are you planning to go here? Li Yong nodded. Yes, I did before, and I am still considering it now. Wu Heng himself would definitely not go to find any survivor camps, as it would only make him uncomfortable if he went there. But he also hoped to have some living people in his hands. Help with some work that skeletons can't complete, or bring a little atmosphere of living beings. Wu Heng didn't say much, and continued on his way with the army. When passing some places with serious car accidents, he asked the 3-meter-tall big guy zombies to move the damaged vehicles away, and let the electric tricycle continue to move forward. As he walked along, he saw the sign of the gas station in front. Wu Heng said to Xiao Xiao, who was lying on his shoulder, Xiao Xiao, go and see if there is any danger in the gas station, especially in some buildings. Oh, good. Xiao Xiao floated in the air, and flew quickly to the distance. Soon, Xiao Xiao flew back from a distance. He said, they are just zombies. Nothing strange. Let me take a look. Wu Heng was still worried, and planned to take a look himself. Xiao Xiao snorted and got into his body. In his mind, the situation at the gas station appeared. There were 2 private cars parked next to the gas tank, and a few scattered zombies wandered back and forth in the open space. There was no trace of zombies in the station building next to it. There were fewer zombies here than expected. Put Xiao Xiao back, and continued to give orders to move forward. The team slowly approached the gas station, and the skeleton warriors went up and chopped all the zombies to the ground. Wu Heng walked around the gas station, checking the situation around him. There were 6 tanks in the gas station, 4 of which were gasoline, 2 were diesel, and 2 cars occupied 1 tank each. The driver had obviously become a zombie, and was killed by the skeleton just now. Wu Heng came to the tank and took a look. The entire tank was no longer working, and no oil was discharged even when it was used. How should we do it? Li Yong said. We need to fish it out of the oil well. As she said that, she took out a crowbar from the truck bed and pried open a manhole cover on a cement platform. A pungent smell instantly gushed out. Li Yong wore a mask and took up a long spoon that she had welded with iron bars and iron cans and reached in. She scooped up a large spoonful of gasoline and then carefully poured it into the oil barrel beside her. Ah, this. If I didn't know this method, I really wouldn't know how to get oil from the gas station. Li Yong began to fish out the oil. The movement was very slow. Wu Heng entered the station room nearby to see if there was anything he could loot. On the counter, he could see grilled sausages and Odin, but they were already moldy and hairy. The rest of the shelves were empty, probably because some survivors had been there before. There was nothing to loot, so he took a look and went back outside. He directed the skeletons to help Li Yong continue to collect oil. The first bucket was already full, so he took the second bucket and filled it up. After working until the afternoon, I felt that it was almost full. It's almost full. Li Yong stood up and resealed the cover of the oil well. The skeleton warriors worked together to put the gasoline barrel back on the tricycle. The body of the tricycle began to tilt to one side. There was no other way. Wu Heng could only let a few skeletons push the tricycle towards the community. The gasoline was enough for Li Yong and her friends to use for a while. They returned to the neighborhood and sent Li Yong back to the auto repair shop. Wu Heng also returned to the residential building. He asked the skeletons to return to the rooftop for training, and he went to Blackstone Town. Black Market. Wu Hung and Bassin, wearing heavy cloaks, went up to the second floor. After showing the emblem, they were taken to a separate room. A middle-aged man with a mustache followed in, holding a flat wooden box in his hand. "Sir, this is the item you entrusted." The wooden box was placed on the table and pushed in front of him. Wu Hung opened it, revealing a very old book inside. Dead Corpse Battlefield, description: inject the remains of a creature or its body into a foul false life force within a maximum range of 60 feet of the caster, and summon it as an undead creature. Bone servitude subject, transformation of skeletons, manipulation of corpses subject, transformation of zombies. This skill releases up to 80% of the caster's mental power, to ensure that the mental power is not exhausted. Seeing the skill book and introduction, Wu Hang's heart was instantly delighted. It's finally here. What to do? The efficiency of the Snake Emblem Consortium is higher than that of the Association. Guest, you still need to pay the balance of 72 silver coins for the purchase and transportation costs. The middle-aged man said with a smile. It can be seen that the client was very satisfied with this commission. Bassin, give me the money, Wu Hung said. Bassin took out a purse and handed it directly to the other party. The man poured out the silver coins and counted the number. Guest, do you need any help? No for now. Wu Hung stood up and walked outside. The middle-aged man followed behind him, sent him to the stairs, and waved goodbye. Wu Hung was on the first floor, blending into the crowd, and strolling among the stalls. The black market was still very lively, selling all kinds of strange things. Many of the things were body parts of various monsters and beasts. It felt that if alchemy was not developed, all the people in this world would have died long ago. After walking around, Wu Hung was surprised that the black-robed man who was selling his shroud and organ jar was not at that stall. Did he sell them all? Or did he move to another location? I wanted to continue to look around. What good things did he have to sell? I looked around but couldn't find a place that looked like his stall. After walking around for a while, I didn't find anything useful, and returned to Blackstone Town with Bassin. I returned to my residence, and closed the door tightly. I took out the skill book, and started to read it. Zombie World. West of the second hospital. The night was gloomy, and the breeze was mixed with a fishy smell. The dense footsteps were gradually approaching, and the heart-wrenching roars resounded throughout the night sky. On the commercial building of the turntable. For survivors, leaning against the window, looking at the zombies below with horror. The streets within sight are filled with dense groups of zombies. Damn it, why are there so many zombies gathered? What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man, swallowing his saliva, said. Are they migrating? Another person said. How can zombies know this, unless there is something guiding them? As soon as the voice fell, another person said, the one behind, is it the big-headed zombie mentioned on the radio, the kind of deformed zombie that can command ordinary zombies? Several people looked into the distance, and saw a big-headed zombie, surrounded by a group of zombies moving slowly. It's true. Someone swallowed his saliva, and suddenly said, as if awakened, it was the big-headed zombie that escaped from the second hospital on the radio. It was also heading to the second hospital. The other people also widened their eyes, and looked down in horror. At this time, the big-headed zombie in the distance suddenly raised his head, and looked at the window, and roared at the commercial building. The zombies were boiling and began to make noise. Then, they rushed towards the building in front like crazy. The faces of the 4 survivors changed drastically. Ciao. Let's run. Chapter 79 Love, You Don't Understand. The next day, after breakfast, Wu Hung passed through the boundary gate and headed to the zombie world. After confirming that there was nothing special last night, he took the skeleton downstairs directly. He let Xiao Xiao out and let her play by herself. Wu Hung went directly to the pile of zombie corpses. Here were piles of untransformed corpses, forming a slope in the middle of the 2 buildings. It was also the zombie world and the necromancer profession, which made him accept corpses and dead people. Otherwise, the hellish environment in front of him would scare people to death. Holding the staff, he directly released the newly unlocked skill Dead Corpse Battlefield. The moment the skill was released, a gray-white halo quickly spread from his body and swept across the piled corpses. The next second, the flesh and blood of the corpses began to fall off. One by one, the skeletons slowly climbed up from the pile of corpses. With unstable feet, they rolled down the slope of the pile of corpses. He stood up shakily and entered standby mode. After Wu Hung finished casting the spell, he also entered a state of emptiness. It was as if he had entered the sage time. His brain was empty, and he didn't want to think about anything. This should be because of the skill description, which consumes 80% of his mental power. But the effect is indeed efficient. His eyes fell on the standing skeletons again, and he roughly counted them. There were more than 300 to 400 skeletons standing up at one time, which transformed about a quarter of the pile of corpses. According to the Book of the Dead, the normal transformation is about 100. It seems that my mental power is indeed slightly higher. Go over there, Wu Hung ordered. The standing skeletons walked to the side. Jian give them weapons. Jian followed the order and began to take out kitchen knives and distribute them to the skeleton warriors who came over. Wu Hung drank 2 bottles of mental potion and sat aside to rest for a while. Then he continued to release Dead Corpse Battlefield. This time only more than 100 skeletons stood up and walked into the queue. It is difficult to feel the amount of excess mental power. Yourself? It seems that after resting for such a while, I haven't recovered much. Wu Hung sat aside, looking at the Book of the Dead, waiting for the recovery of his mental power, and then released it from time to time, increasing the number of transformations. No matter what, it will be much faster than transforming one by one. In the afternoon, Li Yong set iron spears. Due to the backlog of 2 days, more than 240 spears were sent today. Wu Hung also took a rough look, and then took the skeleton to get food. When bags of food and canned food were brought down, Li Yong's face still showed an unconcealable joy, and her eyes were shining. The radio could communicate with the outside world, and could also hear the situation in some places. Food was a resource that was lacking in any survivors gathering place. Even the main station was popularizing the identification of wild grasses and vegetables, which could be used to satisfy hunger. At present, her small gathering place might not be the richest gathering place, but it was not worried about food and drink. Maybe in a few days, they could all gain some weight. The original plan was to exchange some food from Wu Hung, and then modify the car and go to the nearest survivors gathering place. But now, everyone began to waver. Some were afraid of Wu Hung, who could control so many skeletons, but they also felt that it was safer to work under his protection, with food and drink. It was difficult to make a decision. Thank you. Li Yong thanked sincerely. It's a deal. You should also speed up the progress, Wu Hung also said. Li Yong nodded, and then continued, I want to take in some survivors nearby. Wu Hung glanced at her. He had no objection to accepting the survivors. More people meant more work. But Li Yong and the others will have to share a lot of food. Can you manage so many people? They may not all be willing to abide by the rules now, Wu Hung reminded him. It's just the people nearby. If someone can come, we'll take them in temporarily. Okay, I have no objection. Okay. The two chatted for a while, and Li Yong went back with the food. Wu Hung also returned to the community, studied some skills for a while, and decided to return to Blackstone Town first. Afternoon, Blackstone Town. As soon as Wu Hung walked out of the crowded area, he saw Yuri holding a scones in her hand, eating while walking. Seeing Wu Hung, she waved from a distance. Where are you going? Wu Hung asked. Looking for you. What are you going for? Yuri asked back. I'm going to the store. Do you have something to talk to me about? Nothing, let's go. I'll go with you. She came to eat here again. The two walked towards the commercial street together. Wu Hung bought more than 20 bottles of spiritual potions in one go at the deer horn shop, and let Bassin hold them in his arms. Yuri looked at him curiously. She asked, Why did you buy so many potions? Wu Hung was unwilling to participate in the mission, nor did he do any magic research. She was curious. Why did he buy so many potions? It wouldn't taste good even if he drank it as water. It wouldn't taste as good as the black tea at his residence. I bought it for others. Oh, you are quite nice. You don't look like a necromancer at all. You should be a priest, praying for people every day. It's just a profession. Good or bad still depends on the person. Hey! Yuri suddenly grabbed him, pointed to the front and said, Isn't that the captain? And to Lysa. Wu Hung looked in the direction she pointed, and saw the Captain Otluk and the captain of the second team Talisa walking side by side on the road. Neither of them wore armor, and were dressed in ordinary clothes. They were close to each other, talking and laughing about something. Captain. Yuri reached out to greet him. Wu Hung covered her greasy mouth. Don't shout. Why are you covering my mouth? Don't delay the captain's important matter. What important matter? Wu Hung glanced at her and said, Love, you will understand it when you grow up. Yuri was stunned, and then said in surprise, You said they. Can't you see that? I see it now. Yuri said suddenly. Let's go this way, and go back for dinner. Okay. The two walked around a little, avoiding the two captains who were talking and laughing in the distance, and walked towards their residence. The next day, zombie world. Wu Hung stood in front of the pile of corpses, and began to release skills. The gray-white energy halos spread, and the skeleton slowly stood up. The feeling of brain emptiness came again, making Wu Hung feel a little tired. Took out a few bottles of potion, and gulped them down. After a burp, continued to release dead corpse battlefield, and transformed all the remaining corpses. The piles of corpses, all transformed into skeletons. They filled up the empty space in the middle of the building. After GNE and GN distributed their weapons, Wu Hung roughly calculated that there were about 2,500 to 2,000 of them. It was a large team. If these skeleton soldiers appeared near Blackstone Town, they would keep the guys in the city hall awake at night. My own skeleton army also had a prototype. Just when Wu Hung was about to take the skeletons out to fight monsters and level up, Xiao Xiao floated back from a distance and shouted, Uncle, it's bad, there are so many zombies coming. Chapter 80, Come back to avenge the big-headed zombie. How many zombies are there? Wu Hung glanced at the skeletons in the community. No matter how many there are. How many can there be as many as mine? Where did you see it? Wu Hung still asked. In my shop, there are so many zombies. Xiao Xiao said. Wu Hung didn't care much about her. Except for going out to clean up the zombies, he let her go out for a walk by herself. Or she would play with a few skeleton dogs. Anyway, it's just a ghost, there's no danger. Let me see. Xiao Xiao got into the body, and the picture appeared immediately. The narrow road was already crowded with zombies. The zombies in the lead had iron tools such as shovels, and knives hanging on their bodies, making clanking noises as they walked. Behind them, the zombies followed after being startled by the noise. Damn! Seeing this scene, Wu Hung was also a little surprised. They actually attracted so many zombies in this way. He had just gathered so many skeletons, and hadn't had time to upgrade them yet. And now he had to face so many zombies. He continued to replay the scene in his mind. In the center of the zombie swarm, Wu Hung saw a familiar figure. It had a huge and exaggerated head, moved very slowly, and shook from time to time due to the weight of its head. Is it this? It's back for revenge. Wu Hung had a deep memory of this big-headed zombie. The deformed zombie that controlled the zombie swarm outside the hospital. According to Li Yong, it was called a commander zombie, and could control a certain number of zombies. But the zombie swarm that Xiao Xiao saw was far more than the number controlled by the big-headed zombie. It controlled some zombies to make noise, and brought the zombies here. It's not stupid. It actually used this method. It released Xiao Xiao again and said, Go call Li Yong from the auto repair shop. Oh, okay. Xiao Xiao turned around and flew away directly. Soon, Li Yong's voice came from the intercom. Are you looking for me? The intercom has a communication range. It is impossible to contact the community from the auto repair shop. You need to walk to the intersection to get in touch with each other. Well, wait for me outside the community. Okay. Outside the community, Wu Hung saw Li Yong, who was wearing work gloves and an apron. She looked like she was working, but was called out. Wu Hung walked over and said directly, The big-headed zombie that was let go last time is here with a group of zombies. Hearing this, Li Yong's face suddenly became serious. Ah, how is it possible? This is the first time I've heard of zombies seeking revenge. It's at Fuhing Silver Store in the east. It'll be about half an hour. You can see the group of zombies standing on the roof. Li Yong was completely panicked. Her hands were shaking. It's so close. At the same time, she cursed her bad luck in her heart. Just a few days after having enough food, a group of zombies came. I turned around and wanted to go back to prepare for escape. But I thought of Wu Hung and immediately turned back and asked, What should we do? Wu Hung thought for a while and said, Let your people prepare the gasoline barrels. You don't have to worry about the rest. If you can't stop the zombies, I will buy you time to escape. Blind evacuation is also very dangerous. Road congestion. The group of zombies led by driving. And some deformed zombies are all potential dangers. So, try not to evacuate blindly as much as possible. But there is no other way at the moment. After thinking about it, he immediately agreed. Okay, I'll go prepare now. The ground trembled slightly, and the dense and chaotic footsteps came from far away. On the steaming road, the black group of corpses are approaching this side. Seeing it with your own eyes is still different from the perspective of a small one. The group of corpses is densely packed, at least several thousand in number. Wu Hung glanced at the skeleton in front of him, somewhat speechless. Was this lucky or unlucky? Luckily, I transformed all the corpses before the zombies came. Unlucky. The zombies came just after the transformation. Will my skeleton soldiers be killed again? You stand here. Wu Hung began to adjust the positions of the skeletons. Spears forward. Swish, all the spears pointed forward. Wu Hung also stood at the back of the team, waiting for the zombies to approach from a distance. On the roof of a residential building, two men, with pale faces, lay on the roof, looking carefully at the bottom. The two were survivors of the cultural center in the north. They found that there were very few zombies here, so they came to search for some supplies. But they didn't expect to find anything. They were trapped here, although the zombies didn't find them. The dense zombies below and the stench still gave people a suffocating sense of tension. All the zombies were moving in the same direction, like an organized and disciplined team. They said, how could this area be safe? They didn't expect the zombies to gather together. What's wrong with these zombies? Why are they all heading in the same direction? A bearded man stared at the zombies below. Maybe there is a gathering place. The zombies are going to attack the gathering place of humans. Another man, who was a little younger, wearing black-rimmed glasses. I remember there was a car repair shop with survivors here. Could it be that they attracted the attention of the zombies? That's not the case, attracting so many. The man with glasses continued. No, what's that over there? Why does it look like a group of bones? Looking in the direction where the zombies were heading. At the end of the site, there is a group of skeletons whose number is no less than that of zombies. Holding weapons, facing the zombies. Damn it. The zombies are not solved. And a bunch of skeletons appear again. What happened to this world? On the street, the zombies stepped over the crashed cars and fell into a crazy state. Roar, 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 and began to charge forward. The zombies, like a spreading flood, instantly covered the entire street and rushed towards the skeletons with their fangs and claws. The running sounds were chaotic, and the roars were deafening. The foul smell filled the air. Wu Hung looked ahead with a serious face. When the zombies approached, he released the grease technique as usual. Then he threw out a fire source. Whoosh! The fire rose up and instantly submerged the zombies in front. More zombies avoided the fire source in front and rushed towards the skeleton team from both sides. Boom! Bang! The zombies hit the skeletons like a huge wave. And the skeletons in the front row were knocked to the ground and instantly submerged by the zombies. The skeleton team also began to fight back. Spears and kitchen knives keep stabbing and slashing, killing the zombies one by one. Wu Hung stood in the back, released witch arrows killing the zombies. The zombies began to climb the wall, like erected human pillars. With a bang, smashed into the skeleton team. The two sides began to fight fiercely. Broken limbs, blood and heads flew everywhere, spattered all over the walls on both sides. In the fierce battle, Xiao Xiao flew back from one side of the zombies. Uncle, I found the big-headed monster. After saying that, he went directly into Wu Hang's body. Screen sharing. In a building in the distance, a big-headed zombie stood at the window and looked out. There were more than 10 zombies in the room. So you are here. Wu Hung looked at the roof on one side, and then pointed to the residential building in the distance.